Story 1. After 10 years building my family's company, my wife plotted with her father and fired me. My wife's mom sneered, "You were always the weak one." I washed cars to survive until a client said, "Those shares you signed years ago are still yours." I saw the value, $5.7 billion. I nearly dropped the keys. The rain came down in sheets that Thursday night. The kind of rain that makes you feel like the world is washing itself clean or trying to. I remember thinking that as I sat in the back of the Uber, watching the city lights blur into watercolor streaks against the window. I was holding a small velvet box in my coat pocket, my fingers tracing its edges like a rosary. 10 years, a decade of building, sacrificing, bleeding into the foundation of something I thought was ours. The anniversary gift inside that box cost me 3 months of saved lunch money, skipped coffees, and one less birthday present for myself. But Sarah was worth it. Sarah was always worth it. The restaurant was one of those places where the waiters know your name and the wine list costs more than most people's car payments. Her father, Richard Chen, had chosen it. Of course, he had. Richard didn't do anything that wasn't a power move, even family dinners. The Sterling Group's patriarch, the man who'd built a logistics empire from a single warehouse in Queens, didn't believe in casual anything. When he called and said we needed to discuss the company's future, my stomach had tightened, but I'd pushed the feeling down. I'd learned to live with Richard's particular brand of tension. It was the price of admission to this family. I walked through those heavy glass doors at exactly 7:30. Punctuality was one of Richard's unspoken tests, and I'd learned years ago never to fail it. They were already seated. The table was round, intimate in theory, a war room in practice. Richard at the head, because even round tables have heads when Richard Chen sits down. Sarah to his right, her mother Linda to his left. And there, across from my empty chair, was David. Sarah's brother, the golden child, the one who'd spent the last decade traveling, finding himself, attending art galleries in Prague and yoga retreats in Bali while I'd been in windowless offices until 3 o'clock in the morning, rebuilding their father's supply chain infrastructure from the ground up. "You're here," Sarah said. Not hello, not I missed you, just an observation, flat as week old champagne. I kissed her cheek. She smelled like that perfume I'd bought her last Christmas. The one she'd said made her feel powerful. Her skin was cold. "Traffic was hell," I said, sliding into my seat. I smiled at Richard, nodded at Linda, lifted a hand toward David. "Good to see everyone." Linda's eyes flicked over me like I was a wine stain on expensive upholstery. She'd never hidden her disappointment that her daughter had married me. The scholarship kid, the state school graduate, the boy from nowhere with nothing but a finance degree and what she called unrealistic optimism. She'd wanted Sarah to marry into the Goldman family or the Wangs or literally anyone whose last name came with a trust fund and a country club membership. "You look tired," Linda said. It sounded like an accusation. "He's been working," Sarah said. But there was something strange in her voice, something I couldn't place. "Haven't you, James?" "ADR weeks have that effect," I said lightly. I was trying to keep things pleasant. I was trying to keep things pleasant with them. Richard cleared his throat. That particular sound that meant we were moving to business. A waiter materialized with water disappeared. The man knew better than to interrupt Richard Chen mid-thought. "James," he began. And I noticed he didn't use my last name. He never did. I'd been married to his daughter for a decade, and I was still just James, while David was David Chen, announced with the full weight of dynasty behind it. "We've asked you here tonight because there are some significant changes coming to the Sterling Group." My heart kicked against my ribs. Changes. In Richard's vocabulary, that word carried the weight of tectonic plates shifting. "I'm listening." "Ah," I said. Sarah's hand moved to the table, her fingers drumming once, twice. A nervous habit I'd memorized years ago, back when we used to stay up late in our tiny apartment, dreaming about the future. Back when her nervous habits meant she was excited, not whatever this was. "The company is entering a new phase," Richard continued. His voice was measured, the tone he used in boardrooms when he was about to fire someone, but wanted to make it sound like an opportunity. "We're restructuring our leadership team, bringing in new vision, new energy." "That's great," I said, and I meant it. The Sterling Group had been my life's work for the past decade. I'd taken Richard's company, profitable, but stuck in the 20th century, and dragged it into the modern era. I'd implemented the automation systems that cut operational costs by 37%. I'd personally negotiated the contracts with the Chinese manufacturers that opened up the Asian market. I'd been in Shanghai, in Mumbai, in Sao Paulo, missing anniversaries and birthdays and quiet Sunday mornings. All because I believed in what we were building, what I was building for us, for Sarah, for the family I'd married into and desperately wanted to belong to. David is coming on as Chief Operations Officer, Richard said. The room tilted slightly. Just slightly. David smiled at me. It was the kind of smile where a cat gives a mouse before the paw comes down. Congratulations, I heard myself say. My voice sounded normal. That was good. I could do this. David was family. Family helped family. That's fantastic, David. You'll be great. And we're making some other changes, Richard continued. And now there was something in his voice that made my skin go cold despite the restaurant's warmth. We're simplifying our executive structure. Consolidating roles, making things more efficient. Sarah's hand stopped drumming. The silence was louder than thunder. James, Richard said. And I knew in that moment before the words came out of his mouth, I knew. We're letting you go effective immediately. The world didn't explode. The ceiling didn't fall. The other diners kept eating, kept laughing, kept living their lives while mine was being dismantled with surgical precision at table 7. I'm sorry, I said because my brain couldn't process what I just heard. What? We're terminating your position, Linda said, and there was something almost gleeful in her voice. We appreciate your contributions, of course, but the company is moving in a different direction. I looked at Sarah, my wife, my partner, the woman I'd built everything for. She wouldn't meet my eyes. Sarah, I said just her name. A question, a plea, a decade of mornings and midnights compressed into 2 syllables. It's for the best, she said quietly. We need fresh perspectives. Fresh perspectives. I'd given them the Asian market. I'd given them the automation infrastructure. I'd given them 10 years of my life. And they needed fresh perspectives. I don't understand, I said. And I hated how small my voice sounded. The Q4 numbers were record-breaking. The Melbourne contract alone. Well, this isn't about performance, Richard interrupted. This is about vision, about leadership, about family. And there it was, the word that had always been a door I couldn't quite walk through. Family. I am family, I said. I married your daughter. I've worked. You married into the family, Linda corrected, her voice sharp as broken glass. There's a difference. You were always an employee, James. A very dedicated employee, certainly. But an employee nonetheless. David leaned back in his chair, swirling his wine. He hadn't said a word, but his presence was loud as sirens. This had been planned carefully, meticulously. They'd rehearsed this. There will be a severance package, Richard said, sliding an envelope across the table. It sat there between the salt and pepper shakers. Everything I'd built reduced to paper and numbers. It's generous, more than generous. 3 months' salary, benefits extended for 6 months. We're not monsters, James. I stared at the envelope. I didn't touch it. And my projects. I asked the Singapore expansion, the AI logistics integration, those are company projects, Sarah said. And now she did look at me and her eyes were ice. You don't own them. You never did. Something in my chest cracked. Not my heart. That would come later. This was something deeper. The foundation of who I thought I was, who I thought we were, splitting down the middle. How long have you been planning this? I asked. Silence. Sarah, I said. How long? 6 months, she said quietly. We've been discussing it for 6 months. 6 months. While I was in Seoul finalizing the warehouse contracts. While I was pulling all-nighters to make sure the quarterly earnings would make them proud. While I was shopping for an anniversary gift I couldn't afford, she'd been in her father's office planning my execution. I loved you, I said. Past tense. The words came out before I could stop them. Linda laughed. Actually laughed. The sound was like champagne glasses shattering on marble. Love, she said, shaking her head. You were always so dramatic, James. So emotional. That was your problem. You know, in business, emotion is weakness. Richard saw potential in you once, but potential isn't enough. You never had the killer instinct, the ruthlessness. You were always the weak one. The weak one. I stood up, the chair scraped against the floor, too loud in the careful quiet of the restaurant. I need some air, I said. Take the envelope, Richard said. You'll want to review the terms. Your lawyer will. I don't have a lawyer, I said. I was backing away from the table now, my hands shaking. I never needed one. I trusted you. I trusted all of you. Sarah's face flickered with something. Guilt. Regret. But it was gone so fast I might have imagined it. James, she started. Don't, I said. Just don't. I walked out of that restaurant into the rain. And I remember thinking that at least the weather matched the moment. At least the universe had that much sense of drama. I walked for blocks, my phone buzzing in my pocket, Texts from Sarah probably, or maybe HR with my final paperwork, and I didn't look at any of them. I ended up on a bench in Bryant Park, rain soaking through my coat, the velvet box still in my pocket. I took it out, opened it, the necklace and its intertwined with mine. The design I'd spent hours working on with the jeweler caught the streetlight and glittered like a promise that no one intended to keep. I sat there until the rain stopped, until the city around me went quiet, until the cold seeped so deep into my bones I couldn't feel my fingers. And then I went home to the apartment I could no longer afford in the building where the doorman already knew I didn't belong there anymore. You can see these things in people's eyes the exact moment you stop being someone who matters. And I started packing. 3 days later, I was sleeping on my college roommate Marcus's couch in Queens, staring at the ceiling at 4 a.m, wondering how you rebuild a life when someone's taken every single brick you used to build it. The answer I would learn was simple. You start with water and soap in someone else's car. You start at the bottom again. You start humble and you wait for the universe to remember that it owes you a receipt. The couch smelled like old pizza and broken dreams. Marcus' apartment was a studio in Atoria, the kind of place where the radiator clanged like a prisoner trying to escape and the neighbors' arguments bled through walls thin as promises. I'd lie there at night staring at water stains on the ceiling that looked like maps to countries I'd never visit and try to remember who I used to be. The first week I didn't leave the couch except to use the bathroom. Marcus would come home from his job at the tech startup, some app that promised to revolutionize grocery shopping or dating or both. I could never keep track. And he'd look at me with this mixture of pity and concern that made me want to disappear into the cushions. You got to eat, man, he'd say, leaving takeout containers on the coffee table. Thai food, Chinese, pizza. Everything tasted like cardboard. Sarah called 17 times the first 3 days. I know because I counted. I didn't answer. By day 4, the call stopped. By day 7, divorce papers arrived via courier. She'd had her lawyer, because of course she had a lawyer. Probably had one waiting in the wings the whole 6 months they'd been planning my professional murder. Draw up everything. The apartment was hers. The car was hers. The life insurance policy we'd taken out together, the joint accounts, the timeshare in Vermont we'd bought when we still believed in shared futures. All of it hers. I signed everything. I didn't have the strength to fight. And even if I did, what was I fighting for? A marriage that had been a business arrangement all along? A wife who could sit across from me at dinner and watch her father execute me without so much as a flinch. You're entitled to half, Marcus said when he saw the papers. Community property. This is New York, man. You don't have to. I don't want anything from them, I said. And I meant it. Taking her money, fighting for the apartment, dragging this out in court. That would mean I still cared. That would mean they still had power over me. I wanted to be free of them completely. Even if freedom looked like a couch in Queens and a bank account with $473 in it. The severance check came a week later. $75,000. 3 months' salary. 10 years of my life reduced to a number that wouldn't even cover a down payment in the city I'd helped them conquer. I deposited the check and started looking for work. That's when I learned what it meant to be blacklisted. The finance world is smaller than you think. Tighter. One bad word from the right person or the wrong person depending on your perspective and doors close before you even know they're there. I sent out 42 applications in 2 weeks. I got 3 responses. 2 were automated rejections. 1 was an interview for a junior analyst position, junior after I'd been COO, that ended with the hiring manager literally taking a phone call mid-con conversation and then telling me they decided to go in a different direction. I saw the name on his phone screen before he turned it away. Richard Chen. That's when I understood. This wasn't just about firing me. This was about erasing me. Marcus tried to help. He had connections. He said, friends in tech who were always looking for people with operations experience. But every lead went cold. Every conversation started promising and ended with, "We'll be in touch." In the silence that meant they wouldn't. I lasted 6 weeks on that couch before I knew I had to do something, anything, or I'd disappear completely. The severance was bleeding out. Rent to Marcus, even though he'd said I didn't have to pay. Student loan payments I'd deferred but couldn't defer forever. The divorce lawyer I'd finally hired when I realized Sarah's team was trying to make me liable for debts I didn't even know existed. That's when I saw the ad on Craigslist. Car wash attendant needed. Flexible hours cash daily. I stared at that posting for an hour before I clicked. I had an MBA from Columbia. I'd negotiated 8-figure contracts. I'd stood in boardrooms in Singapore and Sydney and Sao Paulo and made decisions that affected thousands of employees millions of dollars. And now I was applying to wash cars. Pride is a strange thing. You don't know how much of it you have until circumstances take a knife to it and start carving. I'd always thought of myself as humble, as someone who'd come from nothing and remembered where he'd started. But sitting there filling out that application, I realized I'd bought into their version of success. I'd let them make me believe that my worth was tied to my title, my salary, the weight of my business card. The car wash was in Midtown, tucked between a parking garage and a dry cleaner that always smelled like chemicals and lost time. The owner was a guy named Tommy, 60-some with hands like leather, and a laugh that sounded like gravel in a blender. He looked at my application. I'd left off the MBA, the COO title, everything that would make him question why I was there, and hired me on the spot. "You start tomorrow," he said. 6 a.m. Don't be late. I wasn't. The work was exactly what you'd imagine. Spray down the cars, soap them up, rinse, dry, move to the next one, repeat. The water was cold, even in September. And by the end of the first day, my hands were raw and my back was screaming. I made $87 in tips. It was the most honest money I'd earned in years. The other guys who worked there were good people, real people. Carlos was trying to save for his daughter's quinceañera. Miguel was sending money back to family in Ecuador. Jay was a musician who worked mornings so he could play clubs at night. They didn't ask about my past. Didn't care where I'd come from. I was just James, the new guy who didn't complain and showed up on time. For the first time in months, I could breathe. I fell into a rhythm. Wake up at 5, work until 2. Go back to Marcus's apartment. Apply to jobs I'd never hear back from. Sleep, repeat. The weeks blurred together, each one the same as the last, until I couldn't remember if it had been 2 months or 3 or 6. That's when Linda Chen found me. It was a Tuesday, unseasonably cold for October. I was driving off a black Mercedes, some hedge fund guy who never tipped, when a town car pulled up. The kind of car Richard used to send for me back when I mattered. Back when I was still pretending I was part of the family. The window rolled down and there she was, Linda, wearing sunglasses that probably cost more than I made in a month, her face arranged in an expression of carefully practiced disgust. "Well," she said, "this is appropriate." I kept drying the Mercedes. My hands were shaking, but I kept moving the cloth in small circles, focusing on the motion, refusing to give her the satisfaction of seeing me react. "I heard rumors you were working here," she continued. "I didn't believe them. I thought even you would have more dignity than this, but I suppose I overestimated you." Again, Carlos was watching from the other side of the lot. I could feel his eyes on me, his protective instincts kicking in, but I shook my head slightly. This wasn't his fight. "What do you want, Linda?" I asked quietly. "Want?" She laughed. "From you? Nothing. You have nothing I want. You never did. I'm simply here to pick up my car from the garage next door." And imagine my surprise when I saw you. The great James Martinez, the boy genius who was going to revolutionize our company. Look at you now. She leaned forward, and even though I couldn't see her size behind those sunglasses, I could feel the contempt radiating off her like heat from asphalt. "You were always the weak one, James," she said. And her voice was soft, almost gentle, which made it worse. "We gave you everything, a position, a salary, a place in our family, and you squandered it. You weren't strong enough. You weren't smart enough. You certainly weren't ruthless enough. Men like Richard build empires. Men like David inherit them. Men like you." She gestured around the car wash. "Men like you wash our cars." Something in me cracked. Not broke. I was too tired to break anymore. Just cracked. A hairline fracture in whatever was left of my pride. "Is that all?" I asked. She smiled. "Yes, that's all. I just wanted to see it for myself. Wanted to confirm that we made the right decision. And looking at you now, standing there in your little uniform with your little spray bottle, I can say with absolute certainty, we did." The town car window rolled up. She drove away. I stood there for a long time, water dripping from the hose in my hand, forming a puddle at my feet. "Hey, man," Carlos said, walking over. "You okay?" "Yeah," I said. "I'm fine." I wasn't fine. I went home that night and sat in the dark in Marcus's apartment and felt something inside me that I hadn't felt in months. Not sadness, not anger, something colder, clearer, determination. They thought they destroyed me. They thought reducing me to this, to manual labor, to poverty, to public humiliation would break me permanently. They thought I'd slink away and disappear and let them write the story of who I was and what I'd meant. They were wrong. I didn't know how yet. Didn't know what I'd do or how I'd do it. But sitting there in the dark, my hands still smelling like car soap and defeat, I made myself a promise. I would rise again. Not for revenge. Revenge was messy, emotional, the kind of thing that Linda was right to say I was too weak for. No, I would rise for something better. For proof. Proof that I was never the weak one. Proof that they'd made the mistake of their lives. And when I had that proof, when I held it in my hands like evidence in a trial they didn't know they were facing, I would show them exactly what it costs to underestimate someone who had nothing left to lose. I just had to survive long enough to find it. Winter came early that year, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes you wonder if you'll ever feel warm again. By November, I'd been at the car wash for 3 months, and my body had adapted in ways I never expected. My hands were calloused, immune to the cold water. My back had stopped screaming. I could look at a car and know exactly how long it would take to clean, which techniques worked best on which makes and models. I'd become an expert in something I never wanted to be an expert in. The tips were better now. I'd learned the psychology of it, the smile at the right moment, the extra attention to the wheels, the way to make small talk without being intrusive. Some regulars asked for me by name. It was a strange kind of pride being good at something so simple, so honest. Marcus had stopped asking when I was going to find real work. I think he'd realized somewhere around the 2nd month that this was real work. Maybe the most real work I'd ever done. No politics, no backstabbing, no pretending, just water and soap and elbow grease and the quiet satisfaction of something clean that wasn't clean before. But at night, alone on that couch, I still felt the weight of what I'd lost. Not the money, not the title. Those things seemed increasingly meaningless with distance. What haunted me was the belief. The naive, stupid belief that hard work mattered, that loyalty mattered, that if you gave everything to people you loved, they'd see your worth. I'd been such a fool. It was a Wednesday morning, gray and threatening snow, when the black Audi pulled up. Q7, maybe 2 years old, immaculate, except for the road salt, the kind of car that said money without screaming it. I grabbed my spray bottle and bucket and walked over. The driver's window rolled down and a man in his 60s looked out at me. Silver hair, expensive glasses, the kind of face that had seen things and decided not to be impressed by them. He was wearing a cashmere coat that probably cost more than my entire month's rent. Full service? I asked. He studied me for a long moment. Too long. It made the back of my neck prickle. James Martinez, he said. My stomach dropped. Nobody here knew my last name. I've been careful about that. Paranoid even. The other guys called me Jimmy or Jay or just hey you. Do I know you? I asked carefully. Robert Kleinfeld, he said, extending his hand through the window. We met once about 7 years ago. Singapore. You were negotiating the warehouse contracts for the Sterling Group. The world tilted slightly. Singapore. I remembered that trip. 3 weeks of brutal meetings, time zones that destroyed my sleep schedule. Humidity that made me feel like I was breathing water. I'd been younger then, hungry, still believing that proving myself would be enough. I shook his hand. His grip was firm, assessing. I remember, I said. You were representing the Tengku Interests real estate portfolio. You have a good memory, he said, looking pleased. I'm impressed you remember. It was a brief meeting. You were there with Richard Chen and his team. But I remember thinking, this kid, you couldn't have been 30 then. This kid actually understands what he's talking about. While the others were posturing, you were asking real questions. Smart questions. I didn't know what to say to that. Compliments felt like traps. Now Era asked and there was no judgment in the question. Just genuine curiosity. Working my bond, I said simply. I heard rumors, he said. The finance world talks. I heard you were let go from Sterling. Heard it was sudden. Heard. He paused, choosing his words carefully. I heard it wasn't about performance. It wasn't, I said. He nodded slowly. Family business. Something like that. Those are the worst kind, he said. I've seen it 100 times. Talented people chewed up because they weren't born with the right last name. It's wasteful, cruel, often. I started spraying down his car, needing something to do with my hands. He didn't seem to mind the conversation continuing while I worked. You built a lot of what made Sterling successful in Asia, he continued. The logistics infrastructure, the vendor relationships, the automation systems. I kept tabs on it. I like to know who the real players are, not just the names on the letterhead. You did good work, Martinez. Really good work. Thank you, I said. The words felt strange in my mouth. I wasn't used to professional recognition anymore. I was used to good job from Tommy when I detailed a particularly difficult car or fist bumps from Carlos when we finished a busy rush. What are your plans? Kleinfeld asked. Plans? I almost laughed. Right now, get through today. Maybe tomorrow. That's it. I looked at him directly. Mr. Kleinfeld, I appreciate whatever this is. I do. But if you're here to offer me some kind of pity job, or if you want me to feel bad about myself, or if this is I'm here because I need my car washed," he interrupted. "And because I don't believe in coincidences, when I recognized you standing here washing cars, I thought, either this man has given up completely or he's doing what he needs to do to survive, and men who survive are interesting to me." I didn't respond. I kept working, moving to the wheel, scrubbing away the salt and grime. "Do you remember the paperwork you signed when you started at Sterling?" he asked suddenly. The question was so random it made me stop. "The employment contract?" I asked. "Before that, the very beginning when Richard first brought you on board." I thought back. It felt like another lifetime. I'd been 26, fresh out of Columbia, drowning in student debt, and desperate to prove myself. Richard had made me an offer, decent salary, equity incentive, the promise of building something meaningful. "There was a stock agreement," I said slowly. "Minor equity stake 0%. It was symbolic more than anything. Richard said it was to make me feel invested in the company's success." Kleinfeld smiled. 3% to be exact. "I know because I reviewed Sterling's corporate structure last year when they were exploring some joint ventures with one of my holdings. That agreement, did you ever buy out? Did you ever sign anything terminating that equity position?" I tried to remember 10 years of paperwork, hundreds of documents signed in hundreds of offices. The severance agreement had been thorough, covering everything from intellectual property to non-compete clauses to confidentiality. "But equity? I don't think so." I said. "They never mentioned it. The severance papers didn't check." Kleinfeld said, "Check very carefully because if that equity stake still exists and if they didn't properly terminate it as part of your severance, you might own more of that company than you think." My hands had stopped moving. The spray bottle hung loose at my side. "Why would that matter?" I asked. 3% of Sterling is nothing. Even with the growth, that's 3% of Sterling Group before the Asian expansion, he corrected. Before the automation implementation, before the 3 acquisitions they have completed in the last 8 months, before the Melbourne deal you negotiated closed and added $2 billion in valuation. The number hung in the air between us like smoke. "They've been growing," he continued, aggressively. "The company you helped build is worth exponentially more than it was when you signed that agreement. And if that equity still exists, if they forgot about it or assumed you'd never check or simply didn't bother to clean it up," he paused. "Well, let's just say 3% of $19 billion is more than nothing." I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The math was trying to happen in my brain, but kept sliding away like water on wax paint. 19 billion, I repeated. As of their last valuation round, yes, they're positioning for an IPO next year. The company is worth more than Richard probably dreamed when he started it. 3% of $19 billion. I'd washed enough cars in the past 3 months to know basic arithmetic. "That was 57 million, I said quietly. "If the equity stake still exists," Kleinfeld cautioned. "That's a big if. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a man who's seen enough corporate divorces to know that sometimes in the rush to get rid of someone, companies make mistakes. They forget to cross T's. Do E's, especially family companies that aren't used to playing by institutional rules." He handed me a business card through the window. Heavy stock, embossed lettering, the kind of card that meant serious money. "I have a lawyer," he said. "Best corporate attorney in New York. Absolutely vicious. Completely ethical, and she loves cases like this. Cases where the little guy might have been screwed. If you want, I can make an introduction. No obligation. Just look into it. Pull your files. Check what you signed, what you didn't sign." I took the card with numb fingers. "Why are you helping me?" I asked. He smiled, but there was something hard in it. "Because I've built 3 companies from nothing. Martinez, I know what it takes. I know the difference between someone who's riding coattails and someone who's actually pulling the sled. And I watched Richard Chen take all the credit for work you did. I watched him in meetings talking about our strategy and our vision when I knew damn well whose strategy it really was." He started his engine. "Also," he added, "I really hate bullies, and family bullies are the worst kind. They make you think you're supposed to take it. That loyalty means letting them destroy you." I stood there holding his business card as he drove away. My Audi gleaming and perfect. The card said Patricia Wong, Corporate Law, Kleinfeld and Associates. Carlos came over whistling low. "That guy tipped you $100. He said, "What did you do? Wash his car with your tongue?" I looked down. There was a folded bill in my bucket. Benjamin Franklin staring up at me. "He was just an old client," I said. But that night, back at Marcus's apartment, I couldn't sleep. I pulled out the box I'd shoved under the couch 3 months ago, the box with all my Sterling documents, the things I couldn't bear to look at, but couldn't bear to throw away either. I dug through severance agreements, NDAs, intellectual property transfers. Page after patch of legal language, all of it designed to separate me from the company I'd built. But nowhere, and I checked 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, nowhere was there any mention of equity termination. No buyout clause, no forfeit agreement, nothing. The original stock certificate was there, yellowed and forgotten at the bottom of the box. 3% of the Sterling Group issued to James Martinez, dated January 15, 10 years ago. I held it up to the light like it might disappear if I looked away. $57 million. If it was real, if it was valid, if they'd made the mistake I suddenly, desperately hoped they'd made. I pulled out my phone and stared at Patricia Wong's number for a long time before I finally started typing. My name is James Martinez. Robert Kleinfeld gave me your card. I need to know if I still own part of the company that destroyed my life. I hit send before I could second guess myself. The response came back in less than 2 minutes. Come see me tomorrow, 9 a.m. Bring everything. Patricia Wong's office was in Midtown 53rd floor of a building where even the elevator felt like it was judging you. I stood in the lobby at 8:45 wearing the only suit I still own, the one I'd worn to my last day at Sterling, now slightly too big because I'd lost weight washing cars and eating ramen. My shoes were scuffed. My tie was from JCPenney. I looked like exactly what I was. A man who used to belong in places like this and no longer did. The receptionist was polite in that razor-sharp way expensive firms teach their staff. Smile with your mouth. Assess with your eyes. Make people know they're being measured. Mr. Martinez, she said, Miss Wong is expecting you. Conference room 3. The conference room had floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. The kind of view that reminded you how small you were and how big the game was. Patricia Wong was already there, standing at the window with her back to me, talking on her phone in rapid Cantonese. She was smaller than I'd expected, maybe 5 feet 2 inches, wearing a black suit that probably cost more than I'd made in the last month. Her hair was pulled back in a severe bun, and when she turned around, her eyes were the sharpest thing I'd ever seen. I'll call you back, she said into the phones, then to me. Sit. I sat. She didn't waste time on pleasantries. Robert says you might have an equity stake in a company that fired you. The Sterling Group, Logistics, and Supply Chain, Richard Chen's baby. That correct? Yes, I said. And you brought documentation. I slid the folder across the table. Everything I'd found last night, the original stock certificate, the employment contract, the severance agreement, my entire professional life reduced to 37 pages. She put on reading glasses and started going through it with the focus of a surgeon examining x-rays. She didn't speak for 10 minutes, just read, occasionally making notes on a legal pad with a fountain pen that looked like it cost more than my rent. Finally, she looked up. This is interesting, she said. Interesting good or interesting bad? Interesting like watching a man fall off a building in slow motion. You don't know if he's going to hit the ground or if there's a miracle waiting. She tapped the stock certificate. This is legitimate. Properly executed. Filed with the New York Secretary of State. 3% equity stake issued January 15, 15 years ago. No expiration, no buyback clause, no forfeit language. It's clean. My heart was hammering. And the severance agreement doesn't mention it, not once. They covered intellectual property, non-compete, confidentiality, trade secrets, future employment, social media behavior. They were very thorough about everything except the one thing that actually matters. She smiled, and it was the smile of a predator that had just spotted wounded prey. They forgot about your equity. How is that possible? I asked. They had lawyers, good lawyers. This is a billion-dollar company. Family companies make family company mistakes, she said. They operate on assumptions, relationships, informal agreements. Richard Chen probably thought of that equity stake as a gesture, something symbolic he gave you when you were young and grateful. He probably forgot it existed. Or he assumed it was so small it didn't matter. Or, and this is my personal theory, he was so focused on humiliating you, on making you feel worthless, that he didn't think you'd ever have the nerve to check. She leaned forward. Do you know what Sterling Group's current valuation is? Kleinfeld said 19 billion. Close. As of their last funding round in September, they're valued at 18.7 billion. They're preparing for an IPO next spring. The preliminary prospectus is public record. I pulled it this morning. They're projecting a 24 billion IPO valuation. Conservative estimates say the stock will double in the first year. The numbers were too big. They kept sliding around in my head, refusing to become real. 3% of $18.7 billion, I said slowly. Is 56.1 million? She finished. Current value. If they IPO at 24 billion and you retain your shares, you're looking at 72 million. If the stock performs the way analysts predict, you could be looking at 150 million within 3 years. The room was spinning. I gripped the edge of the table. But there's a problem, she continued. Actually, several problems. First, that equity is currently illiquid. You can't just cash it out. It's shares in a private company. Second, if they discover you're claiming this stake, they will fight hard. They'll argue that it was invalidated by your termination, that there was a verbal agreement, that you waived it somehow. They'll drown you in motions and depositions and legal fees until you give up. So, I can't win, I said. My voice sounded hollow. I didn't say that. Her smile widened. I said they'll fight, but here's what they don't know yet. You have time on your side. That IPO prospectus, it has to disclose all shareholders with stakes above 1%. Your name isn't on it, which means either they genuinely forgot you exist or they're committing securities fraud by omitting a material shareholder. Either way, the SEC would be very interested. She pulled out a thick document and slid it across the table. This is what we call leverage, Mr. Martinez. If we threaten to go to the SEC before the IPO, Richard Chen has 3 choices. 1. Fight us and delay the IPO while they sort out the shareholder dispute, which will cost them millions and make investors nervous. 2. Buy you out immediately at current valuation to make you go away quietly. 3. Let you keep the shares and add you to the prospectus, which means admitting they screwed up and having you as a permanent shareholder in their family company. Which option do you think they'll choose? I asked. Depends on how much pride Richard has versus how much he wants that IPO money. But my guess, they'll try to buy you out, offer you 30 million, 40 million, something that sounds huge to you, but is a discount to them. They'll make it seem generous. They'll make you feel like you're getting more than you deserve. What do you think I should do? She sat back, studying me. That depends on what you want. Is this about money? Because if it is, take the buyout. $30 million is more than most people see in a lifetime. Walk away. Rebuild your life. Never think about them again. And if it's not about money, then you hold it, you refuse the buyout. You demand your seat at the table. You make them add you to the prospectus. You become a shareholder they can't erase. You sit in their annual meetings. You vote on their decisions. You remind them every single day that they didn't destroy you, that they couldn't. Her eyes were gleaming now. She was enjoying this. That's what you want, isn't it? She said, not the money, the proof. You want to prove they were wrong about you. I thought about Linda's face through that town car window. You were always the weak one. I thought about Sarah's ice-cold eyes across that restaurant table. I thought about Richard's dismissive tone, David's smug smile, the 6 months they'd spent planning my eraser while I worked myself to exhaustion, believing I was building our future. Yes, I said quietly. I want them to know they were wrong. Patricia nodded slowly. Then here's what we do. We file a formal claim with the company notification that you're asserting your shareholder rights. We give them 30 days to respond. They'll panic, call their lawyers, scramble to figure out how this happened. Then they'll come to us with offers. Big offers. Scary big offers designed to make you shut up and disappear. And I say no. You say no. We negotiate only for one thing. Recognition as a legitimate shareholder with full voting rights. We don't ask for more equity. Don't ask for damages. Don't make this about money. We make it about principle, about what's legally, indisputably yours. They'll hate that, I said. They'll despise it. Richard Chen doesn't lose. He especially doesn't lose to people he's already defeated. It'll drive him insane. She smiled, which is frankly the best part. What's this going to cost me? I asked. I have about 60,000 left from my severance. I can't afford. Robert's retainer covers the initial filing and negotiation, she interrupted. He's already paid me. Consider it an investment. He likes you. More importantly, he hates your in-laws. The Chen screwed him on a deal about 5 years ago. He's been waiting for an opportunity to return the favor. I stared at her. So, this is revenge. This is business. The fact that it also happens to be incredibly satisfying revenge is just a bonus. She gathered up the documents. I need you to sign some papers. Power of attorney, legal representation agreement, a few other things. And I need you to prepare yourself for what? For them to come at you with everything they have. They'll investigate you, dig up dirt, try to find leverage. They'll make offers that sound like miracles. They'll have Sarah call you. Probably use your history against you. They'll play on your guilt, your feelings, your desire to not be the bad guy. She leaned across the table, her voice dropping. Can you handle that? Can you look your ex-wife in the eye and tell her no? Can you sit across from your former father-in-law and not back down? Because if you can't, we should walk away right now, take what we can get, and call it a win. I thought about the couch in Marcus's apartment, the cold water at the car wash, the sound of Linda's laughter when she called me weak, the 3 months of silence from every person I'd thought was a friend who disappeared the moment I was no longer useful. I can handle it, I said. Patricia smiled. Good, because honestly, this is the most fun I have had in years. Family companies think they're untouchable. They think loyalty and tradition matter more than contracts and law. I love proving them wrong. She stood up, extended her hand. Welcome to the fight of your life, Mr. Martinez. Try not to let them see you sweat. I shook her hand. Her grip was iron. One more thing, she said as I was leaving. Don't tell anyone about this. Not your roommate, not your coworkers, not anyone. When we file, it needs to be a surprise. The element of shock is part of our leverage. How long until we file? I'll have everything ready by Friday. We'll serve them next Monday morning. By Monday afternoon, your life is going to get very interesting. I walked out of that office building into the November cold. And for the first time in months, I felt something besides numbness. I felt dangerous. I went to the car wash that afternoon and worked my shift. Sprayed down Benzes and Beamers and Teslas. Smiled at customers, collected tips. Carlos asked if I was okay. I must have looked different somehow. Must have been carrying myself differently. Yeah, I said. I'm good. That night on Marcus's couch, I pulled out my phone and looked at the photos I'd avoided for months. Pictures of Sarah and me, our wedding day, vacations, quiet Sunday mornings. All those moments I thought were real. I deleted every single one. Not out of anger, out of clarity. She was the past. The Kins were the past. What came next was the future. And the future, I was beginning to realize, belonged to people who refused to stay down. The weekend before Patricia filed the claim felt like waiting for an execution. Mine or theirs, I wasn't sure yet. I worked my shifts at the car wash, went through the motions, but my mind was elsewhere, playing out scenarios, imagining Richard's face when he received the notification, wondering if Sarah would call, what she'd say, whether any part of her would feel guilty. Marcus noticed Saturday night, he ordered Thai food and sat down across from me with that look, the one that said we were going to talk whether I wanted to or not. What's going on with you? He asked. You've been weird all week. More weird than usual. Weird. Nothing. I said, bullshit. I've known you since freshman year. I know your poker face. You don't have one. He pointed his chopsticks at me. Is this about Sarah? Did she contact you? No, it's not about Sarah. Then what? I wanted to tell him. Marcus had given me his couch, his food, his patience. He'd watched me fall apart and hadn't judged me for it. But Patricia's warning echoed. Don't tell anyone. The element of surprise is our leverage. I might have some legal stuff happening. I said carefully with Sterling about my severance. Legal stuff good or legal stuff bad? Potentially very good, but I can't talk about it yet. He studied me for a long moment, then shrugged. Okay. But if you need anything, money, backup, someone to punch Richard Chen in the face, I'm here. I smiled despite myself. I'll keep that in mind. Monday morning came too fast and too slow. I called in sick to the car wash, first time in 3 months, and spent the hours between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. pacing Marcus' apartment, checking my phone every 30 seconds, even though Patricia said she wouldn't contact me until after the papers were served. At 9:47 a.m., my phone rang. Patricia's number. It's done, she said. Courier delivered the shareholder notification and legal claim to Sterling Group's corporate headquarters at 9:30. They'll be reading it right about now. My mouth was dry. What happens next? We wait. They'll need time to verify the claim. Panic. Call their employers. I'd expect to hear something by end of business today. Maybe tomorrow if they're being strategic. And if they don't respond, they'll respond. Trust me, this isn't something they can ignore. She was right. At 2:17 p.m., my phone rang again. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail, heart hammering. The voicemail notification popped up. I played it on speaker. James, this is David Chen. His voice was tight, controlled, but I could hear the fury underneath. We need to talk. Call me back immediately. This is absurd. Whatever game you're playing, it needs to stop. Call me. I forwarded the voicemail to Patricia without responding. At 3:45 p.m., another call. Richard Chen, this time I didn't answer. His voicemail was shorter, colder. James, my lawyers are reviewing your claim. This is highly inappropriate. We treated you fairly, More than fairly. I expect to hear from you or your counsel by end of business tomorrow. At 5:30 p.m., the call I'd been dreading, Sarah. I stared at her name on my screen for all 6 rings before it went to voicemail. Her voice when it came through sounded tired, defeated, almost human. James, it's me. I know you probably don't want to talk to me. I understand that, but please can you call me back? This thing with the shares, we need to discuss it. My father is losing his mind. David is threatening to sue you into oblivion. It's chaos here. A pause. Please just call me. Let's figure this out like adults. Like adults. Like we hadn't been adults when they planned my firing over 6 months. Like we hadn't been adults when they humiliated me at that restaurant. Like we hadn't been adults when she sent divorce papers while I was sleeping on a couch in Queens. I deleted the voicemail. Patricia called at 6. I've received 3 calls from Sterling's legal team. They want to meet tomorrow if possible. They're offering to fly me to their offices. What did you say? I said we'd meet at my office Thursday at 2 p.m. and they could bring whoever they wanted. They didn't like it, but they agreed. They're scared, James. Really scared. Why Thursday? Why not tomorrow? Because desperation is a curve. Tomorrow they'd be angry. By Thursday, they'll be terrified. The IPO deadline is real. Every day this drags on costs them leverage with investors. We want them afraid, not angry. Tuesday was quieter. Just 2 calls. One from a number I didn't recognize, probably another Sterling lawyer, one from David again. I ignored both. I went back to the car wash. Needed the simple physics of water and soap and shine. Tommy pulled me aside during lunch break. You okay, Jimmy? You seem distracted. Just some personal stuff, I said. It'll pass. You need time off? I shook my head. Work helps. Keeps me focused. He nodded satisfied. Tommy was good that way. He cared, but he didn't pry. Wednesday, the call stopped. The silence was worse than the noise. I kept checking my phone, wondering if I'd somehow missed something crucial. If they'd found a way around the claim, if this was all going to evaporate like every other hope I'd had in the last 6 months. Patricia texted at noon. Radio silence is normal. They're strategizing, preparing their offer. See you tomorrow. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay on Marcus' couch and watched shadows move across the ceiling and thought about all the ways this could go wrong. They'd find a loophole. They'd prove the equity was invalid. They'd offer me money and I'd be weak enough to take it because $30 million was still $30 million. And who was I kidding? I wasn't strong enough for this fight. You were always the weak one. I got up at 4 a.m. and went for a walk. The city was quiet. That strange pre-dawn hush when even New York takes a breath. I ended up at the East River watching the water catch the first hints of sunrise. And I made myself remember. I remembered being 26, sitting in Richard's office, him telling me I had potential, telling me I could be part of something bigger than myself. I remembered believing him. I remembered 10 years of believing him. I remembered the night I proposed to Sarah. How she'd cried and said yes and told me she couldn't imagine life without me. How we'd stayed up until dawn making plans, dreaming dreams that felt so solid I could have built a house from them. I remembered the first major deal I'd closed for Sterling, the Shanghai distribution center. How I'd called Richard from the airport, exhausted and triumphant, and he'd said, "I knew you could do it, son." Son. The word I'd wanted to hear from my own father who died when I was 12 and never saw me become anything. I remembered all of it. Let myself feel the weight of it. And then I let it go. Not with anger, not with forgiveness either. Just release. Like opening your hand and watching something fall that you'd been holding too tight for too long. They didn't get to define me anymore. Not who I was, not who I'd been, not who I'd become. I went back to the apartment, showered, put on my JCPenney suit, and headed to Patricia's office. She was already in the conference room when I arrived at 1:30 reviewing documents with 2 associates I hadn't met before. "James," she said, looking up. "Good. We're almost ready. They'll be here at 2. It's going to be Richard, David, their chief counsel, and probably one of their outside attorneys. Big guns. They want to intimidate. Will it work?" She smiled. "On them or on you?" At precisely 2 p.m., the receptionist showed them in. I'd steeled myself for this moment, practiced staying calm, but nothing quite prepared me for seeing them again. Richard in his 1000 suit, still carrying himself like a man who'd never heard the word no. David beside him, all entitled swagger and family name. Their lawyers, 2 men in matching navy suits who looked like they'd been grown in the same corporate lab. And then behind them, Sarah. She wasn't supposed to be here. This was a legal meeting, a business negotiation. But there she was, wearing that blue dress I'd always loved, her eyes finding mine across the table and holding them. "James," Richard said, not sitting. "This is unnecessary." "Mr. Chen," Patricia interrupted smoothly. "Please sit. We have a lot to discuss." They sat. The lawyers immediately started pulling out documents, tablet computers, a whole arsenal of legal weaponry. Patricia just smiled and folded her hands on the table. "I'll make this simple," Richard said, his voice tight. "That equity agreement was a courtesy, a gesture. It was never meant to be this. You left the company. You took a generous severance. This claim is frivolous and frankly insulting. The claim is legally valid." Patricia said, "The equity was never terminated. Your severance agreement doesn't mention it. Your termination letter doesn't mention it. There is no paperwork anywhere that invalidates Mr. Martinez's ownership stake. You made a mistake, Mr. Chen. It happens. We're prepared to offer a settlement." One of the lawyers said, $20 million, full release of all claims, confidentiality agreement. Mr. Martinez can walk away and rebuild his life. 20 million. The number hung in the air like a golden parachute. 6 months ago, a week ago, maybe even yesterday, I might have taken it. "No," I said. Sarah's eyes widened, Richard's jaw clenched. "Excuse me," David said. "You're washing cars for minimum wage and you're turning down $20 million. "I'm turning down $20 million, I confirmed. "Then you're an idiot," David said. "David," Sarah said quietly. "Don't." 25 million, Richard said. "Final offer. Take it or we'll bury you in litigation. We have resources you can't imagine. We'll fight this for years, decades. You'll spend every penny you have and still lose." Patricia leaned forward. "Mr. Chen, let me be very clear. My client isn't interested in a buyout. Not at 20 million, not at 50 million, not at any number. He wants what's legally his recognition as a shareholder with full voting rights. That's all." "That's not acceptable," Richard said. "Then we have a problem," Patricia said, "because your IPO prospectus is due for final SEC filing in 6 weeks, and right now it's incomplete. You failed to disclose a material shareholder. That's securities fraud, Mr. Chen. The penalties are severe. The delays could be catastrophic." The room went very quiet. "You're threatening us," Richard said slowly. "I'm stating facts. You have 3 options. Buy him out. He's declined. Fight him in court. That delays your IPO and cost you hundreds of millions. Or recognize his legitimate stake and add him to the prospectus. Those are your choices. There has to be another way," Sarah said. And she was looking at me now. Really looking at me. "James, please. We can work this out, you and me, like we used to." And there it was. The play Patricia had warned me about, the emotional manipulation, the call back to better days. "There's nothing to work out," I said quietly. "I own 3% of Sterling Group. I've owned it for 10 years. I'm not giving it up. I'm not selling it. I'm keeping what's mine. After everything we gave you," Richard started. "You gave me nothing," I said, and my voice was steady, calm, the calmest I'd felt in months. "I earned everything. Every contract, every deal, every innovation. I built your Asian expansion. I designed your automation systems. I made you billions. And you fired me over dinner like I was nothing. You were family," Sarah said, and her voice cracked. "I was never family. Your mother made that very clear." Richard stood up. "We're done here. You want a war, James? You'll get one." "Mr. Chen," Patricia said, not standing. "The law is very simple. He owns the shares. You can't erase that. You can fight it, waste everyone's time and money, but the outcome is inevitable. Or you can be smart. Add him to the prospectus. Let him keep his 3%. Stay silent. Vote his shares as a block with yours. He's willing to agree to that. You get your IPO. He gets his dignity. Everyone walks away." Richard stared at her, then at me. I watched him calculate, saw the precise moment he realized he'd lost. "I need time," he said finally. "You have until Monday," Patricia said. "After that, we file with the SEC." They left, all of them. Sarah lingering for just a moment at the door, looking back like she wanted to say something, but she didn't. The door closed. Patricia turned to me, grinning. "Well, that went better than expected." I was shaking. Adrenaline, fear, relief, everything at once. "Did we win?" I asked. "What? Yet, but we're close. Very close." My phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. "We need to talk privately. Just you and me. Please, Sarah." I showed Patricia. She raised an eyebrow. Your call, she said, but be careful. She's either genuinely sorry or she's trying one last play. I stared at the message for a long time. Then I turned off my phone. I didn't turn my phone back on until Friday morning. When I did, there were 43 missed calls. 17 from Sarah, 12 from David, 8 from unknown numbers. Probably their lawyers trying different tactics. 6 from Richard and just one, from Patricia. They're panicking. Good. Stay strong. The voicemails were a symphony of desperation. David threatening lawsuits. Richard's lawyers using words like tortious interference and bad faith negotiation. And Sarah. Always Sarah. Her voice getting progressively more raw, more real until the last message. Left at 2 o'clock in the morning where she was crying. James, please. I know I don't deserve it, but please just talk to me. 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. I need to explain. I need you to understand what happened. What I a long pause. The sound of her breathing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please. I listened to that message 3 times, hating myself for it. Hating that part of me that still remembered loving her, that still heard the girl I proposed to under the Brooklyn Bridge. Not the woman who'd watched me get executed at dinner without saying a word. Marcus noticed me staring at my phone. You okay? Sarah keeps calling. You going to talk to her? I don't know. My lawyer said to be careful that it might be a trap. What does your gut say? I thought about it. My gut said a lot of things. That I missed her. That I hated her. That I wanted to understand how someone could claim to love you and destroy you in the same breath. That maybe, just maybe, there was more to the story than I knew. My gut says I'm an idiot if I meet her. And I said, then don't. But by Saturday afternoon, I texted her back. One conversation, public place, tomorrow, 3 p.m. the coffee shop on Lexington and 52nd. Her response was immediate. Thank you. I'll be there. Sunday arrived wrapped in that particular kind of cold that makes you question every decision that led you outside. I got to the coffee shop at 2:40, ordered a black coffee I didn't drink, and sat at a table by the window where I could see her coming. She arrived at exactly 300 p.m. That was so Sarah, punctual to the point of compulsion, another trait she'd inherited from Richard. She was wearing jeans and a simple sweater, her hair down, no makeup. She looked smaller, somehow, younger, more like the woman I'd married and less like the stranger who'd divorced me. She ordered tea, chamomile, no sugar, the same thing she always ordered when she was stressed, and sat down across from me. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Thank you for meeting me, she said finally. I'm not sure why I did. Because you're a better person than I am. She wrapped her hands around her cup, not drinking. James, I need you to know that I didn't want to do it. Any of it. The firing, the divorce, any of it. But you did it anyway. Yes, I did it anyway. She looked up at me and her eyes were red-rimmed. Do you remember when we first got engaged? What my father said. I remembered. We'd been in his office showing him the ring I'd saved for months to buy. Richard had smiled, shook my hand, and then said, welcome to the family. Just remember family is everything. Loyalty is everything. He said family is everything. I said he said loyalty is everything. Sarah receded. And I believed him. I still believe him. That's the problem. I was loyal to him. I said I gave him 10 years. I gave him everything. You were loyal to the company. Not to him, not to us. Not really. She saw my expression and held up a hand. I know how that sounds. I know it's not fair, but that's how he sees it. You were always an outsider, James. You worked harder than anyone, sacrificed more than anyone, but you were never one of us. Not really. Because I didn't have the right last name. Because you didn't think like us. She leaned forward. The Melbourne deal. Do you remember what my father wanted to do? I remembered Richard had wanted to lowball the Australian partners, squeeze them on terms, use sterling size as a weapon. I'd argued against it, said it was short-sighted, that we needed them more than they needed us. I'd negotiated a fair deal instead. Both sides won. The contract was worth billions. I made sterling $2 billion. I said, you made them partners instead of servants. Sarah said, that's what my father couldn't forgive. You treated people like equals. You built relationships instead of empires. You thought business was about collaboration. He thinks it's about conquest. So he fired me for being decent. He fired you for being different. For showing David that there was another way to run a company, a better way. She was crying now. Quiet tears that she kept wiping away with the back of her hand. David looks up to you. You know, he always has. That's why my father wanted you gone, because you were the son he wishes he had, and David knew it, and it was destroying their relationship. The words hit me like cold water. David hates me. David hates that my father respects you more than him. Respected. Past tense. Now my father has to pretend you were always worthless. Because admitting the truth that he fired the best executive he ever had would mean admitting he was wrong. And Richard Chen doesn't do wrong. And you? I asked. Where do you fit into this? She looked down at her tea. I'm his daughter. I'm supposed to be loyal to family above everything. That's what I was raised to believe. That's what he's always taught me. So when he said you had to go, she trailed off. You chose him over me. I chose family over everything. The way I was taught, the way I thought I was supposed to. She looked up at me and the pain in her eyes looked real. It probably was real. That was the worst part. I've regretted it every day since. Every single day. But not enough to do anything about it. Not enough to call me. Not enough to tell your father he was wrong. I'm here now. She said, you're here now because I have leverage. Because I own shares you forgot about. If I was still washing cars and you'd already gotten the divorce you wanted, would you be here? She didn't answer. The silence was answer enough. What do you want, Sarah? I asked, suddenly exhausted. Why are we really here? I want to explain. I want you to understand that I never stopped caring about you. That this wasn't personal. It was just business. Family business. You fired me over dinner and divorced me over courier. And you think it wasn't personal? I think it was the hardest thing I've ever done. I think I lost myself doing it. I think I've been trying to figure out who I am without you. And I don't like what I've found. She reached across the table, put her hand on mine. It was warm, familiar. Once upon a time, that touch meant safety. Home. Let this go, she said softly. Please take the money my father's offering. 30 million. We'll go to 40 if that's what it takes. 50. Name your price. Take it and walk away. Build a new life. Find someone better than me. Be happy. And you get the IPO. Your family gets their billions. Everyone wins except the guy who actually built the company. Everyone wins, including you, James. $50 million is more money than most people see in 10 lifetimes. You could do anything. Go anywhere. You'd never have to work again. Is that what you think I want? To never work again? I think you deserve peace. I think you deserve to not be angry anymore. I think you deserve better than this fight. I pulled my hand away. You know what I realized? Sitting on that couch in Queens, the couch I had to sleep on because you took the apartment I paid for. I realized you never really knew me at all. That's not true. You think this is about money? I said, cutting her off. You think everything is about money because that's how your family thinks. But I don't want their money, Sarah. I want them to acknowledge what I built. I want my name on something I created. I want proof that I wasn't nothing. She was shaking her head, tears streaming freely now. You were never nothing. I never thought you were nothing. You watched your mother call me weak and you said nothing. You sat there while your father executed my career and you said nothing. You've been saying nothing for 10 years, Sarah. Your silence said everything. I was wrong, she whispered. I know I was wrong. I've known it since the day you walked out of that restaurant. I knew it when I signed the divorce papers. I know it every morning when I wake up and you're not there. Then why didn't you call? Why didn't you fight for me? Because I'm a coward, she said, and the words came out like a confession. Because I've spent my entire life doing what my father tells me to do, being who he wants me to be. Because the one time I chose something for myself, chose you, he made me feel like I was betraying everyone. And I couldn't handle it. So, I took the easy way out. I let him make you the villain, and I pretended to believe it. I wanted to hate her. It would have been easier if I could just hate her. But sitting across from her, watching her fall apart, all I felt was tired. Your father's wrong about the shares, I said quietly. Patricia checked everything. The equity is mine. Legally, indisputably mine. He can't make it go away. I know. His lawyers told him the same thing. She wiped her eyes. He's furious at them, at me, at the universe, but mostly at himself. He made a mistake and he can't fix it by being Richard Chen. He can't intimidate it away or buy it away or will it away, and that's destroying him. Good. She flinched. James, no. He destroyed me, Sarah. He took everything I worked for and threw it away like garbage. He told everyone in the industry I was incompetent. Made sure I couldn't get hired anywhere. Your mother watched me wash cars and laughed about it. You all treated me like I was disposable. So, forgive me if I don't feel sympathy for Richard Chen having a bad week. It's more than a bad week. The IPO is in jeopardy. The investors are getting nervous. David is panicking because he doesn't actually know how to run operations. He's been faking it, using all your old systems and pretending he invented them. The whole thing is falling apart. Part of me felt vindicated. The larger part felt nothing. They'd built their house on sand and called it a castle. Now the tide was coming in. What do you want me to say? I said, they asked. I want you to tell me what it would take. Not for the money, not for the IPO, for you. What would it take for you to walk away from this and find peace? I thought about it. Really thought about it. What did I want? Revenge felt empty. Victory felt hollow. Even the $57 million, a number that should have meant everything, felt increasingly irrelevant. I want them to tell the truth, I said finally. I want Richard to admit publicly that I built that Asian expansion, that the automation systems were my design, that the Melbourne deal happened because of my work. I want my name in the IPO prospectus with proper attribution. I want everyone who invested in Sterling Group to know that the foundation they're betting on was built by me. Sarah stared at me. He'll never do that. You know he won't. Then I keep my shares. I vote against every board decision. I attend every shareholder meeting. I become a permanent reminder of his mistake for the rest of his life. That's not peace, James. That's prison for both of you. Maybe. But it's honest prison. No more pretending. She stood up, grabbing her purse. I can't help you if this is what you want. I came here hoping you'd be reasonable. Hoping we could find a middle ground. There is no middle ground between truth and lies, Sarah. That's the problem. You keep trying to find compromise in places where compromise is just another word for eraser. She looked at me for a long moment, something shifting behind her eyes. You've changed. I've clarified there's a difference. I miss who you were. The man who would have forgiven me. Who would have chosen peace over principle. That man washed your family's cars and got called weak for it. I'm someone else now. She left without another word. I sat there with my cold coffee and watched her disappear into the Sunday afternoon crowd and felt nothing. No satisfaction, no regret, just the quiet certainty that I'd made the right choice. My phone rang an hour later. Patricia, Sarah Chen just left my office, she said. She came by unannounced, wanted to make one final plea. She offered $75 million on behalf of her father. Full buyout, confidentiality agreement, and a reference letter saying you left Sterling on good terms. $75 million? The number didn't even sound real anymore. I'm assuming you told her no, I said. I told her I'd relay the offer to my client. That's you, by the way. So, I'm asking, do you want to consider it? Do you think I should? I think $75 million would solve a lot of problems. I also think you've made it very clear this isn't about money. But, James, I need you to understand something. If we reject this offer and move forward, things get ugly. Really ugly. They'll come after you personally, dig up everything, try to destroy your credibility, make you regret ever filing this claim. I worked for them for 10 years. They know everything about me already. You'd be surprised what people can weaponize when they're desperate. Old emails taken out of context. Colleagues who will testify you were difficult to work with. They'll paint you as greedy, vindictive, someone who's trying to exploit a technicality to steal from a family that gave you everything. None of that is true. Truth doesn't matter when you control the narrative. They have PR firms, media connections, money to make you the villain. Are you ready for that? I thought about Linda's face through that car window. David's smug smile at that dinner table. Richard's dismissive tone when he fired me like I was nothing. Sarah's cold eyes as she chose her family over everything we'd built together. Yes, I said. I'm ready. Patricia was quiet for a moment. Okay, then. I'll inform them the offer is rejected. Tomorrow morning, we'll file with the SEC. By tomorrow afternoon, this becomes a public matter. There's no going back after that. Good. James, one more thing. When this hits the news, and it will hit the news, your life changes. Reporters will call. Investors will want to know who you are. Sterling's competitors will reach out. You won't be anonymous anymore. You won't be able to go back to washing cars and living quietly. Is that what you want? I looked around Marcus's apartment, the couch that had been my home for 4 months. The life I'd built in the wreckage of the old one. Simple, honest, small. I don't know what I want yet, I said. But I know what I don't want. I don't want to disappear. I don't want them to write my story. I don't want another 30 years wondering if I was really as worthless as they made me feel. Fair enough. Get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. I didn't rest. I went to the car wash Monday morning, my last shift before everything changed. And I worked like I'd worked every day for the past 4 months. Carlos noticed something was different. You seem lighter, man, he said during lunch. Like you're carrying less weight. Maybe I am, I said. You hear back about that legal thing? Yeah, it's happening today, actually. Good news or bad news? Yes, he laughed. Cryptic. I like it. Well, whatever it is, I owe you deserve something good. You're a good dude. Jimmy, best work ethic I've ever seen. You ever want a reference, I got you. The simplicity of it almost broke me. This man, who knew nothing about my past or my degrees or my accomplishments, valued me for showing up on time and doing honest work. It was the purest respect I'd received in years. Thanks, Carlos. That means a lot. At 2:47 p.m., while I was drying off Alexis, my phone buzzed. Patricia, it's done. SEC filing submitted. Sterling Group is now officially required to address the shareholder discrepancy in their prospectus. Expect fireworks. At 3:15 p.m., the first news alert popped up. Sterling Group IPO faces unexpected shareholder dispute. The article was brief, just the facts. Former executive claiming ownership stake. SEC investigating discrepancy. Potential impact on $24 billion valuation. By 4 p.m. my phone was ringing nonstop. Unknown numbers, reporters probably. I ignored them all. By 5 p.m. the story had grown. Bloomberg picked it up. Then Reuters, then the Wall Street Journal. Sterling Group's hidden shareholder, former COO, claims $78 stake. Tommy called me into the office at 5:30. He had his laptop open, an article on the screen. He looked at me, then at the screen, then back at me. James Martinez, he read aloud, former chief operating officer of Sterling Group, claiming 0.3% equity stake valued at approximately $70 million. James, is this you? I nodded. You're a millionaire. Not yet. Maybe never. It's complicated. He sat back in his chair processing. You've been washing cars for 4 months. You're potentially worth $70 million and you've been washing cars. I needed the work. I needed to remember what honest work felt like. He laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. You're either the craziest or the chest person I've ever met. I can't decide which. Can I finish my shift? Are you kidding? Get out of here. Go deal with whatever this is. And James, he stood up, extended his hand. It's been an honor having you. Not because of the money or the company or any of that. Because you showed up every day and did the work without complaining. That's character. That matters more than all the millions in the world. I shook his hand, feeling a lump in my throat. Thanks, Tommy, for everything. For giving me a chance when no one else would. You ever need a reference? You know where to find me. I left the car wash for the last time and walked to Marcus's apartment through the early evening cold. The city felt different somehow, sharper, more alive. Or maybe I was just paying attention again. Marcus was already home when I arrived, his laptop open. The news on the screen. Dude, he said, dude, you're on Bloomberg. You're on CNBC. They're talking about you on the business channels. I know. $70 million, James. $70 million. I know. And you didn't tell me. We've been eating ramen for months and you potentially own $70 million. I didn't own anything until today. Until this morning, it was just a maybe, a hope. Now it's real. He closed his laptop, looked at me seriously. What happens now? I don't know. Patricia says Sterling has 30 days to respond to the SEC. They'll probably try to fight it. Claim the shares are invalid somehow. Drag it out. But you'll win. She thinks so. The law is pretty clear. Then you're rich. You're actually going to be rich. I sat down on the couch, my couch, the one that had been my home through the worst months of my life, and tried to process what that meant. You know what's weird? I said, I thought getting here would feel different. I thought I'd feel victorious or powerful or something, but I just feel tired. That's because you're not done yet, Marcus said. This is just round one. They're going to come at you with everything now, and you've got to be ready. He was right. My phone kept buzzing. Texts from Patricia, emails from reporters, voicemails from lawyers and investors, and people I'd never heard of. The quiet life I'd built was over. Whatever came next would be public, messy, complicated. But for the first time in months, I wasn't afraid of complicated. I was ready for it. At midnight, one last text came through from Sarah. You won. I hope it was worth it. I stared at the message for a long time before responding. I didn't win anything yet. I just stopped losing. She didn't reply. I lay down on the couch and stared at the ceiling and thought about everything that had led to this moment. The dinner that destroyed me. The car wash that rebuilt me. The lawyer who believed me. The client who remembered me. The numbers that proved I'd never been nothing. Tomorrow the real fight would begin. Richard Chen would mobilize his entire empire against me. The lawyers would file motions. The media would dig into my past. The machine I'd helped build would try to crush me. But tonight, I let myself feel something I hadn't felt in a very long time. Hope. Not hope that I'd win. Not hope that I'd get rich. Not even hope that I'd get the recognition I deserved. Just hope that I'd proven, at least to myself, that Linda Chen was wrong. I was never the weak one. I was the one who survived. The reporters found Marcus's apartment building by Tuesday morning. I woke up to the sound of someone buzzing the intercom, insistent and repetitive. When I looked out the window, there were 3 news vans parked on the street, cameras pointed at the entrance like weapons. "You're famous," Marcus said, peering over at my shoulder. Or infamous. I can't tell which. Patricia called at 7 a.m. Don't talk to anyone. Don't answer the door. Don't post anything on social media. Sterling's PR machine is already spinning this, and we need to control the narrative. What are they saying? That you're a disgruntled ex-employee trying to extort money from a family business, that the equity stake was a clerical error you're exploiting, that you signed documents years ago waiving your ownership rights but conveniently lost them. They're painting you as opportunistic and vindictive. None of that is true. I know. But they don't need truth. They need reasonable doubt. By the time we prove them wrong, the damage to your reputation will be done. That's the strategy. Make you toxic so that even if you win legally, you lose practically. So what do? We file our response. We let the facts speak. And we wait for them to make a mistake. They will. Desperation breeds errors. Richard Chen's not used to fighting defensive battles. He'll overreach. She was right about the desperation. By noon, Sterling Group had filed 3 separate motions. One to dismiss my claim as frivolous. One to freeze any potential distribution of shares pending litigation, and one requesting an emergency injunction to prevent me from voting my shares at any future shareholder meetings. Patricia called them legal spam, volume over substance. By Wednesday, the story had evolved. The Wall Street Journal ran a feature, The $70 Million Question: Did Sterling Group's family dynasty forget their star employee? The article was surprisingly balanced. Detailing my role in the Asian expansion, the automation systems, the Melbourne Mayan deal. They'd interviewed former colleagues who went on record saying I'd been the operational genius behind Sterling's transformation. They'd also interviewed David, who called me a talented employee who never understood the difference between doing your job and owning the company. The phrase made my blood boil. Doing your job like 10 years of ADR weeks, missed anniversaries, sacrificed health was just clocking in and out. But the article also included something I hadn't expected. A quote from Robert Kleinfeld. James Martinez was the most capable executive I've encountered in 30 years of business. If Sterling Group built an empire in Asia, he was the architect. The Kins may have provided the capital in the name, but Martinez provided the vision. History will remember that even if they'd prefer it didn't. I called him that afternoon. "Thank you for the quote. You didn't have to do that. I didn't do it for you," he said, though his tone was kind. "I did it for accuracy and because watching Richard Chen squirm is excellent entertainment. How are you holding up?" "I'm surviving barely." That's all you need to do. Survive longer than they can maintain the pressure. Rich people get bored easily, stay boring, stay consistent, and they'll eventually cave. You really think so? I know. So, I've seen this play out 100 times. The only question is whether you have the stomach for it. I thought about that a lot over the next few days. Did I have the stomach for this? Every morning brought new attacks. Sterling's lawyers filed motion after motion. Each one more aggressive than the last. They demanded access to my financial records, claiming I'd mismanaged company funds during my tenure. They subpoenaed my emails, looking for anything that could be twisted into malfeasance. They even reached out to the car wash asking questions about my mental state and whether I'd exhibited unstable behavior. Tommy called to warn me. "Some fancy lawyer came by asking about you. I told him you were the best employee I ever had and he could shove his questions. But James, what the hell is going on? They're trying to make you sound crazy. They're trying to discredit me, make me seem like I'm having a breakdown so my claim looks less legitimate. That's disgusting. That's business. At least the version of it." The media attention intensified. Business Insider ran a profile from COO to car wash. The spectacular fall of James Martinez. The article recounted my dismissal, my subsequent unemployment, my work at Tommy's car wash. They made it sound romantic, like I'd chosen this path deliberately, some kind of philosophical journey into humility. The reality: sleeping on a couch, skipping meals to save money, The crushing weight of professional annihilation didn't make it into the narrative. But the article did something unexpected. It humanized me. Suddenly, I wasn't just a legal case or a business dispute. I was a person, someone who'd fallen and gotten back up. Someone who'd worked with his hands when his brain wasn't wanted anymore. The public response surprised everyone. Social media exploded with hashtags. Had justice for James Sterling. Group exposed #carwashgo. People shared stories of being dismissed by family businesses, of building things for others only to be discarded. My story became their story. Patricia called Thursday afternoon. You're trending. Like actually trending. Twitter, LinkedIn, even TikTok. There are memes. Good memes. You've become a folk hero. I don't want to be a folk hero. I just want what's mine. Well, you're both now and it's working in our favor. Sterling's PR team is scrambling. They didn't anticipate public sentiment turning against them. Rich family screwing over loyal employee plays very differently in 2025 than it would have 20 years ago. Does public opinion matter legally? Not directly, but it matters to investors. It matters to the SEC, who's now under public pressure to investigate thoroughly. It matters to Sterling's board, who's fielding as uncomfortable questions about corporate governance. Public opinion is leverage, James, and right now we have it. Friday brought the turning point. I was at a coffee shop in the village, hiding from the reporters still camped outside Marcus Building, when my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. James Martinez. A woman's voice, professional, but warm. Yes. My name is Helen Reeves. I'm the CFO of Meridian Holdings. We're a private equity firm focused on logistics and supply chain investments. I've been following your situation with great interest. Okay, I said cautiously. I'll get to the point. We've been looking at Sterling Group for 2 years, considering a potential investment or acquisition. Your case has revealed some very interesting information about the company's operational structure and leadership. Information that suggests the business you built might be separable from the family that owns it. I'm not sure I follow. What if you didn't have to fight Sterling for your shares? What if there was another option? We'd like to meet with you, discuss a potential opportunity. No obligations, just a conversation. I told Patricia about the call that evening. She was silent for a long moment. This is either brilliant or dangerous, she said finally. Maybe both. What did you tell her? That I'd think about it. Smart. Here is what's happening. Meridian smells blood in the water. They're thinking that if Sterling's internal structure is fractured enough, if the family's fighting publicly with a shareholder, there might be an opportunity to acquire the company at a discount or to poach key assets. Your involvement makes you valuable to them and them. So, they want to use me. They want to work with you. There's a difference. James, what if you didn't have to fight Richard for scraps? What if you could actually build something new through your expertise, your reputation, your sudden public platform to create something that's entirely yours? The idea took root immediately, not fighting for what I built at Sterling, but building something new, something better, something that proved I'd never needed them at all. Set up the meeting, I said. The meeting happened Monday at Meridian's offices. Glass and steel on Park Avenue. The kind of place where decisions worth billions happened over coffee that cost more than most people's lunches. Helen Reeves was 50-ish, sharp-eyed, with the kind of presence that made you sit up straighter without realizing it. Mr. Martinez, she said, shaking my hand. Thank you for coming. I'll dispense with the pleasantries. We've been watching Sterling Group's growth trajectory with increasing concern. They've expanded rapidly, but the infrastructure is shaky. The automation systems, your systems are brilliant, but they're not being properly maintained. The Asian partnerships you built are fraying because no one there understands the relationships like you did. The Melbourne deal is already showing stress fractures. David doesn't know what he's doing, I said. Correct. He's a placeholder wearing your shoes and everyone knows it. The company is worth $20 billion on paper, but without the operational genius that built it, that valuation is fantasy. Which brings me to our proposal. She slid a folder across the table. We want to build a competitor, a logistics and supply chain company that does everything Sterling does, but better. More ethical partnerships, more innovative automation, better treatment of employees. We provide the capital, a $200 million Series A to start. You provide the expertise, the leadership in your name, which is currently worth more than you realize. I stared at the folder without opening it. You want me to compete directly with Sterling? We want you to build what Sterling should have been, what it would have been if it weren't hobbled by family politics and ego. James, you're in a unique position. You have public sympathy, industry respect, and a legitimate grievance. You also have something Sterling can never buy. Moral authority. People want to see you succeed now. They want to see the underdog win. That's worth more than marketing, more than brand recognition. That's cultural capital. And your stake, 60% initial equity, decreasing to 40% over 5 years as you hit performance milestones. You'd be CEO, full operational control, board seat guaranteed. We're investors, not operators. We back people who know what they're doing and stay out of their way. I opened the folder. The terms were generous, absurdly generous, more than fair. Why me? I asked. You could hire any consultant, any operations expert. Why build a company around someone who's currently being sued by their former employer? Helen smiled. Because you're not just someone, you're a story. You're proof that talent matters more than pedigree. That hard work matters more than birthright. In an age where people are exhausted by dynasty and nepotism, you're something rare. Someone who earned everything and got screwed for it. That's not just good business, Mr. Martinez. That's justice. And justice sells. I thought about it. Really thought about it. This wasn't about fighting Sterling anymore. This was about proving I could build something better without them. About taking everything they tried to destroy and using it to create something they could never compete with. What about my Sterling shares? I asked. I'm still fighting for those. Keep fighting. Win if you can. We don't care about your past compensation. We care about your future value. Though I'll admit, watching Richard Chen's face when his former employee becomes his biggest competitor would be satisfying for everyone involved. Patricia had been quiet throughout the meeting. Now she spoke up. What's the timeline? We'd like to move fast. Formal term sheet by end of week. Initial funding within 30 days. Operations launch within 90. Sterling's IPO is scheduled for March. We'd like to be operational by February. Generating press about the ethical alternative to Sterling Group. Make investors think twice about where they put their money. That's aggressive. Patricia said that's necessary. Window of opportunity is small. Right now, James is sympathetic. 6 months from now, he's old news. We need to move while the narrative is fresh. I looked at Patricia. She gave me a small nod. The lawyer equivalent of this is legitimate. I need time to think, I said. Of course, you have until Friday. After that, we pursue other options. Helen stood, extended her hand again. James, I've built 6 companies from scratch. I know talent when I see it. You're the real deal. Sterling Group's loss is someone's enormous gain. I'd like it to be ours. We left the meeting and walked 3 blocks before either of us spoke. She's not wrong, Patricia said finally, about any of it. This could be huge or it could blow up spectacularly. Life's binary like that sometimes, safe or spectacular. Rarely both. What do you think I should do? She stopped walking, looked at me directly. I think you should ask yourself what you're actually fighting for. If it's recognition from the Kins, you'll never get it. They'll die before they admit you were valuable. But if it's proof to yourself, proof to the world that you were never nothing. This does that. This does that louder than any shareholder statement or IPO filing ever could. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay on Marcus's couch, though he'd started calling it the $70 million couch, which made us both laugh, and thought about everything. 2 paths. Fight Sterling for what was mine. Drag it through courts and media and years of exhausting battle, or build something new, something better, something entirely mine from the beginning. My phone buzzed, text from Sarah. We need to talk. My father is willing to negotiate, please, before this gets worse. I stared at the message, then typed back, there's nothing to negotiate. I'm done fighting over scraps. Her response came immediately. What does that mean? I didn't answer. Instead, I pulled up Helen Reeves's number and started composing an email. The subject line was simple. I'm in. The term sheet arrived Wednesday morning. 47 pages of legal precision that essentially said, we believe in you enough to bet $200 million on it. I read it 3 times with Patricia, then once more alone, making sure I understood every clause, every contingency, every way this could either liberate me or bind me to something worse than Sterling ever was. It's clean, Patricia said after our final review. Remarkably clean. No hidden traps, no poison pills. The equity vesting schedule is aggressive but fair. The performance milestones are ambitious but achievable. Helen Reeves wasn't lying. They really do want you to succeed. And if I fail, then you fail with $200 million of their money, not yours. You are risking your reputation and your time. They're risking capital. That's the deal. That's always the deal. I signed it Thursday afternoon in Meridian's conference room, the same room where Helen had made her pitch. This time there were more people, lawyers, accountants, board members, all watching as I put my name on something that would either validate everything I'd ever believed about myself or prove that I'd been lucky once and foolish twice. "Congratulations," Helen said, shaking my hand. "You're now the CEO of Martinez Global Logistics. We've already filed the corporate paperwork, secured the initial banking relationships, and leased office space in Long Island City. You start Monday." "Martinez Global Logistics," I said, "that's the name. Your reputation is the brand. People want to work with you, invest in you, believe in you. We're not hiding that. We're celebrating it." She handed me a folder. Inside, you'll find preliminary budgets, hiring authority, and a list of consultants we've identified who might be interested in jumping ship from Sterling. All former colleagues of yours, all people who've reached out expressing interest in working with you again. I opened the folder, 23 names, people I'd worked with, trained, mentored, operations managers, logistics coordinators, systems architects, the backbone of what I'd built at Sterling. They'd leave Sterling to work with me. They already want to. We've had preliminary conversations with 14 of them. All expressed enthusiasm. Most are just waiting for the official offer. "James, you weren't just good at your job. You were the reason a lot of talented people stayed at Sterling as long as they did. You created loyalty. Now you get to benefit from it." The news broke Friday morning. Business Insider ran it first. Former Sterling COO launches competitor with $200 backing. By noon, it was everywhere. Bloomberg, Reuters, CNBC, Wall Street Journal. The narrative wrote itself: disgraced executive rises from car wash to CEO, backed by major private equity firm, preparing to challenge the family business that destroyed him. Sterling stock, they'd done a small private placement ahead of the IPO, dropped 4% on the news. My phone exploded. Reporters, investors, former colleagues, people I hadn't heard from in years suddenly wanting to reconnect. I ignored most of them, but I did answer when Robert Kleinfeld called. "Congratulations," he said. "Though, I'm not surprised. I told you survival was the strategy. You've done more than survive." "I haven't done anything yet. Right now, it's just a term sheet and a dream. It's more than that. It's a threat to Sterling, to Richard, to the entire narrative. They've been building about you being worthless. You've turned their biggest weapon, your dismissal, into your greatest asset. That's rare. That's smart. I had good help. You had good instincts. The help just gave you permission to trust them." Sarah called that afternoon. I let it go to voicemail. Her message was short, clipped, professional. "We need to discuss your new venture. There are legal implications regarding non-compete clauses in intellectual property. Call me back." I forwarded it to Patricia without listening to it again. "They're panicking," Patricia said when she called back. "I've received similar messages from their legal team. They're claiming you're violating your severance agreement, that there was an implied non-compete, that you're using Sterling's trade secrets. It's all bluster. Your severance agreement specifically allowed you to work in the industry. There's nothing about not competing. They're just scared. Should I be worried? Only if you actually are using their trade secrets. Are you? No. Everything I'm building is based on my own knowledge, my own experience. I'm not taking files or client lists or proprietary systems. I'm just doing what I know how to do. Then they can threaten all they want. They won't win. But James, be prepared. They're going to try to make this ugly. They'll claim you're stealing clients, poaching employees, undermining their business. The fact that you're actually just competing fairly won't stop them from claiming otherwise." She was right. By Monday morning, my first official day as CEO of Martinez Global, Sterling had filed an emergency motion seeking to block me from hiring any former Sterling employees, claiming I was engaging in a coordinated campaign of corporate raiding. Helen Reeves laughed when she saw it. "They're terrified. Employees wanting to work for you isn't raiding. It's consequences. Maybe if they treated people better, they wouldn't be fleeing at the first opportunity." We held our first company meeting that afternoon in temporary office space. Just 12 people, the core team Helen and I had assembled. 4 former Sterling employees who'd officially resigned that morning. 3 consultants with deep logistics experience. 2 tech specialists Helen had recruited from a failed startup, an HR director, a CFO, and me. "Thank you all for being here," I started. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, authoritative but uncertain, like I was trying on a suit that didn't quite fit yet. Most of you know my story. Some of you lived parts of it with me at Sterling. All of you are here because you believe in what we're trying to build. Not just another logistics company, but a better one. One that treats employees like assets, not expenses. One that builds partnerships, not dependencies. One that proves success doesn't require cruelty. I looked around the room, 12 faces, all of them trusting me with their careers, their futures, their belief that I was worth the risk. I can't promise this will be easy. Sterling is going to come after us. They have more money, more connections, more brand recognition. But we have something they don't. We're right. Not morally right, though I believe we are right, strategically right, operationally right about how this industry is evolving, and if we execute well, if we stay focused and stay ethical, we won't just compete with Sterling, we'll make them irrelevant. The speech was met with applause, genuine enthusiastic applause that made something tight in my chest loosen slightly afterward. Marcus Chen, no relation to the otherkins, he liked to joke. One of the former Sterling operations managers pulled me aside. I need you to know something. And he said, when David took over your role, he called a meeting, told everyone that you'd been let go because you weren't family material, that you'd never really understood the business, that you'd gotten lucky with a few deals but didn't have real vision. Half the room knew it was the other half wanted to believe it. Because believing otherwise meant admitting they work for people who destroy talent out of spite. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to understand what you're up against. It's not just Richard and David. It's everyone at Sterling who's invested in the lie that you didn't matter. If you succeed, if this company thrives, it proves they've been propping up mediocrity and calling it excellence. They can't afford for you to win. It would shatter their entire self-concept. Good. Hashiman said, let it shatter. The first month was chaos. Beautiful, exhausting chaos. We worked 18-hour days building systems, establishing protocols, reaching out to potential clients. I was doing everything: operations, strategy, sales, even some IT troubleshooting. When our systems crashed at 2 o'clock in the morning, it was exactly like the early days at Sterling, except this time I owned it. This time, my name was on the door. We landed our first client in week 3, a mid-size manufacturing company that had been using Sterling for distribution. They'd heard about Martinez Global, reached out directly, said they wanted to work with the guy who actually built Sterling's Asian network, not the kid who inherited it. The contract was small, $2.3 million annually, but it was proof of concept. We could compete. We could win. Sterling's response was immediate and vicious. They called our new client, offered them a 50% discount to stay. The client called me, told me about the offer, asked what we could do. Nothing. I said, we can't match that. They're operating at a loss to keep you. It's not sustainable. So, I should take their offer. You should do what makes sense for your business. If price is all that matters, take Sterling's deal. But understand, they're only doing this because they're afraid. Once we're gone, once the threat is eliminated, that discount disappears. You'll be right back where you started. Except now you'll know they see you as a pawn, not a partner. The client thought about it for 2 days, then called back. We're staying with you, not because of price, because we trust you. That's worth more than 50%. We celebrated that night, the whole team. Pizza and beer in our barely furnished office. All of us knowing we'd won something bigger than a contract. We'd won respect. But Sterling wasn't done. They filed another lawsuit in week 5, claiming we'd stolen their client list. We hadn't. The client had come to us, but the accusation itself was damaged enough. 2 other prospects who'd been considering us suddenly went quiet. This is the strategy, Patricia explained. Death by 1,000 lawsuits. They don't need to win. They just need to make working with you seem risky, complicated, litigious. They're trying to poison your reputation with enough legal smoke that potential clients can't see the fire isn't real. How do we fight it? We win one decisively. We take one of their lawsuits to court and we embarrass them publicly. Make an example. Show everyone else that their threats are empty. We picked the client-stealing claim. It was the most obviously false, the easiest to disprove. Patricia filed a motion to dismiss with prejudice, arguing the claim was frivolous and possibly sanctionable. The hearing was scheduled for mid-December, 2 months after I'd signed with Men, 3 months after the SEC filing that had started everything. I walked into that courtroom wearing the same JCPenney suit I'd worn to my last day at Sterling, now properly fitted because I could afford a tailor. Richard was there sitting in the front row with David and a phalanx of lawyers. Sarah wasn't. I didn't know if that meant something or nothing. The judge was a woman in her 60s named Margaret Brennan, known for not tolerating nonsense. She listened to Sterling's lawyer argue that we'd engaged in systematic targeting of Sterling Group clients using proprietary information obtained during Mr. Martinez's employment. Then Patricia stood up. Your Honor, this claim is not just without merit, it's demonstrably false. The client in question, Dilmare Manufacturing, initiated contact with Martinez Global Logistics. We have emails, phone records, and sworn testimony from their CEO. Sterling Group is attempting to use this court to prevent legitimate business competition. They're embarrassed that a former employee is succeeding without them. So, they're trying to criminalize success. It's petty. It's baseless, and it's wasting this court's time. She submitted documentation, phone logs, emails, a letter from Dilmare's CEO explicitly stating they'd sought us out, that no one from Martinez Global had ever contacted them first. Judge Brennan read everything in silence. Then she looked at Sterling's lawyers. Do you have any evidence at all, that Mr. Martinez or his company initiated this relationship? Sterling's lead counsel hesitated. We believe there must have been preliminary contact. That isn't documented. Belief isn't evidence, counselor. This is a court of law, not a court of imagination. Do you have evidence? We believe further discovery would reveal. That's a no. Judge Brennan closed the file. Motion to dismiss granted. Furthermore, I'm awarding attorney's fees to the defendants. Sterling Group, you've attempted to use litigation as a competitive weapon. That's not what our legal system is for. Consider this a warning. File another frivolous suit against Martinez Global and I'll consider sanctions. The gavel came down like a thunderclap. We'd won. Richard stood up and walked out without looking at me. David followed, his face red with fury. Their lawyers gathered their materials in embarrassed silence. Patricia turned to me, grinning. And that's how you slay a dragon. The news spread fast. That night, Business Insider ran it. Judge slams Sterling Group for frivolous lawsuit against former executive. The article was brutal, detailing how Sterling had tried and failed to use legal intimidation, how the judge had awarded us fees, how we'd proven our legitimacy. My phone started ringing immediately. 3 new client inquiries, 2 former Sterling employees asking about positions, a reporter from Forbes requesting an interview for a feature on ethical business alternatives. We'd been in business for 2 months, and we were already becoming something real. That night, I went back to Marcus's apartment, still my home. Though I could afford my own place now. I just hadn't had time to move. Marcus was waiting with champagne. You won, he said, popping the bottle. You actually won. One battle, not the war. Yeah, but James, it's still a win. After everything they did to you, after all the ways they tried to destroy you, you stood in a courtroom and a judge told them they were wrong. That's not nothing. That's everything. I took the champagne glass, let myself feel the moment. He was right. It was everything. My phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. This is Linda Chen. We need to talk. Please call me. I stared at the message for a long time. The woman who'd called me weak, who'd sneered at me washing cars, who'd made it clear I'd never be family. Now she wanted to talk. I showed Marcus. He whistled low. What are you going to do? I thought about everything that had happened, everything that had changed. About the boy who'd wanted so desperately to belong to their family and the man who had realized he didn't need to. I deleted the message without responding. I'm going to keep building, I said. That's what I'm going to do. 6 months after I'd signed those first papers with Patricia Wong, Martinez Global Logistics had grown from 12 people in temporary office space to 87 employees across 3 locations. We'd landed 19 major clients, 8 of them former Sterling accounts who'd switched because they trusted me more than they trusted David's fumbling attempts to replicate what I'd built. Our revenue projections for year 1 had been conservative. Helen Reeves had estimated $40 million. We were on track to hit $73 million. Sterling's IPO scheduled for March had been delayed twice. First to May, then to July. Investor confidence was shaky. The lawsuits they'd filed against me, all dismissed or withdrawn, had raised questions about management stability. David's operational failures were becoming impossible to hide. Their Q1 earnings released in April showed declining margins in Asia and problems with the Melbourne contract I'd negotiated years ago. Turns out relationships matter. Turns out you can't just inherit expertise. The business press was having a field day. Forbes ran a cover story in May. The Revenge of James Martinez. How a fired executive built a better company. The article detailed everything. The dinner that destroyed me. The car wash that humbled me. The lawyer who armed me, the company that validated me. It painted Richard Chen as a cautionary tale about hubris and family politics. It painted me as proof that talent finds a way. But the real turning point came in June. Patricia called me on a Tuesday morning, her voice carrying something I'd rarely heard from her. Excitement. Remember how Sterling's been fighting to keep your original equity stake tied up in litigation? She said, claiming it was invalid, that you'd waived it, that there were verbal agreements nullifying it. Hard to forget, they filed 18 motions. 19. But I've got news. The judge just ruled final ruling. No more ice peels. Your equity stake is valid. All of it. 3% of Sterling Group belongs to you. Free and clear. They have to add you to the shareholder register immediately. I sat down. The office around me, my office in a building with my name on it, seemed to tilt slightly. How much? I asked. Based on their most recent valuation, which was filed with the SEC last month, $72.4 million. And James, it gets better. Because of the delays they caused, because of all the litigation they forced, the judge is awarding you damages. Another $6.3 million to cover legal fees and lost opportunity costs. You're a $78.7 million man officially. I couldn't speak. The number was too big, too surreal. A year ago, I'd been washing cars for tips. 6 months ago, I'd been sleeping on Marca's couch eating ramen. Now, there's more. Patricia continued, the judge included language in the ruling, strong language. She said Sterling's attempts to invalidate your equity were bad faith litigation designed to deprive Mr. Martinez of his lawful ownership interest. She essentially called them out for corporate bullying. That language is going to be cited in business law classes for years. You didn't just win, James. You won decisively. You won on the record. You won in a way that will follow them forever. When do I get the money? They have 30 days to execute the transfer. My guess they'll try to negotiate one more time, offer you a settlement to avoid the public spectacle of you officially becoming a shareholder. But James, you don't need to settle anymore. You've already won. This is just deciding whether you want the money now or the satisfaction of watching them squirm forever. I thought about it. $78 million would change everything. I could expand Martinez Global faster, hire more people, compete more aggressively. I could buy a house, help Marcus, never worry about money again. But being a Sterling Group shareholder, having my name in their prospectus, attending their annual meetings, voting on their decisions, that was something else. That was permanent proof. That was the receipt. I want the shares, I said, not a buyout. The actual shares. I want my name in their prospectus. I want to sit in their annual meeting. I want them to see me every single time they celebrate success that I built. Patricia laughed. I was hoping you'd say that. I'll file the paperwork this afternoon. The news broke within hours. Bloomberg Sterling Group forced to recognize former executive 78 stake. Wall Street Journal judge rules against her against Sterling and shareholder dispute awards damages. CNBC brought me on for an interview. The anchor, a woman named Jennifer Park, who'd made a career of skewering bad executives, smiled like a shark when I sat down. Mr. Martinez, you're now worth nearly $80 million, and you're running a successful competitor to the company that fired you. Does this feel like vindication? It feels like clarity, I said. For a long time, I questioned whether I'd actually contributed anything meaningful to Sterling, whether I'd been lucky or skilled, valued or tolerated. Now I know the market knows, the law knows. I built something real. They couldn't erase that no matter how hard they tried. Your former father-in-law, Richard Chen, has declined to comment on the ruling, but sources say he's furious. Does that give you satisfaction? I thought about that question carefully. A year ago, the answer would have been yes. Absolutely yes. I'd wanted him to suffer the way he'd made me suffer. Wanted him to feel small and worthless and disposable. But sitting there in a studio being interviewed as a CEO and a vindicated shareholder, I realized something. Richard Chen's feelings didn't matter to me anymore. His fury, his embarrassment, his regret. None of it could touch me. I'd moved beyond needing his validation or enjoying his pain. I hope he learns from it, I said finally. I hope he learns that talent matters more than pedigree. That loyalty should be earned, not demanded. That the people who build your empire deserve to be treated like partners, not servants. If my situation teaches him that, then something good came from something painful. The interview went viral. The clip where I said, I hope he learns from it, was shared millions of times, praised as gracious and devastating in equal measure. People loved it because it wasn't vengeful. It was something harder. It was dignified. 3 days later, I received a letter. Physical letter, expensive stationery delivered by courier. The return address was Richard Chen's personal office. Inside was a single page handwritten. James, I'm writing this against the advice of my lawyers, my family, and my better judgment. But some things need to be said directly, not through intermediaries or press releases. You were right about the Asian expansion, about the automation systems, about the Melbourne deal, about how to treat employees, how to build partnerships, how to run a company with integrity. You were right about everything, and I was too proud to admit it. When I brought you into Sterling, I saw and knew what I wished I'd seen in my son. Talent, drive, vision, The hunger to build something meaningful. I thought if I could shape you, mold you into what I wanted David to be, maybe I could prove to myself that leadership is taught, not inherited. But the more successful you became, the more it exposed David's inadequacies. And instead of dealing with that honestly, I blamed you for being too good. I convinced myself you were the problem. Firing you was the worst business decision I've ever made. But worse than that was her. It was cruel. Linda's comment about you washing cars. She told me about that encounter. Told me she'd put you in your place. I should have been disgusted. Instead, I was satisfied. I told myself you deserved humiliation for daring to be better than my son. I've spent 30 years building Sterling Group. You spent 10 years making it great. The difference between those two things is something I'm only now beginning to understand. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not expecting reconciliation. I'm simply acknowledging what the court has made official. You were never the weak one. You were never the one who didn't belong. You were the best of us and we were too small to see it. Congratulations on Martinez Global on the ruling on proving everyone wrong. Richard Bum. I read the letter 3 times. Each time I felt something different. First, anger. Too little, too late. Second, sadness. For what could have been if he'd said this a year ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Third, and finally, acceptance. This was as close to an apology as Richard Sean was capable of giving. It wasn't enough to undo the damage, but it was something. It was acknowledgement. I showed it to Marcus that evening. He read it, handed it back. What are you going to do with it? Nothing. Keep it. Maybe frame it. Not because I forgive him, but because it's proof. Proof that I was right to believe in myself when no one else did. You going to respond? I thought about it. Thought about writing back saying something gracious or cutting or was. But what was there to say? The letter was his burden to carry, not mine to relieve. No, I said finally. He doesn't need my response. He needs to live with what he did. That's punishment enough. 2 weeks later, Sterling Group's annual shareholder meeting was held at the Waldorf History. I received my invitation, as was my legal right as a registered shareholder, and I debated whether to attend. It would be theatrical, potentially petty, definitely uncomfortable for everyone involved. I went anyway. The ballroom was full of investors, board members, analysts. Richard stood at the podium with David beside him presenting the year's results. The numbers were down. Revenue flat, margins declining, client retention problematic. Richard tried to spin it positively, talked about market challenges and transitional periods, but everyone in that room could read between the lines. Sterling was struggling. When the Q&A portion began, I didn't raise my hand. I just sat there in the third row, visible to everyone. Several people recognized me, whispered to their neighbors. I watched Richard's eyes find me, hold for a moment, then look away. After the formal meeting ended, there was a reception. I was heading for the exit when a voice stopped me. James. I turned. Sarah. She looked different, thinner, tired, her eyes carrying a weight that hadn't been there before. Hi, I said. Can we talk just for a minute? We found a quiet corner. She held a glass of wine. She wasn't drinking. I read about your company, she said. About the ruling, about everything. You did it. You actually did it. I did what I had to do. I'm proud of you. She said it quietly like a confession. I know I don't have the right to say that anymore. I know I lost that right when I chose my family over you, but I am proud and sorry. So incredibly sorry. I know, I said. I got your father's letter. He wrote you? She looked surprised. He didn't tell me. What did it say? That he was wrong about me. About everything. She nodded slowly, tears forming. He was. We all were. James, I don't expect forgiveness. I don't expect anything. I just wanted you to know that I've regretted it every single day. The firing, the divorce, all of it. You were the best thing in my life, and I destroyed it because I was too weak to stand up to my family. Your mother called you the weak one, I said. Not me. She was talking about herself. Sarah laughed through her tears. Maybe, probably. God, we're a mess, aren't we? The Chen family empire built on pride and cruelty and fear. You could leave. I said, you don't have to stay. And do what? I've been Sterling Group my entire life. I don't know how to be anything else. I didn't know how to wash cars. You learn. She smiled sadly. Maybe I'm not as brave as you. You could be if you wanted to. She looked at me for a long moment. Are you happy with your company, your life, all of it? I thought about Martinez Global, about the team I'd built, the clients who trusted me, the future I was creating brick by brick, About the couch I'd slept on and the cars I'd washed in the long climb back from nothing. About Patricia and Helen and Robert Kleinfeld and everyone who'd believed in me when I'd stopped believing in myself. Yes, I said I am. Good. You deserve that. You always did. She started to walk away, then turned back. For what it's worth, I think you were always going to be successful with or without us. We didn't make you, James. We just got to watch for a little while, and we should have been grateful for that. I watched her walk away, disappear into the crowd of Sterling shareholders and executives and the machinery of a company that was slowly realizing it had lost its engine. I left the Waldorf and walked through Manhattan in the summer evening. The city alive and indifferent around me. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through messages. One from Patricia. Meridian wants to discuss Series B funding. They're thinking 500 million. Updawn call me. One from Marcus Chen at Martinez Global. Australian distributor wants to meet, could be huge. One from Tommy at the car wash. Saw you on CNBC. Still the best employee I ever had. Proud of you, kid. And one from Marcus. My Marcus. My best friend who'd given me his couch when I had nothing. Dinner tonight. My treat. You're buying next time, though. You're rich now, I smiled and typed back, deal, but we're still splitting it. Some things don't change. I walked to the East River, the same place I'd walked to at 4 a.m. 6 months ago when I couldn't sleep. When I was trying to remember who I was, I stood at the railing and watched the water catch the last light of the sun. And I thought about everything that had happened. Everything I'd lost, everything I'd gained, everything I'd learned. You were always the weak one. Linda Chen's words meant to destroy me had become the fuel. Every time I'd wanted to give up, every time I'd thought, maybe they were right. Maybe I was nothing without them. I'd heard those words and pushed harder. Turns out the weak ones are the people who need cruelty to feel strong. The weak ones are the people who can't win without cheating. The weak ones are the people who destroy talent because they're threatened by it. I was never the weak one. I pulled out the velvet box I'd carried in my pocket for months, the anniversary gift I'd bought for Sarah. The necklace with our intertwined initials. I'd kept it as a reminder of what I'd lost. But standing there watching the sun set over the city that had broken me and rebuilt me, I realized I didn't need reminders anymore. I opened the box, looked at the necklace one last time, and dropped it into the river. It made the smallest splash, barely a ripple, and then it was gone. Some things you carry, some things you let go, some things you build, some things you leave behind. I turned away from the water and headed home, not to Marcus' couch anymore, but to the apartment I'd finally rented in Brooklyn, the one with the view and the space and the quiet I'd earned, and I felt lighter than I had in years. 10 years ago, Richard Chen had offered me a chance to build something meaningful. He'd promised me family, belonging, a place where my talent mattered. He'd lied. Or maybe he'd just been wrong. But in the wreckage of that lie, I'd found something better. I'd found proof. Not proof that they were wrong, though they were. Proof that I was right about myself, about what I could build. About who I'd always been underneath the titles and the validation and the desperate need to belong. I was James Martinez. I'd built an empire once for someone else. Now I was building one for myself, and this time nobody could take it away. James Martinez went on to grow Martinez Global Logistics into a billion-dollar company within 5 years. Sterling Group's IPO eventually happened, underperforming expectations. Richard Chen retired 2 years later. David stepped down as COO 6 months after that, citing personal reasons. Sarah Chen left the family business and started a nonprofit focused on workers' rights. James never remarried, but he dated occasionally and found contentment in the work itself. Building something fair, something honest, something that proved excellence doesn't require cruelty. The velvet box with the necklace rests somewhere at the bottom of the East River. The story of what happened to James Martinez is still taught in business schools as a case study in resilience, corporate governance, and the difference between building a company and inheriting one. But James doesn't think about legacy much anymore. He's too busy building the future. Story 2. My rich wife, the CEO, slapped me in front of my friends and kids, claiming she's the new man in charge. 5 minutes later, my lawyer arrived as I taught her a painful lesson she'll never forget. You know what they say about hindsight being 20/20? Well, mine's got prescription lenses and a magnifying glass attachment. Because looking back, I should have seen this train wreck coming from 3 zip codes away. But here's the thing about being married to a CEO. You get real good at pretending everything's fine while your world slowly turns into a corporate hellscape disguised as a backyard barbecue. So there I was playing the beautiful house husband on what was supposed to be a chill Saturday afternoon. Just me, some friends, our 2 kids, and enough ribs to feed a small army. Nothing fancy. Paper plates, plastic cups, and that fancy-ass potato salad from Whole Foods that I pretend I made from scratch. The kind of gathering where everyone's supposed to relax, kick back, and remember what it feels like to be human instead of walking LinkedIn profiles. Micah, my 10-year-old, was doing that thing kids do where they chase bubbles like they're hunting unicorns. All serious concentration and flailing arms. The kid's got my stubborn streak, but thankfully his mom's coordination, so he was actually catching some. Rowan, 7 and twice as dramatic as a Broadway musical, was providing color commentary for every bubble that got away. Dad, that one was huge. It was like the size of my head. Did you see it? Did you see it? Yeah, buddy. I saw it. Hard to miss a soap bubble when you're standing 3 feet away. Quinn and Leo were doing their best impression of adults, nursing beers, and talking about fantasy football like it actually mattered. Quinn's one of those guys who thinks knowing every stat from 1987 makes him a sports genius, while Leo just nods along because he's too polite to tell Quinn that nobody cares about his draft picks. They're good guys, though. The kind of friends who show up when you need them and don't ask too many questions when your life starts looking like a reality TV show. I was in my element, honestly. Spatula in hand, apron that said Grill Sergeant. A Father's Day gift from Micah that I wore unironically. Just a regular dad doing regular dad things. The ribs were hitting that perfect sweet spot between charred and tender. The kind that makes you forget you ever considered being vegetarian. I was mentally calculating whether I'd made enough when I heard the click-clack of designer heels on our brick pathway. Enter Sloane Mercer. And yeah, she kept her maiden name because God forbid anyone confuse her with some nobody's wife. She strutted into our backyard like she was walking into a board meeting, wearing this crisp white pantsuit that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. Phone glued to her ear naturally because heaven knows the fate of the business world hung in the balance of whatever call she was taking. Behind her, like some kind of corporate entourage, came 2 of her VP buddies, Jessica and Mark. I think hard to tell them apart since they both have that same dead behind the eyes look that comes from selling your soul to quarterly earnings reports. The kids lit up when they saw her. Mommy, look at the bubbles. Rowan practically launched himself at her legs, which would have been adorable if she hadn't held up one perfectly manicured finger in the universal not now gesture while continuing her phone conversation. Micah, being older and wiser to the ways of corporate mom, just waved and went back to his bubble hunting. Smart kid. Quinn and Leo did that awkward thing guys do when the wife shows up late to her own family gathering, suddenly finding their beer labels incredibly fascinating while trying to pretend they weren't just talking about how she's never around. The VP brigade immediately flanked her like Secret Service agents, creating this little corporate bubble in the middle of what was supposed to be a family cookout. I watched her for about 5 minutes, still talking on that damn phone, gesturing with her free hand like she was conducting an orchestra of spreadsheets. The ribs were getting overcooked. The kids were starting to get that deflated look they get when mom chooses work over them for the 1000th time. And I could feel that familiar knot forming in my stomach. The one that said I was about to become the bad guy for asking my own wife to act like she wanted to be here. So, I did what any reasonable person would do. I walked over, smiled politely at the VP twins, and said, "Hey, babe. Think you could put the phone away for like 5 minutes? The kids would love to show you their bubble technique." Simple request, right? The kind of thing that shouldn't require a board resolution or a cost-benefit analysis. She looked at me like I just asked her to donate a kidney. That little smirk spread across her face. The one I'd grown to hate. The one that said I was being unreasonable for expecting basic human decency from my own wife. She held up that finger again, mouthed 1 second, which in Sloane speak means anywhere from 5 minutes to 3 hours, and turned her back to me. But here's where things got interesting. I didn't walk away. I stood there, spatula in hand, wearing my ridiculous apron, and waited. Quinn noticed. Leo noticed. Even the corporate zombies noticed. The kids definitely noticed. And after another full minute of listening to her discuss synergistic market penetration strategies or whatever NBA word salad was on today's menu, I did something that apparently crossed some invisible line in the sand. I gently, and I mean gently, placed my hand on her shoulder and said, "Sloane, 5 minutes, please." That's when she ended her call, handed the phone to Jessica or Mark, and turned to face me with a smile that could have frozen hell over. She stepped close enough that I could smell her expensive perfume mixed with that particular scent of barely contained rage that I'd become intimately familiar with over the past year. "You want my attention," she said, voice sweet as artificial sweetener. "You've got it." And then she slapped me. Not a playful tap, not a "oh, you silly man" kind of thing. A full-on open-handed slap that echoed across our backyard like a gunshot. The kind that makes your ears ring and your vision blur for a second. The kind that says, "I own you," in a language older than words. The silence that followed was deafening. Quinn's beer froze halfway to his lips. Leo looked like he'd rather be literally anywhere else on planet Earth. The VP brigade suddenly found their shoes incredibly interesting. But the worst part, the absolute worst part, was watching my kids' faces. Micah's bubble wand dropped to the ground, forgotten. Rowan's mouth fell open like he'd just watched his entire understanding of how the world works crumble into dust. And Sloane, she stood there in her pristine white suit, looking around at our shocked audience like she'd just given a particularly effective PowerPoint presentation. Then she delivered the kicker, the line that I'll probably be hearing in therapy for the next decade. "I'm the new man in charge here." Her voice was loud enough for the neighbors to hear, cold enough to frost windows, and delivered with the kind of casual cruelty that would make a mob boss take notes. She said it like she was announcing a corporate restructuring, like she'd just demoted me from husband to unpaid intern in my own life. I felt the heat rising in my chest, that familiar cocktail of humiliation, rage, and the kind of helpless frustration that comes from being publicly emasculated by someone who's supposed to love you. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to do something, say something, anything to reclaim whatever dignity was left scattered across our brick patio like broken glass. But instead, I swallowed that fire. I took a breath that felt like swallowing broken glass. I looked at my wife, really looked at her, standing there in her power suit with her power pose, surrounded by her power friends, having just demonstrated her power over me in front of our children and our friends. And I said the only thing that felt true in that moment, noted. That's it. One word, not "how dare you" or "what the hell is wrong with you" or any of the 100 other responses that were ricocheting around my skull like pinballs. Just noted like I was a secretary taking minutes at the board meeting of my own destruction. I turned around calmly, deliberately, and walked toward our sliding glass door. Behind me, I could hear Sloane starting to laugh, probably thinking she'd just won whatever twisted game we'd been playing for the past year. The VP brigade was already pulling out their phones, no doubt documenting this little power display for the group chat later. Our friends stood there like deer in headlights, probably wondering if they should call someone or just pretend they'd never witnessed whatever fresh hell had just unfolded in suburbia. But here's what none of them knew. What Sloane especially didn't know. As I walked through that sliding door, as I stepped into the cool air conditioning of our kitchen, as I moved away from the wreckage of what was supposed to be a nice family gathering, I pulled out my phone not to call my mom or cry to my therapist or post some passive-aggressive Facebook status about disrespect. I opened my text messages. I found the conversation thread I'd labeled simply AC for Ariel, and I typed one word, just one word that I'd been waiting months to send. The word that would set in motion everything I'd been quietly carefully planning while my wife transformed our marriage into her personal episode of Succession. Now I hit send. The response came back immediately like she'd been sitting there waiting for it. 5 minutes. Stay calm. Don't engage. And that's when I realized something that should have been obvious months ago. The slap wasn't the beginning of the end. It was the end of the beginning. All those nights I'd spent wondering if I was crazy, if I was being too sensitive, if maybe I was just not built for being married to a high-powered CEO. All those times I'd made excuses for her behavior, rationalized her cruelty, convinced myself that love meant taking whatever she dished out with a smile and a "yes, dear." All of that ended with one perfectly timed slap in front of our children. Because here's the thing about consequences. They don't care about your title, your bank account, or how many people call you boss. They don't care if you're used to getting your way, or if you think the rules don't apply to you. Consequences are the great equalizer, the universal truth that even CEOs can't restructure or leverage by their way out of. As I stood in our kitchen listening to the muffled sounds of our guests trying to pretend they hadn't just watched my marriage implode in real time, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Not anger, not sadness, not even relief. I felt ready. Ready for whatever came next. Ready to stop being the supporting character in my own life. Ready to show my kids that sometimes the scariest thing you can do is stand up to someone you love when they've forgotten how to love you back. The timer on my phone buzzed. 5 minutes exactly. Time for the real party to start. You ever notice how the universe has this twisted sense of timing? Like how your phone always dies right when you need GPS the most, or how you always run into your ex when you're looking like you just crawled out of a dumpster. Well, apparently the cosmos also has a thing for dramatic irony, because exactly 5 minutes after I sent that text, and I mean exactly like some cosmic stopwatch was keeping score, our doorbell rang. I was still standing in the kitchen staring at my phone and wondering if I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life or the smartest move I'd ever pulled. The sounds from the backyard had shifted from uncomfortable silence to that forced kind of chatter people do when they're desperately trying to pretend they didn't just witness someone's dignity get curb stomped in real time. Sloane was already back to queen bee mode. Probably spinning the whole thing like it was just a little marital miscommunication. Nothing to see here, folks. But then that doorbell rang and I swear to God it sounded like the opening notes of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. You know that that means fate is knocking and you better answer because it's not going away. I opened the front door and there she was, Ariella Cho, looking like she'd stepped out of a legal thriller where the smart lawyer always wins. 5'0" of pure concentrated competence, wearing a charcoal gray suit that probably cost more than my car but somehow made her look approachable instead of intimidating. She had this way of carrying herself that said, "I could destroy you in court, but I'd rather we kept things civilized." Behind her stood two other people who were very clearly not here for the barbecue. "Jordan," she said, nodding like we just bumped into each other at Starbucks instead of executing what was probably the most elaborate revenge plot since the Count of Monte Cristo. "Ready?" And that's when it hit me. This woman had been planning for this exact moment for months. While I'd been agonizing over whether I was overreacting, whether I should just suck it up and deal with Sloane's increasingly toxic behavior, Ariella had been building a legal fortress. She told me to document everything, save everything, keep records of everything. I thought she was being paranoid. Turns out she was being a goddamn prophet. "This is Marcus," she said, gesturing to a thin guy in a rumpled suit who looked like he'd rather be doing literally anything else. "He's our process server. And these are Janet and Carlos, licensed security contractors." The two security people looked like they moonlighted as yoga instructors, calm, centered, and probably capable of subduing a grizzly bear, using only positive affirmation and strategic pressure points. Marcus was clutching a manila envelope like it contained the secrets of the universe, which in a way it kind of did. Janet and Carlos just stood there being professionally invisible the way good security does, present enough to matter, subtle enough that you don't feel like you're under siege. Ariella walked past me into the kitchen like she owned the place, which, considering what was about to happen, she sort of did. She set down this perfectly organized stack of folders on our kitchen island, the same island where Sloane usually dumped her work papers and takeout containers like she was marking territory. The irony wasn't lost on me. "Emergency protection order," she said, tapping the first folder like she was reading a grocery list. "Board adopted conduct clause enforcement." Tap on the second folder in a notarized letter from a majority block of Mercer Dynamics investors. Tap on the third. Her voice was soft, conversational, like she was explaining how to make pancakes instead of describing the complete nuclear annihilation of my wife's current existence. Through the sliding glass door, I could see Sloane holding court on our deck, gesturing with her hands while the VP brigade nodded along like bobbleheads. She was probably explaining how she'd just established boundaries or demonstrated leadership or whatever corporate speak she used to justify treating people like garbage. The woman could spin straw into gold if it helped her quarterly numbers. "You sure about this?" I asked Ariella. Because even though I'd been the one to set this whole thing in motion, watching it actually happen felt surreal. Like ordering a pizza and then being surprised when someone shows up with food. She looked at me with those sharp, dark eyes that had probably terrified opposing counsel in courtrooms from here to San Francisco. "Jordan, she assaulted you in front of your children and multiple witnesses. She did it loudly, deliberately, and with obvious intent to humiliate. The question isn't whether I'm sure. The question is why you waited this long." "Fair point. Brutally fair point. Besides," she added, pulling out her own phone and checking something. "The board meeting concluded about 3 minutes ago. The votes have been cast, the decisions have been made, and the corporate machinery is already in motion. At this point, we're not creating consequences. We're just delivering them." That's when I realized the true genius of Ariella Cho. While I've been thinking this was about getting revenge on Sloane, she'd been thinking about it like a chess master planning 12 moves ahead. This wasn't emotional. It was surgical, clean, precise, and probably completely legal in 17 different ways. She nodded to Marcus, who suddenly looked like he'd rather be anywhere else in the continental United States. "Showtime," she said, and I swear she almost smiled. Almost. I watched through the glass door as our little parade made its way to the backyard. Ariella led the way, looking like she was heading to a casual business meeting. Marcus followed, clutching his envelope like it might explode. Janet and Carlos brought up the rear, maintaining that perfect balance of "we're professionals and please don't make this weird." The reaction from the peanut gallery was immediate and beautiful. Quinn's beer stopped halfway to his mouth again. The man was developing a real talent for freeze-frame drinking. Leo actually took a step backward, which was probably smart since he had good instincts about when was about to hit the fan. The VP twins looked like they just realized they were extras in someone else's drama instead of the main characters in their own corporate success story. But Sloane Sloane kept right on talking, waving her hand dismissively at what she probably assumed was some kind of delivery or maybe a noise complaint from the neighbors, because in Sloane's world, interruptions were for little people, and little people could wait until she was damn good and ready to acknowledge their existence. Marcus cleared his throat twice before Sloane finally turned around. And when she did, when she saw this official-looking guy with his official-looking envelope standing next to my lawyer and two people who were very obviously not here for the potato salad, her expression shifted from mild annoyance to something approaching concern. "Sloane Mercer," Marcus said, and his voice cracked just a little. Poor guy probably wasn't used to serving papers to people who could buy and sell him before lunch. Yes, Sloane's voice had that edge it got when she sensed a threat to her control. The same tone she probably used with subordinates who dared to question her decisions. "You've been served," Marcus said, and thrust that envelope at her like it was radioactive. "Emergency protection order and corporate conduct violation notice." The look on Sloane's face was priceless. Absolutely priceless. It was like watching someone realize they've been playing checkers while everyone else was playing chess. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again like a fish trying to breathe air. The perfectly applied makeup couldn't hide the fact that all the color had drained from her face. Jessica or Mark tried to step forward, probably thinking they could somehow executive assistant their way out of this situation. But Janet and Carlos moved with the kind of casual efficiency that suggested they'd done this dance before. Not aggressive, not threatening, just present. Professionally, unavoidably present. "What is this?" Sloane demanded, her voice getting that shrill quality it took on when reality refused to bend to her will. She was looking at the papers like they were written in ancient Sanskrit, which, considering they were legal documents, they might as well have been. Ariella stepped forward and I watched from the kitchen window as she delivered what was probably the most polite verbal assassination I'd ever witnessed. Her voice stayed level, professional, almost kind, the way you'd explain to a child why they couldn't have ice cream for dinner. I couldn't hear every word from inside. But I caught enough to know that Ariella was laying out the facts like she was reading a weather report. The assault, the witnesses, the children present, the corporate conduct clause that Sloane herself had signed off on as part of her CEO contract, the board meeting that had just concluded, the immediate suspension of operational authority pending review. Sloane's phone started buzzing, then Jessica's phone started buzzing, then Mark's, then all three of them were staring at their screens with the kind of horror usually reserved for natural disasters or stock market crashes. And that's when I realized that Ariella hadn't just planned this moment. She'd choreographed it. The timing, the witnesses, the corporate board meeting happening while Sloane was busy playing power games at a family barbecue. It was like watching a master class in strategic thinking, except instead of business school case studies, the subject was my marriage. From my spot in the kitchen, watching through the glass like I was observing some nature documentary about the mating habits of corporate executives, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Not satisfaction exactly, not revenge. Something cleaner than that. Something that felt suspiciously like justice. Because here's the thing about people like Sloane. They're so used to being the biggest fish in the pond that they forget sharks exist. They get comfortable with their power, careless with their cruelty, confident that their victims will just keep taking it because that's what victims do. But sometimes, just sometimes, the victim has been planning their own comeback. Sometimes they've been documenting every slight, every humiliation, every moment of casual cruelty. Sometimes they've been building their own army, finding their own allies, preparing for the day when enough becomes enough. And sometimes that day arrives exactly 5 minutes after you slap your husband in front of your children. My phone buzzed. Text from Ariella. Phase 1 complete. Stay inside. Let us handle the rest. I looked out at the chaos unfolding on my deck. Sloane arguing with the process server. The VPs frantically making phone calls. Quinn and Leo looking like they'd stumbled into someone else's nightmare. And I felt something that might have been peace. The revolution had begun. And it was 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Here's something they don't teach you in marriage counseling. The most devastating weapon isn't screaming, crying, or throwing dishes. It's paperwork. Cold, calculated, legally binding paperwork that turns your entire life upside down while maintaining the polite fiction that everyone's just following proper procedures. From my kitchen window, I had front row seats to what I was already thinking of as the Sloane Show cancellation edition. And let me tell you, watching a master manipulator realize she's been out-manipulated is better than any Netflix series you've ever binged. The woman who'd spent the last year treating our family like her personal corporate subsidiary was about to get a crash course in hostile takeovers. Ariella had positioned herself center stage on our deck, like she was delivering the keynote address at the conference of well-deserved comeuppances. She held one of those folders, the thick official-looking kind that meant business, and started reading from it like she was announcing the weather forecast, except instead of partly cloudy with a chance of rain. It was mostly screwed with a high probability of consequences. Ms. Mercer, Ariella began, her voice carrying that perfect blend of professional courtesy and barely contained satisfaction that only really good lawyers can pull off. Due to the documented assault that occurred 17 minutes ago in front of multiple witnesses, including 2 minor children, Judge Patricia Navarro has granted an emergency protection order effective immediately. Sloane's face went through about 6 different expressions in the span of 2 seconds. Confusion, disbelief, anger, panic, and finally settling on that particular brand of rage that comes when someone who's used to controlling everything realizes they're not holding the steering wheel anymore. "This is ridiculous," Sloane snapped, waving her hands like she could somehow swat away legal documents. "This is a private family matter. You can't just actually." "We can," Ariella interrupted. And I loved how she didn't even look up from her papers. Assault in front of children ceases to be a private matter the moment it occurs. The temporary no harassment order establishes immediate boundaries for all interactions between you and your husband. Additionally, it sets an emergency co-parenting schedule pending a full hearing, which has been set for next Friday at 9 a.m. I watched Sloane's brain trying to process this information, and it was like watching a computer blue screen in real time. She kept opening and closing her mouth, probably cycling through her usual arsenal of intimidation tactics and finding them suddenly spectacularly useless. "Co-parenting schedule," she finally managed to sputter. "That's correct," Ariella said, flipping to another page. "Supervised visits only for the first week, then structured overnight visits pending completion of court-mandated anger management and parenting classes. All transitions to occur through a neutral third party." The VP Brigade, who I was now thinking of as Tweedle incompetent and Tweedle useless, started edging toward the gate like they could somehow escape this corporate nightmare by pretending they were never here. But Ariella wasn't done with her presentation. And honestly, I was starting to think she'd missed her calling as a Broadway performer. "Now," she continued, opening the second folder with the flair of a magician revealing the final trick regarding your professional obligations. "As you're aware, Ms. Mercer, your CEO contract with Mercer Dynamics includes a comprehensive code of conduct clause, specifically Section 4.7, which addresses public behavior that could negatively impact brand reputation." And that's when I saw it. The exact moment Sloane realized she wasn't just dealing with a marital dispute anymore. This was bigger than our marriage, bigger than our family drama, bigger than whatever power trip she'd been on for the past year. This was about to hit her where it really hurt her precious company. The board conducted an emergency session via video conference approximately 12 minutes ago. Ariella continued, consulting her notes like she was reading a grocery list instead of delivering a professional death sentence. Present were 7 of 9 board members, constituting a legal quorum. The vote was unanimous. Unanimous. I had to bite my lip to keep from grinning. Sloane had spent so much time alienating people, treating them like disposable resources instead of human beings, that when push came to shove, nobody was willing to stand up for her. Not even her own board of directors. Due to the documented assault, witnessed public misconduct, and potential brand liability, your operational authority as CEO is suspended for 14 days pending a full review by the Ethics Committee and Corporate Counsel. Ariella announced. Chief Financial Officer Riley Park will serve as interim signatory for all corporate decisions effective immediately. Sloane's phone buzzed. Then it buzzed again. Then it started buzzing continuously like an angry wasp trapped in a jar. Jessica and Mark's phones joined the symphony of corporate chaos, and I watched all 3 of them stare at their screens with the kind of horror usually reserved for alien invasion movies. "Access revoked," Sloane read from her phone, her voice barely above a whisper. "Security alert account frozen, pending review." She looked up at Ariella with an expression that could have powered a small city with pure fury. "You can't do this." "We didn't do anything," Ariella replied. And I swear there was just the tiniest hint of satisfaction in her voice. "The board did this. Your behavior did this. The corporate policies you signed off on did this. We're simply executing pre-existing protocols that were put in place to protect the company from exactly this kind of situation." And that's when the full scope of Ariella's planning became clear. This wasn't just about protecting me or the kids, though that was obviously part of it. This was about using Sloane's own corporate machinery against her. The same policies she'd used to control other people, the same rules she'd bent to her advantage, the same power structures she'd climbed to get where she was, all of it was now being used to clip her wings. "The company credit cards have been temporarily suspended," Ariella continued, consulting another paper. "Corporate vehicle access has been revoked. The executive travel account has been frozen. And yes, before you ask, that includes the company jet, the VIP concierge service, and the executive assistant pool." Sloane looked like someone had just told her that gravity had been cancelled, and she was expected to figure out flying on her own. Her mouth was opening and closing like she was trying to speak, but no sound was coming out. It was the first time in probably 5 years that I'd seen my wife genuinely speechless. "This is temporary," Ariella emphasized. And I appreciated that she was at least pretending to be reasonable. The suspension can be lifted after the ethics review, assuming completion of required courses in compliance with behavioral standards going forward. Required courses. Sloane's voice cracked on the words anger management, executive leadership ethics, and family dynamics counseling. Ariella listed off standard corporate rehabilitation protocol for conduct violations. Nothing personal, just policy. The beauty of it was that it really was just policy. Sloane had signed off on these exact procedures herself, probably never imagining they'd be applied to her. She'd helped create the very system that was now systematically dismantling her life. Brick by perfectly legal brick. Riley Park, Sloane's own CFO and supposedly loyal lieutenant, chose that exact moment to call. Sloane's phone rang with that special ringtone she'd assigned to important business calls, and she answered it like a drowning person grabbing a life preserver. "Riley," her voice was desperate, hopeful. "Riley, thank God. Tell me you can fix this." I couldn't hear Riley's side of the conversation, but I could read Sloane's face like a roadmap to despair. With every word Riley spoke, Sloane seemed to shrink a little more. Her shoulders sagged. Her confident posture crumbled. The woman who'd slapped me 15 minutes ago was transforming into someone I almost felt sorry for. Almost. "What do you mean the insurers are involved?" Sloane was practically whispering now. "What do you mean Argent Bio wants a meeting?" "Riley, I've been their primary contact for 3 years." And there it was. The moment Sloane realized this wasn't just about her marriage or even just about her job. This was about her entire professional reputation, her network, her carefully constructed identity as the unstoppable CEO who could handle anything. All of it was crashing down because she couldn't handle a simple request to put her phone away at a family gathering. The irony was beautiful in its completeness. The woman who'd built her career on consequence management and accountability structures was experiencing both firsthand, courtesy of the very system she'd helped design. Janet and Carlos, meanwhile, had positioned themselves near the gate with the kind of casual precision that suggested they'd done this before. Not threatening, not aggressive, just present enough to remind everyone that this wasn't a negotiation. This was a delivery of predetermined consequences. And everyone could either accept that gracefully or learn what security contractors actually meant. Sloane finally hung up the phone and looked around our backyard like she was seeing it for the first time. The VP brigade was already retreating toward the gate, mumbling something about urgent calls and prior commitments. Our friends Quinn and Leo were performing their own strategic withdrawal, probably planning to discuss this bombshell over beers for the next 6 months. "This is insane," Sloane said. But her voice had lost that commanding edge. She sounded tired, confused, maybe even a little scared. "This is my house. These are my children. You can't just actually," Ariella said, closing her folders with the satisfaction of someone who just completed a perfect presentation. "We can, and we have. The lesson, Ms. Mercer, is already in progress." And with that, she nodded to me through the glass door, signaled to her team, and began what I was already thinking of as the most educational 15 minutes of Sloane's entire adult life. The painful lesson had officially begun. You want to know what's really messed up about toxic relationships? It's not the big blow-up moments. Those are actually easier to deal with because at least they're obvious. It's all the little cuts, the death by 1,000 paper cuts, the slow erosion of your dignity that happens so gradually you don't even notice you're bleeding until someone points out you're standing in a puddle of your own self-respect. Ariella opened that fourth folder, the one I'd been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. And I knew Sloane was about to discover just how much attention I'd been paying to those little cuts. See, while she'd been busy building her corporate empire and treating our family like a poorly managed subsidiary, I'd been doing something she never expected from the simple house husband. I'd been taking notes. "Now we come to the documentation phase," Ariella announced, pulling out a manila folder thick enough to choke a horse. "Mr. Jordan has been quite thorough in his recording over the past 18 months. The look on Sloane's face was priceless. She glanced from Ariella to me, and I could practically see the wheels turning in her head, trying to figure out when her harmless, non-confrontational husband had transformed into someone capable of strategic planning. The answer, of course, was right around the time she'd started treating me like an incompetent employee instead of her partner. "These aren't allegations of infidelity," Ariella clarified, which was probably smart since half the neighborhood was now peeking over fences trying to figure out why our barbecue had turned into an episode of Judge Judy. Though there have been rumors circulating in certain professional circles, Sloane flinched. Apparently, those rumors had made it back to her, which meant they were probably more than rumors. But Ariella was right. This wasn't about who Sloane might or might not be screwing in conference rooms after hours. This was about something much more damning in the eyes of the law. Financial neglect and emotional abuse with a paper trail longer than a CVS receipt. What we have here, Ariella continued. Flipping through pages with the casual efficiency of someone who'd organized every piece of evidence like she was curating a museum exhibit, as a comprehensive pattern of family financial neglect and emotional misconduct documented over 8 months. 8 months. That's how long I'd been playing detective in my own life, keeping track of every broken promise, every missed dinner, every time Sloane chose work over our kids, and then made it sound like I was being unreasonable for expecting basic human decency from my own wife. The first batch of evidence was the easy stuff, the quantifiable neglect that even a corporate board could understand. 47 family commitments missed without notice, Ariella read off. 63 instances of arriving more than 2 hours late to pre-planned family activities. 89 occasions where family time was interrupted by non-emergency business calls lasting more than 15 minutes. I'd kept a spreadsheet. Yeah, I know how that sounds, like I'm some obsessive weirdo who turned marriage into a data analytics project. But when your wife gaslight you daily about how you're being too sensitive or unrealistic in your expectations, sometimes you need cold, hard numbers to prove you're not losing your mind. Jesus, Jordan, Quinn muttered from somewhere near the gate. You kept track of all that, wouldn't you? I called back. If someone was constantly telling you that you were imagining things, wouldn't you want proof that you weren't crazy? But the real kicker was the HR documentation. See, Sloane had made one crucial mistake in her campaign of domestic terrorism. She'd brought it to work. Ariella pulled out a separate stack of papers that made Sloane's face go from pale to green. We also have formal complaints filed with Mercer Dynamics Human Resources regarding Ms. Mercer's conduct at company-sponsored events where family members were present, Ariella announced, including 3 separate incidents where she publicly berated her husband in front of employees and clients. Oh, yeah. Those. The company Christmas party where she dressed me down for interrupting important conversations when I'd asked if she wanted to dance with our kids. The client dinner where she'd made fun of my job in front of the Argent Bio executives, calling me her little house husband, like I was some kind of adorable pet project. The charity gala where she'd actually told me to know my place when I'd suggested we should head home because Rowan had school the next day. At the time, I'd swallowed the humiliation and told myself it was just Sloane being Sloane, stressed, overworked, taking it out on the nearest target, but her employees had been watching, her clients had been watching, and apparently some of them had been documenting. Additionally, Ariella continued, we have witnessed statements from neighbors regarding domestic disturbances. Mrs. Lou from next door had apparently been keeping her own little record of Sloane's greatest hits. The time she'd screamed at me in the driveway about forgetting to move her car loud enough that Mrs. Lou's dinner guests had asked if they should call someone. The Saturday morning when she'd called me pathetically useless because I'd bought the wrong kind of coffee pods. Her voice carrying across 3 backyards like a air raid siren. Mr. Okafor from across the street had contributed his own testimony about the evening Sloane had literally thrown my car keys at my head because I'd been 5 minutes late picking her up from the office. He'd been walking his dog and seen the whole thing, including the part where she'd made me get out and pick up the keys while she sat in the passenger seat checking her phone. But the real evidence, Ariella said, pulling out what looked like a tablet, comes from your own security system. And that's when Sloane's face went from green to that special shade of white usually reserved for people who've just seen their own ghost. Our doorbell camera, the one she'd insisted we install for security purposes and then promptly forgotten about because, let's face it, Sloane never thought the rules applied to her. Ariella queued up video after video, months of what she politely called smaller humiliations, but which I'd been living as daily reminders that my own wife thought I was beneath her. Sloane rolling her eyes when I tried to talk to her about the kids. Sloane cursing under her breath when she thought no one was listening. Sloane whispering threats about what would happen if I embarrassed her professionally by asking for basic respect at home. Now, to be clear, Ariella said, pausing the videos, none of this rises to the level of physical abuse, but it does establish a pattern of emotional misconduct and deliberate undermining of parental authority in front of the children. Emotional misconduct. I like that phrase. It made all those moments when Sloane had made me feel like garbage sound official, legitimate, worth addressing. For months, I'd been gaslit into thinking I was being too sensitive when I asked to be treated like an equal partner instead of an inconvenient employee in my own life. The children have reported to their school counselor unprompted that mommy is always angry at daddy and that daddy looks sad when mommy comes home. Ariella read from another document. This was documented in their files following routine check-ins, not in response to any specific incident. That hit me harder than I'd expected. Hearing that my kids had noticed, had been worried about me, had been carrying the weight of our dysfunction to school, that hurt worse than any slap Sloane could have delivered. Because the whole time I'd been telling myself I was protecting them by not fighting back, by not making waves, by just taking whatever Sloane dished out with a smile and a yes, dear. They'd been watching their father get slowly ground down into nothing. Sloane tried to interrupt, tried to spin it, tried to do that thing she always did where she made herself the victim of other people's misunderstandings and oversensitivity. But Ariella just held up one hand, a gesture I'd seen her use in depositions to shut down opposing counsel, and kept reading. The pattern shows escalation over time, culminating in today's physical assault in front of multiple witnesses, including both minor children. She said, "This is not about punishment, Miss Mercer. This is about establishing boundaries that should have been in place months ago." I watched Sloane's mind racing, probably trying to figure out some angle, some way to regain control of the narrative. She was used to being the smartest person in the room, the one with all the information, the one calling the shots. Finding out that her quiet, unassuming husband had been building a legal case against her while she wasn't looking. That had to be like discovering your goldfish had been planning a jailbreak. "You planned this?" Sloane accused, pointing at me through the sliding glass door like I was some kind of criminal mastermind. "You set me up." "No," Ariella corrected, her voice as calm as a meditation app. "You set yourself up. Mr. Jordan simply documented your choices. Every single incident in these files represents a decision you made about how to treat your family. We didn't create this evidence. We just organized it." The VP twins were now actively backing toward the gate, making those important phone call gestures that people make when they want to escape a situation without looking like they're fleeing a sinking ship. Smart move. Honestly, when your boss is getting served with legal papers at a family barbecue, it's probably time to update your LinkedIn profile and start networking. "The lesson here," Ariella said, closing the folders with the finality of a judge's gavel, "isn't destruction, it's boundaries. Real enforceable boundaries that protect everyone involved, including you, Ms. Mercer." She gathered her papers, nodded to the security team, and headed toward the gate. But before she left, she turned back to Sloane one more time. "The review process begins Monday morning. I'd suggest you use this weekend to reflect on how you got here because the board is going to want answers. And Ms. Mercer," she paused, looking directly at my wife with something that might have been pity. "Next time someone asks you to put your phone away for 5 minutes, you might want to consider just putting the phone away." As they walked away, leaving Sloane standing alone on our deck, surrounded by the wreckage of what used to be her unquestioned authority, I finally stepped outside. She looked at me like she was seeing me for the first time. Not as the convenient house husband she could push around whenever she felt like flexing, but as someone who just reminded her that actions have consequences. "Why?" she asked, and for the first time in months, she sounded genuinely confused instead of just angry. I looked at my wife, really looked at her, standing there in her expensive suit, surrounded by the ruins of her own making, and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Because I said simply, "Love without boundaries isn't love. It's just slow motion suicide." And with that, I walked back inside to check on our kids, leaving Sloane alone with the mess she'd made and the painful lesson she was just beginning to understand. Here's the thing about being a parent during a crisis. You can't just fall apart and sort yourself out later like you're some childless 20-some having an existential breakdown in a studio apartment. When you've got two little humans watching your every move, trying to figure out if their world is still safe or if everything they thought they knew about family just got flushed down the toilet. You better get your act together fast. So, while Sloane was outside having what I can only describe as a very expensive, nervous breakdown, I did what any decent father would do. I went into damage control mode for the only people in this whole mess who actually mattered. "Hey guys," I called the Micah and Rowan who were standing by the sliding door looking like they'd just witnessed their parents' marriage get hit by a meteor, which let's be honest, they basically had. "How about we head inside for some juice and a chat?" Micah, being 10 and therefore old enough to recognize when adults are using their everything's fine voices while everything is clearly not fine, gave me that look kids give you when they know you're about to feed them a line of BS but they're willing to play along because they love you. Rowan, bless his 7-year-old heart, was still stuck in processing mode. His little brain trying to make sense of why mommy had hit daddy and why strangers with official papers had shown up like they were delivering the world's worst pizza. We settled around our kitchen table, the same table where we'd eaten probably 1,000 meals together, where the kids had done homework and built Lego castles and had those rambling conversations that kids have about whether dinosaurs would like ice cream. Now, it was going to be the setting for the most important conversation I'd ever had with my children, and I was absolutely terrified of screwing it up. "So," I said, pouring apple juice into their favorite cups. Micah's had dinosaurs on it. Rowan was covered in stars. "That was pretty intense out there, huh?" Understatement of the century, but you've got to start somewhere. Micah, who'd inherited his mother's direct communication style, but, thankfully not her cruel streak, cut right to the chase. "Why did Mom hit you, Dad?" "Jesus. How do you explain to a 10-year-old that his mother has turned into someone you barely recognize? That the woman who used to read him bedtime stories and kiss his scraped knees had somehow transformed into a corporate robot who thought violence was an acceptable response to minor inconvenience?" "Sometimes," I said, choosing my words like I was defusing a bomb. "Grown-ups make really bad choices when they're feeling angry or stressed. What Mom did was wrong. Hitting is never okay, even when you're upset about something." Rowan piped up, his voice small and confused. "But you always tell us that hitting means time out. Out of the mouths of babes, right?" My 7-year-old had just summed up the entire situation with the kind of crystal clarity that most adults spend years in therapy trying to achieve. If hitting means time out for kids, then hitting definitely means time out for grown-ups, especially grown-ups who should know better. "You're absolutely right, buddy," I told him. "And that's exactly what's happening. Mom is going to have a grown-up timeout so she can think about her choices and learn how to make better ones." Micah, who'd been stirring his juice with the intensity of a mad scientist, looked up at me with those serious brown eyes that were way too wise for a 10-year-old. "Is that why those people came with papers? Like when the principal calls parents to the office? Smart kid, too smart for his own good, honestly." "Something like that," I said. "When grown-ups break important rules, especially rules about being kind to their family, other grown-ups have to step in and help fix things." I could see both kids processing this information, trying to fit it into their understanding of how the world was supposed to work. For them, family had always been this safe, stable thing. Even when Sloane was working crazy hours or being cranky, she was still Mom. Still the person who was supposed to love and protect them unconditionally. The idea that Mom could be the source of danger instead of safety was probably like discovering that gravity worked backwards on Tuesdays. My phone buzzed with a text from Miss Santos, the school counselor I'd reached out to earlier in the week when I'd started realizing this day was inevitable. Thank God for people like her, the unsung heroes who deal with the fallout when families implode and kids get caught in the crossfire. "Quick check-in scheduled for Monday," her text read. "Art therapy session Tuesday. I've already briefed their teachers about the situation. We've got them covered." I showed the kids the text because transparency was going to be the new family policy around here. "Miss Santos wants to meet with you guys next week just to check in and make sure you're doing okay with all these changes." "Are we in trouble?" Rowan asked, and the worry in his voice nearly broke my heart. "No, sweetie," I said, reaching over to ruffle his hair. "You guys aren't in trouble at all. Miss Santos just wants to make sure you have someone to talk to about your feelings because this is probably pretty confusing and maybe a little scary." Micah nodded thoughtfully. "Like when Tommy's parents got divorced and he got to see the special counselor who had all the cool art supplies. Exactly like that." I confirmed sometimes when families go through big changes, kids need extra support to help them understand what's happening and how they're feeling about it. What I didn't tell them. What I couldn't tell them because they were too young to understand the full scope of what their mother had become was that I'd been planning this conversation for weeks. I'd researched child psychologists, read books about helping kids cope with family trauma, even practice different ways to explain divorce and separation in age-appropriate language. Because unlike their mother, I'd seen this train wreck coming from miles away and had actually bothered to prepare for the impact. The sliding door opened and Zeke walked in like he owned the place, carrying a stack of takeout containers loaded with leftover food. My best friend since college, the guy who'd been my best man and was now apparently my cleanup crew. He didn't say anything about the legal circus that had just concluded on our deck. Just started loading containers into the fridge like this was a perfectly normal Saturday afternoon. "Uncle Zeke." Rowan launched himself at Zeke's legs, which was probably the first normal kid reaction I'd seen since this whole nightmare began. "Hey there, Space Cadet," Zeke said, scooping Rowan up like he weighed nothing. "Heard you guys are having some big changes around here." I caught Zeke's eye over Rowan's head and mouth. "Thank you." He just shrugged like it was no big deal. Like showing up to help clean up the wreckage of your best friend's marriage was just standard weekend activities. "Are you going to help Dad take care of us?" Micah asked, and there was something in his voice. Not quite fear, but definitely uncertainty about what their new normal was going to look like. "I'm going to help however your dad needs me to," Zeke said simply. "But your dad's been taking pretty good care of you guys all by himself for a while now, hasn't he?" Both kids nodded, and I felt this weird surge of pride mixed with sadness. They had noticed. They'd been aware that I was the one showing up, the one being present, the one making sure homework got done and lunches got packed and bedtime stories got read. They'd known, even if they couldn't articulate it, that their family had been running on one parent for months. Through the window, I could see the security contractors maintaining their professional distance near the gate while Sloane sat at our patio table, staring at the stack of papers like they might spontaneously combust if she glared hard enough. The VP twins had vanished, probably already on conference calls with their own lawyers, trying to figure out how much of this corporate drama was going to splash back on them. "So, what happens now?" Micah asked, cutting through my distracted observation with the kind of direct question that reminded me why kids make the best journalists. "Now," I said, sitting back down and looking at both of my boys, these two amazing little humans who deserve so much better than having a front row seat to their parents' relationship detonating like a faulty firework. "We figure out our new normal. We make some new rules about how we want our family to work. We talk to Miss Santos and Dr. Wolf about our feelings. And we remember that no matter what happens between Mom and me, we both love you guys more than anything in the universe." "Even when Mom gets mad?" Rowan asked. "Even when Mom gets mad?" I confirmed. Adults can make bad choices and still love their kids. Sometimes loving someone means helping them learn how to make better choices. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Miss Santos. "Emergency counseling session available tonight. If needed. I can be there in 30 minutes. I looked at my kids, really looked at them, trying to gauge how they were handling this emotional earthquake. Micah seemed thoughtful, but not devastated. Rowan was already getting distracted by the leftover bubbles on the deck. Resilient little dudes, both of them, stronger than I'd given them credit for. "I think we're okay for tonight," I texted back. "But, thank you for being ready." Through the window, I watched one of the security contractors approach Sloane with what looked like professional courtesy mixed with gentle firmness. Time for her to leave, apparently. Time for our house to stop being a corporate battleground and start being a home again. "Daddy," Rowan said, tugging on my sleeve. "Can we have pancakes for dinner?" And you know what? That sounded like the perfect way to start our new life. Pancakes for dinner? Because sometimes when your world gets turned upside down, you need to eat dessert first just to remember that you're still allowed to make choices that bring joy instead of stress. Absolutely. I said pancakes, it is because that's what good fathers do. They make pancakes when the world falls apart. They answer hard questions with honest words. And they remember that protecting your kids sometimes means standing up to the person who's supposed to be helping you protect them. The lesson was just beginning, but for the first time in months, I felt like I was finally learning the right things. You know what's beautiful about corporate karma? It doesn't need a fancy conference room or a mahogany table to serve up a steaming hot plate of consequences. Sometimes it happens right there in your driveway while you're wearing a wrinkled white suit and contemplating the smoking ruins of your professional reputation. Riley Park, Sloane's supposedly loyal CFO and the woman who'd spent the last 3 years kissing my wife's ass like it was her full-time job, chose that exact moment to call. And here's where it gets really good. Ariella hadn't left yet. She was standing right there, probably savoring this moment like a fine wine when Sloane's phone started playing that obnoxious classical music ringtone she used for important business calls. "Riley," Sloane answered. And I could hear the desperation in her voice, even through the sliding glass door. "Riley, thank God. Please tell me you can fix this nightmare." But here's the thing about corporate loyalty. It's a lot like a fair-weather friendship. It looks real solid when everything's going great. But the second storm clouds roll in, suddenly everyone remembers they have other places to be. I watched Sloane's face cycle through about 15 different emotions as Riley delivered what was obviously bad news. Wrapped in corporate speak. The kind of conversation where phrases like brand risk assessment and stakeholder concerns really mean you're screwed and we're all pretending it's about business instead of you being a terrible human being. The branding committee flagged this as a potential liability. I could hear Riley saying, her voice tiny through the phone speaker. She sounded wounded but determined, like someone who just discovered her boss was a liability instead of an asset. The insurers are requiring a full review before they'll continue coverage. And Jordan, Argent Bio, specifically requested a meeting about leadership tone and company values. Argent Bio, Sloane's biggest client, the company that basically funded half of Mercer Dynamics' quarterly profits. The same executives who'd been at that charity dinner where Sloane had publicly humiliated me, calling me her little house husband, like I was some kind of trophy wife who'd forgotten his place. They can't do this, Sloane was saying. But her voice had lost the commanding edge she usually wielded like a weapon. It's a private family matter. It has nothing to do with the company. Wrong again, sweetheart. When you make a career out of preaching, personal accountability, and leadership integrity while treating your own family like garbage, people tend to notice the hypocrisy. Ariella stepped closer to the phone conversation with the kind of professional courtesy that probably terrified opposing counsel in depositions. Miss Mercer, may I remind you that the assault occurred in front of company employees? Your VPs Jessica Martinez and Mark Thompson were present and witnessed the entire incident. All right. The corporate cheerleaders who'd been so eager to bask in Sloane's reflected glory were now probably updating their resumes and practicing there. I was just following orders speeches for HR interviews. Riley's voice came through the speaker again, and this time she sounded less like a loyal lieutenant and more like someone reading an obituary. The board voted unanimously, Sloane. Unanimous. Do you understand what that means? It means you burned every bridge, alienated every ally, and turned your own board of directors into a firing squad. But please don't let me interrupt this educational moment. This is temporary, Sloane kept repeating, like saying it enough times would make it true. This is just a misunderstanding. Once I explain what? Riley interrupted. And wow, I'd never heard her use that tone with Sloane before. Explain why you physically assaulted your husband at a family gathering. Explain why our biggest client is questioning whether we share their values. Explain why our insurance company is treating this like a liability review. The VP brigade, who'd been hovering near the gate like vultures waiting for roadkill, suddenly decided they had urgent business elsewhere. Jessica was already speed dialing what was probably her personal lawyer, while Mark had that deer in headlights look of someone who'd just realized he'd been standing too close to a sinking ship. This is business, Riley continued, her voice getting stronger with every word. This isn't personal. It's not vindictive. It's just business. The board has a fiduciary responsibility to protect the company from leadership that creates liability. Leadership that creates liability. I love that phrase. It was corporate speak for your wife is a walking lawsuit waiting to happen. Janet and Carlos, the security contractors who'd been maintaining their professional distance, moved with the kind of subtle efficiency that suggested this conversation was about to reach its natural conclusion. Not threatening, not aggressive, just present, ready to help anyone who needed assistance finding their way to the exit. You need to leave now, Ariella said, her voice still maintaining that perfect balance of professional courtesy and absolute finality. The protection order is in effect, and continuing to remain on the property would constitute violation of a court order. Sloane looked around our backyard like she was seeing it for the first time. The deck where our kids had taken their first steps. The garden where we'd planted tomatoes every spring. The fire pit where we'd roasted marshmallows and told ghost stories back when we were still a family instead of a corporate case study in domestic dysfunction. This is my house, she said, but her voice was hollow now. The fight was going out of her like air from a punctured tire. Actually, Ariella corrected gently. According to the emergency order, this is a protected residence. You're welcome to collect personal items with supervision, but only after filing the appropriate request with the court. The appropriate request. God, I loved how everything was suddenly subject to proper procedures and official channels. The same woman who'd spent years bulldozing through other people's boundaries was now discovering what it felt like to have boundaries enforced on her. Riley's voice came through the phone one more time. Sloane, I need you to understand something. This isn't about destroying you or the company. This is about protecting both. The board still believes in your potential as a leader, but leadership means taking responsibility for your actions. All of your actions. And with that, she hung up. Riley Park, who'd been Sloane's woman for 3 years, had just delivered the professional equivalent of, maybe you should take some time to think about what you've done. The silence that followed was beautiful in its completeness. No more phones buzzing. No more corporate doublespeak. No more pretending that what had just happened was anything other than a powerful woman discovering that power without accountability is just another word for tyranny. Janet approached Sloane with the kind of professional compassion that suggested she'd done this before, helped other powerful people understand that their power had limits, their actions had consequences, and their time was up. M. Mercer, she said softly, we'd like to escort you to your vehicle now. There's no rush, no pressure, just a gentle transition off the property in compliance with the court order. Sloane looked back at our house one more time. At the kitchen window where I was visible with our kids, at the deck where she'd just blown up her entire life, at the garden where we'd once been happy. And for just a moment, she looked like the woman I'd married instead of the corporate monster she'd become. Then she straightened her shoulders, fixed her hair, and walked toward the gate like she was heading to just another business meeting. The lesson was in progress, and class was officially in session. You know what's weird about reclaiming your space after someone toxic leaves? It's not dramatic like in the movies where you burn their clothes and change all the locks while some empowering anthem plays in the background. It's quiet, almost mundane, like rearranging furniture to let light into corners that have been dark for way too long. That night, after the legal circus had packed up and left town, after the kids had processed their feelings over pancakes and bedtime stories, After the last of our shell-shocked guests had awkwardly shuffled home with leftover ribs and traumatic memories, I found myself standing in our living room at 11 p.m. staring at furniture like it had personally offended me. The couch was positioned so that whoever sat in Sloane's usual spot could see both the TV and the kitchen, maintaining perfect sight lines for her favorite hobby of multitasking during family time. The coffee table was angled just right for her to prop her laptop while she participated in movie nights by answering emails. Even the kids' toy corner had been gradually pushed into the least convenient spot because their Lego castles cluttered the aesthetic of her perfect suburban showcase. Screw that. Screw all of that. I started moving furniture like I was performing an exorcism. The couch got rotated 90 degrees facing the windows instead of the kitchen, creating this cozy little family circle instead of Sloane's command and control viewing station. The coffee table got pushed back, opening up floor space for the kids to actually play instead of having to tiptoe around Mom's mobile office setup. Micah wandered downstairs in his dinosaur pajamas, probably drawn by the sound of furniture scraping across hardwood floors. "What are you doing, Dad?" "Making some changes," I said, wrestling with the armchair that Sloane had claimed as her throne. "What do you think?" "Better." He looked around with that serious consideration kids bring to important questions, like where to put furniture, ranked right up there with whether aliens exist and why vegetables are mandatory. Then he disappeared upstairs and came back carrying his favorite dragon toy. This ridiculous stuffed thing with purple wings and a lopsided grin that he'd had since he was 3. Without a word, he marched over to the bookshelf and placed the dragon on the middle shelf right at eye level like he was planting a flag on conquered territory. "There," he announced with satisfaction. "Now it looks like our house." Our house. Not Mom's showcase. Not the Mercer Family Museum. Just our house where kids could put dragon toys on bookshelves and nobody would call it clutter. Rowan appeared next, clutching a piece of construction paper covered in crayon stars. He'd been working on it during dinner, tongue poking out in concentration while he colored. Now he was standing on the couch, carefully taping his masterpiece to the wall above where we'd repositioned everything. "Safe spot," he whispered, smoothing down the tape. "Now it's a safe spot." Jesus, 7 years old, and he already understood what I'd been trying to figure out for months. That home is supposed to be where you feel safe, not where you walk on eggshells waiting for the next explosion. I pulled out my phone and started making lists because apparently I'd inherited Sloane's organizational obsession, but was planning to use it for good instead of evil. New family rules. I typed dinner together every night. Devices down during family time. 3 gratitudes before bed. Simple stuff. Basic human decency disguised as house rules. Revolutionary concepts like actually paying attention to your kids and treating family time like it mattered. Dr. Ellen Wolfe, family therapist extraordinaire, got an email from me at 11:47 p.m. requesting sessions for all 3 of us. I'd researched her for weeks. She specialized in helping families rebuild after trauma, had great reviews from other divorced dads, and most importantly, she didn't take insurance from Sloane's company. The last thing I needed was my wife somehow getting access to our therapy notes through corporate healthcare benefits. Before I went to bed, I wrote myself a note and stuck it on the bathroom mirror where I'd see it every morning. No rage, only structure. Because the temptation to let anger drive this whole process was real. It would have been so easy to turn this into a revenge fantasy, to enjoy watching Sloane suffer, to let bitterness poison whatever came next. But that wasn't the lesson I wanted to teach my kids. The lesson wasn't that powerful people deserve to be destroyed when they fall. It was that everyone, even powerful people, especially powerful people, needed boundaries. Consequences weren't about punishment. They were about teaching someone that their actions affect other people and those other people matter. As I turned off the lights and headed upstairs, I looked back at our rearranged living room. It looked different, brighter, somehow more open, more like a place where a family actually lived instead of where they performed for each other. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, more lawyers, more difficult conversations. But tonight, in a house where dragon toys claimed shelf space and crayon stars marked safe spots, we'd taken the first step towards something that felt suspiciously like peace. The revolution was just getting started. There's something deeply surreal about sitting in a courtroom watching your marriage get dissected like a high school biology class frog. Except instead of finding organs and stuff, everyone's poking around looking for evidence of emotional abuse and finding plenty of it. Meticulously documented and legally admissible, Judge Patricia Navarro looked like someone who'd seen every flavor of human dysfunction and had stopped being surprised by any of it around her 3rd year on the bench. She had that particular brand of patient authority that said, "I've heard all the excuses, seen all the sob stories, and I'm here to cut through and figure out what's actually best for the kids involved." Ariella had warned me that family court was basically theater where everyone pretends to be reasonable while fighting over the most unreasonable situation imaginable. She wasn't wrong. Sloane's attorney. Some expensive suit named Bradley, who looked like he'd rather be negotiating corporate mergers than explaining why his client thought domestic violence was an acceptable conflict resolution strategy, kept trying to paint me as some kind of calculating mastermind who'd orchestrated this whole thing. Your Honor, Bradley said in that pompous voice that lawyers probably practice in law school. My client contends that Mr. Jordan has been systematically planning this alleged incident for months, deliberately provoking. Objection, Ariella interrupted smoothly. Is counsel seriously suggesting that asking one's spouse to put down their phone at a family gathering constitutes provocation worthy of physical assault? Judge Navarro didn't even look up from the video statements she was reviewing. Sustained. Mr. Bradley, unless you're planning to argue that common courtesy is grounds for battery, I suggest you find a different angle. The video statements were Ariella's masterstroke. Instead of dragging our neighbors into court to testify about our family drama, she'd had them record their accounts from the comfort of their own homes. Mrs. Lau, sitting in her perfectly organized kitchen, calmly describing the various times she'd heard Sloane screaming at me like I was a disobedient employee. Mr. Broke for walking his dog while explaining how he'd witnessed the car key incident and had seriously considered calling the police. But the real kicker was the footage from our own security camera. There's something particularly damning about watching yourself on video, especially when that video shows you behaving like a complete psychopath while your husband tries to maintain his dignity and your kids watch their mother lose her damn mind. When my turn came to speak, I kept it simple. No dramatic speeches, no emotional manipulation, just the truth delivered as plainly as possible. Your Honor, I want peace for our kids. I want them to feel safe in their own home. I want them to see what healthy relationships look like instead of watching their parents tear each other apart. Sloane's lawyer tried to argue that the corporate consequences were excessive, that mixing family court with employment issues was somehow unfair. But here's the beautiful thing about consequences. They don't care about your feelings or your sense of fairness. They care about cause and effect, action and reaction, the basic laws of social physics that even CEOs can't negotiate their way around. Judge Navarro granted most of our requested parenting plan, structured visits for Sloane, completion of anger management courses, family therapy for everyone involved. Not because I'd asked for revenge, but because protecting kids from witnessing domestic violence was apparently considered a reasonable judicial priority. As we walked out of the courthouse, Sloane looked smaller somehow. Not physically, but in that way, people shrink when they realize their usual tricks aren't working anymore. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe all the way down to my toes. No victory dance, no celebration, no gloating, just this long, deep breath that filled my lungs with something that felt suspiciously like hope. Here's something nobody warns you about when your spouse's public meltdown becomes the talk of the town. The rumors move faster than wildfire through a dry forest. Except instead of destroying everything, they somehow make your life better. Go figure. Within 48 hours, every corporate executive within a 50-mile radius knew some version of what had happened at our barbecue. But here's the weird part. Instead of the story being crazy house husband destroys successful CEO wife, it became accountability finally catches up with executive who forgot basic human decency. Apparently, Sloane had made enemies I didn't even know about. The official version floating around the business community was sanitized corporate speak, leadership transition due to conduct review, temporary operational restructuring, family focus, and professional development. Translation: your CEO lost her damn mind at a backyard barbecue and got served with legal papers in front of witnesses. But instead of investors running for the hills like I'd expected, something miraculous happened. They started writing letters, not angry. What the hell is happening with our investment letters? But supportive accountability is actually attractive in leadership letters. Turns out a lot of people have been waiting for someone to finally call Sloane on her. We appreciate companies that maintain high standards for executive behavior. One major investor wrote to the board, leadership integrity at home reflects leadership capacity in business. Another one was even more direct about damn time someone held her accountable. Meanwhile, I went back to my regular life at North Harbor Studio like nothing had happened. Because honestly, what was I supposed to do? Take out a billboard advertising my newfound status as guy who successfully divorced a CEO? The work still needed to get done. The kids still needed school lunches packed and life still required showing up even when everything felt surreal. Zeke had basically moved into our guest room without asking permission. Showing up every morning with 2 coffees and the kind of steady presence that said, your life just exploded, but I'm not going anywhere. He didn't ask probing questions or offer unsolicited advice. Just sat on our porch, drank coffee, and existed as proof that some people actually know how to be decent human beings without it requiring a court order. You doing okay? He'd ask every morning like clockwork. Yeah, I'd answer. And the crazy part was, I actually meant it. Sloane could rebuild if she wanted to do the work. The board had made that clear. This wasn't permanent destruction, just enforced reflection. She could take her classes, learn to manage her anger, figure out how to be a leader without being a tyrant. Whether she would actually do any of that remained to be seen, but at least now she had the opportunity to become someone worth respecting again. As for me, I kept things simple. School drop-offs where I actually talked to other parents instead of hiding behind Sloane's intimidating reputation. Spaghetti nights where we ate at the table and discussed our days like normal families do. Soccer practice where I cheered for Rowan without checking my phone every 30 seconds to see if Sloane needed something. Normal life. Revolutionary concept apparently. 3 weeks later, Sloane showed up at our front gate like a normal person asking permission instead of a corporate raider demanding tribute. The difference was jarring. She actually knocked and waited instead of barging in like she owned the place. Which technically she still half did, but apparently legal papers have a way of teaching people about basic courtesy. Could I see the boy's firefly jar? She asked, her voice softer than I'd heard it in months. I know it's not my scheduled time, but Rowan mentioned it during our last visit. Progress. Actual measurable progress. 6 months ago, Sloane would have pushed past me and taken whatever she wanted while lecturing me about being unnecessarily difficult. Now, she was asking permission and referencing something our 7-year-old had told her during supervised visitation. I nodded and let her in, keeping it structured like the court order required, but not making it feel like a prison visit. We walked to the kitchen where the kids had set up their latest project, a mason jar full of fireflies they had caught the night before, complete with air holes and a tiny dish of sugar water because Rowan was convinced fireflies got thirsty. She seemed smaller somehow. Not physically, she was still wearing those expensive suits and designer heels, but her presence didn't fill up the entire room anymore. She'd taken that first parenting class, completed the anger management prerequisite, and apparently learned that listening was a skill worth developing. Maybe it would last, maybe it wouldn't. People don't usually change overnight, especially people who've spent years believing their own press releases about being untouchable. But for the first time since this whole nightmare started, I saw flashes of the woman I'd married instead of the corporate monster she'd become. The painful lesson wasn't my revenge. It never had been. It was Sloane's discovery that titles don't make you the man in charge. Character does. Leadership at work means absolutely nothing if you can't lead yourself at home. If you can't treat the people who love you with basic human decency. As for me, I learned that love without boundaries isn't love. It's just slow-motion suicide dressed up as devotion. With both kids finally asleep, I wrote one final line in the notebook I'd started keeping. Power is quiet. A door that locks, a routine that holds, a father who stays. And for the first time since that slap heard round the backyard, I felt like our house belonged to all of us again. Story 3. At Christmas dinner, my 9-year-old son was given a plate of cold leftovers while everyone else ate a full hot holiday meal. They told him to be grateful. Everyone pretended nothing was wrong. He tugged my sleeve and whispered, "Dad, can you do the thing you promised if they hurt me again?" So I did. 5 minutes later, my mother-in-law turned white, my brother shouted at me, and the entire table erupted in chaos. Harry Rose stood in the doorway of his repair shop, watching the last streaks of October sunlight fade over Cedar Bluff's main street. The air carried that particular Wisconsin chill that cut through flannel and settled into your bones. He wiped his hands on a rag stained with 12 years of engine oil and transmission fluid. The kind of stain that never quite washes out no matter how hard you scrub. 12 years of marriage. 12 years of trying to be enough for a woman whose mother had spent every single one of those years making sure he knew he wasn't. The bells above the shop door chimed as he locked up for the evening. His truck sat in the gravel lot, rusted at the wheel wells, but reliable. That was Harry in a nutshell. He supposed not flashy, not impressive by Lorraine Fallon standards, but he showed up every day and did the work. He paid his bills. He took care of his son. He fixed what was broken, at least when it came to engines and transmissions and electrical systems that made sense. People were harder to fix, especially when they didn't think they were broken. Harry drove through town with his windows cracked, letting the cold air keep him alert. Cedar Bluff was the kind of place where everyone knew your name and half your business before you did. The hardware store owner waved from his porch. Mrs. Patterson from the diner gave him a nod as she flipped her sign to closed. This was home had been since he was born and he never wanted to leave it. He'd met Amelia at the summer festival 13 years ago. She'd been visiting from Madison, staying with her aunt for the season, and Harry had thought she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Dark hair that caught the light, a laugh that sounded like music, and a way of looking at him that made him feel like maybe he was worth looking at. They'd married fast, too fast, probably. But Harry had been young and in love, and he'd thought that was enough. It wasn't until after the wedding that he'd really gotten to know Lorraine. The first time she'd come to visit their small apartment, she'd walk through it with her lips pressed into a thin line, touching things with just her fingertips as if she might catch something. "Well," she'd said finally, settling on their second-hand couch with visible reluctance. "I suppose it's cozy. You'll want something bigger once you get a real career going, Harry." He'd laugh it off then. Made a joke about how he was still figuring things out. Amelia had squeezed his hand and changed the subject, and he'd thought that was the end of it. But Lorraine's comments never ended. They just evolved, sharpened, found new soft places to land. When Harry opened his repair shop, working 16-hour days to get off the ground, Lorraine had said, "A mechanic. Well, someone has to do that kind of work, I suppose." When he'd finally started turning a profit, paying off his business loan, she'd said, "It's nice that you're self-employed. No corporate ladder to worry about climbing." When Michael was born and Harry had held his son in the hospital, crying from sheer overwhelming love, Lorraine had said, "I hope he has Amelia's drive. Boys need ambition." Every comment had a smile attached to it. Every insult came wrapped in concern. And Amelia always had the same response. "That's just how she is. She doesn't mean anything by it." Harry pulled into their driveway. It was a small house, but it was theirs. He'd repaired every inch of it himself over the years. Fixed the porch steps, replaced the water heater, rewired the kitchen, made it safe and warm and good enough for his family. Never good enough for Lorraine. The front door opened before he could reach it. Michael stood there 8 years old and small for his age with Amelia's dark hair and Harry's gray eyes. His face lit up when he saw his father. "Dad, you're home." Harry scooped him up even though the kid was getting heavy. "Hey buddy, good day at school. I got a 100 on my spelling test." "That's my boy." Harry sat him down and ruffled his hair. "Where's your mom?" "On the phone with Grandma." Michael's voice went a little quieter. "She's been on there a while." Harry could hear Amelia's voice from the kitchen. That particular tone she used only when talking to her mother. Appeasing, apologetic, a little desperate for approval that never quite came. He hung up his jacket and followed Michael into the living room where the boy had his homework spread across the coffee table. Harry knelt down beside him, looking over the math problems. "Need help with anything?" "No, I got it." Michael chewed his pencil, concentrating hard. Then, without looking up, he said, "Grandma's coming for Thanksgiving." Something cold settled in Harry's stomach. "Yeah, your mom mentioned that. She said it'll be nice. Family time." Michael glanced up at him and there was something in his eyes that an 8-year-old shouldn't have. "Weariness." She said, "I need to be on my best behavior." "You're always on your best behavior." "Grandma doesn't think so." Harry opened his mouth to respond, but Amelia's voice cut through from the kitchen. "Harry, can you come here?" He squeezed Michael's shoulder and stood. In the kitchen, Amelia was leaning against the counter with her phone in her hand, looking tired. She was still beautiful, still the woman he'd fallen in love with. But there were lines around her eyes now that hadn't been there a few years ago. Stress lines, tension. "Mom wants to do Thanksgiving at her place this year," she said before he could even say hello. "I told her that would be fine." Harry crossed his arms, leaning against the door frame. "Did you ask me first?" "It's Thanksgiving, Harry. We always do holidays with family. We did Thanksgiving there last year and a year before and a year before that." Amelia's jaw tightened. "What's your point?" "My point is that every time we go there, your mother find a way to make Michael feel small. Last time she told him his handwriting looked like a first grader's. The time before that, she said he was too skinny and needed to play more sports. She's just trying to help him improve." Harry laughed, but there was no humor in it. "That's not help. That's criticism dressed up as concern. You're being sensitive. I'm being protective. There's a difference." He kept his voice low, aware that Michael could probably hear them. "Every time we leave your mother's house, Michael is quieter. He pulls into himself. It takes days before he's back to normal." Amelia set her phone down hard on the counter. "She's his grandmother. She loves him. Then she has a hell of a way of showing it." They stared at each other across the kitchen. The refrigerator hummed. The clock on the wall ticked. Somewhere outside, a dog barked. Finally, Amelia said, "We're going for Thanksgiving. It's already decided." Harry wanted to argue more, wanted to put his foot down, but he could see the set of her shoulders, the stubborn lift of her chin. It was a posture he'd seen 1,000 times, inherited directly from Lorraine. When Amelia decided something, especially something her mother wanted, there was no moving her. "Fine," he said. "But if she starts it on Michael, we're leaving." "She won't. She always does." Amelia turned away from him, starting to pull things from the refrigerator for dinner. You just need to give her a chance, Harry. She's not as bad as you make her out to be, but she was. She really was. Harry thought back to all the times Lorraine had called him over the years. When she needed her deck renovated and wanted cheap labor. When her car needed repairs and she expected them for free. When she needed someone to move furniture or fix her garbage disposal or install a new ceiling fan. Harry, can you help with this? Harry, you're so handy. Harry, I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. He always went, always helped. Always did the work without complaint. And she still talked about him like he was a disappointment her daughter had settled for. He remembered the day Michael had won the school science fair. The kid had worked for weeks on a project about renewable energy, staying up late with Harry to build a working model wind turbine. When he placed first in his grade, Harry had been so proud he nearly burst. He called everyone he knew, posted pictures, made Michael's favorite dinner to celebrate. Lorraine had come over that evening. She'd looked at the trophy, smiled that thin smile of hers, and said, "Well, good for him, but let's not exaggerate. It's a small school. He's not exactly competing with the best and brightest." The light had died in Michael's eyes instantly. Amelia had laughed nervously and said, "Mom, he worked really hard on it." "I'm sure he did. I'm just saying we should keep things in perspective." Lorraine had patted Michael's head like he was a puppy who'd done a cute trick. No need to give him a big head about it. Harry had excused himself to the garage after that. He'd stood in the dark, hands shaking, wanted to go back inside and tell Lorraine exactly what he thought of her parenting philosophy. But Amelia had come out and asked him to please not make a scene. Her mother didn't mean it the way it sounded. Couldn't he just let it go this once? He let it go. It let a lot of things go over the years. But every time he let something go, a little piece of his marriage went with it. A little more distance opened up between him and Amelia. She kept choosing her mother over him, over Michael, over the family they'd built together. And Harry kept swallowing his anger, his hurt, his growing certainty that this couldn't last forever. That evening after dinner, Harry sat with Michael on the back porch. The November air was sharp and clean. The stars were coming out, bright pin pricks against the darkening sky. Michael leaned against him, and Harry put his arm around his son's thin shoulders. "Dad." "Yeah, buddy. If Grandma says something mean again at Thanksgiving, will you stand up for me?" Harry's throat tightened. He thought about all the promises he'd made as a father. To protect his son, to keep him safe, to make sure he grew up knowing he was valued and loved and good enough exactly as he was. "Yes," he said. "I promise." Michael relaxed against him. "Okay, I believe you." Harry stared up at the stars and wondered how much longer he could keep that promise while still keeping his marriage intact. Wondered if maybe those two things were mutually exclusive now. Wondered when exactly the woman he'd married had become so much like the woman who'd raised her. Inside he could hear Amelia on the phone again. Her mother's voice was loud enough to carry through the walls, talking about something that required Amelia's complete agreement and attention. It always did. Harry closed his eyes and held his son a little tighter. The cold Wisconsin wind picked up, rattling the bare tree branches. Winter was coming early this year. He could feel it in the air. That particular quality of approaching frost. The kind of cold that got into everything and didn't let go until spring. The kind you had to either endure or escape from entirely. Thanksgiving arrived like an obligation Harry couldn't shake. He'd spent the week leading up to it with a knot in his stomach that no amount of antacids could touch. Michael had been quiet, withdrawing into himself the way he always did before family gatherings at the Fallon house. Amelia had been short with both of them, stressed about making sure everything was perfect. Everything was just the way her mother expected. The drive to Lorraine's house took 40 minutes. She lived in a larger home on the outskirts of town, the kind of place with a manicured lawn and expensive landscaping that she paid other people to maintain. Her late husband had left her comfortable, and she made sure everyone knew it. The house itself was nice enough, Victorian style with a wraparound porch, but Harry had never felt welcome there. It was like entering a museum where you were expected to keep your hands to yourself and your voice down. Heath's truck was already in the driveway. Amelia's brother still lived in the basement apartment their mother had converted for him years ago. He was 36 now, had never held a job longer than 6 months, and Lorraine still treated him like he was one bad break away from becoming successful. Harry had a different theory about what Heath was one bad break away from. But he kept those thoughts to himself. They parked and gathered their things. Amelia had made 2 pies from scratch because Lorraine had mentioned she preferred homemade desserts. Michael clutched a construction paper turkey he'd made in art class and Harry could see his hands shaking slightly. "It'll be fine," Amelia said more to herself into them. She checked her reflection in the car window, smoothing her hair. Just a few hours. We can do this. Harry took Michael's hand as they walked up to the house. The boy's palm was clammy with nervous sweat. Before they could knock, the door swung open. Lorraine stood there in a cream-colored sweater and pearls. Her silver hair perfectly styled. She was in her early 60s, but could have passed for younger. She worked at it. Harry knew regular salon visits, expensive skin creams, a personal trainer twice a week. All of it designed to maintain the image of a woman who had everything together. There you are. Her smile was bright but didn't quite reach her eyes. Come in. Come in. You're right on time. She hugged Amelia first, tight and possessive, then gave Harry a brief nod that acknowledged his existence without actually welcoming it. When she turned to Michael, her smile faltered slightly. Hello, Michael. You're still so small for your age, aren't you? The boy's shoulders hunched. Harry felt his jaw clench. He's growing just fine, Harry said evenly. Of course, of course. Lorraine ushered them inside. The house smelled like roasted turkey and something floral from one of her many candles. Heath is already here. He's been helping me with dinner. Such a good son. The implication hung in the air. Such a good son. Unlike the son-in-law who does manual labor and doesn't make enough money. The living room was warm, almost too warm. Heath was sprawled on the couch watching football, a beer already in his hand despite it being barely noon. He glanced up when they entered, his eyes lingering on Harry with poorly disguised dislike. Harry, he said, not bothering to get up. Heath, game's tied. Vikings are choking as usual. Harry didn't respond. He'd learned years ago that engaging with Heath was pointless. The man had built his entire personality around being Lorraine's favorite child. The one who could do no wrong despite doing nothing at all. Michael tried to hand his grandmother the paper turkey he'd made. I made this for you in our class. Lorraine took it between two fingers, holding it away from her body like it might stain her sweater. How creative. We'll find a place for it somewhere. She sat on a side table, already dismissing it. Now, why don't you children make yourselves comfortable while I finish up in the kitchen? Amelia, dear, can you help me? Amelia followed her mother without question, leaving Harry and Michael alone with Heath. The three of them sat in uncomfortable silence. The football game played on, announcers discussing plays and statistics. Michael stayed close to Harry, pressed against his side on the love seat. Heath drank his beer and occasionally made comments about the game that no one responded to. From the kitchen, Harry could hear the murmur of voices. Lorraine's tone was sugary with that particular edge she got when she was being subtly critical. Amelia's responses were quiet, agreeable. He'd heard variations of his conversation 100 times. Lorraine offering advice that wasn't really advice. Amelia accepting criticism disguised as concern. Your boy doesn't talk much, does he? Heath said suddenly. Harry looked at him. He talks when he has something to say. Mom says he's too soft. Says Amelia coddles him too much. Heath took another drink. Boys need to be tougher. My dad would have straightened him out if he was still around. Good thing he's not your son then. Heath's eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? It means Michael is fine the way he is. He doesn't need to be anything other than himself. He needs to be a man, not some sensitive little kid who cries when things get hard. Harry felt heat rising in his chest. He's 8. 8 is old enough to know the world doesn't care about your feelings. Heath pointed his beer bottle at Michael. You're doing him no favors, raising him soft. Before Harry could respond, Lorraine appeared in the doorway with a tight smile. Boys, let's keep things pleasant. It's Thanksgiving. Her eyes landed on Harry. Harry, would you mind helping Heath set the table? I'm sure you know how to do that at least. The barb landed perfectly as they always did. Harry stood without comment and followed Heath to the dining room. The table was already mostly set. Crystal glasses, fine china that Lorraine brought out only for holidays, cloth napkins folded into complicated shapes. Heath handed Harry a stack of plates with visible reluctance, as if even that small gesture of cooperation pained him. They worked in silence. The clink of dishes the only sound. Harry thought about Michael sitting alone in the living room, small and uncomfortable, and felt his anger building. This was supposed to be a family holiday. It was supposed to be about gratitude and togetherness. Instead, it was just another opportunity for Lorraine to remind everyone of their place in her hierarchy of worth. Mom says Amelia could have done better, Heath said suddenly, his back to Harry as he arranged silverware. Says she settled because she was young and didn't know any better. Harry set down the plates carefully, keeping his hand steady. Is there a point to this conversation? Point is, you're not family. Not really. You're just a guy who knocked at my sister and stuck around out of obligation. Heath turned, smirking. We all know it. You know it, 2. If that's what you need to believe, it's what Mom believes. And Mom's always right. Heath walked past him toward the kitchen, bumping Harry's shoulder deliberately as he went. Harry stood alone in the dining room, staring at the formal table setting, the expensive china, the crystal that probably cost more than he made in a month. None of it meant anything. It was just decoration, just another way for Lorraine to show that she had more, was more than the people around her. He heard Michael's laugh from the living room. A small uncertain sound, and knew his son was trying to make himself invisible, trying to be good enough, quiet enough, small enough not to attract the wrong kind of attention. Harry had been doing the same thing for 12 years. Maybe it was time to stop. Dinner started with surface pleasantries. Lorraine sat at the head of the table, holding court like a queen with her subjects. The turkey was perfectly cooked, the sides arranged artfully on serving platters. Everything looked like it belonged in a magazine spread. Everything felt like a performance. Lorraine served plates with calculated efficiency, heaping generous portions onto everyone's dishes. Everyone except Michael. Harry watched as she reached past the boy to grab a plate from the refrigerator behind her chair, one she'd apparently prepared earlier. She sat in front of Michael with a smile. The food on it was cold, visibly obviously cold. Congealed gravy, hard mashed potatoes, sliced turkey that had been refrigerated until the meat looked pale and unappetizing. Michael stared at it, then looked at his father. "Mom," Amelia said uncertainly. "Is that from earlier?" "It's perfectly good food." Lorraine settled into her chair. "Children don't need everything fresh and hot. They should learn to be grateful for what they receive, not picky about how it's served." Heath snorted into his wine glass. "Kids should toughen up anyway. This generation is too soft. When I was his age, I ate what I was given and didn't complain." Harry felt something snap inside him. Not breaking, snapping like a branch under too much weight. Sudden and clean. Michael's small voice cut through the tension. "Dad, you promised. You said you'd stop them if they did it again." The room went silent except for the quiet hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Harry looked at his son, 8 years old, small for his age, sensitive and thoughtful in everything good in this world, sitting in front of a cold plate of food while everyone else ate hot meals, being told he should be grateful for the scraps. He stood up. The chair scraped against the hardwood floor, loud in the sudden quiet. He reached across the table, picked up Michael's cold plate, and walked around to Lorraine's end. He set it down directly in front of her, right next to her own heaping plate of steaming food. "You serve this to your grandson," Harry said, his voice steady and calm. "Then you eat it, too." Lorraine's face went red, then white. "Excuse me? You heard me. If it's good enough for an 8-year-old child, it's good enough for you." Heath shot to his feet, his chair nearly toppling backward. "You think you can talk to my mom like that?" Harry turned to face him. For the first time in 12 years, he felt completely calm. Clear, like you've been holding his breath underwater and had finally surfaced. "Heath, sit down. You're a grown man living in your mother's basement. You haven't held a job in 4 years. You survive on her handouts and her tolerance. You don't get to lecture anyone about respect or responsibility or being a man." Heath's mouth opened and closed. His face flushed dark red. "You are not finished." Harry's voice was still calm, but there was still underneath it now. "You talk about toughening Michael up. You say he needs to learn the world doesn't care about his feelings. But the truth is, you're afraid. Afraid that an 8-year-old boy has more courage and more heart than you've ever had. That he'll grow up to be everything you're not." The silence that followed was absolute. Amelia grabbed Harry's arm, her fingers digging in hard. "Stop it. Stop it right now. You're embarrassing us." "Us?" Harry looked at his wife. "Really?" Looked at her. "When was the last time you stood up for Michael? When was the last time you chose him over your mother? That's not fair." "Fair?" Harry pulled his arm free. "Your mother just served our son a cold plate of food like he's not worth the effort of proper care, and you're worried about being embarrassed." Lorraine stood, her hands flat on the table. When she spoke, her voice was cold enough to freeze fire. "Amelia, do you see what I mean? He's unstable, volatile, and this is the man raising your son." That sentence, those words, that was the moment something fundamental changed in Harry Rowe. He didn't yell, didn't argue. He simply walked to where Michael sat, still staring at the cold plate that had been moved, and picked up the boy's jacket from the back of his chair. "Get your things, buddy. We're leaving." "Harry, you can't just," Amelia started. "Watch me." He helped Michael into his jacket. The boy's hands shaking as he pushed them through the sleeves. "You can stay if you want, but we're done here." Lorraine's voice dripped with false concern. "Amelia, are you going to let him take your son? Just walk out like this?" Harry looked at his wife. She was standing now, torn between her mother and her family, her face pale and her eyes wide. He could see the calculation happening behind her eyes. The weighing of loyalties, the same choice she'd been making for 12 years over and over. "Come with us," he said quietly. "Right now, choose your son. Choose your family." Amelia looked at her mother. Looked at Harry. Back to her mother. She didn't move. Harry nodded slowly. Okay, I understand." He took Michael's hand and walked toward the door. Behind them, Lorraine's voice rose sharp and victorious. "You can't leave. We're in the middle of Thanksgiving dinner. This is ridiculous, Harry. You're being absolutely ridiculous." Harry opened the front door. The cold November air rushed in clean and sharp. He guided Michael out onto the porch, then turned back for one last look at the scene inside. Amelia still stood frozen by the table. Heath was red-faced and sputtering. Lorraine sat at the head of the table like a general who'd won a battle, her expression smug and satisfied. And on the table, forgotten by everyone except Harry, sat Michael's paper turkey. The one he'd made with so much care. The one Lorraine had dismissed without a second thought. "Amelia," Harry said one last time, "are you coming?" His wife looked at him. Her mother's hand was on her arm now, holding her in place. When Amelia spoke, her voice was small. "You're tearing this family apart." "No," Harry said. "I'm just finally seeing it for what it really is." He closed the door. The walk to the truck felt surreal. Michael's hand was cold in his, and the boy was shaking, though whether from cold or emotion, Harry couldn't tell. He helped his son into the passenger seat, buckled him in, then walked around to the driver's side. As he pulled out of the driveway, Harry glanced in the rearview mirror. The house stood there, warm and bright and perfectly decorated, with Lorraine Fallon inside, winning another battle in a war Harry hadn't realized he'd been fighting. Michael was crying quietly, not sobbing, just silent tears running down his cheeks. Harry reached over and squeezed his shoulder. "I'm sorry, Dad." The boy whispered. "For what?" "For making you fight with everyone. For making you leave." Harry pulled the truck over onto the shoulder of the road. He put it in park and turned to face his son. "Michael, look at me." The boy raised his tear-stained face. "You didn't do anything wrong. Not one thing. You hear me?" "But Grandma said, your grandmother is wrong. She's been wrong about you since the day you were born. You're smart and kind and thoughtful. You're everything good in this world. And if she can't see that, that's her failure, not yours. Mom didn't come with us." Harry's chest tightened. "I know, buddy. I know." They sat there on the side of the road as the sun started to sink toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the frozen fields. Other cars passed them. Families heading home from their own Thanksgiving dinners. And Harry wondered how many of them were actually happy. How many were just pretending, just going through the motions, just surviving until the holiday was over. Finally, he pulled back onto the road and drove them home. Their small house looked warm and welcoming after the cold perfection of Lorraine's mansion. Harry unlocked the door and they went inside, and the silence felt like a relief after all the tension and conflict. "You hungry?" Harry asked. Michael shook his head. "Not really." "Me neither." Harry hung up their jackets. "How about we order pizza later and watch whatever movie you want?" A small smile broke through the tears. "Really? Really? It's a holiday. We should do something that actually makes us happy." They settled on the couch together. Harry found an old movie Michael liked. Something with adventure and heroes and clear lines between good and evil. As it played, his son gradually relaxed against him, the tension leaving his small body. But Harry couldn't relax. His mind was racing, replaying the scene at dinner. Amelia's face, Lorraine's smugness, Heath's contempt. But most of all, he kept seeing that cold plate of food, the casual cruelty of it, the message it sent to a child about his worth. And Amelia had just stood there. That was the part that Harry couldn't get past. Not that she defended her mother, not that she'd been angry at him, but that she just stood there and let it happen. Let her mother humiliate their son and then acted like Harry was the problem for finally saying enough. Around 7, his phone started ringing. Amelia he let go to voicemail. It rang again 5 minutes later. He declined a call. Text messages started coming through. Each one escalating in urgency and anger. "How would you just leave like that? You completely humiliated me in front of my family. My mother is devastated. Call me back now. We need to talk about this." Harry turned his phone face down on the coffee table. "Is that Mom?" Michael asked quietly. "Yeah." "Is she mad?" "Yeah." Michael was quiet for a moment, then said, "Is this my fault?" Harry hit pause on the remote and turned to face his son fully. "Michael, I need you to understand something. Adults make their own choices. Your mom chose to stay at your grandmother's house. I chose to bring you home. None of that is your fault. You're a kid. This is grown-up stuff and you don't have to carry the weight of it. But if I hadn't said anything, then nothing would have changed and the cold plate of food would have been just one more thing we all pretended was okay. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Sometimes being quiet and keeping peace isn't actually peaceful. Sometimes it's just letting people hurt you without fighting back. Michael seemed to consider this. Did Grandma hurt you, too? Not just me. The question caught Harry off guard. He'd spent so many years protecting Michael from the truth of it, trying to shield him from the reality of Lorraine's contempt for both of them. But his son was smarter than he'd given him credit for. He saw things, understood things. Yeah, buddy. She did for a long time. Then I'm glad you finally stopped her. Those simple words from his 8-year-old son hit Harry harder than any of Lorraine's barbs ever had. Because Michael was right. He'd finally stopped her. After 12 years of taking it, swallowing it, letting it slide for the sake of family harmony, Harry had finally drawn a line, and his wife had stood on the other side of it. The front door opened around 9:30. Amelia walked in, and Harry could tell immediately that the evening hadn't improved her mood. Her jaw was set, her movements jerky with barely contained anger. She dropped her purse on the entry table hard enough to make it rattle. "Michael, go to your room," she said without preamble. The boy looked at Harry, uncertainty written all over his face. Harry gave him a small nod. "It's okay, buddy. Head up to bed. I'll come tuck you in soon." Michael climbed the stairs slowly, looking back twice before disappearing down the hallway. Harry heard his bedroom door close, then turned to face his wife. Amelia stood in the middle of their living room, her arms crossed tight across her chest. In a soft lamplight, she looked exhausted and furious in equal measure. Her carefully applied makeup from earlier had faded, leaving shadows under her eyes. Her hands were clenched into fists at her sides. "How could you humiliate my family like that?" The words came out sharp and clipped, like she'd been rehearsing them the whole drive home. Harry stood up from the couch, keeping his voice level. "They humiliated our son. That's your version of it." "No, Amelia, that's the truth." Harry stepped closer to her, meeting her eyes directly. "Your mother served Michael a cold plate of food while everyone else ate hot dinner. She did it deliberately. She wanted to send a message to an 8-year-old child that he's worth less than everyone else at that table. She was trying to teach him not to be picky. He wasn't being picky." Harry's volume rose for the first time. He forced himself to lower it again. He didn't complain. He didn't ask for special treatment. Your mother decided completely on her own that he deserved less. And you stood there and let it happen. Amelia's face flushed. "I was trying to keep the peace. Something you clearly don't understand." "Peace at what cost?" Harry gestured upstairs toward where Michael's room was. "At the cost of our son's dignity, his self-worth. How many times are you going to sacrifice him on the altar of your mother's approval? Don't you dare turn this around on me." Amelia's voice was shaking now. "You're the one who created a scene. You're the one who insulted my mother in her own home. You're the one who dragged Michael out of there like some kind of dramatic statement. Someone had to protect him since you clearly weren't going to." The words hung between them, heavy and irrevocable. Amelia's face went pale, then flushed again with anger. "How dare you? How dare you question my love for my son?" "I'm not questioning your love," Harry said, and he meant it. "I'm questioning your judgment, your priorities, the fact that every single time there's a conflict between your mother and your family, you choose her. That is not true. Christmas 3 years ago, she told Michael his handwriting looked like a first grader's. He was 5 years old. He cried for an hour after we left and you told me I was being too sensitive for getting upset about it. She was just trying to help him improve his birthday party last year. She said the cake I made wasn't as good as a bakery cake right in front of all his friends. Made Michael feel like his celebration wasn't good enough. She didn't mean it that way. The science fair." Harry's voice broke slightly when he won first place and she said it was a small school so it didn't really count. "Do you remember what he did after that?" "He asked me not to enter him in the regional competition so there was no point because he probably wasn't that good anyway." Amelia was quiet now, her arms still crossed but her expression uncertain. "And today," Harry continued, "today she served him cold food and called it a lesson in gratitude. And Heath backed her up, said Michael needed to be tougher. And you said nothing. I was trying to keep the peace. I know you always are." Harry sat down on the couch, suddenly exhausted. "But there's no peace in that house, Amelia. There's just your mother's control and everyone else's compliance. And I'm done complying." Amelia stared at him. In the silence, the refrigerator hummed. The house settled around them with small creaks and groans. Outside, Wind rattled the windows, bringing with it the first hints of winter. "If you hate my family so much," Amelia said quietly, "maybe you should go." The words landed like a physical blow. Harry looked up at his wife, searching her face for any sign that she didn't mean it, that it was just anger talking, but her expression was set determined. She made her choice just like she always did. "You want me to leave?" Harry said slowly, making sure he understood. "I want you to figure out if you can be part of this family without constantly attacking my mother. I defended our son. That's not attacking. It is to her. It is to me." Amelia's voice rose again. "Do you know what she said after you left? She cried. Harry, she actually cried. Said she was trying her best to be a good grandmother and you made her feel like a monster." Harry laughed. A bitter sound with no humor in it. "She's crying because for the first time in 12 years, someone stood up to her. That's not being victimized. That's being held accountable. You don't understand her. You've never even tried. I've tried for 12 years, Amelia. I've swallowed every insult, every passive-aggressive comment, every way she's found to make me feel small. I've let her use me for free labor while she talks about me like I'm worthless. I've watched her chip away at our son's confidence while you tell me she means well." Harry stood up again. "I understand her perfectly. She's a cruel person who uses love as a weapon and family as a shield, and you become just like her." Amelia's hand flew up and for a second, Harry thought she might actually slap him. But she caught herself, lowered her hand, and instead said the thing that hurt worse than any physical blow could have. "Get out, Amelia. I said, get out. Pack a bag. Go stay somewhere else. I can't even look at you right now." Harry stood there, suspended in the moment, trying to find the right words to pull this back from the edge. But looking at his wife's face, at the set of her jaw and the coldness in her eyes, he realized there were no right words. This had been coming for years. Every unspoken resentment, every swallowed argument, every time he had chosen silence over confrontation to keep the peace had just been delaying the inevitable. "Okay," he said finally, "I'll go. But I'm not leaving Michael here. He's my son. He's our son. And right now, this house isn't safe for him." Amelia's expression hardened. "You're being dramatic. Nothing about this house is unsafe. You're telling me to leave because I stood up for our child against your mother's cruelty. If you think that's the right choice, then no. This house isn't safe. Not emotionally. Not for him. You can't just take him. Watch me." Harry climbed the stairs, his heart pounding. At the top, he paused outside Michael's door, collecting himself. Then he knocked softly and pushed it open. Michael was sitting on his bed, still fully dressed, clearly having heard every word of the argument downstairs. His face was pale, and his eyes were red-rimmed. He looked up when Harry entered, and the expression on his face was one no 8-year-old should have. Resignation, weariness, like he'd known this was coming all along. "Hey, buddy," Harry said, keeping his voice gentle. "Pack some clothes. We're going to stay somewhere else for a few days. Are you and Mom getting divorced?" The question was direct, mature beyond his years. Harry came and sat on the edge of the bed. "I don't know yet, but right now, we need some space from each other, and I need to make sure you're somewhere that feels safe and good. Grandma's house doesn't feel safe. I know. This house doesn't feel safe anymore either." Harry pulled his son into a hug, feeling the small body shake with silent sobs. "I'm going to make sure you're okay. No matter what happens with your mom and me, you're going to be okay. I promise." They packed quickly. A week's worth of clothes, Michael's favorite books, his stuffed bear that he pretended he was too old for, but still slept with every night. Harry grabbed some of his own things from the bedroom, moving efficiently while Amelia stood in the hallway with her arms crossed, watching with an expression he couldn't read. "Where are you going?" she asked as they headed for the front door. "To a motel for tonight. After that, I'll figure it out." "This is ridiculous. You're being absolutely ridiculous." Harry turned at the door, Michael's hand in his. "No, Amelia. For the first time in 12 years, I'm being a father. That's all I'm being." He guided Michael out into the cold November night. The boy climbed into the truck without complaint, buckled himself in, and stared straight ahead as Harry started the engine. As they pulled out of the driveway, Harry glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Amelia silhouetted in the doorway, her phone already to her ear. He didn't have to guess who she was calling. The Cedar Bluffin' wasn't much, but it was clean and quiet. Harry got them a room with 2 beds and carried their bags inside. The space smelled like industrial cleaner and old carpet, but it was warm and the door locked. And right now, that was enough. Michael sat on one of the beds, looking small and lost. Harry ordered pizza from a place nearby. And while they waited for delivery, he called his sister in Minnesota. She answered on the third ring. Harry, it's almost 11. What's wrong? He gave her the abbreviated version, keeping his voice low so Michael wouldn't hear all the details. When he finished, there was a long pause on the other end. About time. His sister said finally. What? I've been waiting for you to finally stand up to that woman for years. Mom and I talk about it all the time. We could see what she was doing to you. You never said anything. Would you have listened? Harry thought about that. Probably not. Exactly. Sometimes people have to come to realizations on their own. His sister's voice softened. How's Michael? Harry looked at his son who was flipping through TV channels without really watching any of them. Shaken, sad, but he'll be okay. And you? I don't know yet. Ask me in a few days. They talked for a few more minutes before Harry hung up. The pizza arrived and he and Michael ate it sitting on the motel beds watching some animated movie neither of them really cared about. When Michael finally fell asleep, Harry sat in the chair by the window and stared out at the parking lot. His phone buzzed with texts, some from Amelia, a few from numbers he didn't recognize, probably Lorraine or Heath using different phones. He ignored all of them. Whatever they had to say could wait until morning. Tomorrow, he need to figure out real lodging. He need to call a lawyer. He need to start making the hard decisions that came with separation and possibly divorce. But tonight, he just needed to sit in this quiet motel room and let the reality of it all sink in. He'd broken his marriage. Or maybe it had been broken for years, and he just finally stopped pretending it wasn't. Either way, there was no going back from here. The cold plate of food at Thanksgiving dinner had been the final straw, but the foundation had been crumbling for 12 years. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Harry finally crawled into bed. Michael had migrated to his bed at some point, curled up against Harry's side like he used to do when he was smaller. Harry put his arm around his son and closed his eyes. Tomorrow would bring consequences. Conflict. The messy reality of untangling a life he'd spent over a decade building. But tonight, his son was safe. That was what mattered. That was all that mattered. 2 days later, Harry sat across from David Shunn, a family attorney whose office was above the hardware store on Main Street. He'd come recommended by a friend from church, someone Harry trusted to point him towards someone competent and honest. David was in his 50s, gray-haired and calm, with the kind of steady presence that put people at ease even in difficult situations. He listened to Harry's story without interrupting, taking occasional notes on a yellow legal pad. When Harry finished, David set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. First question, he said, do you want to save this marriage? Harry had been asking himself that same question for 2 days. I want my wife to choose our son over her mother. I want her to see how toxic her family is. I want her to understand that protecting Michael isn't negotiable. That's not what I asked. I know. Harry rubbed his face. I don't think the marriage can be saved. Not if she won't change, and I don't think she will. David nodded slowly. Then we need to talk about custody. You're currently staying in a motel with your son. That's not sustainable long term. How has Amelia been since you left? She's called 20 times. Left a dozen voicemails. Most of them are angry. Some are trying to negotiate me coming back. She wants me to apologize to her mother. Are you going to? No. Good. Don't. David pulled out a fresh legal pad. Here's what we're going to do. First, you're going to file for legal separation with a request for temporary primary custody that establishes a formal arrangement and protects your position. Second, you're going to start documenting everything. Every interaction with Lorraine, every time Amelia chooses her mother over Michael's well-being, every incident that demonstrates the emotional harm being done. I don't have much documentation so far. Then we start gathering it now. Text messages, voicemails, emails. If Lorraine says something inappropriate, write it down immediately with date and time. If Michael tells you something that happened, write that down, too. David, lean forward. And Harry, I need you to understand something. This is going to get ugly. Lorraine sounds like the type who won't go down without a fight. She'll turn Amelia against you even more. They'll paint you as unstable, aggressive, a bad father. You need to be prepared for that. I am. Are you? David's expression was serious because in my experience, people say they're prepared for ugly divorces, but they're rarely ready for just how personal and vicious it can get. Especially when you're dealing with someone like Lorraine, who has something to lose. What does she have to lose? Control, influence, her image as the perfect grandmother. If you get primary custody and can prove she's been emotionally abusive, that's not something she can spin. That follows her. In a town like Cedar Bluff, reputation matters. Harry thought about that. Lorraine had spent her entire life cultivating an image of perfection. The successful widow, the devoted mother, the doting grandmother. The idea that someone might pull back that curtain and show what was really underneath would be intolerable to her. She'll fight. Harry said she'll fight hard. The question is, are you ready to fight back? Harry thought about Michael sleeping in a motel bed. Thought about the cold plate of food. Thought about 12 years of watching his son's confidence get chipped away piece by piece. Yes, he said. I'm ready. David smiled grimly. Then let's get to work. They spent the next 2 hours going over details. David explained the legal process, the timelines, what to expect from Amelia's response. He gave Harry the name of a therapist who specialized in family dynamics and could potentially provide documentation of the emotional harm Michael had experienced. He helped Harry draft a text to Amelia informing her of his intent to file for separation and requesting that Michael not be left alone with Lorraine during this time. When Harry left the office, he felt steadier. Having a plan helped. Having someone in his corner who understood the legal landscape helped even more. He picked Michael up from school that afternoon. They'd been staying in the motel for 3 days now. And Harry had enrolled Michael in a temporary arrangement where the school knew to release him only to Harry. Michael climbed into the truck with his backpack looking tired. How was school? Okay. Mom came by at lunch. Harry's stomach clenched. What happened? She wanted me to go home with her. I said I wanted to stay with you. She got upset. Michael's voice was small. She said you're being selfish. That you were keeping me from her. I'm not keeping you from her, buddy. You can see her whenever you want. I just don't want you at your grandmother's house right now. I don't want to be there either. Michael looked out the window. Some kids asked why I wasn't at Thanksgiving. I didn't know what to tell them. Harry pulled into a parking lot and turned to face his son. You tell them the truth. You tell them your family is going through some changes, but you're doing okay. Am I doing okay? The question hit Harry hard. I don't know. Are you? Michael was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, I feel bad that you and Mom are fighting because of me. But I also feel lighter, like I don't have to worry about Grandma saying something mean or Uncle Heath calling me soft or Mom getting mad when I tell her it hurt my feelings. That's not because of you, Michael. That's because I finally did what I should have done years ago. They sat in the parking lot for a while longer talking through Michael's feelings, his fears, his questions about what came next. Harry didn't have all the answers, but he tried to be honest about what he did know. Yes, things would change. Yes, it would be hard sometimes. But no, none of this was Michael's fault. And yes, Harry would make sure he was okay no matter what. That evening, Harry found a small rental house on the edge of town. It was nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom cottage that belonged to an elderly woman who moved into assisted living. Her son was managing the property and was willing to do a month-to-month lease until Harry figured out something more permanent. They moved in the next day with their meager belongings from the motel. Harry bought some basic furniture from the thrift store and made up Michael's room first, making sure it felt comfortable and safe. His own room could wait. A week after Thanksgiving, he showed up at Harry's repair shop. Harry was under a Ford pickup replacing a transmission mount when he heard boots on the concrete floor. He rolled out from under the truck and found Heath standing there with his arms crossed, face red with anger. We need to talk, Heath said. Harry stood up slowly, wiping his hands on a rag. Do we? You're not welcome in our family anymore. Okay. Heath blinked, clearly expecting more resistance. Did you hear what I said? I heard you and I said, okay. Harry sat down the rag and faced him fully. Your family has made it clear for 12 years that I was never really welcome. I was just useful, someone to do free work and provide grandchildren and be a convenient target for your mother's contempt. So, sure, I'm not welcome. That's fine with me. You're going to apologize to my mom, and you're going to admit you were out of line at Thanksgiving. Harry laughed. It wasn't a kind sound. No, I'm not. Heath stepped closer, tried to use his height as intimidation. He had a few inches on Harry and probably 30 pounds, most of it from beer and his mother's cooking. You don't have the guts to cut us off. Amelia will come to her senses and you'll be back begging to be let back in because you can't survive without us. Yeah, I've been surviving despite you. There's a difference. You think you're so much better than us. I don't think I'm better. I just think I'm done. Harry's voice was calm, but there was finality in it. Done being disrespected. Done watching my son be torn down. Done letting your mother manipulate my wife into choosing between us. I'm just done. You're going to lose everything. Amelia, Michael, your whole life maybe, but I'll still have my dignity, which is more than you can say. Heath's face went from red to purple, his fists clenched at his sides. For a second, Harry thought he might actually throw a punch. Part of him almost wanted him to. It would make everything cleaner, more concrete. But Heath just stood there shaking with rage, unable to follow through. "You'll see," Heath said. "Finally. Mom always wins. She'll make sure Amelia never forgives you. She'll make sure Michael grows up knowing what kind of person you really are. She'll destroy you." "She could try," Harry said. "But I'm not the one living in my mother's basement, am I? I'm not the one who needs her money to survive. I'm not the one whose entire identity is wrapped up in being her favorite. That's you, Heath. Then when she's done using me as a scapegoat, she'll turn on you next. That's what people like her do." Heath opened his mouth, closed it, then turned and stormed out. The shop door slammed hard enough to rattle the windows. Harry's hands were shaking. He sat down on an overturned bucket and took several deep breaths. The confrontation had been inevitable, but it still left him rattled. Not because of Heath's threats, but because of what they represented. The battle lines were drawn now. There was no pretending anymore. No possibility of reconciliation. His phone buzzed. A text from David, his lawyer. Amelia filed her response. "She's asking for primary custody and claiming you abandoned the family. We need to meet." Harry stared at the text. So it had begun. The real fight, the kind that happened in courtrooms and mediation offices with lawyers and judges deciding the fate of his family. He texted back. "When?" "Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Bring all your documentation." That night, Harry sat at a small kitchen table with every text message, voicemail, and note he'd compiled over the past week. He'd been documenting everything just like David had advised. Lorraine's manipulative messages to Amelia. Heath's threats, Amelia's own texts that revealed her priorities. But he needed more. He needed proof of the pattern, evidence of years of emotional harm. He pulled out a notebook and started writing down everything he could remember. Dates, incidents, exact words when he could recall them. The Christmas when Lorraine had told Michael his handwriting was terrible. The birthday party where she'd criticized Harry's cake, the science fair, the cold plate of food. By 3 a.m, he had 20 pages of documented incidents spanning their entire marriage. It was exhausting to read seeing it all laid out like that. 12 years of small cuts, careful cruelties, systematic erosion of worth and dignity. He'd let it happen. That was the part that hurt most. He'd known what Lorraine was doing, had felt the impact of it, but he'd chosen peace over confrontation again and again. And in doing so, he'd failed to protect his son. But he was protecting him now. That had to count for something. The next morning, Harry sat across from David in the attorney's office, reviewing Amelia's filing. She claimed he had anger management issues, that he created an unsafe environment at Thanksgiving, that his decision to take Michael and leave without her permission constituted parental kidnapping. "None of this is true," Harry said, reading through it. "Of course, it's not true, but it's a common strategy. Paint you as unstable and her as the reasonable parent trying to protect her child." David tapped the document. "The good news is we have your documentation. We have witnesses to the Thanksgiving incident and we're going to request that the court appoint a guardian ad litem for Michael." "What's that?" "An independent attorney or social worker who represents Michael's best interests. They'll interview him. Interview both parents, interview others involved. Their recommendation carries a lot of weight with judges and custody cases." "Will Michael have to testify?" "Not in court. No. The guardian will talk to him privately, usually multiple times. They'll try to understand his perspective, his feelings, his experiences with both parents and extended family." David leaned back. "Harry, I need to ask you something. How far are you willing to go with this?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, are you willing to fight for full custody? Are you willing to request supervised visitation only? Are you willing to put restrictions on Amelia's access to Michael if it means protecting him from Lorraine?" Harry thought about his son, thought about the relief in Michael's voice when he said he felt lighter. Thought about the promise he'd made on the back porch before Thanksgiving. "As far as I need to," he said. "Whatever it takes to keep him safe," David nodded. "Then that's what we'll do." The weeks that followed were some of the hardest of Harry's life. Amelia was fighting him at every turn. Influenced by Lorraine's coaching, she filed motions claiming he was keeping Michael from her. Even though Harry had repeatedly offered to let her see him anywhere except at Lorraine's house, she claimed he was poisoning Michael against her. Even though Harry had been careful to never speak badly about her in front of their son, the town started taking sides. Cedar Bluff was small enough that everyone knew everyone's business and the Rowe-Fallon separation was prime gossip material. Some people sided with Harry having seen or experienced Lorraine's behavior themselves. Others sided with Amelia, seeing Harry as the aggressor who'd ruined a family over a minor disagreement. Harry ignored it all and focused on what mattered, taking care of Michael, running his business, building his case. The guardian ad litem assigned to their case was a woman named Patricia Simmons, a social worker with 30 years of experience in family court. She was in her late 50s with kind eyes and a no-nonsense manner. She interviewed Harry first, asking detailed questions about his relationship with Michael, his concerns about Lorraine, his decision to leave on Thanksgiving. Harry was honest about everything. He showed her his documentation, explained the pattern of behavior, described the co-plate incident in detail. Patricia listened without judgment, taking notes, asking clarifying questions. A week later, she interviewed Michael. Harry drove him to her office and waited in the lobby, trying not to be anxious about what his son might say. Michael was in there for over an hour. When he came out, he looked tired, but okay. Patricia walked him to the lobby and gave Harry a slight nod that might have been reassuring but was hard to interpret. "We'll talk again," she said to Michael. "You did very well today." In the car, Harry asked gently, "How'd it go?" "Okay. She was nice. She asked a lot of questions about Grandma and Mom and you." "What did you tell her?" Michael looked out the window. "The truth. That Grandma makes me feel bad about myself sometimes. That Mom gets upset when I say that. That you always make me feel safe." He turned back to Harry. "Was that okay?" "That was perfect, buddy. The truth is always okay." Patricia also interviewed Amelia, Lorraine, and Heath. Harry wasn't privy to those conversations, but he could imagine how they went. Amelia would present herself as the concerned mother trying to protect her son from an unstable father. Lorraine would be charming and manipulative, playing the victim. Heath would back up whatever his mother said, but Patricia was experienced. She'd seen these dynamics before. Harry had to trust that she'd see through the performance. The mediation session was scheduled for December 15, 3 weeks after Thanksgiving. Both parties would sit down with a mediator and try to reach an agreement before going court. David advised Harry that this was mostly a formality, that with Lorraine's influence, Amelia was unlikely to compromise. He was right. The mediation took place in a conference room at the county courthouse. Harry sat on one side of the table with David. Amelia sat on the other side with her attorney, a sharp-dressed man named Robert Calloway, who specialized in family law. And beside Amelia, uninvited but present anyway, was Lorraine. The mediator, a patient older man named George, looked uncomfortable with Lorraine's presence, but didn't object. He explained the process, emphasized the importance of keeping Michael's best interests central, and asked each side to present their position. Amelia's attorney went first, painting Harry as an aggressive man with anger management issues who had created a hostile environment at a family gathering and then kidnapped his son. He claimed Amelia was a devoted mother who wanted nothing more than to have her family back together, but she needed assurances that Harry would participate in therapy and family counseling. Then it was David's turn. He presented Harry's documentation, the texts, the voicemails, the written accounts of years of emotional manipulation and harm. He described the cold plate incident in detail with dates and witnesses. He explained that Harry wasn't asking to keep Michael from Amelia, but rather to protect him from Lorraine's toxic influence. And then he played a voicemail that Harry had only recently remembered to retrieve. It was from 3 months earlier when Lorraine had called Harry's phone by mistake while talking to Amelia. She hadn't realized she'd dialed him, and a voicemail had recorded 2 minutes of their conversation. Lorraine's voice came through the speaker, clear and cruel. "I don't know why you settle for him, Amelia. He's never going to amount to anything. He fixes cars for a living. That's not a real career. Michael is going to grow up thinking mediocrity is acceptable if you don't set higher standards." Amelia's voice, quieter but audible. "Harry works hard, Mom. Working hard isn't the same as working smart. And that boy, he's too sensitive, just like his father. You need to toughen them both up or they're both going to be failures." The conference room was silent when the recording ended. Harry watched Amelia's face, saw her go pale, saw Lorraine's smug expression falter for the first time. "This is taken out of context," Lorraine said immediately. David didn't respond to her. He addressed the mediator instead. "This is the environment Mrs. Rowe wants to bring Michael back into, an environment where he and his father are routinely demeaned and belittled. Where a grandmother's love is conditional on meeting her arbitrary standards, where emotional abuse is disguised as helpful advice." George, the mediator, looked at Amelia. "Mrs. Rowe, do you have a response to this?" Amelia glanced at her mother, then at her attorney. When she spoke, her voice was shaky. "My mother didn't mean those things the way they sound." "How did she mean them?" George asked gently. "She was frustrated. She wants the best for Michael." "The best?" David interjected. "She served him cold food while everyone else ate hot meals. She regularly criticizes his achievements. She demeans his father in front of him. That's not wanting the best. That's abuse. How dare you?" Lorraine spoke up, her voice sharp. I love my grandson. Everything I do is out of love. Harry finally spoke, keeping his voice calm. Love doesn't humiliate. Love doesn't belittle. Love doesn't serve cold food to a child as a lesson. You poisoned my daughter against me. I presented facts, documented incidents. Your own words recorded on my voicemail. I didn't have to poison anyone against you. Your behavior speaks for itself. Lorraine stood up, face flushed with anger. I will not sit here and be attacked. Then leave, Harry said simply. This is a mediation between me and my wife. You shouldn't be here anyway. George nodded. Mrs. Fallon, perhaps it will be best if you waited outside. I'm here to support my daughter. Your daughter is an adult with her own attorney. She doesn't need your support in this room. George's tone was firmer now. Please step outside. Lorraine looked at Amelia, clearly expecting her to object, but Amelia just sat there staring at the table and said nothing. Finally, Lorraine gathered her purse with jerky, angry movements and walked out. The door closed behind her with a sharp click. The mediation continued for another hour, but it was clear no agreement would be reached. Amelia's position remained that Harry needed to apologize and submit to family counseling that included Lorraine. Harry's position remained that Michael's well-being was non-negotiable and Lorraine's access to him needed to be restricted. Then we'll see you in court, Amelia's attorney said finally. As they filed out, Harry caught Amelia's arm gently. It doesn't have to be like this. She pulled away. You destroyed our family. No, I protected our son. There's a difference. Her eyes filled with tears. You're so sure you're right. You're so sure you know what's best. But you're tearing everything apart. It was already torn apart. I just finally stopped pretending it wasn't. He watched her walk away, saw her meet her mother in the hallway. Lorraine immediately began talking, no doubt coaching her on what to say, how to feel, what to do next, and Amelia listened, nodding, falling back into old patterns. David touched Harry's shoulder. Court date is set for January 12th. That's when the judge will make a determination on temporary custody pending the final hearing. Will I be able to keep Michael until then? Yes. The current arrangement stays in place. David paused. Harry, that voicemail was powerful evidence. The judge is going to hear that. Patricia will hear it in her investigation. It's going to carry weight. Harry nodded, but he felt no satisfaction, just a deep weariness. This was his life now. Court dates and lawyers and fighting with the woman he'd once loved over the fate of their child. But when he picked Michael up from school that afternoon and saw his son smile, saw how relaxed and happy he'd been these past few weeks away from Lorraine's influence, Harry knew he was doing the right thing, even if it cost him everything else. The courtroom was smaller than Harry had imagined. He'd seen plenty of legal dramas on television, grand spaces with high ceilings and dramatic lighting. This was just a wood-paneled room with fluorescent lights and uncomfortable chairs. The kind of space where ordinary people's lives were decided by judges in black robes who had a dozen other cases to hear that same day. Harry sat at the defendant's table with David, his hands folded on the smooth wood surface. Across the aisle, Amelia sat with her attorney. She didn't look at him. She'd barely looked at him since the mediation. As if by refusing to acknowledge his existence, she could somehow undo everything that had happened. Lorraine sat in the gallery behind Amelia, dressed impeccably in a navy suit that probably cost more than Harry made in a month. She'd styled her hair, applied perfect makeup, curated her image carefully for this appearance. She looked like someone's kind grandmother, not the manipulator she really was. Heath was there, too, slouched in the back row with his arms crossed. Judge Catherine Morrison entered the courtroom and everyone stood. She was a woman in her early 60s with steel gray hair and sharp eyes that missed nothing. Harry had looked her up online, learned that she'd been a family court judge for 20 years and had a reputation for being fair but tough. She didn't tolerate games or manipulation, and she prioritized children's welfare above all else. Be seated, she said, settling in her chair and opening a thick file. We're here today for the temporary custody hearing in a matter of Roe versus Roe. I've reviewed the filings from both parties, the documentation submitted, and the preliminary report from the guardian admit. She looked up, fixing her gaze first on Amelia's attorney, then on David. I'm going to hear testimony from both parents and then I'll review the guardian's report in more detail before making my determination. Amelia was called to testify first. She took the stand, was sworn in, and settled into the chair with visible nervousness. Her attorney walked her through a series of questions designed to paint her as the stable, reasonable parent. She talked about her love for Michael, her desire to maintain family unity, her concerns about Harry's anger issues. Then David stood to cross-examine. Mrs. Rowe, you claim your husband has anger management issues. Has he ever been physically violent with you? Or Michael? No. But has he ever threatened violence? No. But his behavior at Thanksgiving? We'll get to that. Prior to Thanksgiving, had your husband ever raised his voice to your mother in Michael's presence? Amelia hesitated. Not really. No. Not really. Or no. No. And prior to Thanksgiving, had he ever refused to help your mother when she asked? No. So, for 12 years of marriage, your husband maintained a civil relationship with your mother despite how she treated him. I don't know what you mean. You don't. David picked up a sheet of paper. Let me read you a text message you sent to your husband on August 3rd of this year. I know mom can be difficult sometimes, but please just ignore her comments. It's easier than fighting about it. Does that sound familiar? Amelia's face flushed. Yes, but so you acknowledge that your mother makes comments that require ignoring. That suggests you're aware her behavior can be problematic. She's just old-fashioned. She doesn't mean let's talk about the Thanksgiving incident. Your mother served Michael a cold plate of food while everyone else ate hot meals. Is that accurate? She was trying to teach him not to be wasteful by giving him cold food. It was still good food. Mrs. Rowe, would you eat a cold plate of food while everyone else at the table ate hot meals? Silence. I'll take that as a no. David set down the paper and looked at Amelia directly. Your husband's response to that incident was to place the cold plate in front of her mother and suggest she eat it if it was good enough for an 8-year-old child. Do you see that as an unreasonable response to protect your son? He made a scene. He embarrassed everyone. Did he use profanity? No. Did he raise his voice? Yes. But to what volume? Shouting or speaking firmly? Amelia looked at her attorney, who nodded slightly. Speaking firmly. And then he took your son and left. Did he prevent you from coming with him? He didn't ask me to come. Actually, Mrs. Brough, there's testimony from a witness that your husband did ask you to come with them, that he asked you to choose your family. Do you remember that? Amelia's eyes filled with tears. I was trying to keep the peace. At what cost? At the cost of your son's dignity. Objection. Amelia's attorney stood. Argumentative. Sustained. Judge Morrison said. Move on, Mr. Chun. David nodded and switched directions. Mrs. Brough, since your husband left with Michael on Thanksgiving, how many times have you seen your son? Only twice. Harry won't let me see him more often. Is that accurate? Let me read from text messages between you and your husband. David pulled out his phone. November 30th. Your husband wrote, you can see Michael anytime you want. I just asked that it not be at your mother's house. Your response was, that's ridiculous. My mother has a right to see her grandson. He wrote back. Then we can arrange visits somewhere neutral. You never responded. Is that correct? I was upset. December 7th. Your husband wrote again. Michael would like to see you. Can we meet at the park tomorrow? You responded, not without my mother. Is that accurate? Amelia didn't answer. Mrs. Rowe, is it accurate that your husband has offered multiple times to facilitate visits between you and Michael and you refused unless your mother could be present? She's his grandmother. That's not what I asked. Have you refused visits that didn't include your mother? Finally, quietly, yes. So, when you claim your husband won't let you see Michael, that's not entirely accurate, is it? The truth is you won't see him without your mother present. Amelia wiped her eyes. You don't understand. My mother is heartbroken. She needs to see your grandson. And your son? What does he need? He needs his family, including a grandmother who serves him cold food and tells him he's too sensitive. Objection. Amelia's attorney was on his feet again. Withdrawn, David returned to his seat. No further questions. Harry was called next. He took the stand with his heart pounding. But as he settled into the chair and met Judge Morrison's eyes, he felt calmer. This was it. His chance to tell the truth, to present his side, to fight for his son. David asked him to explain the events of Thanksgiving in his own words. Harry did, keeping his voice steady, describing the cold plate, Michael's reaction, his own response, and the decision to leave. Why did you take Michael with you when you left? David asked. Because he wasn't safe there. Not physically unsafe, but emotionally. He was being punished for existing, being told he should be grateful for scraps. I'd watched it happen for years, and I'd promised him I'd protect him if it happened again. So, I did. Do you love your wife? The question caught Harry off guard. He glanced at Amelia, saw her watching him now, finally making eye contact. Yes, he said, but love isn't enough when someone won't protect our child. Love isn't enough when someone chooses their parent over their partner and their son repeatedly. Amelia's attorney cross-examined him, trying to paint him as controlling and aggressive. But Harry stayed calm, answered every question honestly, Refuse to be rattled. You claim Mrs. Fallon is emotionally abusive, the attorney said. Yet you continue to interact with her for 12 years. Doesn't that suggest you're exaggerating the severity of her behavior? No, Harry said. It suggests I was trying to keep my marriage together. I was trying to maintain peace. But there's a difference between keeping peace and enabling harm. I finally realized I crossed that line. You recorded a private conversation between your wife and her mother. I didn't record anything. Mrs. Fallon called my phone by mistake and left a voicemail. That's not illegal or unethical. It's evidence of how she really talks about me and my son when she thinks no one is listening. The questioning continued for another 30 minutes, but Harry could tell he was holding his ground. He wasn't giving them anything they could use against him. He was just telling the truth, and the truth was on his side. Finally, Judge Morrison called for Patricia Simmons, the guardian ad litem. Patricia took the stand and presented her report. She'd spent weeks investigating, interviewing everyone involved, reviewing documentation. Her conclusion was clear and damning. Your Honor, based on my investigation, I believe Michael's best interests are served by granting temporary primary custody to his father, Mr. Rowe, with supervised visitation from Mrs. Rowe. Amelia gasped audibly. Patricia continued, I've observed a pattern of emotional manipulation and control by Mrs. Lorraine Fallon that has been detrimental to Michael's emotional well-being. Mrs. Rowe has demonstrated an inability or unwillingness to recognize this pattern and protect her son from it. In my conversations with Michael, he expressed feeling safer and happier in his father's care. He described feeling anxious about visits with his grandmother and feeling that his mother dismissed his concerns. What about Mrs. Fallon specifically? Judge Morrison asked. I recommend that Michael not be left alone with Mrs. Fallon at this time. Her behavior toward him has been consistently critical and demeaning. She uses comparison and shame as motivational tools, which is harmful to a child's development. She sees nothing wrong with her approach, which means there's no reason to believe the behavior will change. Behind Amelia, Lorraine stood up. This is outrageous. I demand to speak. Mrs. Fallon, sit down, Judge Morrison said sharply. This is not your case. You are not a party to these proceedings. My grandson, sit down. I'll have you removed from my courtroom. Lorraine sat, her face purple with rage. Judge Morrison turned back to Patricia. And your recommendation for Mrs. Rowe's visitation? I recommend supervised visits initially with the possibility of unsupervised visits once Mrs. RH demonstrates she can maintain appropriate boundaries with her mother. The supervision should be conducted by a neutral third party, not a family member. It was everything Harry had hoped for and more. He saw Amelia crying silently, her attorney writing furiously on his legal pad, saw Lorraine gripping the back of the bench in front of her with white knuckles. Judge Morrison took a 15-minute recess to review all the materials. When she returned, her decision was swift. I'm granting temporary primary physical custody to Mr. Rowe with legal custody remaining joint. Mrs. Rowe will have supervised visitation twice weekly for 2 hours each visit with a neutral supervisor present. Under no circumstances is Michael to be left alone with Mrs. Lorraine Fallon during these visits. If Mrs. Fallon is present, the supervisor must be present. Mrs. Rowe, if you can demonstrate over the next 3 months that you can maintain appropriate boundaries with your mother and prioritize Michael's emotional well-being, we can revisit the supervision requirement. This order will remain in effect until the final custody hearing, which is scheduled for. She checked her calendar, April 16. The gavel came down with a sharp crack. Amelia broke down completely, sobbing into her hands. Lorraine was on her feet again, trying to get to the judge, but the bailiff stopped her. Her voice carried through the courtroom, shrill and desperate. This is insane. He's poisoning my grandson against me. He's manipulating everyone. You can't do this. Mrs. Fallon, I can. And I have. And if you continue to disrupt my courtroom, I'll hold you in contempt. Judge Morrison's voice was ice. The evidence is clear. Your behavior toward your grandson has been inappropriate and harmful. Mr. Rowe isn't manipulating anyone. He's protecting his child. Something, I might add, that you and your daughter should have been doing all along. The judge gathered her files and stood. This court is adjourned. Harry sat in stunned silence. He'd won. Not completely, not permanently, but for now. Michael was safe. The court had seen through Lorraine's performance and recognized the harm she'd been causing. David clapped him on the shoulder. That was about as good an outcome as we could have hoped for. The judge was clear. Patricia's report was strong. Now we just need to make sure Amelia violates none of the conditions. What happens if she does? Then we go back to court and it strengthens your case for the final hearing. David started packing his briefcase. But Harry, I want you to understand something. This isn't over. Lorraine is going to fight back. She's humiliated, angry, and losing control. People like her don't go quietly. I know. Do you? David looked at him seriously because I've seen cases like this get ugly. Really ugly. Allegations of abuse, attempts to manipulate the child, violations of court orders. You need to be vigilant. Document everything. Every visit, every interaction, every attempt they make to undermine the order. Harry nodded. He understood. This was just the beginning of a longer war. As he left the courtroom, he passed Amelia in the hallway. She was surrounded by her mother and brother. Both of them talking at once, Lorraine's voice rising above the others. Harry caught fragments of her rant. Corrupt judge. That guardian was clearly biased. Will appeal. Find a different attorney. This is outrageous. Amelia looked up and met Harry's eyes. For just a moment, he saw something there. Not anger, not hatred, just exhaustion, defeat, the recognition of something broken beyond repair. Then Lorraine pulled her away. Still talking, still plotting, still refusing to accept any responsibility for the situation she'd created. Harry walked out into the cold January afternoon. The sun was bright, reflecting off snow-covered streets, and the air was crisp and clean. He stood on the courthouse steps for a moment, breathing it in. He protected his son. That was what mattered. Whatever came next, whatever Lorraine tried, whatever battles still needed to be fought, he'd stood up and done the right thing. And that had to be enough. The next 3 months passed in a strange sort of routine. Harry and Michael settled into their small rental house, making it into a real home. Harry taught Michael to cook simple meals. They played board games in the evenings. They went to the library every Saturday. Simple things, quiet things. But Michael flourished in the safety and consistency. The supervised visits with Amelia were difficult. They took place at a family services center with a counselor named Mrs. Rodriguez supervising. Amelia came alone to the first few visits and they went well. Michael was happy to see his mother and they played games, talked, even laughed sometimes. But on the 4th visit, Lorraine showed up. She didn't come inside, just waited in the parking lot. But Harry saw her there when he dropped Michael off, and he saw the way Amelia kept glancing toward the window, distracted and anxious. Mrs. Rodriguez noted it in her report. Mrs. Rose's mother's presence in the parking lot created visible stress for both Mrs. Rowe and the child. While no court order was technically violated, the spirit of the supervision arrangement was compromised. The next visit, Lorraine came inside. She stayed in the waiting room, technically separate from the visit, but her presence loomed. Michael became withdrawn and quiet, giving short answers to his mother's questions. Mrs. Rodriguez ended the visit early. I'm going to recommend to the court that Mrs. Fallon not be on the premises during these visits. Her presence, even in a separate area, affects the child's ability to engage with his mother. The visits improved after that, but the damage was done. Michael started to dread them, associating seeing his mother with the anxiety of potentially encountering his grandmother. Harry tried to help him work through it. Even found a child therapist named Dr. Ellen Walsh, who specialized in family dynamics. Michael saw her weekly and slowly he started to understand that his feelings were valid, that it was okay to have complicated emotions about his family. I love Mom, he told Harry one evening. But I don't want to go back to how things were before. You don't have to, Harry assured him. Things will never go back to how they were. Too much has changed. In March, Amelia violated the court order. She picked Michael up for a supervised visit, but drove him to Lorraine's house instead of the Family Services Center. She kept him there for 6 hours, missing the scheduled return time and didn't answer her phone when Harry called. When she finally brought Michael back, the boy was shaking and pale. Lorraine had spent the entire visit telling him that his father had poisoned everyone against her, that she was the real victim, that Harry was destroying their family. Harry called David immediately. They filed an emergency motion the next day. The hearing was brief. Judge Morrison was not pleased. Mrs. Rowe, you violated a direct court order. You took your son to precisely the environment this court determined was harmful to him. You exposed him to the person we specifically said he should not be alone with. Can you explain your reasoning? Amelia, looking smaller and more defeated than Harry had ever seen her, said quietly, my mother was in crisis. She needed to see her grandson. I thought one visit wouldn't hurt. One visit did hurt. According to the therapist's report, Michael had nightmares for 3 nights afterward and regressed emotionally. Your mother used that visit to manipulate him, to try to turn him against his father. That's exactly what this court was trying to prevent. Judge Morrison shook her head. Mrs. Bro, I'm reducing your visitation to once weekly, still supervised, and I'm making it clear that any further violations will result in the complete suspension of your visitation rights pending the final hearing. Do you understand? Yes, Your Honor, Amelia whispered. As they left that hearing, Harry saw Amelia and her mother in the parking lot. Lorraine was berating her daughter, blaming her for not fighting hard enough, for not standing up to the judge, for not being strong enough to protect her family. And Amelia just stood there and took it like she'd been taking it her whole life. Harry almost felt sorry for her. Almost. The final hearing in April was anticlimactic compared to the earlier battles. The evidence was overwhelming. Patricia's final report recommended that Harry maintain primary custody with unsupervised visitation for Amelia, but with strict boundaries around Lorraine's involvement. Judge Morrison's final order was clear. Harry would have primary physical custody. Amelia could have unsupervised visits, but Lorraine could only see Michael during specific supervised periods once per month. Michael would continue therapy to process the family dynamics and trauma. All parties would return to court in 6 months to review the arrangement. The divorce was finalized the same day. 12 years of marriage ended with the stroke of a judge's pen. As Harry walked out of the courthouse for the last time, he felt lighter than he had in years. Not happy exactly, not yet, but free. The weight of Lorraine's expectations, of Amelia's divided loyalties, of pretending everything was fine when it clearly wasn't, all of it was finally gone. Michael was waiting with Harry's sister, who'd driven down from Minnesota to provide support during the hearing. When he saw Harry, he ran to him, and Harry scooped him up, even though the boy was really getting too big for it. "Is it over?" Michael asked. "Yeah, buddy. It's over. Are we okay?" "We're going to be okay. I promise." That evening, Harry and Michael drove to the north side of Cedar Bluff, where a small cottage sat near the lake. It was the same rental they'd been in, but Harry had signed a long-term lease now and made it officially theirs. They sat on the small porch as the sun set over the water, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink and purple. The air was warm, carrying the first hints of real spring. Birds sang in the trees around them. Everything felt quiet and peaceful in a way Harry hadn't experienced in years. "Dad," Michael said after a long comfortable silence. "Yeah. Thank you for what?" "For keeping your promise. For standing up for me. For making sure I was safe." Harry pulled his son close, feeling tears prick his eyes. "I'll always keep that promise, Michael. Always." They sat together until the stars came out, until the lake was dark and still. Until the night settled around them like a blanket. Michael fell asleep against Harry's side, peaceful and safe, and Harry just held him and watched the quiet water. He'd lost his marriage, lost his in-laws, though that was no real loss. Lost the life he'd built over 12 years. But he'd gained something more important. He'd gained back his dignity, his son's safety, his own sense of integrity and purpose. And he'd proven that sometimes loving someone meant setting them free. Setting yourself free. Walking away from people who'd never really valued you in the first place. Harry looked out at the lake at the reflection of stars on dark water and felt something he hadn't felt in over a decade. Peace. The kind you earned by finally standing up for what mattered. The kind you couldn't buy or fake or compromise into existence. The kind that came from knowing you'd done the right thing, even when it cost you everything else. Michael stirred in his sleep, mumbling something about pancakes. Harry smiled. Tomorrow they'd make pancakes. Tomorrow they'd go to the library. Tomorrow they'd live their simple, quiet life free from manipulation and cruelty and conditional love. Tomorrow they'd keep building the life they deserved. But tonight they'd just sit here in the peaceful dark and be grateful for exactly what they had. Each other, safety, freedom, a future filled with possibility instead of pain. Harry closed his eyes and breathed in the cool night air. The wind carried the scent of lake water and pine trees. Somewhere in the distance, a loon called out, its cry echoing across the water. He was home. Finally, truly home. Not in a house or a town or a relationship, but in himself, in the knowledge that he'd fought for what mattered and won, and that was worth more than anything Lorraine Fallon could ever take away. Story 4. There's firewood and food for 2 weeks. I'm going to the Maldives with my boyfriend and I'll take all your savings, my wife said, leaving me in a snow-covered cabin 200 km from the city after my appendix surgery. She took my phone. "Oh, I also changed the locks on your apartment," she shouted from the car window. I watched them drive away and smiled. She had no idea about the surprise waiting for her at the airport. The morphine was still singing in my veins when I heard the car engine start. I was lying on the narrow bed in the cabin's single bedroom, staring at the exposed wooden beams above me, counting the knots in the timber, because counting was easier than thinking about the incision in my abdomen that pulled tight every time I breathed. The surgery had been 3 days ago, emergency appendectomy. The kind where they tell you that if you'd waited another 6 hours, you'd be looking at sepsis, organ failure, a funeral with an open casket, and people saying things like, He was so young and such a tragedy. But I hadn't waited. Sarah had driven me to the hospital, her hands tight on the steering wheel. Her jaw set in that way that used to mean she was worried about me, but that I'd learned over the past 8 months meant something else entirely. Something harder. Something that looked like worry from the outside, but felt like calculation on the inside. The doctor had been a small woman with kind eyes and efficient hands. She'd explained the procedure while Sarah stood in the corner of the examination room, scrolling through her phone. The doctor had looked at Sarah, then at me, then back at Sarah, and I'd seen a flicker of something in her expression. Confusion, maybe, or recognition. The kind of recognition you get when you see a pattern you have seen before. You'll need complete rest for at least 2 weeks, the doctor had said, directing her words at me, but glancing at Sarah. No driving, no lifting anything heavier than a coffee cup. Someone will need to monitor you for signs of infection, fever, increased pain, redness around the incision. You'll be vulnerable. That word, vulnerable. Sarah had looked up from her phone then, and she'd smiled. Not at me, just smiled like she just read something pleasant in an email. Now I was hearing the car engine, and my hand reached automatically for my phone on the nightstand. Except my phone wasn't there. My phone hadn't been there since this morning when Sarah had brought me breakfast. Canned soup heated on the cabin's ancient propane stove served with 2 slices of white bread that tasted like cardboard and regret. You need to rest, she'd said, slipping my phone into her jacket pocket with a gesture so smooth it might have been practiced. No work emails, no stress, doctor's orders. I'd been too tired to argue, too full of painkillers and post-surgical fog to point out that the doctor had said nothing about phones. That rest didn't mean isolation. That there was a difference between healing and imprisonment. The cabin was my father's, or had been before he died. He'd bought it 30 years ago, back when you could still get a piece of land in the mountains for the price of a used car. 200 kilometers from the city, down a logging road that turned into a hiking trail that turned into a suggestion of a path that only people who knew the way could follow. No cell service, no internet, no neighbors within 10 kilometers, just forest and silence and the kind of solitude that was supposed to be healing, but felt in that moment like a grave. I heard footsteps on the porch. Sarah's boots on the wooden planks, then her voice calling through the closed bedroom door. I'm heading out now. I tried to sit up, the incision screamed. I made it onto my elbows, breathing through my teeth, tasting copper and bile. Sarah, there's firewood stacked by the stove, she continued, her voice bright and cheerful, like she was leaving instructions for a house sitter, not her husband who'd just had emergency surgery. Enough for 2 weeks if you are careful. And I stocked the pantry, canned goods, pasta, rice. There's a manual can opener in the drawer. Don't try to use the electric one. The generator is temperamental, and I don't want you messing with it. I got my legs over the side of the bed. The room tilted. I pressed my palm against the incision site, feeling the bandage beneath my shirt, feeling the heat of inflammation. Or maybe just the heat of my own body trying to knit itself back together. Sarah, wait. The door opened. She stood in the door frame, backlit by the pale winter light from the main room, her figure a dark silhouette. She'd cut her hair since the surgery. I noticed it for the first time. Shoulder length now, styled in that way that cost $200 at the salon downtown. She was wearing the coat I'd bought her for Christmas 2 years ago. The one she said was too expensive. The one she'd cried over before kissing me and saying I shouldn't have. I'm going to the Malds, she said. The words didn't make sense at first. They were sounds without meaning, like she'd suddenly started speaking a language I'd never learned. What? The Malds? You know, the islands, Indian Ocean. I've always wanted to go. White beaches, blue water, 5-star resorts, the kind of place where they put flowers on your pillow, and the champagne never stops flowing. I stared at her. The morphine was definitely wearing off now because the pain was becoming crisp and specific, and with it came a clarity that felt like ice water in my veins. You're going on vacation, I said slowly. While I'm recovering from surgery, alone in a cabin with no phone. I'm going with Marcus. Marcus. The name landed like a punch. Marcus from her office. Marcus who'd started 3 months ago. Marcus who Sarah had mentioned casually the way you mention a coworker. Someone who existed only in the context of budget meetings and water cooler conversations. Marcus, who was young and funny and good at his job and completely utterly irrelevant to our marriage. Except he wasn't irrelevant. That's what the smile meant. That's what the new haircut meant. That's what the brightness in her voice meant. That strange excited energy I hadn't seen directed at me in months, maybe years. Sarah. And I'm taking the money, she continued, speaking faster now, like she wanted to get it all before I could interrupt. The savings account, all of it, the one we've been building for the down payment on the house. Turns out we don't need a house. I don't need a house. I need a vacation. I need to remember what it feels like to be young and happy and not tied down to. She stopped. Didn't finish the sentence. Didn't need to. Not tied down to me. You can't, I said. My voice sounded strange, distant, like it was coming from somewhere else, someone else. That's joint account. You can't just actually, I can. Already did this morning while you were sleeping. Transferred it all to my personal account. $48,000. Thank you for being such a diligent saver. By the way, Marcus says it's enough for first-class tickets, an overwater bungalow, and enough spending money to last us a month. She smiled again. God, that smile. It was the worst thing about all of this. Not the words, not the betrayal, the smile. Like she was proud of herself, like she'd just accomplished something difficult and praiseworthy, like running a marathon or getting a promotion. I'll file for divorce when I get back, she added almost as an afterthought. My lawyer says it's straightforward. No kids, no shared property except the apartment. And well, about that. She pulled something from her pocket. A key ring. Our apartment keys. She held them up so I could see them clearly in the light. I changed the locks, she said. This morning, same time as the bank transfer. You won't be able to get in. Your stuff is in storage. Unit 247 at public storage on Highway 9. I paid for 1 month. After that, if you don't pick it up, they'll auction it off. So, you might want to prioritize that when you get back to the city. She dropped the old keys on the floor. They hit the wooden planks with a sound like coins dropping into a well. Oh, and I took your phone because I didn't want you calling anyone to come get you. You need rest, remember? Doctor's orders. 2 weeks of complete rest. By the time you walk out of here and make it back to civilization, I'll be halfway through my vacation and the divorce papers will be filed and everything will be done. Clean, simple. I tried to stand, made it halfway up before the pain folded me back down onto the bed. I pressed both hands against my abdomen, feeling wetness, hoping it was sweat and not blood, not the incision tearing open. Why? The word came out as barely a whisper. Sarah tilted her head, considering the question like it was an interesting puzzle. Because I can, she said finally. Because I'm tired of being married to someone who works 60-hour weeks and then comes home too exhausted to talk. Because Marcus makes me laugh. Because I'm 34 years old and I refuse to waste another year of my life waiting for you to notice that I'm dying of boredom. Because the opportunity presented itself and I'm smart enough to take it. She turned toward the door, then paused, looking back over her shoulder. Firewood by the stove, she repeated. Food in the pantry. 2 weeks, you'll survive. You always do. That's your problem, actually. You're a survivor. You'll adapt. You'll figure it out. You'll be fine, Sarah. But she was already walking away. I heard her boots on the porch, heard the stairs creak, heard her footsteps on the gravel path that led to where she'd parked the car. My car, actually, the SUV I'd bought specifically for trips like this, for driving on rough mountain roads. I made it to the window, had to lean against the wall, had to breathe through the pain, but I made it. Watched through the frost rime glass as she threw her suitcase into the back seat. A large suitcase, the expensive one, packed for a long trip. Marcus was in the passenger seat. I could see him through the windshield. Young, like she'd said. Dark hair, good jawline. He was looking at his phone, scrolling, completely at ease. Sarah climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine. The SUV's heads cut through the early winter afternoon, making the snow on the ground sparkle like diamonds. She rolled down the window, leaned out. Oh, I also changed the locks on your apartment, she shouted, her voice carrying across the clearing, echoing off the trees. I already told you that, right? Just making sure you heard me. She was laughing, actually laughing. I watched them drive away. Watched the SUV navigate the narrow path. Watched it disappear around the bend where the forest got thick. Watched until I couldn't see it anymore. Until there was nothing left but tire tracks in the snow and the sound of the engine fading into silence. And then I smiled. I smiled because Sarah had made a mistake. Several mistakes, actually. But one big one that she'd been too busy planning her betrayal to notice. She'd forgotten about the cabin's landline. My father had installed it 20 years ago back when he'd first bought the place. A single phone line running underground along the same trench as the power line connecting to the junction box 5 kilometers down the mountain. It didn't work with cell phones, couldn't text, couldn't access the internet, but it could make calls. Old-fashioned voice-only copper wire calls. The phone was in the kitchen, mounted on the wall next to the ancient refrigerator, its curly cord hanging down like a question mark. Sarah had taken my cell phone, but she didn't know about the landline. She'd never asked about it, never thought to look for it. She'd been here twice before, once when we'd first started dating, once for a weekend getaway 3 years ago. And both times she'd complained about the lack of cell service. Had spent the entire visit anxious and disconnected, desperate to get back to civilization. She'd never noticed the landline, had never thought to wonder how my father had managed to live out here for weeks at a time without going completely mad from isolation. I made my way to the kitchen. It took 5 minutes to cross 20 feet. Every step was a negotiation with pain, but I made it. Lifted the receiver, heard the dial tone, beautiful and clear and unexpected as a miracle. I dialed a number from memory, waited through 3 rings. "Hello, Tom," I said. "It's Daniel." Tom, my business partner, my best friend since college, the person who stood next to me at my wedding and told me I was making a mistake even as he handed me the ring. "Jesus Christ, where are you? I've been trying to call you for 3 days. Your phone goes straight to voicemail. Long story. Listen, I need you to do something for me." "Anything? What's going on?" "You sound I need you to make a call right now." "Are you near your computer?" "Yeah, I'm at the office." "What?" "Airport Security International Terminal. There's a flight to the Maldives leaving tonight. 7:30 p.m. I need you to call them and report that 2 passengers on that flight are traveling with a stolen credit card." Silence on the other end. "Then what the is happening?" "Sarah cleaned out our savings account this morning. $48,000. She's flying to the Maldives with her boyfriend. She left me alone in the mountain cabin to recover from surgery. No phone, no way out." Another silence, longer this time. When Tom spoke again, his voice had changed, gotten colder, harder. "What do you need me to do?" I told him. All of it. The whole plan that had been forming in my head since the moment I'd heard that engine start. Since the moment I'd realized what Sarah was doing, the plan I'd been building for months, actually, since the first time I'd seen her phone light up with a text message from Marcus and watched her smile, that secret smile. I'd known, some part of me had known for a long time, and some other part of me, the part that had learned through years of building a business from nothing, that the best defense is preparation, had been getting ready. When I finished talking, Tom was quiet for a moment, then he laughed. Not a happy laugh, a sharp, fierce laugh that sounded like breaking glass. "You beautiful, paranoid bastard," he said. "You actually planned for this." "I planned for something like this," I corrected. "I hoped I was wrong, but I prepared anyway." "Consider it done," Tom said. "I'll make the call right now." "And Daniel, yeah, don't move around too much. You just had surgery. I'll send someone to get you tomorrow morning." "Thank you." "Thank me later. Right now, I need to go ruin your wife's vacation." He hung up. I set the receiver back in its cradle and stood there in the kitchen, breathing carefully, feeling the pain in my abdomen settle from acute to chronic, from emergency to endurance. Outside, the snow was starting to fall again. Fat flakes drifting down through the trees covering the tire tracks, erasing the evidence of Sarah's departure. I smiled again, wider this time. She had no idea what was waiting for her at the airport, but she was about to find out. The pain woke me at 3 o'clock in the morning. Not the incision, though that was singing its own sharp song, but a different kind of pain. The kind that lives in your chest right behind your sternum, pressing outward like something trying to escape. Grief maybe, or rage, or that particular species of hurt that comes from realizing the person you trusted most in the world had been planning your destruction with the same careful attention most people reserve for birthday parties. I lay in the darkness listening to the cabin settle around me. The wind had picked up, driving snow against the windows with a sound like sand. The wood stove in the main room was still radiating heat. I'd loaded it before sleeping. Muscle memory from childhood visits to this place. But I could feel the cold creeping in at the edges, testing the walls, looking for weaknesses, like Sarah had been doing for months. How long had she been planning this? That was the question that kept circling through my head like a vulture. How long had she been sitting across from me at breakfast, kissing me goodbye at the door, lying next to me in bed at night, all while constructing the elaborate machinery of my abandonment? I thought about the timeline, tried to piece it together from the evidence scattered across the past year like crime scene markers. Marcus had started at her company 3 months ago, but the distance between us had started long before that. Maybe a year ago, maybe longer. There had been a subtle at first, easy to dismiss as the normal entropy of marriage. She'd stopped asking about my day, stopped telling me about hers, stopped initiating sex, then stopped responding to my initiations with anything but passive accommodation. The kind of obligation you fulfill with the same enthusiasm you bring to paying taxes. I told myself it was stress. Her job was demanding. Marketing director for a mid-sized tech firm. The kind of position where you're always one quarterly report away from either promotion or termination. I told myself we were in a rough patch, that all marriages go through them, that we just needed to reconnect, maybe take a vacation, maybe go to cruise therapy. I'd actually suggested therapy 6 months ago over dinner at the Italian place she loved, the one with the truffle pasta that cost $38 a plate. She'd looked at me like I'd suggested we join a cult. Therapy? She'd said, her fork paused halfway to her mouth. Why would we need therapy? I just think we could use some help communicating. I communicate fine. You're the one who's always buried in work. And that had been the end of that conversation. Looking back now, I could see it clearly. The deflection, the accusation of the way she'd turned my concern into evidence of my failure. How many other moments had been like that? How many times had I tried to reach across the growing distance between us only to be told the distance was my fault, my creation, my responsibility to fix? I thought about the savings account. $48,000. We'd been building it for 5 years, adding to it slowly, consistently. 500 here, there. Whatever we could spare after rent and bills and the cost of living in a city where a decent apartment costs more per month than my parents' first house. We were going to buy a place. That was the plan. Something small. Maybe a condo. Maybe a fixer-upper in an up-and-coming neighborhood. Our own space, a foundation for the future. But Sarah had a different plan. Sarah had been watching that number grow. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 and seeing something else entirely. Not a future, an escape route. I wondered when she'd decided, when she'd looked at that balance and thought, this is enough. Enough to leave. Enough to start over. Enough to fund a fantasy life with a man who wasn't tired, wasn't boring, wasn't me. The worst part was how smart she'd been about it. How carefully she'd orchestrated everything. The appendicitis had been real. You can't fake that. Can't manufacture the kind of pain that had doubled me over in the kitchen 5 days ago. Can't simulate the fever in the elevated white blood cell count that had sent the emergency room doctor running for the surgical team. But Sarah had seen an opportunity in my emergency. Had recognized that a man recovering from surgery is vulnerable, dependent, easy to isolate, had probably been waiting for something like this, some moment when she could act without fear of immediate consequences. The cabin had been her idea. The morning after the surgery, while I was still groggy from anesthesia, she'd sat by my hospital bed and stroked my hair and suggested so gently that maybe I should recover somewhere quiet, somewhere peaceful, away from the stress of the city. Your dad's cabin, she'd said. Remember how peaceful it is? You could really rest there. No work distractions, no noise, just you in the forest in time to heal. I'd been grateful. Genuinely, stupidly grateful. I'd thought she was taking care of me, thought she was being the partner I'd always believed she was. The doctor had been skeptical. I remembered that now, lying in the darkness. The doctor had frowned when Sarah explained the plan, had asked pointed questions about accessibility, about how far we'd be from medical care if something went wrong. About whether I'd have help if I needed it. I'll stay with him for the first few days, Sarah had said smoothly. Make sure he's settled. Then my sister will come up and take over. A lie. Sarah's sister lived in Portland, and they hadn't spoken in 2 years. Not since a fight over their mother's estate that had ended with lawyers and restraining orders. But the doctor hadn't known that. The doctor had reluctantly agreed, had given Sarah a list of warning signs to watch for, had made Sarah promise to bring me back immediately if anything seemed wrong. Sarah had promised, had smiled and nodded and taken the list and probably thrown it away the moment we left the hospital. We'd driven up here 3 days ago. Sarah had helped me into the cabin, had settled me in bed, had brought me soup and water and pain pills. Model caretaker, devoted wife, the kind of person who'd never abandoned an injured man in a remote location with no way to call for help. She'd stayed 2 days, sleeping in the main room on the couch, bringing me meals, checking my incision, asking how I felt, playing the role, waiting. Waiting for what? For Marcus to finish preparing, for the plane tickets to be purchased, for the money to clear from one account to another, or maybe just waiting for me to be weak enough that I couldn't stop her, couldn't follow, couldn't fight back. The rage flared again, hot and bright in my chest. I pressed my hand against the incision, feeling the bandage, feeling the heat. The doctor had said to watch for signs of infection, increased pain, redness, fever. I didn't have a fever. I had fury. I forced myself to breathe slowly, evenly. To let the anger cool from a flashfire to a steady burn. Anger was useful. Anger could motivate, but rage made you stupid, made you impulsive, made you miss details. And details were everything. I thought about Tom's phone call, tried to imagine what was happening right now, 200 kilometers away in the city. Tom would have called the airport like I'd asked, would have reported the suspicious activity on a credit card. Would have mentioned the Malds flight, the departure time, the names. Airport security doesn't take those calls lightly. Not anymore. So, not in a world where everyone is one threat assessment away from suspicion. They'd pull Sarah and Marcus aside, take them to a private room, ask questions, check ID, run the credit card numbers through their systems, and that's where things would get interesting because the credit card Tom reported wasn't stolen. It was mine. A business card, technically, the one I used for company expenses with a $50,000 limit. The card was in my wallet, which was in my bag, which was here in the cabin with me. But I'd also 6 months ago ordered a duplicate card, had it sent to Tom's address. Had told him to keep it somewhere safe just in case. Just in case of what, Tom had asked. Just in case I need backup, I'd said. Just in case something goes wrong and I need someone I can trust to access funds quickly. Tom had looked at me strangely, had asked if everything was okay with Sarah, had offered to take me out for a drink and talk. I declined, told him I was probably being paranoid, told him to forget about it, but Tom hadn't forgotten. Tom had kept the card. And when I'd called him tonight and told him what I needed, he'd understood immediately. The credit card report was just the beginning. Just the opening move. Sarah and Marcus would be delayed, questioned, stressed. They'd miss their flight. Their perfect romantic escape would start with security officers and bright fluorescent lights and the creeping awareness that something had gone very wrong. But that wasn't the surprise I'd mentioned. That was just an inconvenience, a preview. The real surprise was waiting in the Malds. I'd booked a trip to the Malds 3 months ago, had seen the charges on Sarah's credit card. Her personal card, the one she thought I didn't have access to, and had felt my stomach drop, had logged into her email while she was in the shower, had seen the confirmation, 2 tickets, Overwater Bungalow, 5-star resort. She'd booked it in her name, and Marcus's name. Had used her personal card. Had probably planned to tell me it was a work trip or a girl's getaway or nothing at all because by the time she left I'd be too isolated to know. But I'd known and I'd acted. I'd called the resort, had explained that there was a mistake with the booking, had provided Sarah's confirmation number, easy enough to get from her email, and had made a small change to the reservation. I need to add one more guest to the party, I'd said. My business partner will be joining us. Could you update the booking to reflect 3 guests instead of 2? Same bungalow. I'll cover the additional cost. The resort had been accommodating. Why wouldn't they be? I was offering to pay more money. They'd updated the reservation, had sent a new confirmation to Sarah's email. Sarah had probably seen it, had probably panicked for a moment, seeing an unexpected change, but then she would have checked the details and seen that the dates were still correct. The bungalow was still correct. Everything was still on track. She wouldn't have noticed the 3rd name on the reservation. Or if she had, she would have assumed it was a glitch, a typo, an error that would be sorted out at check-in, but it wasn't an error. The 3rd name was Tom. Tom, who was supposed to fly out tomorrow, who had a ticket on the same airline, the same route, arriving at the same resort 12 hours after Sarah and Marcus, who had explicit instructions to check in, locate their bungalow, and make himself comfortable in the living area until they returned from wherever they were. I imagine the scene. Sarah and Marcus returning from a romantic dinner, holding hands, drunk on champagne, and the intoxication of new love, opening the door to their private paradise. Finding Tom sitting on their couch, reading a book, looking up with mild surprise. "Oh, hi Sarah," Tom would say. "Funny seeing you here. Daniel asked me to deliver something to you. Do you have a minute?" What would she do? Scream, run, try to call hotel security and explain that there was an unexpected guest in her bungalow. A guest whose name was on the reservation who had every legal right to be there. The fantasy was delicious, almost worth the pain in my abdomen. But even that wasn't the real surprise. The real surprise was what Tom would deliver. A folder. A simple manila folder containing documents, printouts, evidence. I'd been collecting it for 3 months, ever since I'd first suspected. Screenshots of text messages between Sarah and Marcus, easy enough to get when I had access to our shared cloud backup. Credit card statements showing dinners for 2 at expensive restaurants on nights when Sarah told me she was working late. Hotel receipts. Uber rides to Marcus's apartment building at midnight. A private investigator's report. I'd hired her 2 months ago after the therapy conversation, after I'd stopped believing Sarah's explanations. The investigator had been thorough. Photos, timestamps, a detailed log of Sarah's movements and financial records, all the documentation of our joint savings account, the transaction history, the transfer Sarah had made this morning, moving $48,000 from joint to personal. The transfer was legal. Technically, she had every right to withdraw money from a joint account, but it looked bad. Would look worse to a divorce lawyer, would look even worse to a judge when paired with evidence of adultery, abandonment of an injured spouse, and a pattern of financial deception. I documented everything, had built a case the way I'd been trained to build business proposals with facts, evidence, a clear narrative arc that led to an inevitable conclusion. The conclusion was simple. Sarah had destroyed our marriage, had done so deliberately, methodically with calculation and malice. And when the divorce proceedings started, when they inevitably started because Sarah had already said she'd file, I would have ammunition. I would have proof. I'd have more than that. I'd have leverage because Sarah didn't know about the business. Didn't know that the company Tom and I had started 7 years ago, the software consulting firm that had been barely profitable for the first 5 years, had exploded in the past 18 months, didn't know that we'd landed 3 major contracts in the past year, that our client list now included Fortune 500 companies, that our annual revenue had gone from $200,000 to almost $3 million. Sarah thought I worked too much for too little money. Thought I was grinding away at a startup that would probably fail, that would never provide the lifestyle she wanted, the security she deserved. She had no idea that I was weeks away from selling the company, that Tom and I had been in negotiations with a larger firm that wanted to acquire us, that the deal, when it closed, would net me personally over $2 million. She'd left me, had taken $48,000, and thought she'd won. She had no idea what she'd lost. I lay in the darkness, smiling at the ceiling, feeling the pain in my abdomen settle into something almost comfortable, something I could live with. Outside, the wind was dying down. The snow had stopped. In a few hours, dawn would break over the mountains, and Tom would send someone to collect me, probably arriving in a helicopter, knowing Tom's sense of drama, and I'd leave this place. I'd walk out of this cabin not as a victim, but as something else, someone else. Sarah had tried to break me, had tried to leave me wounded and isolated and helpless. But she'd made one critical mistake. She'd forgotten that I'd been poor before I'd been comfortable. That I'd grown up in a house where money was something you fought for, where security was a dream, where survival meant being smarter and tougher and more prepared than everyone else. She'd forgotten that I knew how to fight. Or maybe she'd never known at all. Maybe that was the real betrayal. Not the affair, not the stolen money, not even the abandonment. Maybe it was that Sarah had never really known me. Had looked at me for 7 years and seen only what she wanted to see, a convenient partner, a reliable income, a placeholder for the life she actually wanted. She'd married a version of me that existed only in her imagination. And when reality didn't match the fantasy, she decided to trade me in for a newer model. But reality was about to catch on up with her. Was probably catching up with her right now in an airport security office while a stern-faced officer asked uncomfortable questions. I closed my eyes, let myself drift. Tomorrow would come soon enough. Tomorrow, I'd start the next phase. Tomorrow, I'd begin the long, careful work of taking back everything Sarah had tried to steal. But tonight, in the darkness, in the pain, in the cold mountain silence, I let myself feel something close to peace. Justice wasn't revenge. It was something cleaner, something more precise. Justice was truth. Justice was consequences. Justice was making sure that people who hurt you didn't get to walk away whistling. Sarah wanted a clean break, a simple divorce, a fresh start with someone new. She was going to get something very different. Dawn came slowly to the mountains, bleeding pale light through the frost-covered windows like watercolor on wet paper. I'd slept in fragments. 20 minutes here, an hour there, consciousness surfacing and diving like something learning to swim. Every time I woke, there was a moment of confusion. That strange disorientation where your brain hasn't caught up to your circumstances and then memory would flood back cold and complete. Sarah, Marcus, the mouths, the money, the locked apartment, the keys on the floor, the abandonment. And I made myself get up when the light was strong enough to see by. Made myself swing my legs over the edge of the bed. Made myself stand despite the incision pulling tight despite the wave of nausea that came with vertical movement. The painkillers were wearing off. I'd taken the last dose at midnight and the bottle was empty now, sitting on the nightstand like a taunt. 2 weeks worth of medication, the pharmacy label had said, but Sarah had only left me 4 days worth. Had probably checked the dosage, done the math, realized that running out of pain medication would make my situation more desperate. More miserable, more punishment. I shuffled to the bathroom, looked at myself in the mirror above the sink. The face that looked back was a stranger's face, pale drawn with dark circles under the eyes and 3 days of stubble making shadows on the jaw. I looked like someone recovering from trauma, which I supposed I was. The incision was angry looking when I peeled back the bandage. Red around the edges, hot to the touch, but not weeping, not infected, just healing the way surgical wounds heal with pain and tenderness and the slow knitting of tissue that's been cut apart. I'd been cut apart in other ways, too. Ways that wouldn't show on an X-ray. The cabin was cold. The wood stove had burned down to embers overnight. I added logs from the stack Sarah had mentioned. She hadn't lied about that, at least. There was plenty of firewood, neatly split and stacked under the eaves of the porch. I coaxed the embers back to flame, fed them kindling, watched the fire catch and grow. Fire is hungry. Fire is honest. Fire doesn't pretend to be something it's not. I thought about making coffee, but the propane-powered percolator seemed too complicated for my current state. Instead, I ate a can of peaches, standing at the kitchen counter, spooning the sweet fruit into my mouth and drinking the syrup straight from the can like I was 12 years old again, alone in this cabin with my father, learning how to be self-sufficient. My father had bought this place the year after my mother died, had told me it was important to have somewhere to go when the world got too loud, too demanding, too full of people who wanted things from you. He'd bring me up here for weeks at a time during summer vacations. We'd fish in the stream, hike the trails, split wood, fix whatever needed fixing. He taught me how to start a fire, how to read weather patterns in the clouds, how to be comfortable with silence. A man needs a place where he can think, he told me once, standing on the porch at sunset, watching the light turn the mountains purple. Somewhere nobody can reach him. Somewhere he can hear himself. I'd been 16, had thought he was being melodramatic, had been eager to get back to the city, to my friends, to the noise and distraction of adolescence. Now I understood what he'd meant. This place wasn't a prison. Sarah had meant it as when, but she'd miscalculated. This place was a fortress, a sanctuary, a space where I could think without interference, without Sarah's presence contaminating my thoughts, without the constant performance of pretending everything was fine. I finished the peaches, washed the can in the sink, looked out the window at the forest, at the snow covering everything like a clean slate. My phone was gone. My car was gone. My wife was gone. My apartment was locked against me. My savings were stolen. By any reasonable measure, I was, but I didn't feel I felt clear. The landline phone on the kitchen wall looked the same as it had when I was a kid. Avocado green, a rotary dial, the kind of phone that weighs 5 pounds and could probably survive a nuclear blast. I picked up the receiver, heard the dial tone, and felt something close to affection for the outdated technology. I called Tom's cell. He answered on the first ring. "Jesus Christ, you were up early," he said. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've been stabbed in the abdomen and abandoned in the woods." So accurate. "Listen, I made that call last night. Airport security gave them all the information you wanted and they pulled Sarah and Marcus aside, held them for 2 hours, missed their flight." I closed my eyes, felt satisfaction roll through me like a drug. "Tell me everything." Tom's voice took on that particular quality it got when he was relaying gossip. Bright, engaged, enjoying the story. "I have a friend who works for TSA. Called in a favor, got the details. Security flagged them at the gate, took them to a private screening room, ran their IDs, checked their luggage, asked a lot of uncomfortable questions about the credit card charges." What did Sarah say? According to my source, she was furious, demanded to speak to a supervisor, claimed it was a mistake, that someone was harassing her, that she'd never stolen anything in her life. Marcus was quieter, looked nervous, kept checking his phone. They let them go. Eventually, no evidence of actual fraud. The card you had me report wasn't used for the tickets, so there was nothing to hold them on. But they missed the 7:30 flight. Next one doesn't leave until tonight. They're stuck at the airport for another 10 hours. I smiled at the wall. Good. There's more. While they were being questioned, someone, and I'm not saying it was me, but someone who might have had access to your email passwords, sent a message to Sarah's boss. My hand tightened on the receiver. "Tom, what did you do?" "Nothing illegal. Just forwarded some information. Those credit card statements you collected, the ones showing all those expensive dinners and hotel stays. Turns out Marcus has been charging them to his corporate card. Company policy violation, potential embezzlement." Jesus. Sarah's boss was apparently very interested to learn that his marketing director has been having an affair with a junior employee. And that said, junior employee has been stealing from the company to fund said affair. I imagine there will be some very uncomfortable conversations when Sarah gets back from vacation. If she still has a job, I should have felt guilty. Should have felt like I'd gone too far, crossed a line, turned justified defense into malicious attack. I didn't feel guilty. I felt vindicated. "The helicopter will be there in 2 hours, Tom continued. "I hired a medical transport service. They'll bring a nurse just in case. They'll take you straight to my place. You can recover there. Tom, don't argue. You just had surgery. You need someone to look after you. And besides, we have work to do. The acquisition deal is closing in 10 days. We need to start prepping the acquisition." I'd almost forgotten about it. Lost in the drama of personal betrayal. But Tom was right. The deal was happening. The papers were being drawn up. The money was real. $2.3 million. My share of the sale. Money that would arrive in my account 2 weeks from now. Money Sarah would never touch. I'll see you soon. I said 2 hours. Don't do anything stupid in the meantime. Don't try to chop wood or hunt bears or whatever mountain man nonsense you're considering. Just rest. I'll rest. Liar. I know you. You're already planning your next move. He hung up before I could deny it. I stood in the kitchen, receiver in hand, listening to the dial tone. He was right. I was planning. Couldn't stop planning. My brain had shifted into that mode it got when I was working on a difficult problem. Analytical, focused, breaking everything down into component parts and potential solutions. Sarah thought she'd won. Thought she'd executed a perfect escape. But she'd left so many loose ends, so many assumptions, so many vulnerabilities. She'd assumed I was helpless without my phone, but there was the landline. She'd assumed I was trapped without a car, but there were helicopters, there were friends, there were a dozen ways to get out of the mountains if you had resources and connections. She'd assumed I'd be too weak to fight back, but pain is just data. Discomfort is just information your body is sending. You can acknowledge it and keep moving. Most of all, she'd assumed I'd be devastated, broken, destroyed by her betrayal. And maybe part of me was. Maybe there was a version of me that was curled up somewhere in my psyche, weeping over the death of a marriage, mourning the loss of the future we'd planned together. But that version wasn't in control right now. Right now, I was someone else, someone colder, someone who'd learned in the crucible of building a business from nothing that success belongs to people who can compartmentalize, who can put emotion in a box, close the lid, and focus on strategy. I'd loved Sarah. Past tense. Loved her laugh. Loved her ambition. Loved the way she looked at me in the early days. Like I was someone worth believing in. But love isn't unconditional. Love requires reciprocity. Love requires basic human decency. Sarah had abandoned that decency somewhere between booking tickets to the Malds and changing the locks on our apartment. I walked through the cabin taking inventory. The pantry was stocked, like she'd said. Canned goods, pasta, rice, beans, enough food for 2 weeks if you didn't mind eating like you were preparing for the apocalypse. The propane tank for the stove was 3/4 full. The generator in the shed outside had fuel. The wood pile would last through a month of winter if necessary. She prepared the cabin for a lengthy imprisonment. Had thought of everything practical, everything physical. But she hadn't thought about what would happen inside my head during those 2 weeks. Hadn't considered that isolation might give me clarity instead of despair. That silence might sharpen my thinking instead of dulling it. She'd given me a gift, actually. Time, space, the opportunity to plan without distraction. I found a notebook in one of the drawers, one of my father's old journals, half filled with his careful handwriting, notes about repairs needed, observations about wildlife, the occasional philosophical rambling. I flipped to a blank page and started writing, a list, a strategy, a road map, immediate priorities, medical care. Let Tom's nurse check the incision, get more pain medication, secure temporary housing. Tom's place for now. Find a short-term rental after that. Access my storage unit. Recover my belongings before the 1 deadline. Document everything. Photos of the locked apartment. Screenshots of the bank account transfers. Timeline of events. Short-term goals. Win torn 2 weeks. Consult with a divorce attorney. Not just any attorney. The best. Someone who specializes in high-asset divorces. Someone who plays to win. Freeze the joint credit cards. Report the unauthorized transfer. Explore options for recovery. Secure the business assets. Make sure Sarah has no claim on the company or the pending sale. Change all passwords. Email, banking, social media. Cut off her access to anything shared. Medium-term objectives. 1 to 3 months. File for divorce on grounds of abandonment and adultery. Beat her to the courthouse. Pursue financial remedies. Sue for return of the stolen savings. Seek compensatory damages. Cooperate with her employer's investigation into Marcus. Provide evidence if requested. Close the acquisition deal. Get paid. Move the money into accounts she can't touch. Long-term vision. Rebuild. New apartment. New life. New relationships built on honesty instead of performance. Ensure Sarah faces appropriate consequences. Not revenge. Justice. Move forward. Let go of the anger when it stops being useful. Never ever be this vulnerable again. I stared at the list. It looked clinical, emotionless, like a business plan for destroying someone's life. But it wasn't destruction. It was self-preservation. It was making sure that the person who'd hurt me didn't get to profit from that hurt. There's a difference between revenge and consequences. Revenge is about making someone suffer because you're suffering. Consequences are about making sure actions have appropriate outcomes. Sarah had acted. Now she'd face outcomes. I heard something outside. A distant sound growing louder. The rhythmic thump of rotor blades cutting air. The helicopter. I closed the notebook. Left it on the kitchen table. Made my way to the front door, moving slowly, carefully, mindful of the incision. Opened the door and stepped onto the porch. The sky was clear now, that bright winter blue that only happens in the mountains. The helicopter appeared over the tree in, red and white, medical markings on the side. It circled once, found a flat spot in the clearing, descended in a storm of blown snow. The rotor slowed, a door opened. 2 people climbed out, a pilot and a woman in medical scrubs carrying a bag. They ducked under the still spinning blades and jogged toward the cabin. The nurse was young, efficient looking with the kind of competent energy that made you trust her immediately. She introduced herself as Rachel, asked me how I was feeling, started assessing me before we had even made it back inside. "Let's see that incision," she said, guiding me to sit on the couch while she pulled on gloves. I lifted my shirt. She peeled back the bandage with practiced gentleness. Studied the wound with a critical eye. "It looks good," she said after a moment. "No signs of infection. You've been taking care of it properly." "I had a good teacher," I said, thinking of my father. Of all those summers learning first aid, learning self-sufficiency. She cleaned the wound, applied a fresh bandage, gave me a bottle of pain medication from her bag. "These are stronger than what you were prescribed. Take one every 6 hours. They'll help with the flight. Helicopter rides can be rough on recent surgical patients." "Thank you." She packed up her supplies, studied my face with an expression that suggested she saw more than just a surgical patient. "Your friend Tom told me what happened," she said quietly. "Your wife, I'm sorry. I didn't know what to say to that. Wasn't sure if I wanted sympathy or if sympathy felt like weakness." "I'm managing," I said finally. "You're doing more than managing. You're standing upright 3 days after major abdominal surgery. That takes strength." She shouldered her bag. "You ready to get out of here?" I looked around the cabin one last time. At the wood stove crackling with fire, at the simple furniture my father had chosen. At the windows framing views of forest and snow and mountains that had stood here long before my problems and would stand here long after they were resolved. Sarah had meant this place to be my prison. Instead, it had been the room where I'd found my spine again. "Yeah," I said. "I'm ready." We walked out into the cold morning air. The pilot was doing pre-flight checks, moving around the helicopter with practiced efficiency. Rachel helped me into the passenger compartment, buckled me in, handed me a headset. The rotor spun up. The engine roared. Mishara. The ground dropped away beneath us. I watched the cabin shrink below us. Watched it disappear into the forest. Watched the mountains spread out in every direction, vast and indifferent and beautiful. Somewhere out there, 200 kilometers away, Sarah was stuck in an airport. Tired, frustrated, probably fighting with Marcus, probably wondering what had gone wrong with her perfect plan. She'd find out soon enough. The helicopter banked east toward the city, toward whatever came next. I closed my eyes and let the medication Rachel had given me start to work. Let the pain fade to background noise. When I opened them again, we'd be somewhere else. Someone else. The broken husband was dying in that cabin. Someone harder was being born. Tom's apartment occupied the top floor of a converted warehouse in the Arts District. All exposed brick and steel beams and floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the city like you owned it, which in a sense Tom did or would once the acquisition closed and the money hit our accounts. The helicopter had landed on the roof of a private medical building downtown. From there, an ambulance, Tom's idea, his insistence on doing everything by the book, had transported me to his place. Overkill. Probably I could have taken a car, but Rachel, the nurse, had sided with Tom, had said something about liability and post-operative protocols, and I'd been too tired to argue. Now, I was installed in Tom's guest room, which was nicer than any bedroom I'd ever slept in. King-size bed with sheets that probably cost more than my monthly car payment. Blackout curtains, a bathroom with heated floors, and a shower that had more settings than my laptop. Tom appeared in the doorway holding a mug of something that smelled like expensive coffee and looked like it had been made by someone who understood the chemistry of extraction. "You look like Death," he said cheerfully, handing me the mug. "I feel like Death's probationary employee." I sipped the coffee. It was perfect. Everything in Tom's life was perfect, which should have been annoying, but somehow wasn't. Tom had earned his perfection through talent and relentless work and a complete inability to settle for adequate. He settled into the armchair by the window, studied me with the same analytical expression he used when reviewing code or evaluating business proposals. So he said, Sarah, Sarah, want to talk about it? Not particularly. Want to destroy her financially and emotionally while maintaining plausible deniability and staying on the right side of the law. I smiled despite myself. That's why we're friends. Tom pulled out his phone, swiped through screens. I've been busy while you were communing with nature, made some calls, gathered some intelligence. You want the good news or the interesting news first? There's a difference. The good news is straightforward victory. The interesting news is complicated victory with potential for collateral damage. I leaned back against the pillows, feeling the pain medication create a pleasant distance between me and my body. Good news first. I need something uncomplicated. Your storage unit. I sent someone to photograph everything inside it. Documented the condition of your belongings. Also paid for 6 months in advance. So Sarah's one moan deadline is now irrelevant. Relief washed through me. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Some of your stuff is damaged. Not catastrophically, but enough to matter. Your guitar has a cracked neck. Your grandmother's dishes, the ones in the blue box, several are broken. Your suits look like they were thrown in rather than packed. I'm saying this because it's evidence of willful destruction of property. Your divorce attorney will want photos. The guitar. I'd had it since college. Had learned to play on it during late nights when I couldn't sleep. When the stress of classes and work and trying to build something from nothing had needed an outlet, Sarah had always complained about the noise. Now she'd made sure I'd never play it again. What's the interesting news? My voice came out flatter than I'd intended. Tom's expression shifted. Got more serious. Marcus was fired this morning. Sarah's company terminated him for misuse of corporate resources. But it gets better. They're pursuing criminal charges, embezzlement, fraud. He charged almost $15,000 in personal expenses to his company card over the past 3 months. Jesus, it gets more interesting. Guess whose idea it was to use the corporate card? I already knew. Sarah's. According to the email trail that somehow made it into the company's investigation, and I'm definitely not saying how that happened, Sarah explicitly told Marcus it was fine, that everyone did it, that as long as he submitted vague expense reports, nobody would notice. She basically coached him into committing a crime. I processed this, turned it over in my mind. So Sarah knew it was illegal. Sarah knew. And now Marcus is looking at potential jail time while Sarah skates free because she was smart enough not to put any of this in writing from her own email account. She used her personal phone text messages that Marcus probably deleted. Probably unless someone had access to cloud backups, unless someone had been systematically preserving those conversations for months. Tom's smile was sharp. Hypothetically speaking, I'd forgotten about the cloud backups. Had set them up years ago for both our phones linked to a shared account. Sarah probably didn't even remember they existed. You backed them up, I said. Someone who had your passwords might have backed them up. That same someone might have anonymously provided those backups to Marcus' legal representation. You know, as a concerned citizen who believes in justice. Tom, don't. He held up a hand. Don't ask me questions you don't want answered. Maintain deniability. Let's just say that Marcus now has evidence that his actions were at Sarah's direction. That changes his legal exposure significantly. It also changed Sarah's. If Marcus's attorney was smart, he'd use those messages to build a defense. Would argue that Marcus was acting under the direction of a superior. Would potentially flip the criminal liability back onto Sarah. She could go to jail, I said slowly. She could probably won't. White-collar first offense. She'd likely get probation and fines. But her career is over. Marketing director with a criminal record. She'll be lucky to get hired managing social media for a used car dealership. I should have felt satisfaction. Should have felt the sweet rush of justice being served. Instead, I felt hollow, tired, like I'd been running for so long that stopping felt more like collapse than rest. You don't look happy, Tom observed. I don't know what I feel. That's normal. You just found out your wife is a criminal who tried to destroy your life. You're allowed to have complicated emotions. I wanted her to face consequences. I didn't want her to lose everything. Yes, you did. Tom's voice was gentle, but firm. You absolutely wanted her to lose everything because she tried to take everything from you. The difference is you're a decent person who feels guilty about wanting justice and she's not. He was right. I knew he was right. But knowing and feeling were different countries and I was stuck somewhere in the border region between them. Tom's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and his expression changed. Got brighter. Speaking of consequences, he said, Sarah just tried to check into the resort in the Maldives. Wanna guess what happened? You're there. I'm there, or I will be in about 6 hours. My flight leaves this afternoon, but I made arrangements. The resort is fully aware that there's a dispute over the reservation. That one of the guests, Sarah, may have made the booking fraudulently. They've been asked to hold the room until the matter is resolved. They can't check in. They can't check in. They're currently in the resort lobby arguing with the manager, who is very polite, very apologetic, and absolutely immovable. Resort policy. Disputed reservations must be resolved before check-in. How long can they hold them up? As long as I want. I'm the third name on the reservation. Remember, I have equal claim, and I'm claiming there's fraud. The resort isn't going to risk legal liability by choosing one guest over another. They'll hold the room empty until we sort it out. I imagined it. Sarah and Marcus, exhausted from a 14-hour flight, dragging luggage through a luxury resort lobby, expecting paradise and finding bureaucracy instead. The manager expressing deep regret. The staff offering complimentary refreshments while they wait. The other guests staring, wondering what kind of people can't even check into their own hotel room. How long will you make them wait? I asked. Long enough to make a point. Then I'll show up, check in, and offer them a deal. What kind of deal? Tom's smile was predatory. They can have the room. I'll relinquish my claim, but Sarah has to sign something first. He pulled a document from his bag, unfolded it on the bed. Legalized paper, dense with text, official looking. I skimmed it, felt my eyebrows rise. This is a settlement agreement. This is a very specific settlement agreement. Sarah acknowledges that she withdrew $48,000 from your joint account without your consent. She agrees to repay that amount within 30 days. She waives any claim to your business assets, including the pending acquisition. She agrees to cover all divorce-related legal costs. And she agrees to vacate the apartment within 7 days and return your possessions undamaged. She'll never sign this. She will if she wants to sleep in a bed tonight instead of the airport. She's stuck in the Maldives, Daniel. No hotel room. Limited cash. Most of what she took is already spent on flights and reservations. She can't just fly home. The tickets are non-refundable. She's trapped. It was elegant, ruthless, and elegant. Put Sarah in a position where she had to choose between her pride and her comfort and bet that comfort would win. What if she refuses? I asked. Then she and Marcus spent 2 weeks homeless in one of the most expensive places on earth, sleeping on beaches and eating gas station food while I enjoy their overwater bungalow and send you photos of the sunset. Either way, she doesn't get what she wanted. I thought about it, tried to find the flaw in the plan, the place where it crossed from justice into cruelty. Couldn't find it. Sarah had stolen from me, had abandoned me, had tried to leave me helpless and broken. Now she was facing the natural consequences of those choices. Do it, I said. Tom nodded, folded the document, tucked it back in his bag. I fly out in 4 hours. I'll handle it personally. Make sure she understands that this is the best offer she's going to get. And if she still refuses, then we proceed with the divorce on your terms. Sue for the money. Pursue criminal charges if possible. Burn her life down legally and systematically until there's nothing left but ashes. He paused. But I don't think she'll refuse. Sarah's smart. She understands cost-benefit analysis. She'll see that signing the agreement is her least bad option. He stood stretched. You should rest. Doctor's orders. Also, we have a meeting with the acquisition team tomorrow. Conference call. You can do it from bed. But we need you sharp tomorrow. They want to accelerate the timeline. Close the deal by end of week instead of end of month. Something about tax advantages and fiscal year-end stuff that I didn't entirely follow. Point is, we're getting paid sooner than expected. $2 million in less than a week. The money Sarah had tried to steal was pocket change compared to what was coming. I'll be ready, I said. Tom paused at the door. Daniel, for what it's worth, I'm sorry this happened. I'm sorry Sarah turned out to be this person, but I'm not sorry you're finding out now instead of 5 years from now or 10 years from now or after you had kids with her. Me neither. He left. I heard him moving around the apartment, making phone calls, organizing his trip, handling the 1,000 details that Tom always handled with effortless competence. I lay back against the pillows and stared at the ceiling. Tried to sort through the tangle of emotions in my chest. Anger was there, bright and hot and righteous. Grief was there, too, quieter but deeper. Mourning not just for Sarah, but for the version of myself who'd trusted her, who'd believed in the future we'd planned, who'd been naive enough to think that love was enough. And underneath both of those, something else, something harder to name, relief, maybe, or freedom. The marriage had been dying for a year. I'd known it on some level. Had felt the distance growing. Had felt Sarah pulling away. Had felt myself becoming someone I didn't like. Anxious, suspicious, constantly trying to fix problems I couldn't even articulate. Sarah had ended it. Had done it in the cruelest way possible, but she'd ended it. And now I didn't have to pretend anymore. Didn't have to work late to avoid going home to an apartment that felt more like a ceasefire than a home. Didn't have to have awkward conversations about what was wrong, what could be fixed, whether we should try therapy or take a vacation, or just accept that we'd fallen out of love and didn't know how to fall back in. It was over. Messily, painfully, expensively over, but over. My phone, Tom had given me a replacement, already set up with my old number, buzzed on the nightstand. I picked it up. Text message from a number I didn't recognize. Is this Daniel? This is Rachel, the nurse from the helicopter. Tom gave me your number. Just checking in. How's the pain level? I considered the question. The incision hurt, but the medication had it under control. Everything else hurt worse, and there was no medication for that. Manageable, I typed back. Thanks for checking. 3 dots appeared indicating she was typing. Good. Remember, when is information? If it gets worse or if you develop a fever, call immediately. You're still vulnerable to infection. Understood. Also, and this is off the record, Tom told me the situation with your wife. I know you probably don't want advice from a stranger too, but for what it's worth, you're doing better than you think. Most people would be a wreck right now. You're standing upright and making plans. That counts for something. I stared at the message for a long moment. Thank you, I typed. That actually helps anytime. Seriously, Tom has my number if you need anything medical or if you just need someone to tell you you're going to survive this. The dots appeared again, then disappeared, then reappeared. You're going to survive this. I set the phone down, felt something unknown in my chest. There were good people in the world. People like Tom, who showed up when things got hard. People like Rachel, who understood that healing wasn't just about surgical wounds. Sarah had tried to isolate me, had tried to cut me off from support, from resources, from any way to fight back. But she'd underestimated how many people I'd connected with over the years. How many relationships I'd built through work, through friendship, through simply being someone who kept promises and showed up when needed. She thought I was alone. She was wrong. I closed my eyes. Let the medication pull me down toward sleep. Tomorrow would be complicated. Conference calls, legal strategies, the continuing saga of Sarah's self-destruction in paradise. But tonight, in this moment, I was safe. I was cared for. I was surrounded by people who had my back. And somewhere in the mouths, Sarah was learning that actions have consequences. That theft leads to pursuit. That betrayal leads to isolation. That trying to destroy someone can backfire in ways you never imagined. I drifted off with that thought warming me like a fire on a cold night. Justice wasn't finished yet, but it was getting closer. I woke to my phone vibrating against the nightstand like an angry hornet. The room was dark, Tom's blackout curtains doing their job, and for a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then the incision reminded me with a sharp pull and memory flooded back. The cabin, the helicopter, Tom's apartment, Sarah somewhere in the mouths, stuck in a lobby, discovering that paradise had a price she couldn't pay. The phone kept buzzing. I fumbled for it, squinted at the screen. Tom's name glowing in the darkness. I checked the time, 3 o'clock in the morning, which meant it was I did the math through the fog of sleep and residual pain medication. Early afternoon in the mouths. Tell me something good, I said, my voice rough with sleep. Oh, it is better than good, Tom's voice was bright with barely suppressed glee. It's poetry. Are you awake enough to appreciate this? I am now. I'm sitting in the resort restaurant. Beautiful place. Open air, ocean breeze, little birds hopping around looking for crumbs. I'm having grilled fish and a passion fruit juice that costs $23 and is absolutely worth it. And about 30 feet away, visible through the palm trees, Sarah and Marcus are having the worst day of their lives. I sat up carefully, ignoring the protest from my abdomen. Tell me everything. They've been in the lobby for 6 hours. The staff has been incredibly polite, offered them drinks, snacks, a place to sit, but no room. The manager has explained multiple times that there's a dispute over the reservation, and until it's resolved, hotel policy prevents check-in. How's Sarah taking it? About as well as you'd expect. She started off angry, demanded to speak to corporate, threatened to leave bad reviews, pulled out the "do you know how much money I'm spending here" routine. The manager absorbed it all with this serene smile and kept repeating the same thing. Hotel policy, dispute resolution, deeply apologetic for the inconvenience. I could picture it perfectly. Sarah in her carefully chosen vacation outfit, Makeup probably still flawless because Sarah never let herself look less than perfect, wielding her anger like a weapon. And the manager trained to handle difficult guests, deflecting every attack with professional courtesy. Then Marcus tried a different approach. Tom continued, went for sympathy, explained that they had had a really long flight, that they were exhausted, that surely there must be some way to sort this out. The manager said absolutely as soon as the third party on the reservation arrives and the dispute is resolved. And that's when you showed up. That's when I showed up, walked right past them to check in. They didn't recognize me at first. You and I don't exactly run in the same social circles. And the one time Sarah met me was at your wedding. I don't think she paid much attention. Tom had been my best man, had given a toast that was funny and heartfelt and had made Sarah cry. Happy tears. I'd thought at the time. Now I wondered if she'd been crying because she already knew even then that the marriage was a performance, that she was marrying someone she'd eventually leave. The manager greeted me by name. Tom asked if I was here to resolve the reservation dispute. I said yes. Sarah heard my name and made the connection. You should have seen her face. Daniel, just complete shock. Then rage. Then this horrible moment where she understood what was happening. What did she say? What the are you doing here? Direct quote. The manager looked uncomfortable. This is a 5-star resort. They're not used to profanity in the lobby. I explained very calmly that I was the third party on the reservation, that I had concerns about fraudulent use of the booking, that I wanted to discuss the matter before anyone checked in. And then Sarah lost it. Started screaming that I had no right, that this was her reservation, that I was harassing her. Marcus tried to calm her down. She turned on him, told him to shut up, that this was his fault somehow. That if he hadn't been so cheap about the expense reports, none of this would be happening. It was beautiful. I felt a stab of something that might have been pity, might have been satisfaction. The two emotions were tangled together, indistinguishable. The manager asked us to take the discussion to a private conference room, Tom said. More for the sake of the other guests than anything else. Sarah was making a scene, so we went. Me, Sarah, Marcus, and the manager. I laid out the situation. You showed her the settlement agreement. I showed her the settlement agreement. Let her read it while I ate complimentary cookies and pretended to be fascinated by the artwork on the walls. She read it twice. Then she said, and again, direct quote, "You've got to be kidding me." But she signed it. Tom's pause was meaningful. Not yet. What? She said she needed to think about it, needed to consult with someone, needed to understand her options. So I said, sure, take your time, but I'm checking into the bungalow now. You two are welcome to figure out your own accommodations. The manager mentioned there's a youth hostel about 20 kilometers away. Basic, but clean. Probably only cost $50 a night. I started laughing. Couldn't help it. The laugh pulled at my incision and hurt like hell, but I couldn't stop. You left them in the lobby. I managed. I left them in the lobby. I'm currently sitting in their overwater bungalow. It's spectacular, by the way. Glass floor panels where you can see fish swimming underneath. Private infinity pool. Outdoor shower. The kind of place that makes you understand why people go into debt for vacations. How long are you going to make them wait? As long as it takes. I've got 2 weeks. My flight home isn't until next month. I rescheduled. Took some vacation time. The acquisition is happening whether I'm in the office or not. So, I'm prepared to sit here eating expensive fish and drinking complicated cocktails while Sarah decides whether her pride is worth more than a bed. It was excessive. It was theatrical. It was exactly the kind of thing Tom would do. It was also working. She'll sign. I said she has to probably, but I'm not making it easy. Around sunset, I'm going to order room service. Lobster thermometer champagne. I'll have it delivered to the bungalow while making sure Sarah can see the delivery cart go by. Let her imagine me eating their romantic vacation dinner alone. You're evil. I'm effective. There's a difference. Dang. His voice shifted, got more serious. Daniel, I need to know how far do you want me to push this, because I can keep them out here for days. Can make this as miserable as you want, but I need to know your limits. I thought about it. Really thought about it. Sarah had abandoned me after surgery, had stolen our savings, had locked me out of my own apartment, had tried to leave me helpless and broken while she ran off to paradise with her boyfriend. She deserved to suffer, deserved to face consequences that were proportional to her actions. But there was a line somewhere, a point where justice became cruelty. Where consequences became revenge, where I'd be doing to her what she'd done to me, using power to inflict unnecessary pain. Give her until tomorrow morning, I said. Local time. Let her spend one night figuring out if her pride is worth sleeping on a beach. If she signs by sunrise, give her the room. If she doesn't, then she's choosing to make this a war and we proceed accordingly. Understood. I'll text her the deadline. He paused. How are you doing? Really? Honestly, I don't know. Part of me feels vindicated. Part of me feels like a monster. Part of me just wants to sleep for a week and wake up when all of this is over. All normal. You're grieving and getting revenge simultaneously. It's complicated. Everything's complicated. Not the acquisition. That's simple. We sign papers. We get paid. We move on. Speaking of which, I sent you the revised contracts while you were sleeping. Read them when you can. Nothing major changed. Just some timeline acceleration. I'll look at them today. Good. And Daniel, for what it's worth, you're handling this better than most people would. You're hurt, but you're not broken. That's important. After we hung up, I lay in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, trying to sort through my feelings. Tom was right. I was hurt, but not broken. Sarah had tried to destroy me, but I was still here, still thinking, still planning, still capable of fighting back. But fighting back came with costs. Every move I made against Sarah was a move away from the person I'd been. The person who believed in second chances, who tried to see the best in people, who thought love could overcome problems if you just worked hard enough. That person was naive. That person had trusted someone who didn't deserve trust. But that person had also been kinder, gentler, less willing to hurt people, even people who hurt him first. I didn't know if I liked who I was becoming, but I knew I couldn't go back to who I'd been. My phone buzzed again. Text message, unknown number. I open it wearily, half expecting more drama from Sarah's unfolding disaster. Instead, hi Daniel, this is Rachel again. Sorry to text so late or early, whatever time it is for you. I'm working a night shift and thinking about my patients. How's the pain? Something loosened in my chest. Someone checking on me, not because they wanted something, not because they were managing fallout, but because they genuinely cared whether I was okay. Better, I typed. Thanks for asking. Shouldn't you be saving lives instead of texting recovering surgical patients? Multitasking is my superpower. Plus, it's a slow night. Everyone's healthy for once. Lucky them. 3 dots. Then Tom told me what's happening with your wife in the mouths. I know I should probably tell you to take the high road and be the bigger person and all that therapeutic, but honestly, I hope she suffers. I smiled at the phone. That makes 2 of us. Good. She abandoned you after surgery. That's not just cruel, it's dangerous. You could have developed complications. Could have had an infection, a wound dehiscence, a dozen things that would have been life-threatening without proper care. She gambled with your life to make a point. I hadn't thought of it that way. Had been so focused on the emotional betrayal that I'd minimized the physical risk. But Rachel was right. I'd been 3 days post-surgery, still vulnerable to infection, to complications, to any number of medical emergencies that would have been catastrophic in a remote cabin with no phone and no transportation. Sarah had known that. The doctor had explained it explicitly, and Sarah had left me there anyway. You're right, I typed. I could have died. You could have. The fact that you didn't is luck, not her mercy. Don't forget that when you start feeling guilty about fighting back. How did you know I was feeling guilty? Because you seem like a decent person. Decent people feel guilty when they hurt others, even others who deserve it. But guilt is just fear wearing a moral costume. Don't let it make you weak. I stared at that message for a long time. Are you always this insightful at 3 in the morning? Night shifts either make you philosophical or crazy. I choose philosophical. Thank you for checking on me, for saying what I needed to hear. Anytime. Seriously, I mean it. You have my number. Use it if you need to. The conversation ended there, but I kept looking at my phone, rereading her messages, feeling something shift in my chest. Not attraction, not yet, anyway. I was too raw for that. Too tangled up in the wreckage of my marriage to think about anything else but recognition. Maybe the sense that there were people in the world who saw clearly, who didn't sugarcoat reality, who understood that sometimes kindness meant being honest instead of nice. I got out of bed carefully, made my way to the kitchen. Tom had stocked the fridge with the kind of food that required actual cooking. Fresh vegetables, good cheese, bread from the bakery downtown. I made myself a sandwich. Ate it standing at the window looking out over the city. Lights everywhere. Thousands of them. Millions. Each one representing someone with their own complications, their own betrayals, their own moments of having to decide whether to fight back or let go. How many of them were lying awake right now wrestling with the same questions? How many had chosen revenge and regretted it? How many had chosen forgiveness and regretted that? My phone buzzed. Tom again. She's asking questions. Wants to know if the settlement is negotiable. It's not. I type back. That's what I told her. She's asking what happens if she refuses to sign. Then we proceed with the divorce. Sue for the money. Pursue every legal remedy available. Make it as expensive and miserable as possible. I'll relay that message. Might soften the language a bit. Don't let her understand exactly what she's choosing. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. You sure? This is scorched earth territory. Was I sure? Was I ready to commit to that level of warfare? I thought about the cabin, about waking up alone in pain, abandoned, about the keys on the floor, about Sarah's laughter as she drove away, about the fact that she'd been willing to risk my life to make her escape clean. I'm sure, I typed. Okay, your call. I'll update you in a few hours. I finished my sandwich, took my medication, went back to bed, and lay in the darkness, listening to the city outside, waiting for dawn. Somewhere in the mouths, Sarah was making a choice. Sign the agreement and admit defeat, or refuse and face a war she couldn't win. Either way, she was learning the same lesson I'd learned in that cabin. Actions have consequences. Betrayal has costs. And some people, when you try to break them, become something harder instead. I closed my eyes and waited for morning, for news from paradise, for the next chapter in a story that was no longer about love or marriage or trying to save something that was already dead. This was about something simpler now. Survival, justice, and the cold, clear satisfaction of watching someone who tried to destroy you realize they'd miscalculated. Sleep came slowly, but it came. And when it did, I dreamed of fire and snow and keys falling into deep water where no one could reach them. The call came at 7 in the morning. I was already awake, had been for an hour, lying in bed and running through scenarios, trying to predict Sarah's next move, trying to prepare for every possible outcome. The incision hurt less this morning. Either the healing was accelerating or I was getting used to the pain. Hard to tell the difference. Tom's name on the screen. I answered before the first ring finished. She signed 2 words, simple, definitive. The end of something. I sat up, ignoring the pull in my abdomen. When 20 minutes ago, she held out until sunrise like you predicted. Spent the night on a beach chair by the pool. Marcus tried to find them a hotel room. Turns out everything within reasonable distance is booked solid. Peak season. The youth hostel I mentioned full. They would have had to drive almost 50 kilometers to find anything available. So she had no choice. She had a choice. She chose comfort over pride, which to be fair is what most people would choose. Tom's voice carried satisfaction, but also something else. Weariness maybe, or the particular exhaustion that comes from watching someone destroy themselves. She cried while she signed it. Marcus sat next to her looking like he wanted to be anywhere else on earth. I tried to imagine it. Sarah, exhausted and humiliated, putting her signature on a document that acknowledged her theft, her betrayal, her complete miscalculation of who she was dealing with. Marcus watching his romantic escape turn into a legal nightmare. Did she say anything? Oh, she said plenty. Called me every name you can imagine. Said you were a controlling bastard. That you'd always been obsessed with money, that you were doing this out of spite because you couldn't handle being left. The manager looked uncomfortable. This is a luxury resort. They're not used to guests screaming about divorce settlements in the lobby at dawn. But she signed. She signed. I have the document witnessed by the hotel manager and notarized. Turns out the resort keeps a notary on staff for exactly these kinds of situations. Rich people and their legal dramas. The agreement is binding. I felt something release in my chest. Not happiness exactly, more like the absence of tension. The way a muscle relaxes after being clenched for too long. $48,000, I said. Within 30 days. Within 30 days. And if she doesn't pay, the agreement includes language allowing you to pursue collection through wage garnishment, asset seizure, all the usual remedies. She won't be able to avoid it. In the apartment, she has 7 days to vacate, has to return your possessions undamaged or pay fair market value for replacements. The agreement is very specific. I spent 2 hours last night making sure every loophole was closed. 2 hours. While I'd been sleeping in his guest room, Tom had been working, protecting me, ensuring that Sarah couldn't wriggle out of consequences through technicalities or creative interpretation. Thank you, I said. The words felt inadequate. You do the same for me. You have done the same for me. Remember when Jennifer tried to claim she was owed half the company despite never being an employee or investor? You spent weeks building the documentation that killed her case. I remembered Tom's ex-girlfriend, who decided after they broke up that living with him for 2 years entitled her to equity in our business. We'd fought that claim together, had won, had learned that sometimes relationships end with lawyers instead of closure. I should have learned the lesson then. Should have protected myself better. So, what happens now? I asked. Now I give them the room. Let them have what's left of their vacation. They paid for 2 weeks. They've got 13 days left. I'm flying home tomorrow. Got what I came for. The signed agreement. The signed agreement. And the satisfaction of watching Sarah realize she's not as smart as she thinks she is. He paused. There's something else. Something she said while she was signing. What? She said you'd change. That the person she married would never have done something like this. That you used to be kind and now you're cruel. The words hit harder than they should have. I'd been thinking the same thing, wondering if fighting back had transformed me into something I didn't recognize. What did you say? I asked. I told her she was right. That you had changed. That people change when someone tries to destroy them. That kindness only works when it's reciprocated. And she stopped reciprocating months ago. Tom's voice hardened. I told her that she created this version of you. That if she wanted kind Daniel, she should have treated kind Daniel with basic human decency. I closed my eyes, felt the truth of it settle in my bones. Sarah had changed me. Had taken someone who trusted easily and taught him suspicion. Had taken someone who believed in second chances and taught him about consequences. Had taken someone who thought love was enough and taught him that love without respect is just a pretty word for exploitation. You still there? Tom asked. Yeah, just thinking. Well, think about this. We have the acquisition call in 2 hours. Conference with the buyers. Final contract review, timeline confirmation. You need to be sharp. Can you do that? Could I? Could I switch from thinking about my destroyed marriage to thinking about selling in the company Tom and I had built together? Could I compartmentalize that completely? I'd have to. The acquisition was the foundation. Everything else was built on. The money that would let me rebuild my life. The proof that all those years of 60-hour weeks had been worth something. I can do it, I said. Good. I'll be on the call from here. Turns out the resort has excellent Wi-Fi. One of us should probably wear pants, though. I'll let you handle that. He hung up. I sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the morning light come through the windows, feeling the weight of everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. Sarah had signed. The money would be returned. The apartment would be vacated. The divorce would proceed on my terms. I'd won. So, why didn't it feel like victory? I forced myself to stand, to shower, and to dress in actual clothes instead of the pajamas I've been living in. The act of putting on pants, a shirt, of looking like a functional human being helped. Costume is armor. Fake it until you make it. My phone buzzed with an email notification. The acquisition contract revised and ready for review. I made coffee. Real coffee using Tom's expensive machine that probably cost more than my first car and settled at the kitchen table with my laptop. The contract was dense pages of legal language, terms and conditions, representations and warranties, but the core of it was simple. The acquiring company would purchase our business for $4.6 million. Tom and I each own 50%. After taxes and fees, I'd clear just over $2 million. $2 million. The number still didn't feel real. For years, Tom and I had been scraping by, reinvesting every profit back into the company, paying ourselves barely enough to survive. We'd believed in what we were building, but belief doesn't pay rent. And then 18 months ago, everything had shifted. We'd landed a contract with a major tech company. Then another, then another. Word of mouth in our industry, a small specialized field where reputation meant everything. Suddenly, we had more work than we could handle. We're hiring employees, we're turning down clients because we didn't have capacity. The acquiring company had approached us 3 months ago, had seen what we were building and wanted to absorb it into their larger operation. Had offered numbers that made my head spin. Sarah had known about the initial approach. I'd told her we were in talks, that something big might be happening. She'd seemed interested, had asked questions, had suggested we might finally be able to buy that house we'd been saving for, but I hadn't told her the numbers, hadn't mentioned that something big meant life-changing money, had kept it vague, partially for superstition, didn't want to jinx it, and partially because I'd already started to suspect that Sarah's interest in our future was negotiable. Good instinct. As it turned out, if Sarah had known about the $2 million, she never would have settled for stealing $48,000. She would have waited, would have filed for divorce after the acquisition closed, would have fought for half of everything in the settlement. But she didn't know. And now, thanks to the agreement she'd signed this morning in a Maldives' hotel lobby, she'd waived any claim to business assets, including the pending sale. She'd traded $2 million for one night in a luxury resort. The irony was almost poetic. I reviewed the contract carefully, making notes, flagging sections that needed clarification. Tom and I had a good lawyer, the same one who'd helped us fight off his ex-girlfriend's claims, and she'd already reviewed everything. But I wanted to understand every clause myself. This was too important to delegate completely. At 9 o'clock, my laptop chimed with the video conference invitation. I joined the call. Faces appeared on screen: the acquisition team, 3 executives from the buying company, their lawyer, their CFO. Tom joined from the Malds, sitting on what looked like a balcony with ocean visible behind him. Our lawyer appeared from her office downtown. Hair perfect despite the early hour. "Gentlemen," the lead executive says, a woman named Patricia who'd been our main contact throughout negotiations. "Thank you for making time. I know we're accelerating the timeline, and I appreciate your flexibility." "Happy to accommodate," Tom said smoothly. "Daniel and I have reviewed the revised contracts. Everything looks good from our end." "Excellent. Then let's walk through the key changes." For the next 90 minutes, we discussed terms. Clarified language, negotiated minor points. I forced myself to focus, to be present, to think about equity structures and earnout provisions instead of Sarah crying while signing away her claim to this exact money. It felt surreal sitting in Tom's apartment 3 days after emergency surgery, discussing millions of dollars while my marriage disintegrated thousands of miles away. But I did it. Participated, asked intelligent questions, made decisions. Compartmentalization, the skill every successful person needs. The ability to put one part of your life in a box, close the lid, and focus on whatever else needs attention. "I think we're aligned," Patricia said finally. "If you're both comfortable, we can move to signature. Final closing will be Friday, 3 days from now. Funds will transfer within 24 hours of signing." Friday, 3 days. I looked at Tom through the video screen. He looked at me. We've been partners for 7 years. Had started this company in his apartment with a laptop and a dream and no idea if it would work. Had survived lean years, difficult clients, the endless grind of building something from nothing. Now we were ending it, selling it, moving on. Tom raised his eyebrows. "A question?" I nodded. "We're in." Tom said, "Let's do this." Our lawyer shared her screen, displayed the signature page. We each signed digitally, my name appearing in black pixels on a white background, making it official. $4.6 million, changing hands, changing lives. The call ended. Everyone disconnected. I sat at the kitchen table staring at my laptop screen, feeling the magnitude of what had just happened, trying to process through my exhausted brain. My phone rang. Tom, calling back immediately. "We did it," he said. His voice was strange, thick with emotion. "We did it. 7 years all leading to this." "Yeah. Daniel, are you okay? Really okay?" Was I? I'd just signed documents that would make me wealthy. Should be celebrating. Should be excited. Instead, I felt hollow, tired, like I'd run a marathon and someone had forgotten to put a finish line at the end. "I don't know," I admitted. "Everything's happening so fast. The surgery, Sarah, the acquisition, it's too much. My brain can't keep up." "That's normal. You're in survival mode. Once things settle, once the immediate crisis is over, then you'll process. Then you'll feel it." "Feel what?" "Everything. The grief, the anger, the relief, the excitement about the money. Right now, you're just trying to get through each day. That's fine. That's healthy. Just don't forget to actually feel things once you can afford to." After we hung up, I sat in silence, letting Tom's words sink in. He was right. I'd been in crisis mode since the moment Sarah drove away from the cabin. Had been making decisions, taking action, fighting back, but not really feeling any of it. Emotions were dangerous when you needed to think clearly. So, I'd put them away. Promised myself I'd deal with them later. Later was coming. Whether I was ready or not. My phone buzzed. Text message from Rachel. "Saw your calendar reminder about the acquisition call. How'd it go?" I blinked at the phone. Calendar reminder. Then I remembered Tom had set up my new phone with all my old data, including calendar events, including the acquisition meeting that had been scheduled for weeks. It went well. "We're signing Friday. Congratulations. That's huge. Thanks. Doesn't quite feel real yet. Give it time. Big life changes never feel real immediately. Your brain needs time to adjust to the new reality." You sound like a therapist. Nursing school includes a lot of psychology. We're trained to recognize trauma and help people cope. Speaking of which, have you eaten today? I looked at my empty coffee cup. Realized I'd had coffee and nothing else. Not yet. Eat something. Protein if possible. Your body needs fuel to heal. Yes, ma'am. Don't. Yes, ma'am. Me. I'm serious. You're recovering from surgery and dealing with major stress. Nutrition matters. Also, how's the pain level? Manageable. That's not a number. On a scale of 1 to 10, 4, maybe 5. That's acceptable for day 4 post-op. But if it gets above 6 or if you notice any redness, swelling, or fever, you need to see a doctor immediately. I promise. Good. Now, go eat something. I smiled at my phone despite everything. Rachel's bossiness was oddly comforting. Someone caring about mundane things like whether I'd eaten, whether I was taking care of myself. Someone who wasn't asking me to make decisions or sign documents or figure out legal strategies. Just someone telling me to eat lunch. I made myself a proper meal. Eggs, toast, the kind of breakfast my mother used to make when I was sick as a kid. Comfort food, simple and satisfying. While I ate, I thought about the math. $48,000 coming back from Sarah within 30 days. $2 million coming from the acquisition within a week. I'd gone from having nothing, less than nothing, negative $48,000 to having more money than I'd ever imagined. Money didn't fix everything. Didn't heal the betrayal. Didn't undo the year of slow deterioration that had led to Sarah's final abandonment. But money was options. Money was freedom. Money was the ability to rebuild on my own terms. Sarah would get $48,000 back to me, probably resentfully, probably while complaining to Marcus about how unfair it all was. She'd never know about the $2 million. Would never know what she'd given up by signing that agreement. And that, I realized, was its own kind of justice. Not the dramatic kind. Not the kind that came with confrontation and shouting and forcing someone to acknowledge what they'd done. The quiet kind. The kind where someone makes a choice and lives with consequences they don't even fully understand. Sarah had chosen Marcus over me. Had chosen a vacation over our marriage. Had chosen $48,000 over waiting to see what else might be available. She'd made her choice. Now she'd live with it. And I'd move forward. Wounded but healing. Hurt but not broken. Richer than I'd ever been in ways that had nothing to do with money. I finished eating, took my medication, went back to bed, not because I was tired, but because rest was part of healing. And I was determined to heal. All of me, not just the incision. The apartment looked different in daylight. I stood on the sidewalk outside the building I'd called home for 4 years. Staring up at the windows of the 3rd floor corner unit. Our unit, except it wasn't our anymore. According to the settlement agreement Sarah had signed, she had 7 days to vacate. This was day 5. Tom stood beside me, hands in his pockets, studying the building with the same analytical expression he used when evaluating code. "You don't have to do this," he said. "I can go in, get your stuff, you can wait in the car. I need to see it." "Why? Why put yourself through that?" I didn't have a good answer. Just knew that I needed to witness this final dismantling. Needed to see the physical evidence of the marriage ending. Needed to stand in the space where Sarah and I had pretended to be happy and acknowledge that the pretendings is over. The building manager met us in the lobby. A tired-looking woman named Mrs. Chen, who'd always been kind to me, who'd once brought me soup when I had the flu, who'd clearly been briefed on the situation and looked uncomfortable about the whole thing. "I'm sorry about this, Daniel," she said, handing me a new set of keys. "Sarah explained that you'd been locked out by mistake. I didn't realize. I should have asked more questions. It's not your fault. Still, if I'd known you were recovering from surgery, that you had nowhere to go." She shook her head. "Anyway, she's not here right now. Left this morning with some suitcases. Said she'd be back later to get the rest." We rode the elevator in silence. The hallway looked the same. Beige carpet, neutral walls, the kind of generic luxury that suggested success without personality. I'd walked this hallway hundreds of times, coming home from work, leaving for work, taking out trash, living a life that had felt real at the time, but now seemed like a performance I hadn't realized I was giving. The new key turned smoothly in the new lock. The door opened. The apartment was a crime scene. Not literally, no blood, no violence, nothing that would bring police, but a crime had been committed here. The crime of erasure, the systematic removal of every trace that had ever existed in this space. The living room furniture was still there. Couch, coffee table, TV, but my chair was gone. The leather recliner I'd bought after my first big client payment. The one I'd sit in to read or think or just decompress after difficult days. Gone. The walls were empty, photographs removed, leaving behind lighter squares on the paint where frames had hung. Pictures of us on vacation, at weddings, at dinners with friends. Our life together, documented and then erased. I walked through the space slowly, cataloging the absence. Tom followed, silent, letting me process. The bookshelf still stood against the far wall, but half of the books were gone. My books, the technical manuals, the business biographies, the novels I'd collected over years. I ran my finger along the empty space where they'd been, feeling the dust that had accumulated behind them. She took your books, Tom said quietly. She never even read them. Used to complain about how much space they took up. She's not keeping them. She's denying them to you. There's a difference. The kitchen was worse. My coffee maker, gone. The cast iron skillet I'd inherited from my father, gone. The knife set we'd received as a wedding present, gone. Even the magnets on the refrigerator, stupid tourist magnets from places we'd visited together, all removed. I opened the refrigerator, empty except for condiments. Opened the freezer. Nothing. She cleaned out the food, I said. Probably didn't want it to spoil while she was in the mouths. Threw it all away rather than leave it for you. The bedroom was the worst. The bed was still there. California king, expensive mattress, the kind of bed that suggested prosperity. But my nightstand was gone. The lamp I used for reading gone. The closet stood open and half of it was empty. My clothes removed, but not carefully. Hangers scattered on the floor. A few items left behind, trampled, obviously discarded as not worth taking. I picked up a shirt from the floor. Oxford cloth, blue, one of my favorites. There was a footprint on it. Someone had literally stepped on it. Jesus, Tom breathed. The bathroom was similarly violated. My shaving kit gone. My toothbrush obviously gone, but the holder it had sat in was also gone. The shower contained only Sarah's products. My shampoo, my soap, all of it removed. Even the medicine cabinet was cleaned out. My prescription bottles, my vitamins, my basic first aid supplies, all gone. I stood in the bathroom doorway, looking at the space where my things had been, feeling something crack in my chest. This was what hate looked like. Not anger, not disappointment. Hate. The systematic removal of someone from their own life. The willful destruction of evidence that they'd ever existed here. She could have packed your stuff carefully, Tom said from behind me. Could have put it in storage neatly. Instead, she made it clear exactly what she thinks of me. My phone rang. I pulled it out, saw Sarah's name, felt my jaw tighten. Don't answer it, Tom said. I answered it. What? I know you're in the apartment. Sarah's voice was sharp, brittle. Mrs. Chen texted me. You had no right to go in there without telling me. I have every right. It's my apartment, too. And according to the settlement you signed, you have 2 days left to be out completely. I'm working on it. Moving takes time. Destroying someone's belongings takes time. You mean silence on the other end. Then I didn't destroy anything. My shirt has a footprint on it, Sarah. My books are gone. My coffee maker, my kitchen stuff, half my clothes, all gone. You didn't pack them for me. You threw them away. I took what was mine, what I'd contributed to the household. You took my father's skillet, the one he left me when he med. How exactly did you contribute that to the household? More silence. Longer this time. Fine. Her voice had shifted. Got colder. You want your precious belongings? They're in the storage unit. The one I mentioned. Most of them. Anyway, some things I don't know where they are. You threw them away. I don't have to explain myself to you. We're getting divorced. This is what happens. People separate their lives. People separate their lives with basic human decency. They don't vandalize each other's possessions. Vandalize? You want to talk about vandalism? You ruined my vacation, Daniel. You humiliated me in front of Marcus. You made me sleep on a beach because you wanted to feel powerful. I made you face consequences for stealing from me. I didn't steal $48,000 from a joint account taken without discussion or permission while I was recovering from surgery. That's theft. The only reason you're not facing criminal charges is because I'm showing you more mercy than you showed me. Mercy? She laughed. It was an ugly sound. You call what you did mercy. You hunted me down. Tracked me to another country. Trapped me there like some kind of psychopath. I protected my assets from someone who'd proven herself willing to steal them. God, listen to yourself. My assets, like that's all that matters. Like money is the only thing worth caring about. Says the woman who stole money to fund a vacation with her affair partner. Marcus is not. She stopped. Caught herself, but it was too late. Not what, Sarah? Not an affair partner. Were you going to claim he's just a friend? That the hotel room, the romantic getaway, the fact that you left your husband to go him in paradise? Were you going to claim that's all innocent? You're disgusting. I'm disgusting. I'm not the one who abandoned someone after surgery. I'm not the one who stole money. I'm not the one who destroyed belongings out of spite. You changed the reservation. You sent someone to harass us. You made me sign that ridiculous agreement under duress. Duress? You had a choice. Sign it or find your own accommodations. That's called consequences, not duress. I want a lawyer to look at that agreement. I think it's not enforceable. Something cold settled in my stomach. Try it. Please get a lawyer. Let them explain to you how badly you'll lose if you try to fight this. You signed willingly. It was witnessed and notarized. You had the option to refuse. You chose comfort over fighting. That's on you. Everything is always on me, isn't it? Nothing is ever your fault. You work too much. That's my fault for being demanding. You didn't pay attention to me. That's my fault for being needy. I fell out of love with you. That's my fault for being ungrateful. You didn't fall out of love, Sarah. You planned an escape. There's a difference. People who fall out of love have conversations. They try therapy. They make difficult decisions together. You made decisions alone and then executed them in the cruelest way possible. I did what I had to do to get free of you. No, you did what you wanted to do because you could, because you thought I was helpless. Thought I wouldn't fight back. You're right about one thing, she said, and her voice had gone quiet. Dangerous. I did underestimate you. I thought you were a decent person. Turns out you're just as bad as everyone else. Worse, maybe because you pretend to be good while doing terrible things. I'm protecting myself from you. That's not terrible. That's survival. Call it whatever helps you sleep at night. But we both know the truth. You're punishing me not because I stole money. Not because I cheated. You're punishing me because I didn't love you enough. Because I chose someone else. Your ego can't handle that. The words hit like a physical blow. Maybe because there was a grain of truth in them. Maybe because I wasn't entirely sure of my own motivations anymore. Was I pursuing justice or revenge? Was I protecting myself or hurting Sarah because she'd hurt me first? 2 days, I said, keeping my voice level. You have 2 days to be out completely. After that, I'm changing the locks again. Anything you leave behind becomes mine. I'll be out. I don't want to spend another second in a space that smells like you. She hung up. I stood in the bedroom, phone in hand, feeling my heart race, feeling anger and hurt and confusion all tangled together in my chest. Tom touched my shoulder. You okay? No. Fair. That was brutal. She's right, isn't she? Part of what she said. I am punishing her. So what? She tried to destroy you. Punishment is appropriate. But where's the line? When does justice become revenge? When do I stop being the victim and become the villain? Tom was quiet for a moment. Then I don't think there's a clear line. I think there's a gray area where both things are true simultaneously. You can be justified in your actions and still be causing someone pain. Those aren't mutually exclusive. That doesn't help. It's not supposed to help. It's supposed to be honest. He moved to the window, looked out at the city. Sarah made choices. Those choices have consequences. You're enforcing those consequences. That's not villain. That's the basic operating system of adult life. Actions, outcomes, responsibility. She said I changed. That I'm not the person she married. You did change. People change when they're betrayed, when they have to fight for survival, when they learn that the person they trusted is actually their enemy. He turned back to me. You want to know what I think? I think the person Sarah married was too trusting, too willing to assume the best in people. That person would have let Sarah walk all over him, would have accepted the abandonment and the theft, and tried to understand her perspective, tried to empathize with her pain. And that's bad. It's self-destructive. Empathy is great until someone weaponizes it against you. Then it's just weakness wearing a moral costume. He paused. You're not a villain, Daniel. You're just not a victim anymore. Sarah's having trouble with that transition. We spent the next hour documenting everything, taking photos of the empty spaces, the missing belongings, the trampled clothes, evidence for the divorce proceedings, proof that Sarah hadn't upheld her end of the settlement agreement about returning possessions undamaged, more ammunition for the war we were fighting. The storage unit was across town. We drove there in Tom's car, neither of us talking much. The unit was small, climate-controlled, secured with a padlock. I had the key. Sarah had left it with Mrs. Chen. Inside, my life was stacked in boxes, some carefully packed, some obviously thrown together hastily. My books, my clothes, kitchen items, the detritus of 4 years of cohabitation, now compressed into a 10 by 10 space that smelled like cardboard and abandonment. I found my father's skillet in a box marked kitchen. It was wrapped in newspaper. Actually protected, which surprised me. Maybe Sarah had some limits to her cruelty. Or maybe she'd just been afraid I'd sue for its value if it was damaged. The guitar was there, too. Tom had been right. The neck was cracked. Not catastrophically, but enough that it would need professional repair. Maybe enough that it would never sound quite the same. I picked it up carefully, feeling the weight of it, remembering late nights in college, playing badly but enthusiastically. Remembering the day my father had given it to me had said every man should have a way to express himself that didn't require words. Can it be fixed? Tom asked. Maybe, probably, but it won't be the same. Nothing's ever the same after it breaks. Even when you repair it, you can still see the cracks. We loaded boxes into Tom's car, made multiple trips. By the time we finished, the sun was setting, painting the city in shades of orange and gold that would have been beautiful if I'd been capable of appreciating beauty. Back at Tom's apartment, we stacked boxes in the guest room. My possessions, my former life, everything I owned in the world, minus whatever Sarah had thrown away or kept out of spite. I sat on the bed surrounded by boxes, feeling the full weight of everything that had happened settle onto my shoulders. 1 week ago, I'd been married, had lived in an apartment, had a routine, a life, a future that seemed stable, even if it wasn't happy. Now, I was divorced in all but the legal paperwork. Homeless, living out of boxes in my business partner's guest room. My body was healing from surgery, but everything else felt broken in ways I didn't know how to fix. My phone buzzed. Text from Rachel. How are you doing? And before you say fine, remember that I can tell when patients are lying. I smiled despite everything. Went to the apartment today. Saw what Sarah left behind or didn't leave behind. That bad? Worse, she destroyed some things. Took others. Made it very clear that she wants me erased from her life. I'm sorry. That's cruel. Yeah. Where are you now? Tom's place. Surrounded by boxes trying to figure out what comes next. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. This might be forward, sweet, but do you want company? I'm off shift in an hour. I could bring food. You probably haven't eaten. I looked at the text for a long moment. Company? The idea of not being alone with my thoughts, of having someone there who didn't need anything from me, who wasn't involved in the legal warfare, who just wanted to make sure I ate dinner. That would be nice, I typed. Thai food. Okay, perfect. See you in 90 minutes. I set the phone down. Tom appeared in the doorway. I'm ordering pizza, he said. You want? He saw my expression. What? Rachel's coming over. Bringing food. Tom's eyebrows rose. The nurse from the helicopter? Yeah. Uh-huh. He smiled. Good. You could use a friend who isn't me. It's not like that. She's just checking on a patient. Sure. Just a professional courtesy call with dinner at night at your place. It's not my place. It's your place. Semantics. He pushed off the door frame. I'll make myself scarce. Go see a movie or something. Give you privacy. Tom, take the win, Daniel. Someone kind is coming over. Let yourself enjoy that without overanalyzing it. He was right. I was too tired to argue. 90 minutes later, Rachel arrived with bags of Thai food and a smile that made something in my chest unclench. We ate. We talked. We didn't discuss Sarah or divorce or consequences. We talked about nothing important. And everything important simultaneously. And for the first time in weeks, I felt like maybe I'd survive this after all. The acquisition closed on a Friday morning. I sat at Tom's kitchen table with my laptop, watching numbers appear in my bank account that didn't feel real. $2,147,000 after taxes, fees, legal costs, money that represented 7 years of work, of sacrifice, of building something from nothing, money that Sarah would never touch. Tom sat across from me, staring at his own screen, his expression caught between disbelief and satisfaction. We did it, he said for the 3rd time in 10 minutes. We did it. I keep refreshing to make sure it's still there, like it might disappear if I look away. I understood the impulse. The number was too large to feel concrete, too abstract to trigger the emotional response it probably deserved. I was a millionaire. Past tense poor, present tense wealthy. But I felt exactly the same as I had an hour ago. Except I didn't. Something had shifted. Some fundamental anxiety about survival, about security, about whether I'd be okay. That anxiety had dissolved. Not completely, but enough to breathe differently. My phone rang. Our lawyer. Congratulations, she said. Her voice carried the warmth of someone who just earned a very large fee. The transfer is complete. The company is officially sold. You're both free to move on to whatever comes next. Thank you for everything. My pleasure. And Daniel, one more thing. I received a letter this morning from Sarah's attorney. My stomach tightened. What kind of letter? They're contesting the settlement agreement, claiming it was signed under duress. They want it nullified. I closed my eyes. Of course. Of course Sarah couldn't just accept defeat. Had to fight. Had to try one more angle. Can they do that? I asked. They can try. They won't win. The agreement was properly executed. Sarah had legal capacity. She wasn't threatened. She was offered a choice and made one. But they can file motions, drag things out, make noise. How long? Depends on the judge. Could be a few weeks, could be a few months. Either way, I'm confident we'll prevail. The evidence is on our side. After we hung up, I sat staring at my laptop screen. At the number in my account that should have felt like victory but now felt complicated by Sarah's refusal to accept consequences. Tom watched me. She's fighting the settlement. Her lawyer is same thing. It won't work. You know that, right? She signed. It's done. Doesn't matter if it works. Matters that she's trying, that she can't just let this end. Has to keep fighting. Keep making it harder. I stopped. Took a breath. I'm tired, Tom. I'm so tired of this. I know. I just want it to be over. Want to move on. Start building something new instead of fighting over the wreckage of something dead. Tom stood, moved to the coffee maker, started brewing a fresh pot. The mechanical sounds were soothing, familiar, normal. You want my advice? He asked. Always. Stop fighting. Let the lawyers handle it. You've done your part. You've protected yourself. Enforced consequences. Made sure Sarah doesn't profit from what she did. Now, step back. Let the legal system grind through its process. Use your energy for something better. Like what? Like finding a place to live. Like figuring out what you want your life to look like now that you have resources. Like maybe spending time with a certain nurse who's texted you every day this week. I felt my face warm. It's not like that. It could be if you wanted it to be, if you were ready. I'm not ready. Fair enough. But eventually you will be. And when you are, it's okay to let yourself be happy. Sarah doesn't get to own your future just because she destroyed your past. The coffee maker beeped. Tom poured 2 cups, handed me one. We sat in comfortable silence, drinking coffee that cost $10 a pound and tasted like it. Looking out at the city through floor-to-ceiling windows that made the world look manageable. I'm going to start looking at apartments today. I said, can't live in your guest room forever. You can live here as long as you need, but yeah, your own space would be good. What kind of place are you thinking? Something simple. Not too big. Maybe a view. Definitely parking. I need to buy a car since Sarah still has mine. Sue her for it. I will. Adding it to the list of things my lawyer is handling. My phone buzzed. Text from Rachel. How'd the signing go? Done. Official. Weird. Weird how? Like winning the lottery, but feeling too numb to celebrate. That's normal. Big life changes take time to process. Want to talk about it? I'm off tonight. Could meet for coffee. I looked at the message, thought about Rachel's easy smile, her directness, the way she seemed to see through my defenses without making me feel exposed. Tom was watching me over his coffee cup. Raised his eyebrows meaningfully. Coffee sounds good, I typed. Where and when? That place on 5th. The one with the good pastries. 6 o'clock. See you there. Tom grinned. Not like that, huh? It's coffee. Friends have coffee. Friends who text every day and meet for coffee are usually called something else. I just got out of a marriage, Tom. A bad one. I'm not ready for anything else. I didn't say you were ready for a relationship. I said you were ready for coffee. Those are different things. Let yourself have coffee without worrying about what it means. He was right. As usual, I was overthinking, making everything complicated when maybe some things could just be simple. I spent the afternoon looking at apartment listings online. The budget was different now. Wasn't limited to what I could afford on a modest salary. Could look at places I'd only dreamed about before. Penthouses with terraces, lofts in converted buildings, modern high-rises with amenities that sounded like resort features, pools, gyms, rooftop gardens, concierge services. But the fancy places didn't appeal. They felt like someone else's dream, like I'd be performing wealth instead of living comfortably. I found myself drawn to smaller places, one-bedroom apartments in quiet neighborhoods, buildings with character instead of luxury. Places where I could imagine actually living instead of staging for some imaginary audience. One listing caught my attention. 3rd floor walk-up in an older building. Hardwood floors, exposed brick, big windows facing east. Kitchen was small but functional. Bathroom had been updated. The bedroom was cozy without being cramped. The listing mentioned a balcony, just big enough for a chair and a small table. The photo showed it overlooking a tree-lined street, quiet and residential. I could imagine sitting there with coffee in the morning, reading, thinking, watching the neighborhood wake up. I called the leasing office, made an appointment to see it tomorrow, and at 5:30, I showered, changed into clean clothes, checked my incision, healing well, barely tender anymore. 10 days post-surgery, I'd survived the immediate danger. Now I just had to survive everything else. The coffee shop was a 10-minute walk from Tom's place. I arrived early, ordered a black coffee, found a table by the window, watched people pass by on the sidewalk. Everyone moving with purpose, going somewhere, doing something, living lives that probably contain their own complications, but look simple from the outside. Rachel arrived exactly at 6. She was wearing jeans and a sweater, her hair down instead of pulled back, looking younger and softer than she had in her nurse scrubs. "Hey," she said, sliding into the chair across from me. "You look better. Less like a surgical patient, more like a regular human." "Thanks. I think it's a compliment. 2 weeks ago, you looked like you were about to die. Now you just look tired." "I am tired." She ordered a latte from the server who appeared. We sat in silence for a moment, but it wasn't awkward, just quiet. "So," she said, "you're officially rich now. How did you?" Tom mentioned the acquisition was closing today. "Basic math. You own at half the company. Company sold for millions, therefore rich." She smiled. "Don't worry. I'm not going to ask you for money or treat you differently. Just acknowledging the elephant in the room so we can move past it," I laughed. "Couldn't help it. You're very direct. Nursing teaches you that. No time for dancing around difficult topics when someone's bleeding. Better to just say the thing and deal with it." "I appreciate that." Her latte arrived. She added sugar, stirred it slowly. "How are you feeling about everything? And I don't mean physically. I mean the whole situation, Sarah, the divorce, the sudden wealth, all of it. Honestly, I don't know. It's too much to process. Feels like it's happening to someone else and I'm just watching. Dissociation, common response to trauma. Your brain can't handle everything at once. So, it creates distance. Makes you an observer instead of a participant. Is that bad? Not necessarily. It's protective. Lets you function while your psyche figures out how to integrate what happened. Just don't stay dissociated forever. Eventually, you'll need to actually feel things. Everyone keeps telling me that. Tom said the same thing because it's true. Unfelt emotions don't disappear. They just wait. Get stronger. Come back when you're not expecting them. I sip my coffee. "You sound like you're speaking from experience." Her expression shifted. Got more guarded. "I had a bad breakup a few years ago. Different circumstances than yours, but similar in some ways. He didn't abandon me or steal from me. He just lied about everything. Who he was, what he wanted, whether he loved me. Turned out I'd been dating a fiction." "What did you do?" "Fell apart for about 6 months. Stopped eating. Stopped sleeping. Threw myself into work because work was the only thing that made sense. Patients have real problems. Broken bones, infections, actual life-threatening emergencies. Made my problems feel manageable by comparison. Did it work? Eventually, but I skipped the feeling part. Just went straight from devastated to functional without processing anything in between. Took about a year before it all caught up with me. Had a panic attack in the middle of a shift. Thought I was having a heart attack. Turned out it was just every emotion I'd been avoiding hitting me at once. That sounds terrible. It was, but it was also necessary. Had to feel it to move past it. That's why I'm telling you, don't make my mistake. Don't wait until your body forces you to process. Do it deliberately, slowly, with support. Is that why you're here? Providing support." She met my eyes, held them. "I'm here because I like you. Because I think you're handling an impossible situation with more grace than most people could manage. Because I remember what it's like to feel like you're drowning and have someone throw you a rope." She paused. "And yeah, maybe because I find you attractive and interesting and I'm curious where this could go, but mostly the first things." I didn't know what to say. Wasn't sure how to respond to that kind of honesty. "I'm not ready for anything," I said finally. "A relationship, I mean. I'm barely functional. Still legally married. Still fighting with my ex. Still living in someone else's apartment surrounded by boxes. I know I'm not asking for anything. Just offering friendship, coffee, occasional check-ins to make sure you're eating and sleeping and not letting your surgical wound get infected. If it becomes something else later, great. If not, also great. That's simple? That's simple. Life's complicated enough without making the simple things hard. We talked for 2 hours about nothing important about everything. She told me about her job, about difficult patients and miraculous recoveries and the strange intimacy of caring for people at their most vulnerable. I told her about building the company, about late nights debugging code, about the strange satisfaction of solving impossible problems. We didn't talk about Sarah. Didn't talk about the divorce or the settlement or any of it. Gave that part of my life a rest. When we finally left, the sun had set and the street was dark except for pools of light from street lamps. Walk you to your car? I asked. I took the bus. Walk me to the stop. We walked slowly, not holding hands, not touching, just walking side by side in comfortable silence. At the bus stop, she turned to face me. This was nice. Let's do it again. I'd like that. Good. Now go home. Take your medication. And get some rest. You're still healing. Yes, ma'am. She smiled. Stop calling me ma'am. Makes me feel old. What should I call you? Rachel works fine. The bus arrived. She climbed on, waved through the window. I watched it pull away, carrying her into the night, and felt something in my chest that might have been hope. I walked back to Tom's apartment, let myself in quietly. He'd gone out, giving me privacy. Stood in the guest room, surrounded by boxes containing my former life. Tomorrow, I'd look at apartments, start building a new space, a new life. Tomorrow, the legal fight with Sarah would continue. More emotions, more arguments, more energy wasted on someone who didn't deserve it. But tonight, right now, I felt something other than anger or grief or exhaustion. I felt possibility. The marriage was over. The company was sold. The immediate crisis had passed. What came next was unknown, scary, full of potential for more hurt, but also full of potential for something better, for healing, for growth, for becoming someone new, someone stronger, someone who'd survived betrayal and came out the other side not broken, but rebuilt. I took my medication, checked my incision one last time. Pink and healing, barely even sore anymore. Lay down in bed and closed my eyes. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges, its own complications, but I'd face them because that's what you do when someone tries to destroy you and fails. You wake up. You keep moving. You build something new from the rubble. And eventually, when you're ready, you let yourself be happy again. Not yet, but soon. The apartment viewing was scheduled for 10 o'clock in the morning. I arrived 15 minutes early, standing on the sidewalk outside the building, studying it the way you'd study a person you're considering trusting. 3 stories, red brick, probably built in the 1920s, judging by the architectural details. Fire escapes zigzag down the front facade. Trees line the street, their branches still mostly bare, but showing the first hints of spring green. The neighborhood was quiet, residential. A coffee shop on the corner, a small grocery store across the street, a park visible 2 blocks down. The kind of place where people lived lives instead of performing them. Nothing like the apartment Sarah and I had shared. That building had been all glass and steel and status signaling. This was brick in history and the comfortable wear of time. The leasing agent arrived exactly on time. A woman in her 50s named Patricia, who had the efficient warmth of someone who'd spent decades helping people find homes. You must be Daniel, she said, shaking my hand. Ready to take a look? The building's entrance was modest. A small lobby with mailboxes and a staircase. No elevator, no door, man. No marble floors or designer lighting. I liked it immediately. We climbed to the 3rd floor. Patricia unlocked the door to Unit 3B and stepped aside to let me enter first. The apartment was exactly as the photos had shown, but better somehow. The hardwood floors caught morning light from the east-facing windows and glowed honey. The exposed brick wall in the living room had character. Not the trendy design kind, but the real kind that came from age and history. Built in 1924, Patricia said, following my gaze. Used to be a textile factory converted to residential in the 80s. These units have a lot of original features. The brick, the floors, the windows, but everything functional has been updated. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and cooling. I walked through the space slowly. The living room was open and bright. The kitchen was small but well designed. Everything within reach, efficient without feeling cramped. The bedroom was at the back, quieter with windows overlooking a courtyard and the balcony. Small like the listing had said, but perfect, just big enough for a chair and a tiny table. I stepped out onto it, felt the morning air, looked down at the street below. I could see myself here, could imagine coffee in the morning, watching the neighborhood wake up. Could imagine reading on this balcony in the evenings, letting the day settle. Could imagine healing here. What do you think? Patricia asked from the doorway. I'll take it, she blinked. Don't you want to see the rest? The bathroom? The closets? Check the water pressure. I'm sure it's fine. When can I move in? Well, there's an application process. Credit check, references, proof of income. I can pay a year in advance. Cash today. Her expression shifted, became more cautious. Mr. Mitchell, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but we still need to go through proper procedures. Background check at minimum. It's policy. Of course, I understand. But if everything checks out, and it will, I'd like to move in as soon as possible. She studied me for a moment. I wondered what she saw. A man too eager? Someone running from something? Or just someone tired of living out of boxes in someone else's space? The apartment is available immediately, she said finally. If your application is approved, you could move in this weekend. Perfect. We went back to her office. I filled out paperwork, provided references. Tom, our business lawyer, even my old college roommate, who I hadn't talked to in years, but who'd probably vouch for me anyway. Gave her bank statements showing I could afford 50 years of rent if necessary. She processed everything with professional efficiency. Asked the standard questions about pets and smoking and noise complaints. Looked increasingly convinced that I was legitimate despite my eagerness. One question, she said, reviewing my application. You listed your current address as temporary. Are you in between places? Recently separated, living with a friend while I sort things out. Ah. Her expression softened. That explains it. You need your own space to process everything. Exactly. Well, barring any surprises in the background check, and I don't anticipate any, you should hear from me by tomorrow afternoon. If approved, we can schedule a move-in date. I left her office feeling lighter than I had in weeks. The apartment wasn't just a place to sleep. It was a declaration, a line drawn between the life I'd had and the life I was building. My phone rang as I walked back to Tom's place. Sarah's lawyer. I considered not answering. Let it go to voicemail. Let my own lawyer handle it. But curiosity won. This is Daniel. Mr. Mitchell, this is Jennifer Hartley representing Sarah Mitchell. I wanted to reach out directly before we proceed with formal motions. We have lawyers for a reason. This conversation should go through them. I understand, but sometimes direct communication can resolve issues more efficiently than courtroom battles. My client is willing to negotiate. The settlement was the negotiation. She signed it. Under circumstances my client felt were coercive. She was stranded in a foreign country, exhausted from travel, under significant emotional distress. She was offered a choice. Sign or find other accommodations. That's not coercion. That's consequences. Mr. Mitchell, I'm trying to find middle ground here. My client acknowledges that emotions ran high. She's willing to return the funds as agreed, but she's asking for flexibility on the timeline, 90 days instead of 30, and she'd like the language about business assets removed. She doesn't want to claim anything from your company sale, just needs more time to gather the funds. I stopped walking, stood on the sidewalk while people flowed around me. Sarah was backing down, not completely but significantly, was trying to save face while accepting defeat. The smart move was to take the deal, extend the timeline, remove the redundant language about business assets. I'd already protected those through other means anyway. Get my money back and end this. But something in me resisted, not logic, something deeper. The part that remembered standing in the cabin abandoned and in pain. The part that remembered Sarah laughing as she drove away. 30 days, I said. As agreed, and all other terms remain unchanged. She signed the agreement willingly. If she has trouble gathering funds, she can sell possessions, jewelry, her car, the expensive clothes she bought with it for savings. Mr. Mitchell, those are my terms. She wants to renegotiate. She can start by acknowledging what she did. Not just returning stolen money as a negotiating tactic. Actually admitting she was wrong. Actually apologizing. That's not a reasonable request for a legal settlement. Then I guess we'll see each other in court. I hung up immediately. Wondered if I just made a terrible mistake. Let ego override sense. Chosen pride over pragmatism. My phone rang again. Tom, I just got a call from Sarah's lawyer. He said, they're trying to renegotiate. Did they contact you? Just hung up with her. And I said, no. Silence on the other end. Then want to tell me why? Because it's not about the money anymore. It's about her admitting what she did. Taking responsibility. Daniel, I know. I know it's emotional instead of rational. I know I should take the deal and move on, but I can't. Not yet. Not until she acknowledges that what she did was wrong. More silence. Then Tom sighed. Okay, I get it. But you need to be prepared for this to drag on. Months, maybe. More legal fees, more stress, more energy spent on someone who doesn't deserve it. I know. And you need to ask yourself if it's worth it. If making Sarah admit she was wrong is worth delaying your own healing. I don't know if it's worth it, but I know I can't let this go. Not yet. After we hung up, I kept walking past Tom's building, past the coffee shop where I'd met Rachel, past the bus stop where we'd said goodbye. Walking without destination, just moving because moving felt better than standing still. My phone buzzed. Text from Rachel. How'd the apartment viewing go? Good. Really good. I think I found a place. That's great. When can you move in? This weekend if the application is approved, which it should be. Exciting new beginning. Yeah. Feels weird though. Like I'm starting over at 35. Starting over at any age is brave. Most people just keep living in situations that hurt them because change is scary. You're actually doing something about it. Or I'm running away. There's a difference between running away and walking towards something better. Sounds like you're doing the second one. I stopped walking, sat on a bench in a small park I hadn't realized I'd reached. Watched children play on a playground while their parents watched from nearby benches. Normal life. Regular problems. Kids who needed pushing on swings. Parents who were tired but present. No betrayal. No theft. No dramatic confrontations in tropical resorts. Or maybe they had their own versions of that. Maybe every person in this park was carrying something heavy. Maybe everyone was fighting battles I couldn't see from the outside. You free tonight? I typed to Rachel. Depends. What did you have in mind? Nothing fancy. Maybe take a walk. I need to get out of my head. Meet you at the park on 7th at 6 o'clock. Perfect. The day passed in administrative tasks. I called my car insurance company, reported that Sarah still had my vehicle, started the process of getting it returned or compensated. Called the moving company Tom had recommended, scheduled them for Saturday morning, assuming the apartment application went through. Organized my belongings, the boxes from the storage unit, the items I'd recovered from the apartment. Made a list of what was missing, what was damaged, what I'd need to replace. The guitar went into its case. I'd take it to a repair shop once I moved. See if it could be fixed or if I needed to accept that some things, once broken, stayed broken. My grandmother's dishes, most were cracked or chipped. I kept them anyway. Evidence for the legal case, yes, but also because they were hers. Because some things mattered beyond their monetary value. At 5:30, I changed clothes. Nothing fancy. Jeans, a sweater, comfortable shoes for walking. Checked my reflection in the mirror and barely recognized the person looking back. Thinner, the stress and recovery had stripped weight I couldn't afford to lose. Dark circles under the eyes from too many nights of interrupted sleep, but also something else. Something harder around the jaw. Something more defined in the eyes. I looked like someone who'd been through something, someone who'd survived. At 6 exactly, I arrived at the park. Rachel was already there, sitting on a bench near the entrance, wearing running shoes and a jacket despite the warming weather. Ready to walk? She asked. Ready? We walked without talking at first, just moving through the park, past the playground, along the path that wound through trees, and around a small pond. The evening was mild, pleasant. Other people were out, joggers, dog walkers, couples holding hands. So Rachel said eventually want to talk about what's bothering you or walk in therapeutic silence. How do you know something's bothering me? You texted me asking to walk. In my experience, people only do that when they need to process something. So talk or silence. Sarah's lawyer called once to renegotiate the settlement, extend the timeline, soften the terms, and you said no. Why? Because she hasn't admitted she was wrong, hasn't apologized, just wants to modify terms that are inconvenient for her. Rachel was quiet for a moment. We passed the pond, watched ducks glide across the surface. Can I be honest? She asked. Always. You're holding on to anger, using it as fuel. It's working, keeping you functional, giving you purpose, but eventually it's going to burn out and leave you empty. You sound like Tom. Tom sounds smart. Look, I get Ed. What Sarah did was terrible. She deserves consequences. But at some point, you have to ask yourself, what are you actually getting from this? Is making her admit guilt worth the energy it's costing you? Maybe not. But letting her off easy feels like betraying myself, like saying what she did was acceptable. There's a middle path between letting her off easy and burning yourself out trying to force an apology. You can enforce consequences without making it your life's mission. We walked another lap around the pond. I thought about what she was saying, knew she was right logically. But logic and emotion were different languages, and emotion was screaming louder. I found an apartment, I said, changing the subject. Third floor walk up, hardwood floors, small balcony. Yeah, tell me about it. I described it. The brick wall, the light, the quiet neighborhood, the sense that I could actually live there instead of just existing. Sounds perfect, she said. When do you move in? Saturday, probably if the application is approved. Need help? I'm off Saturday afternoon. Could bring boxes up 3 flights of stairs. Consider it my cardio for the day. You don't have to. I know I don't have to. I want to. Unless you're the kind of person who insists on doing everything alone to prove some kind of point about independence. I might be that kind of person. Well, stop. Let people help you. It doesn't make you weak. We walked until the sun started setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple until the park started emptying. Families heading home for dinner. Joggers completing final laps. I should get going, Rachel said. Early shift tomorrow. Thank you for this, for listening. Anytime, she paused. Daniel, one more thing. You're doing better than you think. You've been through hell and you're still standing. That counts for something. She left before I could respond. I watched her go, then sat on a bench as the light faded, thinking about everything she'd said. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was holding on to anger because it felt safer than grief. Easier to be furious than heartbroken. But eventually, I'd have to let it go. Eventually, I'd have to choose between revenge and recovery. Not tonight, but soon. The apartment application was approved on Thursday. I moved in on Saturday morning with Tom's help, Rachel's help, and a moving crew that seemed amused by how few possessions I actually had. 6 boxes of books, 4 boxes of clothes, kitchen items, the broken guitar, my father's skillet carefully wrapped and carried by hand, a life compressed into 10 boxes, and a few pieces of furniture. Tom had insisted on buying me a bed, a couch, a small dining table. You can't eat standing over the sink like a college student, he'd said. You're a millionaire now. Act like it. By noon, everything was in place. The movers left. Tom ran out to get pizza. Rachel was arranging books on the shelf I'd assembled that morning, organizing them by some system I didn't understand, but looked intentional. I stood in the middle of my new living room, looking at the space that was mine. Only mine. No shared history, no ghosts of arguments, no memories of a marriage slowly dying, just empty space waiting to be filled with whatever came next. It's a good space, Rachel said, stepping back to admire her organizational work. Feels like you. Quiet, but not empty. Substantial. I don't know if I have a feels like me anymore. Feels like I'm still figuring out who that is. That's okay. Most people never figure it out. At least you are asking the question. Tom returned with 3 pizza boxes. Too much food for 3 people. But that was Tom's way. Go big or don't bother. We ate sitting on the floor because I didn't have proper furniture yet. Passing around paper plates and napkins, talking about nothing important. It felt normal. Startlingly, unexpectedly normal, like maybe I was capable of having normal moments again. Simple pleasures that weren't complicated by betrayal or legal warfare or the grinding machinery of divorce. So, what's next? Tom asked, finishing his 3rd slice. You've got a place. Got money in the bank. Got friends who tolerate you. What's the plan? Honestly, I don't know. Thought I'd figured out my life, career, marriage, trajectory. Turns out I hadn't figured out anything. None of us have. We're all just improvising and hoping it looks intentional. He paused. But seriously, what do you want? Not what you think you should want. What actually matters to you? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Peace, I said finally. I want to wake up and not immediately think about Sarah. Want to go a whole day without anger. Want to feel like I'm building something instead of defending against something. That's good, Rachel said quietly. That's healthy. But I'm not there yet. Still too angry. Still too focused on making sure she pays for what she did. She is paying, Tom pointed out. The settlement, the damaged career. Marcus probably blames her for his legal troubles. She lost a lot, Daniel. Maybe not everything you wanted her to lose, but enough. Is it enough, though? She hasn't admitted she was wrong. Hasn't apologized? Just keeps fighting? Keeps trying to negotiate? Keeps acting like she's the victim. Rachel set down her pizza. Can I tell you something from experience? Waiting for someone to admit they wronged you is like waiting for a train that's not coming. They have too much invested in their own narrative. Admitting guilt would mean acknowledging they're not who they think they are. Most people can't handle that level of self-awareness. So, I just accept that she'll never take responsibility. You accept that her taking responsibility has nothing to do with your healing. You got justice through the legal system. You protected yourself financially. You enforced consequences. Whether she admits fault or apologizes, that's about her conscience, not your recovery. I knew she was right. Had known it for a while, actually. But hearing it out loud in this new space that wasn't contaminated by my history with Sarah made it feel more true. How do I let it go? I asked. You decide that moving forward matters more than looking back. That building a new life is more important than punishing the old one. Tom's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and his expression changed. Got serious. Daniel, you need to see this. He handed me his phone. Email from my lawyer. Subject line settlement update. I opened it. Daniel, Sarah's attorney, contacted me this afternoon with a new proposal. Sarah is willing to pay the full $48,000 within the 30-day timeline as agreed. Additionally, she's offering to sign a statement acknowledging that she took the funds without your consent and that her actions were wrong. She's also agreeing to cover all your legal fees related to the divorce proceedings. This is a significant concession. I recommend accepting. While we could continue fighting, this gives you everything the settlement originally demanded, plus the acknowledgement you wanted. Advise on how you'd like to proceed. I read it twice, then handed the phone back to Tom. She's surrendering, I said. Looks like it. Question is, are you ready to accept surrender? Was I? I'd been fighting for so long that accepting victory felt strange, anticlimactic, like the story was ending without a proper climax. But maybe that's how real life worked. Maybe not every conflict ended with dramatic confrontation. Maybe sometimes people just stopped fighting, admitted defeat quietly, moved on. Tell her I accept, I said. All terms. End it. Tom nodded, started typing a response to my lawyer. Rachel touched my arm. How do you feel? I don't know. Relieved, disappointed, both. Victory doesn't always feel victorious. Especially when what you won was just not losing everything. Poetic. True, though. We finished the pizza. Tom left around 3, claiming he had plans, but probably just wanting to give Rachel and me space. Rachel stayed, helped me unpack boxes, hung pictures on the walls, prints I'd bought from a local artist. Nothing expensive, just images that felt calming. A forest scene, a mountain landscape, a seascape at sunset. No photos? She asked, noticing the absence of personal pictures. Don't have many. Sarah took most of them. The ones of us together. Didn't want to keep those anyway. What about family? Friends? My parents are dead. Father died 5 years ago. Mother when I was a kid. No siblings. Tom's the closest thing I have to family. That's sad. It's just facts. Can't miss what you never had. She gave me a look that suggested she didn't believe that, but didn't push. By evening, the apartment looked lived in. Books on shelves, clothes in the closet, kitchen organized. My father's skillet hanging on a hook by the stove. I'd never use it probably, but having it visible felt important. Rachel and I sat on the balcony as the sun set, drinking cheap wine from the grocery store, watching the street below as neighbors came home from work, as lights turned on in windows, as the day transitioned into night. This is nice, she said. Peaceful. Yeah. You going to be okay here alone? I think so. Spent too long not being alone. Need to remember how to be comfortable with myself. That's wise. A lot of people jump from relationship to relationship because they can't handle their own company. Is that a subtle way of telling me not to get involved with anyone too quickly? She smiled. Maybe. Or maybe it's a less subtle way of saying I'm interested but patient. I can wait until you're ready, if you're ever ready. And if I'm not, then we stay friends. I'm not going to pressure you, Daniel. You've been through enough pressure. We sat in comfortable silence as darkness settled over the city. I thought about everything that had happened since that morning in the cabin. The abandonment, the theft, the fight back, the slow, grinding process of enforcing consequences and protecting myself. I'd won in every way that mattered. I'd won. Sarah would pay back the money, would acknowledge her wrongdoing, would cover my legal fees, would face the consequences of her choices, damaged career, failed relationship with Marcus, the knowledge that she'd gambled everything on a fantasy and lost. I had money, had freedom, had a new home and new possibilities. But I didn't feel triumphant. Didn't feel the satisfaction I'd expected. Just tired and ready to stop fighting. I'm going to drop the contest, I said suddenly. Rachel looked at me. What contest? Sarah's lawyer has been fighting the settlement, claiming duress. My lawyer wants to drag it through court, make an example, but I'm going to tell her to accept Sarah's offer, take the acknowledgement and the money, and end it. Why the change of heart? Because I'm tired. Because you're right. Holding on to anger isn't sustainable. Because I want to wake up tomorrow and think about something other than how much I hate my ex-wife. That's growth. That's exhaustion. Sometimes they're the same thing. My phone buzzed at a text from Tom. Lawyer confirmed. Sarah's signing the addendum tomorrow. You'll have the money by end of next week. Congratulations, you survived. I showed Rachel the message. How does it feel? She asked. Weird. Anticlimactic. Like I prepared for a war and got a negotiated surrender instead. Most wars end that way, with paperwork and signatures instead of dramatic final battles. Doesn't make for a good story. Makes for a better life, though. We stayed on the balcony until the wine was gone and the street was quiet until Rachel said she should get home early shift tomorrow. Needed sleep. I walked her to the door. She paused in the doorway. Daniel, one more thing. You did good. You protected yourself without becoming cruel. You enforced consequences without losing yourself. That's harder than it sounds. Doesn't feel like I did good. Feels like I just survived. Survival is good. Survival is the foundation everything else is built on. She left. I closed the door and stood in my new apartment, listening to the silence. It was different from the silence in the cabin that had been isolating, threatening. This was peaceful, safe. I thought about Sarah. Wondered how she was feeling right now. If she regretted what she'd done, if she understood the magnitude of what she'd lost. Not just the money, but the opportunity for the life we could have built together. If she'd been honest about her unhappiness. Probably not. People rarely understand their own mistakes in real time. Usually took years of distance and perspective. Maybe she'd figure it out eventually. Maybe she'd look back and realize that stealing $48,000 had cost her access to $2 million. That abandoning someone after surgery had destroyed any chance of an amicable divorce. That choosing Marcus had meant losing not just a husband but the stability, partnership, and future they'd been building. Or maybe she'd never figure it out, would rewrite the story in her head, make herself the victim, blame me for everything that went wrong. Either way, it wasn't my problem anymore. I was done carrying her choices, done letting her actions define my life, done being the person she'd tried to break. I walked through my new apartment one last time before bed, checked the locks, adjusted the curtain, set my coffee maker to brew automatically in the morning. Simple actions, normal actions, the building blocks of a regular life. In the bedroom, I unpacked the last box. Found a framed photo I'd forgotten I had. Me and my father at the cabin taken years ago. I was maybe 25. He was healthy then, strong, smiling at the camera with that quiet confidence he'd always had. I set it on the nightstand, looked at it for a moment. I survived it, I said to the photo, to him, to the memory of the man who taught me about self-reliance and quiet strength. Just like you knew I would. The photo didn't answer, but I felt something settle anyway. Some sense that I'd passed a test, that I'd been broken and had put myself back together differently than before, but whole. I lay down in my new bed in my new home, and waited for sleep. Tomorrow would bring the final signatures, the official end, the closing of a chapter that had been painful and transformative and necessary. And then what? Then I'd figure out how to be happy, how to build a life based on what I wanted instead of what I was fighting against. How to be someone who'd been hurt but hadn't let hurt define them. Then I'd wake up and not think about Sarah. Would drink coffee on my balcony. Would maybe text Rachel and see if she wanted to get dinner. Would call Tom and thank him for everything. Would take my broken guitar to the repair shop and see if it could be fixed. Would start treating each day as a beginning instead of a recovery. Would learn how to live instead of just survive. Outside the city hummed with life. Millions of people with their own stories, their own betrayals, their own battles with whether to choose anger or healing. I chose healing not because I was noble near enlightened, but because anger was exhausting and I was tired of being tired. I closed my eyes. Somewhere in the darkness, I felt the weight begin to lift. Not all at once, not completely, but enough. Enough to breathe. Enough to hope. Enough to believe that what came next might actually be better than what came before. The incision had healed. The apartment was mine. The money was coming back. The justice was served. Now came the harder part. Now came living. But I was ready. Or I would be soon. 3 months later, I sat on my balcony with morning coffee, watching the neighborhood wake up. The trees were fully green now. Summer had arrived, gentle and warm. Rachel sat across from me, still in pajamas, reading something on her phone and occasionally laughing at whatever she found amusing. We'd been together, officially together, for 6 weeks, slowly, carefully, with both of us aware that I was still healing from wounds that went deeper than surgery. It was working. We were working. The divorce had finalized a month ago. Sarah had signed everything, paid everything, disappeared into whatever life she was building with Marcus or without him. I didn't know and didn't care. Tom had started a new company, had asked if I wanted in. I'd said maybe. Wanted time to figure out what I actually wanted instead of just rebuilding what had been taken. My guitar was fixed, played beautifully. The repair shop had done something magical. Made it sound even better than before. Sometimes things broken and repaired were stronger than things that had never been tested. What are you thinking about? Rachel asked, looking up from her phone. How strange it is that the worst thing that ever happened to me led to this, to you, to this moment. Life's weird that way. Sometimes you have to lose everything to figure out what actually matters. What matters this? She gestured at the balcony. The coffee, the quiet morning, simple things, peace, people who don't lie to you. That's a low bar. It's the important bar. My phone buzzed. Email from my lawyer. Final confirmation that all divorce proceedings were complete. All financial obligations satisfied, all legal ties severed. I deleted it without responding. That chapter was over. This one was just beginning. And for the first time in years, I was genuinely curious about what came next. Not afraid, not braced for betrayal. Story 5. My wife, the CEO, threw her pen on the floor at the board meeting and said, "Pick it off the ground." The whole tables laughed. I didn't say a word. That evening, my wife called, "I've chosen to sever all contact. Stay away forever." I replied, "You will regret it." By midnight, the company group erupted in panic, as the company value dropped by 95%. 540 missed calls. The conference room smelled like fake confidence and overpriced cologne with just a hint of desperation masquerading as ambition. You know the type of place. Mahogany table that probably cost more than a sedan. Leather chairs that squeaked every time someone shifted their weight to check their Rolex, and a view of the city skyline that screamed, "We're important." Louder than a motivational poster at a used car dealership. I was sitting in my usual spot, the one closest to the door, which I'd long ago accepted was the corporate equivalent of the kids' table at Thanksgiving. My wife, Clara Jennings, sat at the head of the table like she was born there, which honestly she might as well have been. The woman could make a throne out of a folding chair and still look like she was judging your entire bloodline. Clara was in full Queen of Wall Street mode today, which meant her blazer was sharp enough to cut glass. Her hair was pulled back so tight I wondered if it gave her migraines. And her expression suggested she'd rather be literally anywhere else, but was contractually obligated to tolerate our existence. This was the quarterly report meeting for Jennings & Company, the tech consulting firm that bore her family name and my blood, sweat, and about 7 years of unpaid labor. But hey, who's counting? Oh, right, me. I'm always counting. I was there for one reason and one reason only. Because I built the company's entire tech backbone. Every server, every algorithm, every automated system that made this place run smoother than Clara's PR-approved smile. Did I get credit for it? Sure. In the same way the guy who invented the intermittent windshield wiper got credit, technically acknowledged, never actually celebrated, and definitely not compensated appropriately. But Clara had assured me early on that equity in marriage is better than equity in business, which I later realized was corporate speak for "I'm not putting your name on anything." Around the table sat the usual suspects. There was Richard Peaton, the CFO, who looked like he'd been born in a Brooks Brothers and sustained himself purely on black coffee and the tears of interns. Next to him was Diane Kowalski, VP of Operations, who had the personality of a spreadsheet and the warmth of a tax audit. Then there was Marcus Chun, the marketing director, who spent more time perfecting his Instagram aesthetic than actually marketing anything. And finally, Clara's personal assistant, Bethany, who had mastered the art of laughing at her boss's jokes approximately 0.3 seconds before anyone else to maintain job security. Clara was midway through the quarterly report, rattling off numbers that meant the company was doing well, thanks to the system I'd built that basically ran itself at this point when it happened. Her platinum pen, the one she'd special ordered from some boutique in Manhattan that probably charged by the letter for engraving, rolled off the glossy surface of the table. It tumbled in slow motion, like a dramatic scene in a movie where everyone knows something terrible is about to happen, but can't look away. The pen hit the carpet with the softest little thud and rolled naturally directly toward my shoe. The room went quiet. Not the thoughtful kind of quiet, but the someone just ripped one in an elevator kind of quiet. Clara's eyes, those ice blue weapons of mass destruction, tracked the pin's journey, and then landed on me. Not near me, not in my general direction. On me, like a sniper locking onto a target. "Pick it up," she said. 2 words, just 2 simple words. But the way she said them, like I was the help, like I was some random dude who'd wandered in off the street instead of her husband of 8 years who built the very platform she was using to present her little PowerPoint. Made my jaw clench so hard I thought I might crack a mare. The entire boardroom froze. Richard's coffee cup stopped halfway to his mouth. Diane's fingers hovered over her keyboard. Marcus looked like he was trying to decide if he should film this for LinkedIn or pretend he was suddenly very interested in the ceiling tiles. Then they laughed. Not nervous laughter, not oh wow, that was awkward laughter. Full-on knee-slapping, tears in the eyes laughter. Bethany snorted like a malfunctioning printer, which triggered another wave of giggles around the table. Even Richard, who I'd never seen smile in 3 years, was grinning into his coffee like he'd just witnessed the funniest thing since his portfolio doubled. I looked at the pen. I looked at Clara. I looked at the faces around the table, all of them waiting to see what I'd do. Part of me, the petty, vindictive part that had been taking notes for years, wanted to kick the pen under the table and watch her dive for it in her 1,000 heels. Another part of me, the part that still had to sleep in the same house as this woman, knew that would only make things worse. So, I did what I'd become embarrassingly good at over the years. I smiled politely, bent down, picked up the pen, and placed it gently on the table in front of her. "There you go, Your Majesty," I said, keeping my tone light and my smile plastered on like I was auditioning for a toothpaste commercial. That just made them laugh harder. Marcus actually slapped the table. Diane covered her mouth, but her shoulders were shaking. Richard muttered something that sounded like domesticated under his breath, which earned him a sharp look from Clara, but not sharp enough to make him take it back. Bethany had to excuse herself because she was laughing so hard she was crying, which I personally thought was overkill, but what do I know about performative corporate siffy? Clara took the pen without a word, without even a nod of acknowledgement, and continued her presentation like nothing had happened, like she hadn't just publicly reduced her husband to the status of a foot tool in front of the entire executive team. Like this was just another Tuesday in the glamorous life of Clara Jennings, CEO extraordinaire. But here's the thing about humiliation. It has a funny way of clarifying things. As I sat there listening to her drone on about projected growth and market penetration and synergistic partnerships, I felt something shift inside me. Not anger, not even hurt, something colder, something more focused inside. Even as my face maintained that same pleasant smile, I knew something with absolute certainty. Something big was about to break. And it wouldn't be me this time. I'd spent years building systems, creating fail-safes, embedding backdoors into code that only I understood. Clara thought she owned this company. Thought she owned me. But you can't own what you don't understand. And she'd never understood what I'd built. She'd never cared to learn. So I sat there nodding at the appropriate moments while my mind raced through lines of code, access points, and one particular function I'd buried deep in the architecture years ago. A little insurance policy I told myself I'd never use. Turns out never is a pretty flexible timeline. The ride home in Clara's Mercedes was a masterclass in awkward silence. The kind that makes you want to turn the radio up to 11 just to have something, anything, to fill the void. But Clara had turned the radio off the moment we got in the car, which I'd learned over the years meant she was either furious, scheming, or both. Probably both. The leather seats, which normally smelled like luxury and success, today smelled like tension and the lingering ghost of her perfume. Something French and expensive that probably cost more per ounce than I'd spent on groceries last month. She was texting someone, her thumbs flying across her phone screen with the intensity of a court stenographer during a murder trial. I tried to sneak a glance at who warranted such urgent attention, but she angled the phone away like I was trying to steal state secrets. For all I knew, maybe I was. Could have been her PR manager. Could have been her personal trainer. Could have been Lucifer himself confirming their weekly brunch plans. With Clara, you never really knew who was in her inner circle on any given day. Her contacts list probably had more turnover than a fast food joint. I cleared my throat, deciding to be the bigger person. "So, I think that presentation went well," I said, going for casual and landing somewhere around desperate. The Q3 numbers were solid. The new client acquisition metrics were particularly. She held up one finger without looking at me. One finger, the universal symbol for shut up. "I'm busy with important things, and you are not an important thing." I watched that perfectly manicured finger hover in the air between us, like a tiny middle finger to my entire existence. And I felt my jaw clench for the second time that day. I was going to need a mouth guard at this rate, right? "Yeah, no problem," I muttered, turning to look out the window. As we merged onto the highway, the city lights blurred past. All those other people in all those other cars probably having normal conversations with their spouses about what to have for dinner or whose turn it was to take out the trash. Meanwhile, I was sitting here getting the silent treatment like I was a teenager who'd missed curfew, not a grown man who'd just been publicly humiliated by his wife in front of her entire executive team. I tried again about 10 minutes later because apparently I'm a glutton for punishment. "Did you want to stop anywhere? We could grab takeout." That Thai place you like is on the way. The one with the no, she said, not looking up from her phone. Just no. Not no, thank you, or I'm not hungry, or even I'd rather eat glass than prolong this car ride. Just a flat dead no that somehow managed to convey that my suggestion was not only unwelcome but actively offensive to her sensibilities. Cool, I said, nodding like an idiot. Home it is then. She didn't respond. Her phone buzzed. She typed something back and then she actually smiled. A real genuine smile that I hadn't seen directed at me in probably 6 months. Whoever was on the other end of those texts was getting the good Clara, the one who laughed at jokes and had personality and didn't treat people like sentient furniture. I wondered what that was like. I used to know back when we were dating, back when she looked at me like I was someone worth looking at. The highway stretched on. I counted exit signs to pass the time. We passed billboard after billboard. Personal injury lawyers promising maximum compensation. Fast food chains advertising deals I'd never take advantage of. A weirdly aggressive ad about gutter cleaning that seemed more threatening than informative. Anything to avoid focusing on the fact that my wife and I were sharing a confined space and somehow I'd never felt more alone. By the time we pulled into our driveway, our being generous since the house was in her name, purchased with her family money and decorated according to her taste, it was almost 7:30. The house was one of those modern minimalist nightmares that looked like it belonged in an architecture magazine and felt about as warm as the magazine's glossy pages. All sharp angles, floor-tossy-isling windows, and furniture that looked expensive but felt like sitting on decorative rocks. Clara loved it. I'd learned to tolerate it. She was out of the car before I'd even unbuckled my seat belt, her heels clicking against the concrete with the efficiency of someone who had much more important places to be. I grabbed my messenger bag from the back seat and followed her in, locking the car because someone had to remember these things. Our house was in a nice neighborhood, the kind where people jogged with expensive strollers and had landscapers with names like Eduardo or Chin's Premium Lawn Service. But still, you lock the car. It's common sense. Inside, Clara didn't even break stride. She went straight to her study. The room I wasn't allowed in without explicit permission. The one with the door that was always locked when she wasn't in it and slammed it behind her hard enough to rattle the abstract art piece in the hallway. The one that looked like someone had sneezed paint onto a canvas and then charged $4,000 for it. I stood in the foyer for a moment listening to the lock click into place and wondered what exactly I'd done to deserve the cold shoulder treatment. Besides exist, apparently I looked at my watch. 7:45. My stomach growled, reminding me that the sad continental breakfast at this morning's meeting, stale croissants and coffee that tasted like regret, had been my only food today. I dropped my bag by the door, walked into our designer kitchen with its marble countertops and appliances that looked like they belonged on a spaceship and opened the fridge. The glow of the interior light felt judgmental somehow, like even the refrigerator was disappointed in my life choices. I made dinner anyway because why not? Someone had to feed the royal ego. And if Clara was going to hold up in her study until midnight, she'd eventually emerge demanding food like a dragon, expecting tribute. I pulled out pasta, some cherry tomatoes, garlic, olive oil, and fresh basil that was probably a week past its prime, but would work. Cooking was one of the few things I did that Clara occasionally praised. Usually when we had guests and she needed to show off her well-rounded husband who cooks. As I chopped garlic and put water on to boil, I thought about the meeting, about the pen, about the laughter, about how Richard had called me domesticated like I was a golden retriever who'd learned a cute trick. The knife thudded against the cutting board in a steady rhythm that was almost meditative. Chop, chop, chop. Each cut felt therapeutic, like I was slicing through more than just garlic. By 8 p.m., I was sitting at our dining table, an 8-seater monstrosity that we'd used for exactly 2 dinner parties in 3 years, eating pasta alone. The chair across from me was empty. The chair next to me was empty. All the chairs were empty except mine. I twirled spaghetti around my fork and tried to remember the last time Clara and I had eaten a meal together that didn't involve clients or networking or maintaining appearances for someone else's benefit. I couldn't. After dinner, I cleaned up because leaving dishes in the sink would result in a passive-aggressive text the next morning about basic household responsibilities. Then I grabbed my laptop, settled onto the couch, the one piece of furniture I'd actually gotten to choose, a comfortable sectional that Clara tolerated because it was adequately neutral, and opened Google. My fingers hovered over the keyboard for a second before I typed. Is marriage supposed to feel like customer service? The search results were depressingly numerous. Relationship advice blogs, Reddit threads with titles like, "Am I the only one?" And "Does anyone else feel like their spouse's employee?" And even a few academic articles about emotional labor in modern marriages. I clicked through a few reading stories from other people who felt exactly like I did, undervalued, taken for granted, More like staff than partners. One comment stuck with me. If you're constantly asking yourself if this is normal, that's your answer. It's not. I closed the laptop and stared at the ceiling. From Clara's study, I could hear her on a phone call, her voice muffled, but animated. She was laughing at something. That laugh used to be for me. Now it was for board members and investors and whoever the hell she'd been texting in the car. The house settled around me, all its expensive emptiness pressing in. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a plan was beginning to form. Not concrete yet, just the shadow of an idea, but it was there waiting. I just didn't know yet how soon I'd need it. I'd moved from the couch to my desk around 9:30. Partially because sitting in the living room staring at nothing was getting depressing, and partially because I needed to check some code I'd been working on for a client project. Well, client project was generous. It was more like a side hustle I'd been developing in secret. Something that had nothing to do with Jennings and Company and everything to do with maintaining my sanity. When you spend your days building someone else's empire for free, you start thinking about building your own. The house had settled into its usual nighttime rhythm, which is to say it was quiet as a tomb, except for the occasional creak of expensive wood flooring adjusting to temperature changes. Clara was still locked in her study, probably on her third conference call of the evening with investors in different time zones, or maybe practicing her TED talk about female entrepreneurship that conveniently left out the part where her husband built the actual product she was selling. I had my headphones on, some lofi beats playlist that was supposed to help concentration, and I was actually getting into a decent flow when my phone lit up on the desk. 10:42 p.m. Clara's name flashed across the screen. I stared at it for a second, confused. She was literally 30 feet away down the hall in her study. Why would she be calling me? Had something happened? Was the house on fire and she couldn't be bothered to walk over and tell me in person? With Clara, anything was possible. I pulled off my headphones and answered, "Hello, I've chosen to sever all contact. Stay away forever." Her voice came through the speaker cold and rehearsed like she'd practiced this line in the mirror a few times to get the delivery just right. It had that quality of a prepared statement, the kind politicians read after a scandal breaks. Formal, distant, completely devoid of anything resembling human emotion. I laughed. I actually laughed because what else do you do when your wife calls you from 30 feet away to deliver what sounds like dialogue from a particularly dramatic soap opera? What? Like a trial separation, I said, still half convinced this was some kind of weird joke or stress-induced breakdown. "Clara, are you okay? Did something happen?" "No," she said, and I could hear her take a breath. The kind you take before delivering news you know is going to land like a bomb, like you don't exist. The laughter died in my throat. I pulled the phone away from my ear for a second, looked at the screen to confirm I was actually talking to my wife and not some prank caller, then put it back. "I'm sorry." "What? You're calling me from your study to tell me I don't exist?" "Clara, this is insane. If you want to talk about what happened today, we can." "There's nothing to talk about." She cut me off, her voice sharp as a paper cut. "I've made my decision. This marriage is over. I want you out of the house by the end of the week. My lawyer will contact you about the details." I sat there, phone pressed to my ear, trying to process what I was hearing. End of the week. Lawyer. This wasn't a conversation. It was a corporate termination. She was firing me from our marriage like I was an underperforming employee who'd failed to meet quarterly expectations. Part of me wondered if she had a PowerPoint presentation prepared for this too, complete with pie charts showing the decline of our relationship metrics over time. "So that's it," I said, keeping my voice level even though my heart was doing this weird thing where it felt like it was beating both too fast and too slow at the same time. 8 years and you're ending it with a phone call while you're in the next room. You can't even look at me." "I don't need to look at you," she said, "this isn't a discussion. It's a notification." A notification like I was some app on her phone she was deleting to free up storage space. I felt something cold settle in my chest, replacing whatever remnants of affection or loyalty or stupid hopeful optimism I'd been clinging to. It was a strange feeling like watching something die in real time and realizing you didn't feel sad about it. You felt relieved. Relieved that you didn't have to pretend anymore. Relieved that the shoe had finally dropped after hovering overhead for months, maybe years. I paused, let the silence stretch between us. In the background of her call, I could hear her shifting in her leather desk chair, probably checking her watch, calculating how much time this tedious conversation was taking away from more important matters. When I spoke again, my voice was calm. Too calm. "Okay," I said simply. I could almost hear her blinking in surprise on the other end. She'd probably expected tears or begging or anger, some kind of emotional reaction she could later describe to her friends over brunch as proof that I was unstable or difficult. Instead, I gave her nothing. Okay, she repeated, suspicious. Yeah, okay. If that's what you want, that's what you'll get. I leaned back in my chair, looking at the lines of code on my screen. Beautiful, logical, predictable code. Unlike people, code did exactly what you told it to do. But you might want to keep your phone charged tonight. There was a beat of silence. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, I said, and I could hear the smile in my own voice, even though I wasn't entirely sure when it had appeared. Just general life advice. You never know when something important might come up. Would hate for you to miss it. Are you threatening me? Her voice went up an octave. That carefully controlled CEO persona cracking just enough to let some actual emotion through, because if you think you can, threatening you, Clara, please. I'm just saying it's a good idea to stay connected. You're a busy woman. Important calls to take, emergencies to handle, that sort of thing. I was being deliberately vague, which I knew would drive her crazy. Clara hated not being the smartest person in the room. Hated not understanding exactly what was happening at all times. Anyway, thanks for the heads up about the whole divorce thing. Very professional. Very you. Don't. She started. But I was done. Good night, Clara. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite or the market volatility or whatever it is that keeps CEOs up at night. I hung up before she could respond, which felt better than it probably should have. My phone immediately buzzed with a text from her. Probably something scathing about my attitude or my immaturity or my complete failure as a husband. I didn't read it. Instead, I opened my messages, typed out one line, and hit send before I could second guess this myself. You will regret it. 3 words, simple, clean, direct. I watched the delivered notification appear under the message, then switch my phone to do not disturb mode. Let her sit with that for a while. Let her wonder what I meant. Let her call back 50 times if she wanted to. I wouldn't hear it. I turned back to my computer, cracked my knuckles like some kind of hacker in a movie, and opened a folder I'd labeled insurance policy about 3 years ago. Inside were files with names like system_architecture_master_doc and access_protocols original text, and most importantly failsafe_fa. Hi. I'd created Failsafe Alpha during the company's second year back when I still believe Clara and I were partners in every sense of the word. It was supposed to be a safety mechanism, a way to protect the company's infrastructure if we ever got hacked or if someone tried to steal our proprietary systems. I'd buried it deep in the code. Told Clara it was standard security protocol, and she nodded without understanding a single word because technical details bored her unless they directly translated to $signs. What I hadn't told her was that Failsafe Alpha had a very specific trigger condition, one that could only be activated by someone with my exact security credentials and knowledge of the system architecture. And what it did when activated wasn't exactly protect the company. It was more like, well, let's call it aggressive restructuring. I opened the file, scrolled through the code, checking connections and dependencies. Everything was still there, still functional, still waiting. The company ran on servers I'd built using software I'd designed with security protocols I'd implemented. Clara owned the name and the client relationships. I owned everything else. She just didn't know it yet. My phone lit up on the desk. Clara calling again, then a text, then another call. I ignored all of it, focused on my screen. There was a certain poetry to this, I thought. She'd call me from 30 feet away to tell me I didn't exist. Soon, I'd show her what happened when the things she couldn't see decided to stop existing, too. I checked the time. 11:47 p.m. Plenty of time before midnight. Plenty of time to make sure everything was ready. I opened a beer from the mini fridge under my desk. A gift from my buddy Marcus, who told me every home office needed one, and took a long drink. Then I positioned my fingers over the keyboard and smiled. Let's see how you like being on the receiving end of a notification, Clara. I poured myself a drink, whiskey, the good stuff I kept hidden in the back of my desk drawer behind old cables, and a user manual for a printer we didn't even own anymore. Clara thought I only drank beer, which was hilarious considering how little she actually paid attention to anything I did. The whiskey was a 12-year-old single malt I'd bought myself last Christmas when Clara had given me a gift card to Best Buy with a note that said, "For whatever tech thing you need." Romantic, right? Really captures that holiday magic. I sat at my desk, the amber liquid catching the light from my monitor, and opened my laptop properly. Not the sanitized corporate-approved laptop that Jennings & Company had issued me with all its tracking software and restrictions, but my personal machine, the one with the good processor, the encrypted hard drive, and absolutely zero connections to Clara's digital empire except for the ones I deliberately maintained as insurance. This was my kingdom. This cluttered desk with its coffee-stained mousepad and the action figure of Iron Man that my nephew had given me 3 birthdays ago because he said I fixed stuff like Tony Stark. Kid had no idea how right he was. The thing about Jennings and Company that nobody really understood, including and especially Clara, was that it wasn't her company. Not really. Sure, her name was on the door, her face was on the website. Her signature was on all the contracts. But the actual company, the beating heart of it, that was all me. I had built its internal systems from the ground up, starting from that dingy one-bedroom apartment we'd shared when we were still pretending to be equals. Back when she'd look at me with something resembling respect and say things like, "We're going to build something amazing together." Instead of, "Pick it up." I'd constructed every server, every database, every line of automation that made the company run smoother than Clara's carefully maintained public image. The client tracking AI that everyone raved about. Mine. The predictive analytics that helped close deals before competitors even knew they were on the table. Mine. The security protocols that had protected the company from 3 separate attempted cyber attacks. Oh, mine. I'd even built the internal messaging system they used, the one that was currently probably lighting up like Times Square with panicked messages from Clara trying to figure out what my cryptic text had meant. Clara owned the spotlight. She was good at that part. I give her credit. She could walk into a room and make everyone believe she was the smartest person there. Could spin narratives about innovation and disruption that made investors open their wallets like hypnotized cult members. But I own the code. And the code, my friends, had a very special switch. I pulled up the system architecture files, the ones that mapped out every connection, every dependency, every single point where data flowed through the company's digital infrastructure. It looked like a circuit board designed by someone on a caffeine bender. Lines connecting to more lines. Each one representing hours of work, late nights, sacrificed weekends. There were sections I'd built during our honeymoon, for crying out loud, because Clara had gotten an urgent call from a potential client and I'd needed to set up a demo environment while she smoothed them at a beach bar in Cancun. And they're buried about 17 layers deep in a subsystem labeled security_protocols_redundant_backup_v7, a name so boring that no one would ever bother to actually investigate it was failoff_fa. My masterpiece, my insurance policy, my nuclear option. I created it during year 2 of the company, back when things were still growing fast, and I was naive enough to think Clara would eventually add my name to the incorporation papers like she promised. Let's wait until we're more established. She'd said it looks better to investors if there's a single clear leader. You understand, right? And I'd nodded like an idiot, believing that more established would eventually arrive, not realizing it was corporate speak for never. Failsafe_alpha was supposed to be a safety mechanism, a way to protect everything I'd built if something catastrophic happened. If we got hacked, if a disgruntled employee tried to steal proprietary code, if the company got hostile takeover bid and someone tried to lock me out of my own systems. It was the digital equivalent of a self-destruct button, except instead of destroying everything, it just reorganized things aggressively, chaotically, permanently. The beauty of it was in its simplicity. One command executed with my specific credentials would trigger a cascade of automated processes that would make the company's entire digital infrastructure have what I come to think of as a very public nervous breakdown. Contracts would auto-cancel. Financial reports would show false liquidation alerts. The AI would start making decisions based on corrupted datasets. Client databases would become temporarily inaccessible. Stock valuations would plummet. And the best part, it would all look like a catastrophic system failure. The kind of thing that happens when a company grows too fast and doesn't invest enough in proper IT infrastructure, which ironically was exactly what Clara had done. She'd been so focused on expansion and acquisition and her personal brand that she'd ignored my repeated warnings about system vulnerabilities, about the need for redundancies, about the importance of documentation and proper security protocols. "You're being paranoid," she'd said more than once. "Just keep everything running. That's your job." Well, now my job was apparently over, so why should I keep anything running? I took another sip of whiskey and thought about the meeting, about that pen rolling across the floor, about the laughter, about Bethany snorting like a malfunctioning printer while Richard muttered domesticated and Clara just sat there accepting their mockery of her husband as perfectly normal and acceptable behavior. I thought about all the dinner parties where I'd been introduced as Clara's husband instead of the CTO, or even just "this is my husband who built the company's entire technical infrastructure." I thought about the credit I'd never received, the equity I'd never been granted, the respect I'd been systematically denied. And then I thought about that phone call, that cold, calculated corporate termination disguised as a marriage ending. I've chosen to sever all contact, stay away forever. Like I was a vendor whose contract wasn't being renewed. Like 8 years of my life were just a line item she was removing from her budget. My fingers moved across the keyboard almost of their own accord, pulling up terminal windows and security access points. I verified my credentials, Still active, because of course Clara hadn't thought to revoke my system access. Why would she? She probably assumed I'd just quietly pack my things and disappear like a good little dismissed employee. Maybe send her a fruit basket and a thank you note for the privilege of having served. I checked the company's current status. All systems operational. Servers running smoothly. The automated processes I'd built humming along perfectly, making Clara money while she slept, completely oblivious to how fragile her empire actually was. I could see the real-time data flowing through client transactions, processing reports, generating the AI, making micro-decisions about resource allocation. It was beautiful in a way, a complex machine operating flawlessly because I designed it to operate flawlessly for her. I opened another window and pulled up the company's current stock valuation. Trading had closed for the day, but the after-hours numbers looked good. Really good. The company was valued at just over $3.22 billion, which was frankly insane considering we'd started in that cramped apartment with a dream and my coding skills. Clara had been profiled in Forbes last month, featured in their 30 Under 40 issue, even though she was 37, but apparently they'd made an exception because her visionary leadership was just that impressive. The article hadn't mentioned me once, not even in the acknowledgements. I wondered what Forbes would write about tomorrow. The clock in the corner of my screen ticked over. 11:52 p.m. I had 8 minutes until midnight. Not that midnight was significant in any practical sense. The code would work just as well at 11:53 or 12:47 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But there was something poetic about it, something cinematically satisfying about timing the fall of Clara's empire to coincide with the death of one day and the birth of another. New beginnings and all that inspirational poster nonsense. I pulled up the failsafe alpha file one more time, scrolling through the code to make absolutely sure I hadn't missed anything. Every function was intact. Every trigger was properly configured. Every cascade protocol was ready to execute. The code was clean, elegant, even some of my best work, which was saying something considering the quality of what I'd built for this company. My phone buzzed again. Another call from Clara, number 47. If I was counting correctly, which I was because I'm petty like that. I let it go to voicemail, imagining her in her study, probably pacing now, her carefully maintained composure cracking as I refused to respond to her summons. She wasn't used to being ignored. She wasn't used to not getting immediate compliance when she demanded something. This had to be driving her absolutely insane. Good. I finished my whiskey, set the glass down with a satisfying clink against the wooden desk, and positioned my hands over the keyboard. My heart was doing this weird thing where it felt both calm and racing at the same time, like my body couldn't decide if this was terrifying or exhilarating. Probably both. Definitely both. 11:58 p.m. I thought about calling someone, my brother maybe, or my college roommate Dave, just to have someone witness this moment. But no, this was something I needed to do alone. This was between me and Clara and 8 years of accumulated disrespect. 11:59 p.m. I took a breath, then another. My fingers rested on the keys, ready. You know what, Clara? I said out loud to the empty room. You were right about one thing. I don't exist. Not to you, anyway. But let me show you what happens when something that doesn't exist decides to stop pretending. The clock hit 1159 and 30 seconds. I typed the command, enter my credentials, verified the execution parameters one final time. 11:59 and 50 seconds. My cursor hovered over the enter key. See you on the other side, I whispered. And at exactly 11:59 and 59 seconds p.m., I pressed enter. The screen flickered once like it was taking a breath before a performance. And then all hell broke loose in the most beautiful catastrophic way I'd ever witnessed. At exactly 11:59 p.m., the moment my finger left the enter key, every server that powered Jennings and Company started screaming like a kettle on full boil. Not literally screaming. Obviously, servers don't have vocal cords. But the system monitoring dashboard I had pulled up on my second screen erupted into a light show of red alerts, error messages, and warning notifications that would have made a Christmas tree jealous. I sat back in my chair, cracked open another beer, and watched the digital apocalypse unfold with the kind of satisfaction usually reserved for watching your favorite sports team score a game-winning touchdown. Except this was better than any sports game, because I wasn't just watching. I'd written the entire playbook. The first thing failsafe_alpha did was target the automated contract management system, the crown jewel of the company's operations. This was the AI-powered beauty that handled client agreements, renewals, and those sweet recurring revenue streams that made investors salivate. I'd spent 9 months perfecting it, teaching it to recognize patterns, flag opportunities, and essentially print money while Clara took all the credit during board meetings. Now, at 12:01 a.m., It had developed a sudden and aggressive case of amnesia mixed with what could only be described as suicidal tendencies. High-value contracts started auto-canceling. Not the small ones, that would have been too subtle. No, failsafe alpha went straight for the jugular, targeting the top 50 clients by revenue. Companies that paid us 6 and 7 figures annually suddenly received automated emails informing them that Jennings & Company was restructuring operations and would be unable to continue service effective immediately. The emails were professionally worded naturally. I'd written them years ago as templates, but their timing and volume was about as professional as a bull in a china shop wearing roller skates. I watched the activity log scroll past on my screen. Each line representing another severed revenue stream. Another broken relationship, another nail in the coffin of Clara's empire. It was poetry in motion. If poetry could be written in Python and executed with ruthless efficiency. By 12:03 a.m., the financial reporting system had joined the party. This was the part one was particularly proud of the piece to resistance, if you will. The system started triggering false liquidation alerts, sending automated notifications to investors and board members that the company was entering emergency shutdown protocols. The notifications looked official because they were official. I built them into the system as part of the disaster recovery procedures that Clara had approved without reading. The irony was delicious. Stock market algorithms that monitored after hours, company communications picked up these alerts immediately. Even though the markets were closed, the automated trading systems that ran 24/7 started adjusting their models, recalculating Jennings & Company's valuation based on what appeared to be a complete corporate meltdown. I pulled up a financial tracking site and watched in real time as the company's theoretical value began to nosedive faster than my faith in marriage. $3.2 billion at 11:59 p.m., $3.1 billion at 12:04 a.m., $2.9 billion at 12:06 a.m. It was like watching a countdown clock, except instead of counting seconds, it was counting Clara's net worth circling the drain. By 12:07 a.m., the client database had decided to take an unscheduled vacation. Not deleted. I wasn't a monster, just temporarily encrypted with a key that only I possessed to anyone trying to access it. The system would report catastrophic data corruption and recommend immediate IT intervention. The kind of IT intervention that would cost millions and take weeks, assuming they could find someone who understood my architecture well enough to even attempt repairs. Spoiler alert, they couldn't because I deliberately made the documentation about as helpful as assembly instructions written in ancient Samrian. The AI systems were really getting into the spirit. Now, the predictive analytics engine, which normally suggested optimal resource allocation and client engagement strategies, had apparently decided that the optimal strategy was chaos. It started making recommendations like divest all assets immediately and liquidate all holdings. And my personal favorite, terminate all employment contracts and flee to a non-extradition country. I hadn't programmed that last one. The AI had genuinely gone off the rails in the most entertaining way possible. At 12:10 a.m., I decided to check in on the company's Slack workspace. Because if there's one thing I'd learned about corporate America, it's that when stuff hits the fan, everyone runs to Slack to panic. Collectively, I'd maintained admin access to the workspace. Naturally, and set my status to invisible so I could lurk like a ghost at my own company's funeral. The main channels were exploding. The first message had appeared at 12:02 a.m. from Dylan, the night shift system administrator, who probably thought this was going to be a quiet Tuesday night of Netflix and occasionally checking server logs. Dylan, guys, anyone else seeing weird behavior in the contract system that had been followed approximately 30 seconds later by Dylan? Okay, never mind. Everything is on fire. Dylan, not literally fire, but like digital fire. Dylan, someone call someone. The IT channel had devolved into complete pandemonium. Messages were flying faster than I could read them. A stream of consciousness panic attacks spread across multiple employees who were apparently all working late or had been woken up by automated alert systems. Sarah DevOps, all servers reporting critical failures simultaneously. James _backend. How is that even possible? Sarah _DevOps. I don't know, James. That's why I'm asking. Marcus _IT contract system just sent termination notices to Lex. Sarah _DevOps. Lex is our biggest client. Marcus was our biggest client. I took a sip of beer and scrolled through more channels. The executive team's private channel, which I'd been removed from 3 months ago, but had maintained backdoor access to because I'm not an idiot, was even better. Richard, the CFO who'd found my humiliation this morning so amusing, had posted at 12:11 a.m. Richard CFO, what's happening? Richard CFO, someone explain to me why Bloomberg is reporting we're in liquidation. Richard CFO, our stock projection just dropped $2.1 billion. Diane, VP of Operations, chimed in with her characteristic grace under pressure. Diane_ops, this can't be real. Diane_ops, this has to be a hack. Diane_ops, we're down 3.1 billion. And then at 12:15 a.m., the message I'd been waiting for appeared, written in all caps with the fury of 1,000 suns. Claire CEO, fix this now. Claire CEO, I want every single person on this platform working on solutions immediately. Claire CEO, someone get our lead developer on the line. I laughed out loud at that one, the sound echoing in my empty office. Lead developer. That's what she called me when she needed something fixed, when my actual title was apparently too complicated or too generous for regular use. I wondered how long it would take someone to point out that the lead developer was her soon-to-be ex-husband who she just fired via phone call from 30 feet away. Marcus from marketing, not the same Marcus as Marcus_it, because apparently every tech company is legally required to employ multiple people named Marcus, provided the answer. Marcus_marketing. Clara, isn't that your husband? The chat went silent for approximately 15 seconds, which in Slack time felt like an eternity. Then, Claire_CO, someone else, get someone else. Claire CEO, call external consultants. Claire_co, call anyone. Richard CFO, we're down 95% market cap in 17 minutes. I checked the financial tracker again. He wasn't exaggerating. From 3.2 billion to 160 million in less than 20 minutes. That had to be some kind of record. I should probably check the Guinness Book of World Records. See if there was a Category 4 fastest destruction of a tech company by a scorned spouse. My phone, which I'd left on Do Not Disturb, showed 73 missed calls. 60 from Clara. The rest distributed among various board members and executives who'd somehow gotten my personal number and were presumably calling to either beg for help or threaten legal action. Maybe both. I ignored all of them, far too invested in watching the Slack drama unfold. At 12:17 a.m., someone, I think it was one of the junior developers, made the mistake of asking the question everyone was thinking. Kevin_dev, could this be an inside job? The chat exploded again. Everyone had theories: disgruntled former employees, corporate espionage, Russian hackers, Chinese intelligence. One person suggested it might be aliens, which honestly wasn't the worst theory I'd heard tonight. But then Dylan, bless Dylan, who'd been frantically trying to stop the digital bleeding for the past 15 minutes, posted something that made me sit up straighter. Dylan, all the core processes are being terminated by authenticated admin credentials. Dylan, these aren't external attacks. Dylan, someone with godlaccess is doing this from inside the system. Sarah DevOps, who is godlaccess? Dylan, according to the logs, only one person. I watched the chat, waiting to see if he'd say it, if he'd connect the dots. Dylan, the original system architect. There was a pause then. Marcus wasn't that Sarah DevOps. Oh, Clara CEO. Don't you dare say his name. Too late, Clara. Way too late. I opened a new terminal window, typed out one final command, and posted it directly into the company's main Slack channel for everyone to see. It was petty, immature, and absolutely worth it. Hey, maybe try picking it off the ground. Then I revoked my own Slack access, closed my laptop, and leaned back in my chair with the biggest smile I'd had in 8 years. Game, set, match. I made it exactly 47 minutes before my phone achieved what I can only describe as technological sentience and decided to have a complete mental breakdown. Even with Do Not Disturb turned on, the thing kept lighting up on my desk like a possessed Christmas ornament, vibrating so aggressively that it was slowly inching its way across the wood surface like some kind of desperate electronic slug trying to escape its own existence. I'd read somewhere that smartphones could theoretically overheat from excessive use, and I was genuinely starting to worry that mine might achieve nuclear fusion and take out the entire home office. By 1:15 a.m., I'd received 217 missed calls. I know this because I made the mistake of checking, thinking maybe the chaos had died down, and people had accepted their fate with grace and dignity. Spoiler alert, they had not. The call log read like a who's who of corporate America's worst nightmare. Board members, investors, Clara's personal assistant, Bethany, the CFO, Richard, who'd found my humiliation so entertaining just 12 hours ago, and even some numbers I didn't recognize, which meant people were giving out my contact info like Halloween candy to anyone who might possibly be able to fix this catastrophe. There were voicemails, too. So many voicemails. My inbox had apparently reached its maximum capacity at 50 messages and just gave up, which honestly felt like a metaphor for something, but I was too busy being petty to analyze it. I listened to exactly 3 of them before deciding that I valued my sanity more than I valued entertainment. The first was from Richard, sounding like he was having a legitimate panic attack. Pick up, pick up, pick up. I don't care what happened between you and Clara. The company is hemorrhaging value. Like I don't even have a metaphor. It's just bad. Call me back immediately. We'll pay you whatever you want. Name your price. I'm serious. I will personally write you a check right now if you. The message cut off there, presumably because he'd exceeded the time limit. The second was from Diane, VP of Operations, who'd apparently decided that anger was the best approach. I don't know what you think you're doing, but this is criminal. Criminal. We will sue you for everything you have. You'll never work in this industry again. You'll delete. The third was from Clara's mother, Patricia, which was unexpected. Patricia had never liked me. Had made it abundantly clear from day one that her daughter was marrying down by choosing a tech guy instead of a lawyer or a doctor or literally anyone else with a more respectable pedigree. Her message was exactly what I'd expected. I always knew you were trouble. Poor Clara dealing with a vindictive child throwing a tantrum. When she divorces you, she'll take everything. You know, everything. My lawyers will make sure. Delete. Delete. Super delete. By 1:47 a.m., the missed calls had climbed to 392. My phone was no longer vibrating. It was having a full-on seizure. I watched it dance across my desk, buzzing and lighting up in a rhythm that was almost hypnotic. Call from Clara. Call from unknown number. Call from Richard again. Call from someone labeled Jennings board. Emergency. Call from Clara. Call from another unknown number. It was like watching a slot machine that only paid out in anxiety and professional consequences. I decided this was as good a time as any for a snack break. I walked to the kitchen, leaving my possessed phone behind to have its electronic meltdown in peace. The house was quiet except for the distant muffled buzzing coming from my office, which sounded vaguely like an angry bee had been trapped in a jar. I opened the pantry, Clara's meticulously organized pantry, where everything was arranged by category and color because she'd seen it on some home organization influencer's Instagram, and pulled out a bag of microwave popcorn. The butter lover's kind, because if you're going to watch your ex-wife's empire crumble in real time, you might as well do it with proper snacks. The microwave hummed to life, and I stood there watching the bag expand and rotate, listening to the kernels pop in increasingly rapid succession. There was something meditative about it, honestly. Pop, 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 pop. Kind of like the sound of Clara's net worth disappearing now that I thought about it. When the popcorn was done, I grabbed a beer from the fridge, my third of the night, but who was counting besides me, and headed back to my office. My phone had given up trying to move and was just lying there on the desk, screen flashing desperately. The notification count had stopped updating at 99+, which was Apple's way of saying, dude, seriously, what is happening in your life right now? I picked up the phone, scrolled through the recent calls with mild interest while munching popcorn. There were some interesting additions to the list. Now, a number with a New York area code that my caller ID helpfully informed me was from Goldman Sachs Private Wealth Management. A call from someone named Trevor Marks, Wall Street Journal, which presumably meant the Wall Street Journal was already circling like a shark that smelled blood in the water. Several calls from law firms with names that sounded like they cost $1,000 an hour just to pronounce. And Clara. So many calls from Clara. The timestamps told a story of increasing desperation. 12:47 a.m., 12:51 a.m., 12:55 a.m., 102 a.m., 104 a.m., 106 a.m., 107 a.m. That last cluster of 3 calls in 4 minutes suggested she'd progressed from anger to full panic, which made sense given that her $3 billion company was currently worth less than a decent house in San Francisco. At 2 a.m. exactly, I checked my phone one final time before committing to a proper movie night. The missed call counter had reached a beautiful poetic number, 540. 540 calls in just over 2 hours. That averaged out to about 4.5 calls per minute, which honestly seemed excessive even for a corporate apocalypse. I'd crashed one company, not the entire stock market. I turned my phone completely off. Not just do not disturb, but fully powered down and settled on my comfortable couch with my popcorn and beer. The TV remote sat on the coffee table next to Clara's collection of interior design magazines that she never actually read, but kept around because they made her look cultured. I grabbed the remote and opened Netflix, scrolling through options. What does one watch while their ex-wife's empire burns down in real time? An action movie felt too intense. A drama felt redundant given that I was living through enough drama for 3 Shakespearean plays. A documentary seemed too educational. Then I saw it sitting there in my continue watching queue, The Office. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I queued up Season 5 Episode 14, Stress Relief. The one where Dwight stages a fire drill that goes horribly wrong and everyone panics. The irony was so thick you could cut it with a knife. I hit play and settled in. Watching as Dwight locked all the doors and set a trash can on fire while shouting, "The fire is shooting at us." Mood, I said to my empty living room, raising my beer and a solitary toast. By 3:30 a.m., I'd finished 4 episodes and 2 bags of popcorn. My phone remained blissfully off, sitting on my desk like a deactivated bomb. Somewhere out there, Clara was probably still frantically trying to reach me, mobilizing every contact she had, calling in every favor, desperately searching for someone, anyone who could reverse what I'd done. The mental image of her in her designer pajamas, pacing her study at 3 o'clock in the morning with her perfectly styled hair falling apart and her mascara running brought me more joy than it probably should have. I thought about turning my phone back on just to see how high the missed call counter had climbed. But no, that would ruin the surprise for tomorrow morning. Let the number accumulate. Let Clara and her board and her investors and her lawyers all scream into the void while I sat here in my comfortable clothes, eating junk food and watching Jim Halpert play pranks on Dwight Schrute as the sun started to peek through my windows around 5:47 a.m., painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that Clara would probably describe as uninspired or pedestrian. I pulled up the news on my laptop. I wasn't surprised to see that Jennings & Company's collapse had made headlines, but I was impressed by how fast the media had picked up on it. Tech giant Jennings & CEO suffers catastrophic system failure. Bloomberg Jennings & CEO loses $3 billion in market value overnight. Wall Street Journal. The fastest corporate collapse in state history. Financial Times. That last one made me laugh out loud. The fastest corporate collapse in state history. They'd probably want to interview me for the behind-the-scenes story. Eventually, maybe I'd write a book. How to Destroy a Billion-Dollar Company in 20 Minutes. A memoir by a guy who was told to pick up a pen. I closed my laptop, stretched, and looked around my office. My space full of my things, free from Clara's minimalist design philosophy and color-coordinated. The sun was fully up now, marking the beginning of what was technically Wednesday, but felt more like the first day of the rest of my life. Outside, birds were chirping. Inside, my phone was off and my conscience was clear. The news could call it the fastest corporate collapse in state history if they wanted. I called it Tuesday. I woke up around 10 a.m. on Wednesday morning, feeling more refreshed than I had in approximately 3 years, which was coincidentally around the time Clara had stopped pretending our marriage was anything other than a business arrangement with occasional awkward dinner parties. My neck didn't hurt from sleeping on the couch. I'd actually made it to the bed around 6 a.m. and for the first time in recent memory, I didn't wake up with that familiar knot of dread in my stomach that usually accompanied the thought of existing in the same house as my wife. Ex-wife, soon-to-be ex-wife, whatever the legal terminology was for a woman who tried to fire me from our marriage via phone call. I showered, shaved, and put on my best suit, the charcoal gray Tom Ford that I bought for our 5th anniversary dinner, and that Clara had immediately criticized for being too flashy, even though it cost less than one of her weekly blowout appointments. I paired it with a crisp white shirt, my favorite tie with the subtle geometric pattern, and the watch my brother had given me when I'd graduated college with my computer science degree. The watch was nothing fancy, just a reliable Seiko, but it kept perfect time and hadn't once tried to publicly humiliate me, which made it more valuable than most of the people I'd be seeing today. By 10:47 a.m., I was walking into the Jennings & Company building like I owned the place, which technically I kind of did from a built-every system that makes this building function perspective. Even if Clara's name was on all the paperwork, the lobby was chaos incarnate. People were speed walking in every direction like extras in a disaster movie. Their faces painted with various shades of panic and disbelief. The receptionist, a normally unflappable woman named Sandra who'd worked the front desk for 6 years, looked like she'd aged a decade overnight. Her eyes were red-rimmed and she was on the phone with someone saying, "I don't know," over and over again with increasing desperation. She saw me walk in and her eyes went wide. She dropped the phone. Literally just let it fall from her hand while whoever was on the other end kept talking and stared at me like I was a ghost or a bomb or a ghost carrying a bomb. "Hi, Sandra," I said cheerfully, giving her a little wave. "Crazy morning, huh?" She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again, and then just pointed toward the elevators with a shaking finger. No words, just pointing. I took that as permission to proceed. The elevator ride to the 14th floor, where the main boardroom lived in all its unnecessary marble and mahogany glory, was accompanied by a truly excellent music-act version of Don't Stop Believing, which felt appropriate given the circumstances. I hummed along, checking my reflection in the polished elevator doors. I looked good, rested, maybe even happy. This was going to be fun. The 14th floor was even worse than the lobby. It looked like a bomb had gone off. If bombs were made of paper and existential dread. Documents were scattered everywhere. Coffee cups abandoned on every available surface. And at least 3 people were crying. Not discreet professional crying either. Full-on mascara running, gasping for air, sobbing. A junior analyst whose name I thought was Todd or Brad or some other generic tech bro name was sitting on the floor with his laptop rocking back and forth slightly while staring at a screen. The boardroom doors were closed, but I could hear shouting from inside. Multiple voices, all talking over each other in that special kind of cacophony that only happens when very important people suddenly realize they're not as important as they thought they were. I straightened my tie, plastered on my biggest smile, and pushed open the doors. The scene inside was spectacular. The massive conference table that had witnessed yesterday's pin incident was now covered in laptops, tablets, printed financial reports, and what looked like someone's half-eaten bagel with locks. Papers were everywhere, on the table, on the chairs, scattered across the floor like confetti at the world's most depressing party. The CFO, Richard, looked like he'd aged 20 years since yesterday. His normally perfectly coiffed hair sticking up at weird angles like he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly. His shirt was untucked on one side, and he had the wild-eyed expression of a man who'd just watched his retirement fund evaporate. Diane, the VP of Operations, was on her phone, pacing near the windows, her voice shrill enough to probably shatter glass. "I don't care what time it is in London. Get them on the phone now." She was still wearing yesterday's clothes, which suggested she'd been here all night, which was both sad and hilarious. Marcus from marketing was slumped in a chair, scrolling through his phone with the defeated posture of someone reading their own obituary. Bethany, Clara's assistant, was crying into a tissue while simultaneously trying to take notes on her iPad, creating what I imagined was a very damp and illable record of the proceedings. And then there was Clara. She was standing at the head of the table. Both hands pressed flat against the surface like she was physically holding it down to keep it from floating away. Her designer blouse was wrinkled. Her perfect hair pulled back in a messy ponytail that looked more hostage situation than casual chic. And her makeup was smeared in a way that suggested she'd been crying, but was trying very hard to pretend she hadn't been. When she looked up and saw me standing in the doorway, her expression went through about 15 different emotions in 3 seconds. Shock, rage, desperation, hate, and something that might have been hope, but died quickly when she remembered why I was probably there. "You," she said, her voice cracking slightly on that single syllable. The room went silent. Everyone turned to look at me. Richard's mouth fell open. Diane stopped mid-sentence, her phone forgotten at her ear. Marcus sat up straighter. Even Bethany stopped crying long enough to stare. "Me?" I confirmed cheerfully, walking into the room like I was arriving at a garden party instead of a corporate funeral. "Good morning, everyone. Beautiful day outside. Anyone catch the sunrise? No. Too busy watching your stock value circle the drain? Understandable. You destroyed everything." Clara's voice cracked again and she pushed off from the table, taking a step toward me. Her hands were shaking. Actually shaking. I'd never seen Clara lose her composure like this. Not even when we'd lost our first major client in year 1. Not even when her father had died. She'd always been ice cold, perfectly controlled, the queen who never showed weakness. But right now, she looked absolutely shattered. I smiled. The kind of smile that I'd been practicing in the mirror this morning while brushing my teeth, calm, collected, maybe even a little amused. "Oh, come on, Clara. You did that when you dropped the pen." The silence that followed was so thick you could have cut it with a knife and served it at a dinner party. It was delicious. Absolutely delicious. I could see the realization spreading across everyone's faces. The connection between yesterday's casual humiliation and today's corporate apocalypse. Richard actually gasped. Diane's phone slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. Marcus whispered, "Holy shit." Under his breath. Clara's face went through several more color changes, pale to red to an interesting shade of purple that probably wasn't medically advisable. She lunged for her phone on the table, her movements jerky and desperate. "Security," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm calling security." "Too late," I said, still smiling. I pulled a folder from under my arm. I'd been carrying it this whole time, but nobody had noticed because they were too busy having collective breakdowns and tossed it onto the table. It landed with a satisfying top that made Bethany jump. I've already transferred my ownership patents and algorithm licenses to a new firm. Everything I built, every line of code, every system architecture, every proprietary algorithm, it's all legally mine. And as of 7:32 this morning, it all belongs to ArcForge Technologies. ArcForge, Richard croaked, finally finding his voice. "What the hell is ArcForge?" I turned to look at him, my smile growing wider. "My firm, Richard, my company, The one I built this morning while you were all busy panicking. Funny thing about intellectual property law, when you never put your partner's name on any of the legal documents, despite 8 years of promises, they retain ownership of everything they create. Clara owns the name Jennings and Company and the client relationships. I own everything else. I watched the implications sink in across their faces. Without the systems I'd built, Jennings and Company was just an empty shell with a fancy name. They had nothing to sell, no infrastructure to support clients, no AI to automate processes. They were a car dealership without any cars, a restaurant without a kitchen. You can't do this, Diane said, but her voice lacked conviction. She knew I could. They all knew I could. Already did, I replied. I looked around the room one more time, taking in the destruction, the panic, the beautiful chaos that I'd created with one command and 8 years of contingency planning. Oh, and by the way, Jerry and Priya from your board, they called me this morning. They're joining ArcForge as senior advisors. They said they loved my sense of humor. That wasn't entirely true yet. Jerry and Priya had sent inquiring emails, but we hadn't finalized anything. But the looks on everyone's faces made the embellishment worth it. Clara just stared at me, her mouth opening and closing like a fish drowning in air. For once in her life, she had absolutely nothing to say. I straightened my tie one more time and headed for the door. Before I left, I turned back, catching Clara's devastated expression one last time. Oh, and Clara, if you drop your pen today, pick it up yourself. The door closed behind me with a satisfying click, and I walked toward the elevator with my head held high, leaving the wreckage of Clara's empire scattered across that conference room like the world's most expensive jigsaw puzzle. 48 hours. That's all it took for ArcForge Technologies to go from a spite-fueled idea I'd incorporated while eating popcorn and watching The Office to the hottest name in the tech industry. 48 hours for my newly minted company to trend globally on Twitter, LinkedIn, and even TikTok, where some finance bro with exceptionally good hair had made a video about the fastest revenge glow-up in tech history that got something like 4 million views. I didn't have TikTok. I valued my attention span, but my nephew sent me the link with approximately 17 fire emojis and the message, "Uncle, you're famous." I'd spent Wednesday afternoon after leaving the Jennings and Company boardroom doing what any reasonable person would do after destroying their ex-wife's billion-dollar empire. I went to Costco and bought a rotisserie chicken because spite is hungry work and I'd been living off popcorn and beer for 36 hours. Then I went home, set up a proper office space in my spare bedroom, the one Clara had always insisted should be a meditation room that she never once meditated in, and got to work building something that was actually mine. The incorporation papers for ArcForge Technologies were filed by 6 p.m. Wednesday. I'd chosen the name during the drive home from Costco, sitting at a red light and eating chicken straight from the container like some kind of caveman entrepreneur. Arc because it sounded tech-forward and also reminded me of an arc reactor from Iron Man, and Forge because I was literally forging a new company from the ashes of my failed marriage. Also, it sounded cool, which matters more than people want to admit when naming companies. By Thursday morning, my inbox looked like it had been hit by a bomb made of opportunity. Investors who'd fled Jennings and Company like rats abandoning a sinking ship were suddenly very interested in having coffee with me. LinkedIn messages were pouring in so fast that the app kept crashing. My phone, which I'd finally turned back on Wednesday night, had accumulated another 200 missed calls, but this time they weren't from Clara's people screaming at me. They were from venture capital firms, private equity groups, and angel investors who apparently love the narrative of scorned tech genius burns down ex-wife's empire and builds new one from the ashes. The first serious inquiry came from Mitchell Sanderson, a VC from Bay Area Capital who'd actually invested in Jennings and Company series bound 3 years ago. His email was delightfully blunt. "I should be mad at you for tanking my investment. Instead, I want to buy you lunch and hear your pitch for ArcForge." Also, that pen line was legendary. My partners have been quoting it all morning. We met at a steakhouse downtown on Thursday afternoon. Mitchell was one of those guys who looked exactly like what you'd expect from a Silicon Valley venture capitalist. Expensive casual clothes that probably cost more than my first car, designer glasses, a watch that could fund a small country's GDP. He ordered a scotch that was older than most college graduates, and got straight to the point. "What you did was either the most brilliant strategic move I've seen in 10 years or completely insane," he said, swirling his scotch like he was in a whiskey commercial. "I'm betting on brilliant. What's the pitch?" I laid it out for him. ArcForge Technologies would specialize in enterprise AI solutions and custom software architecture. Essentially everything I'd built for Jennings and Company. But better and without the baggage of a CEO who treated me like the help. I owned all the intellectual property, all the algorithms, all the proprietary systems. I could license them, improve them, or build entirely new solutions from scratch. The market opportunity was massive because, as recent events had proven, most companies had no idea how vulnerable their tech infrastructure actually was. How vulnerable is most companies' tech infrastructure? Mitchell asked, leaning forward with interest. I smiled. Let's just say if their lead developer decides to go rogue, they're probably screwed. Most places don't document properly, don't build redundancies, and definitely don't consider the risk of the person who built everything deciding they're done being treated like garbage. Mitchell laughed. A genuine bark of amusement that made the people at the next table look over. That's the most honest pitch I've heard in years. Most founders try to blow sunshine up my ass about how they're going to change the world. You're basically saying you're going to profit off corporate dysfunction and terrible management. Exactly. I said, and there's a lot of corporate dysfunction to profit from. By the time dessert arrived, some kind of chocolate thing that cost $32 and came with gold flakes because rich people love pretending they're eating precious metals. Mitchell had committed to a seed round of $5 million. $5 million for a company that was barely 2 days old and consisted of me, my laptop, and a business plan I'd written between episodes of The Office. I'm in, Mitchell said, shaking my hand across the table. Not just because the tech is solid, though it is, but because you've got the best origin story I've ever heard. Husband destroys wife's company after pen incident is going to play extremely well in the media. The narrative basically writes itself. He wasn't wrong. By Friday morning, the Wall Street Journal had published a feature article titled The Fall of Jennings & Company and the Rise of ArcForge, a tech marriage gone wrong. Forbes followed up with how one developer's revenge reshaped the enterprise software landscape. Even Bloomberg got in on the action with a piece analyzing the systemic vulnerabilities exposed by the Jennings collapse. They interviewed industry experts, competitors, and even tried to interview Clara, who'd apparently barricaded herself in her house and wasn't taking calls from anyone except her lawyers and her therapist, presumably in that order. The best part, every single article mentioned the pen. That stupid platinum pen had become the symbol of the entire saga. The inciting incident that launched 1,000 think pieces about workplace respect, marriage dynamics and entrepreneurship and the importance of treating your technical co-founders like actual human beings. Meanwhile, Jennings & Company was in full death spiral mode. The stock had been delisted from major exchanges after emergency trading halts on Wednesday. Clients were fleeing faster than you could say breach of contract. Employees were updating their LinkedIn profiles and sending out resumes en masse. The company that had been worth $3.2 billion on Tuesday was now in active liquidation proceedings worth less than the furniture in its downtown office. Clara's personal net worth, which had been featured in Fortune's list of self-made women billionaires just last month, had reportedly dropped by 97%. The media was having an absolute field day with the reversal. And while part of me felt like I should feel guilty about destroying her life's work, mostly I just remembered that phone call. I've chosen to sever all contact. Stay away forever. Yeah. Well, careful what you wish for, Clara. By Friday afternoon, I'd hired my first 2 employees. Jerry Blackwood and Priya Kapoor had been on Jennings & Company's board for 4 years. Both of them sharp, experienced, and apparently more loyal to good technology than to Claire's ego. Jerry was a former CTO at a Fortune 500 company who'd retired early and gotten bored. Priya was a strategic consultant who specialized in corporate turnarounds and had the kind of network that made things happen. They showed up at my house/Prairie office Friday at 2 p.m. dressed business casual and carrying coffee from the Good Cafe downtown. We sat in my living room, the same living room where I'd eaten pasta alone on Tuesday night, and talked strategy. I have to ask, Jerry said after we'd covered the basics of equity splits and role definitions. What's your leadership philosophy? Every company needs some kind of guiding principle. I thought about it for exactly half a second. The answer was obvious, had been obvious since the moment that pen rolled across the conference room floor. I grinned. If you drop your pen, pick it up yourself. Jerry and Priya looked at each other, then burst out laughing. Real, genuine laughter that filled the room and made me feel for the first time in years like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I love it, Priya said, wiping tears from her eyes. That's going on our website. That's going on business cards. That's going to be our entire corporate culture. Damn right it is, I said, raising my coffee cup. Welcome to ArcForge, where we build great technology and treat people like actual human beings. Revolutionary concept, I know. We clinkied our paper coffee cups together like they were champagne glasses, and I looked around my living room at the beginning of something real, something mine, something that Clara couldn't touch or take credit for or diminish. Outside, the sun was shining. My phone was buzzing with more investor inquiries. And somewhere across town, in a minimalist house that felt more like a museum than a home, my ex-wife was probably sitting in her study, surrounded by lawyers, trying to figure out how her perfect life had imploded in less than a week. I hope she was comfortable. I hope she remembered who built everything she'd lost. And I really hope she'd learned to pick up her own damn pen. 1 week after the fall of Jennings & Company, I was sitting in my new office space on the 23rd floor of a building in the financial district, reviewing contract proposals from 3 different Fortune 500 companies who apparently love the idea of hiring the guy who just pulled off the most spectacular corporate implosion in recent history. The office wasn't huge, about 1,500 square feet, but it was mine. Actually, mine with my name on the lease, my logo on the frosted glass door, and absolutely zero risk of someone telling me the desk I'd chosen wasn't enough. Speaking of the desk, I deliberately chosen the same IKEA model I'd had in our spare bedroom at home. The one Clara had looked at with barely concealed disgust and said made me look like a freelancer working from a coffee shop instead of a serious businessman. It was solid oak, had good cable management, and cost about $300, which meant I could actually afford to spill coffee on it without having an existential crisis about furniture depreciation. I'd paired it with a comfortable ergonomic chair, 2 monitors, and a Spider-Man Funko Pop that my nephew had given me as an office warming gift. The Spider-Man was positioned prominently where clients could see it because if people couldn't handle a CEO who liked comic books, they probably couldn't handle working with me anyway. Jerry had the office next to mine, separated by a glass partition that we could frost for privacy, but usually kept clear because we discovered we both thought better when we could bounce ideas off each other randomly throughout the day. Priya had claimed the corner office with the better view, arguing that as our head of strategic growth, she needed to see the horizon, which Jerry and I suspected was just corporate speak for I want the nice windows. But we'd agreed because Priya was already bringing in clients faster than we could onboard them. It was around 2:30 on a Tuesday afternoon, exactly 1 week since I'd pressed enter and watched Clara's empire crumble, when our receptionist, Katie, buzzed my desk. Katie was a college student working part-time studying computer science at the State University and had immediately earned my respect by showing up to her interview with a portfolio of side projects and zero tolerance for corporate nonsense. "There's someone here to see you," Katie said through the intercom, her voice doing that thing where it goes up at the end like a question even though it's technically a statement. "She doesn't have an appointment and she won't give her name, but she seems intense." I glanced at my calendar. Nothing scheduled for another hour. Did she say what it's regarding? No. She just asked if you were in and then kind of stood there staring at the door like she's trying to decide whether to come in or burn the building down. Jerry, who could hear the conversation through our open petition, looked up from his laptop and mouthed Clara with raised eyebrows. I shrugged, but my gut told me he was probably right. Who else would show up unannounced and radiate enough intensity to make our unflappable receptionist nervous? "Send her in," I said, leaning back in my chair and trying to decide what facial expression I should wear. Professional, smug, concerned. I settled on neutral curiosity, which was probably the most mature option, even though smug was really calling to me. The door opened and Clara walked in. Except it wasn't the Clara I'd last seen in that boardroom a week ago. And it definitely wasn't the Clara who'd sat at the head of conference tables like she was royalty presiding over her subjects. This Clara looked like she'd been through a war and lost badly. Her hair, usually styled within an inch of its life, was pulled back in a simple ponytail that actually looked like a regular human being had done it instead of a professional who charged $200 an hour. She was wearing jeans. Jeans, which I'd seen her wear exactly twice in 8 years, both times under extreme duress, and a plain sweater that looked like it might have actually come from a normal store instead of some boutique where they serve you champagne while you shop. But it was her eyes that really got me. They were exhausted. The kind of exhausted that comes from not sleeping properly for days, from crying until you run out of tears, from watching everything you'd built collapse, and realizing you couldn't stop it. The ice blue weapons of mass destruction had melted into something that looked almost human, almost vulnerable. No security guards flanked her. No assistant trailed behind taking notes. No photographer documented her arrival for social media. Just Clara standing in my doorway looking smaller somehow, like she'd been physically diminished by the weight of the past week. We stared at each other for a long moment. Through the glass partition, I could see Jerry pretending to work on his laptop while obviously watching us with the intensity of someone binge-watching a reality show finale. From Priya's office, I heard her say something into her phone and then the call abruptly ended. She was definitely listening too. "You humiliated me," Clara said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't accusatory, wasn't angry, it was just sad, a statement of fact delivered by someone who'd had a week to think about what had happened and had come to some kind of conclusion about it. I leaned back in my chair, my $300 IKEA chair that I loved specifically because it annoyed her and took my time responding. Part of me wanted to go for the jugular to remind her of every slight, every dismissive comment, every time she treated me like I was less than. But looking at her standing there defeated and exhausted, I found I didn't need to. The scoreboard was pretty clear. "No, Clara," I said calmly. "You've humiliated yourself. I just sent the invoice." She flinched like I'd slapped her, but she didn't argue. Didn't try to defend herself or shift blame or launch into one of her carefully rehearsed speeches about leadership and tough decisions. She just stood there absorbing the hit, and then her eyes started to wander around my office. She looked at the IKEA desk, the one that wasn't enough. At my dual monitors displaying lines of code and financial projections, at the Spider-Man Funko Pop standing guard next to my coffee mug, at the framed photo of me and my brother at last year's Thanksgiving that I'd hung on the wall because it made me smile, at the whiteboard covered in brainstorming notes and terrible drawings from our strategy session this morning. At the coffee maker in the corner, a nice espresso machine that Jerry had insisted we needed, and the mini fridge stocked with actually good beer instead of the overpriced craft nonsense Clara had always preferred. Her gaze lingered on the desk for a long moment, and I could practically see the memory playing in her head. Her in our spare bedroom doorway 3 years ago, looking at this exact desk with disdain, suggesting I upgrade to something more professional if I wanted to be taken seriously. Me explaining that the desk was fine, that it was functional, that not everything needed to be a status symbol. Her rolling her eyes and walking away like I was a child who didn't understand how the real world worked. Now that desk sat in a successful company's office with my name on the door and investors literally lining up to give me money. The desk hadn't changed. The world's perception of it had, because the person sitting behind it had stopped letting other people define his worth. "This is," Clara started, then stopped. Her hands were shaking slightly. I noticed she clasped them together to hide it. "This is really nice. The office." "Thanks," I said simply. I wasn't going to make this easy for her by filling the awkward silence with small talk or false pleasantries. She'd come here for a reason, and I was curious to see what it was. "Jerry and Priya," she said, gesturing vaguely toward the glass partitions where my 2 employees were now completely abandoning any pretense of working and just openly watching us. They were supposed to be loyal to the company. They were loyal to good business. I corrected. "Turns out that's not the same as being loyal to you." Another flinch. She wrapped her arms around herself like she was cold, even though the office was perfectly comfortable. "The lawyers say, I can't sue you. Something about intellectual property rights and the contracts being insufficient. Non-existent." I supplied helpfully. "The contracts protecting your ownership were non-existent because you never put my name on anything. Remember, you were going to eventually, but you were waiting until we were more established. Except we were plenty established. You just didn't want to share credit." "I know," she said quietly. And that surprised me. Not the admission, the quiet way she said it. Like she was genuinely accepting responsibility instead of spinning it into something else. "I know I did this. I know I took you for granted. Took everything you built for granted. I waited. There had to be more." Clara Jennings didn't show up at her ex-husband's office to deliver a simple apology. That wasn't her style. Even defeated. "I came here to ask if you'd consider selling the technology back to me," she continued. And there it was. The real reason for this visit. Not all of it, just enough for Jennings and Company to fulfill our existing contracts. "I have investors willing to fund a rebuild, but they need guarantees that we can actually deliver services and without your systems. You have nothing to deliver." I finished. "Yeah, I'm aware. I built it, remember? I can't pay you what it's worth," she said, her voice cracking slightly. "But I can offer you 40% of whatever we rebuild. Partnership equity, your name on everything this time. Real partnership like it should have been from the start." I almost laughed. The audacity of it, coming here after everything and offering me what she should have given me 8 years ago like it was some kind of generous gift instead of the bare minimum of respect. But I didn't laugh because looking at her standing there, I realized something important. I didn't want it. I didn't want to rebuild Jennings and Company. Didn't want 40% of a company that would always have her family name on the door. Didn't want to go back to being someone's partner when I could be my own boss. "No," I said simply. "No." She looked confused, like she'd been so certain I'd jump at the chance. "But you'd be." "I'd be your partner again," I interrupted, "in a company that I already burned down once. CL, I don't want to rebuild your empire. I'm busy building my own." She opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. Looked around my office one more time at the desk, the monitors, the Spider-Man, the whiteboard, the evidence of something new and mine and untouchable by her. "Right," she said finally. "Of course, I just thought, never mind what I thought." She turned to leave and I let her get all the way to the door before I spoke again. "Clara," she stopped, hand on the door frame, but didn't turn around. That phone call, I've chosen to sever all contact. Stay away forever. You remember that? Her shoulders tensed. Yes. Good. Because that's the last time you get to make demands of me ever. We're done. The company is done. Whatever we were is done. Move on. She stood there for another moment. And I thought maybe she'd turn around, try one more time to convince me or guilt me or manipulate me. But she didn't. She just nodded once, sharp and quick, and walked out of my office without another word. Through the glass, I watched her walk past Katie's desk, past the ArcForge logo on the wall and out into the hallway. The elevator dinged. She stepped inside and then she was gone. Jerry appeared in my doorway approximately 4 seconds later. Holy dude. Yeah, I agreed. You okay? I thought about it. Really thought about it. Then I smiled. Yeah, Jerry. I'm actually perfect. Months passed. ArcForge thrived like a plant that finally got moved out of the shade and into actual sunlight. We'd closed deals with 12 major clients, hired 15 employees, and moved into a bigger office space that had an actual break room instead of just a mini fridge and prayers. I'd moved into a downtown loft with exposed brick, hardwood floors, and my dog Baxter, a golden retriever I'd adopted from a shelter who greeted me every day like I was a war hero returning home instead of just some guy who worked from home in sweatpants. Sometimes when I scrolled past news articles about Jennings and Company's liquidation proceedings, I'd smile and whisper to Baxter. Told her she'd regret it. Buddy, he'd wag his tail in solidarity because dogs are excellent at supporting petty vengeance. People asked me if I missed her. Friends, family, that one nosy barista at my regular coffee shop who felt entitled to my life story because I tipped well. I perfected my response. Sure, like I missed dial-up internet. Freedom tasted like espresso and payback. And somewhere in a dusty corporate corner, a platinum pen still waited for someone else to pick it up. Not my problem anymore.